Yes, this is the nighttime edition of Sean and RJ, our video guy waving to Ryan on the fan cam. He is at home running the YouTube, Twitch, and the fan cam, but that means we don't have to deal with all his lighting and
I know. And
production.
he's going to say, can you put the lights on?
Nope. Don't even ask
And
today.
the answer is a resounding
no. Oh, I feel like we're having a camp out.
I know. I might even take my hat off today and be able to not have these blinding lights in front of me.
Didn't even, it's like we're having a pajama party. I mean, we're in our pajamas every day anyway. Might as well have the lights off.
Yeah. Let's take our shirts off. Why not?
Yes,
They'll be able to see.
I think Eric Chiafalo did yesterday with the hot tub broadcast.
Yeah.
And he was doing a segment in the hot tub.
Nothing wrong with that. Although I wonder how I'm surprised he didn't get electrocuted. The fact that he had a electronic headset on.
All right, Friday edition. Before your extended weekend, we have a final concert ticket giveaway during the Expressway. The Dallas Stars song that RJ produced to give your hockey team all of their inspiration. And Bobby has a training camp report brought to you by Bosch from the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. But the NBA, this is going to happen. 0-150. This is going to happen with the Boston Celtics coming back from down 3-0, and America's sweetheart is brought back to earth in Fort Worth. Not even Michael Jordan's text message could save America's sweetheart from what's happening in Fort Worth. The Friday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it'll be a Friday.
97. The Massholes win at home, and now they're going back to Miami. Packing for one game, as Shaquille O'Neal would say.
One game, pack one suit.
Pack
one suit. Ooh, man. First off, did Joe Mazzulla save his job, or did Joe Mazzulla save his job?
Mm-hmm.
And second, boy, they got to be puckering. They have got to be puckering down there in Miami. Because this is not even – they've been outscored like 265 to 195 since the end of the third quarter in Game 3. They have played – Boston has figured something out defensively. Something. And, they're getting good contributions. They Grant Williams had played a lot last night, which he didn't do in, Game 3, I think. They have figured something out, man. They have figured something out, and they did a good job on Jimmy.
He's one of those Jay Crowder type players, Grant Williams. A little pudgier, going to hit big threes, brings an attitude, a little nastiness. He's a perfect role player.
Oh, he is. He's never going to be a star. He never was. He's a player whose size has no position. Like, he was like a center in college at 6'7". So he can't play that in the NBA. So he had to develop a three-point shot. And he did, but he's never going to be a 1, and he's never going to be a 2. He's probably the perfect 3.
Now we're talking a lot about a guy who only had 6 points, but he's had some highlights throughout the series.
Yeah, he's more defensive anyway.
Besides poking the Jimmy Butler bear, Tatum only had to score 21. Marcus Smart, 23. Derek White, who we saw in last year's finals, with 24. And Jaylen Brown scored 21, and he gave a little warning to South Beach.
They let us get 2, so don't let us get another one.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you next. Now that you found your way, is there any stopping you?
Only thing that can stop us is us. We just got to come out and play our game, have fun, and let God do the rest.
All right, Roberto, do you think this is happening? I got to give credit to freaking Mike Greenberg. I think he was the first one nationally yesterday to say.
Don't give him credit. You said it. You said it.
No, he said nationally that the Celtics were going to come back and win this series. They would be the first. Someone will do it. Someone's going to do it. It'll probably be because of a major injury that happens in a series. Knock on wood, I don't want to see that happen to Jimmy Butler. But here we are, 3-2, and Miami is puckered.
I don't know. I still think that this is a series for the Heat. The Celtics have been such a mess and have, for so many stretches of this playoffs, honestly been a gutless basketball team that I just can't see the toughness of the resilience with that basketball team to win 4 straight. But at the same time, they're a better team. And so it's interesting. Would you, if Miami ends up being the money line favorite for one game in this entire series and Boston comes back, how much of a choke can you call it? I mean, it's definitely a choke, but how bad is it? Are we going to really remember this as like an all-timer if people felt like the entire series Boston was supposed to win every game?
I think it would be big because Miami has the I don't think of all the players in the playoffs, who's the one guy that you don't think could lose 4 straight playoff games? I would say Jimmy Butler.
Well, and I mean, if you want to just talk from a toughness standpoint, I think I felt like the Heat were the toughest team in the playoffs. Like mentally tough, physically tough.
See, Jimmy, this goes back to, now he's made me look stupid, but this goes back to what I said. When it comes to that statement you made about a player not losing 4 straight, I would actually think a player more ball dominant, it'd be difficult for that person. Because Jimmy, he's going to get others involved. He's not necessarily, in big moments, he can take over, but we don't know he's definitely going to take the shot every single time because he's unselfish. Sometimes maybe a little bit too unselfish. So I don't know. I feel like a more ball dominant person would not lose 4 straight games because Jimmy will distribute. That's just my opinion. But Jimmy did have another golden comment in the Heat post.
Like I always say, it's going to be all smiles. We're going to keep it very, very, very consistent, knowing that we are going to win the next game.
All right, so they're going to make that the headline. The Jimmy Butler guarantee is they're drinking beers and listening to, who was it?
Tim McGraw.
Don't take the girl.
Don't take the girl.
I mean, this game was over in the first quarter yesterday. Everything that Boston should have been doing the whole series. Like, I mean, they were making threes. They were playing defense. They really attacked Kevin Love early in this one, which they've had the opportunity to do all series, and they just haven't. And so making adjustments, 3-2 now. If they go back and they win in South Beach, this is done.
Who wins the series, Choppy?
I'll still say Miami.
Okay. And you're going to say Miami.
I'm going to say Miami wins the next one. But if it goes to Game 7, this is just I heard this morning, 15th time in NBA history somebody's even gotten it to Game 6. And so if they win in South Beach and it's Game 7 in Boston, that's going to be really tough.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. But, the way Boston performs, they'll win Game 6 and lose Game 7. Didn't Philly do that? We said it was over going back to Philly.
Yeah.
So, whatever.
I would love to see, I want the comeback and I don't. I want the comeback because I want you to be able to say that you had it, but I also don't want Greenberg to get the credit for
right.
it.
All right, America's sweetheart, Michael Block. He been brought back down to earth a little bit at the Colonial in Fort Worth. He tied for 15th at Oak Hill. That was the strongest field in the entire sport last week. Well, yesterday, 11 over 81. That has him in last place and 19 shots behind Harry Hall at the Charles Schwab Challenge.
Harry Hall is known as Peaky.
Peaky?
Yeah. So
like Peaky Blinders?
Look at the photo of him. That's his picture. That's what he wears. He looks just like the Peaky Blinders guys.
Good
Okay.
Lord.
That's what he wears. But, look, what we saw yesterday is exactly what this sport is, right? Like, Michael Block had a really good 4 days in Rochester at the PGA. And to come back 4 days later, and put up that number at a much easier course, a course that sets up perfectly for him. It's a shorter course. It's very tight. It's very.
Do we know what sets up perfectly for him? The guy gives lessons.
Well, we don't, but for an older golfer, golfers generally, guys who don't bomb it, Tiger hated coming to Colonial. Hated it. Not the course for him. Not even close.
Didn't like Billy Bob's.
What if it had Billy? It's just not what guys who bomb it don't want to come here.
I just really regret giving up my exemption to the guy, Michael Block, if he was just going to come out and perform like that.
Right. Yeah.
Well, he's got one next week too at the RBC.
I'm not giving that one up.
He bogeyed 4. I said to y'all last week he should enjoy his 15 minutes. Yeah. It's about to be over, unfortunately, but enjoy the 15 minutes. It was glorious. He should have come on with us. And I would have rooted for him more. But he bogeyed 4 of his first 5 holes. He closed with double bogeys on 3 of his last 4.
Yeah, and it just goes to show you, any of these guys.
Save that text message you got from Michael Jordan, because that's the last one.
Because he was ranked. He was ranked 5,000th in the official World Golf rankings coming into last week. He moved up 3,000 spots by finishing 15th.
3,000.
Okay, so he's he's 1,500, 2,000 now, or whatever. It just goes be able to do this, what these guys do, any scratch golfer can for 4 days go out there and throw up good numbers like he did. But to come back the very next week and do the same thing, and to come back the very next week and do the same thing, that's the difference between guys who are given lessons in Mission Viejo and guys who have names on their bag. That's just the difference there.
Damn. Shots fired at the poor guy.
I'm just saying, that. No, it's not a shot at him.
I know.
It's a boost to the guys on tour. Those guys are different, man.
Who else is in this field?
Scheffler's in it. So Justin Rose is in it. Let's see. Spieth is in this.
DeChambeau?
No, DeChambeau's not. He's
What a rep Dallas.
He's live. He can't.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he can't be in it. Let's see. Max Homa, who's one of the best follows on social media. He's in this. Fowler's in this. It's an okay field. It's not great.
Better than the Byron field?
I think it's about the same. The difference with that is the Byron field, that was the week before. They get screwed. Both the local tournaments. Let's be fair. The PGA Tour completely screws over the local tournaments. You do not want to be.
Well, your voice is on the fence today.
Yeah. You do not want to be the tournament before or the tournament after a major. You don't want to be that. You don't want to be a tournament that is sandwiched near the Memorial or Bay Hill, because everyone's going to go to Jackson. Everyone's going to go to Arnie's. At least they used to go to Arnie's. Now they've kind of fallen off on that one after he passed away. The way the schedule shakes out, it's terrible for these tournaments.
The Stars' best player is alive, and how Mike Tyson and Ric Flair sent this series back to Las Vegas. We celebrate the Stars staying alive in Game 4, Friday edition of Sean and RJ next.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside. Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's Lindell shooting it wide. Rebound goal! Robertson again! Off the back wall and in! And they're tied at 2.
Sean McDonough with the call on ABC ESPN. I believe that was just ESPN last night. The Dallas Stars staying alive. Joe Pavelski was the overtime hero. They win 3-2. And we're celebrating it here on Sean and RJ. We got Bobby. We got Alec. Was Alec the one out with you till 1 a.m.?
Yeah, Alec was the champ who stayed out as late as I did at Boomer Jacks.
I wasn't going to be the last to leave. Like, I or the first to leave, rather. Like, I had to assert my dominance there.
Now, are you a big time drinker? Are you down to take the shots, or are you just there like to keep Bobby company, babysit him?
No, I'm easily peer pressured in those situations. Still 21, 22 next month, so I'm prone to some bad decisions.
Nice.
So, yeah, I had some fun with old Bob.
What's your drink of choice?
Oh, man. I am typically a bourbon whiskey guy.
All right, good deal.
21, 22.
Yeah, my dad taught me well.
What's it like to have your entire life ahead of you?
It's great, honestly. It really is. But yeah, it makes these quick turnarounds pretty easy. You know, I'm feeling great right now.
What a flex.
Bourbon of choice.
Ooh, man.
You should know this.
Knob Creek.
Well,
I'll put.
Really?
Yep.
I'll take down anything you put in front of me.
Okay.
But I've been real big on the balcones lately.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's been on the rotation.
All right.
Okay.
Cut your mic off.
That's a no. That's a big no.
Dallas Stars stay alive. Look, Jason Robertson is alive. His second goal. He had 2 goals last night. First time he's done that in his Dallas Stars playoff career, and the slump officially looks to be over.
Yeah. And now Robo is in a groove.
640.
I was giving him some backing.
In a groove, baby. He has figured it out. And the fact they got this far without him. I mean, he was an invisible man. I know he had some cute little assists at the end of the last series. Wow, whoop-de-doo. The assist. Oh, give me a break. But he's put him in net now. He's scoring. And in contrary to the previous 2 series, where he was he was missing the net. That open ice attempt he had against Seattle. Oh my God, what an awful shot that was. I mean, he wasn't even close. And now he's finding ways, and he's getting dirty. You know, he's getting dirty. He's down there getting rebounds. It's a really good turnaround for him.
Pete DeBoer on Jason Robertson waking up.
Well, if I knew that, we would practice it and teach it and bottle it up. But you know, he's a special athlete. That's a special skill to be a scorer, and but when he's feeling it, like I said, he looks like a totally different player, you know, and that's what he's feeling right now.
That first goal was some Harlem Globetrotters type S. The 2 most impressive goals I've seen the Stars score this postseason. Pavelski with one of his 5 redirects in his first game back, and then you talk about doing this without Jamie Benn, doing it with Robertson missing, Pavelski knocked out early. But last night, he basically balanced that thing on his stick like the Tiger Woods commercials, bobbing the golf ball up and down. That was amazing. And then he scored the second one to tie.
He scored the second one. He had that hustle play to keep the puck in the zone right before Pavelski.
Dude, is that the
scored.
gutsiest thing to do in all of sports?
Diving, going after
dive down on the ground in front of a slap shot.
Oh, it's crazy.
That makes standing in front of a soccer free kick look like nothing.
So I don't know. Did you guys watch the Panthers Canes game the other night?
No.
So there was a slap shot in that game, and it went off the side of the knee of one of the players, and that guy just hit the deck. And the side of the knee's got no padding. I mean, it just hit the deck. It is like I can only imagine how painful that was. But these guys will do it, man.
But that was a question about him, right? You and Spittle kept saying, is he going to have a dirty goal? Dirty goal. That comes with a suggestion that maybe you're a little soft. Maybe you're a little pretty. I mean, let's just be honest about it. You don't want to go in the lane. You don't want to take the shots that Allen Iverson did throughout his entire career. And here he is getting down on the ice right in front of a missile, and then stepping up his game. And Robo was asked afterwards if this was the best game the Stars played this entire postseason.
Well, I think definitely our desperation was the highest it's been. At home, we know what's on the line, what the stakes are, and everyone who came to play and showed up. And we're going to need that same desperation to these next 3 games.
Yeah, is he soft? I mean, maybe in the construct of hockey.
I'm not trying to call him like soft, but there's a soft connotation that comes with it.
Well, he's not like, I mean, he's not the most physical guy.
Not soft, call it finesse.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like, was Dirk soft? No. Was Steve Nash soft? No. They were finesse players. It
They
was
were
a different
European.
game. They were European. I mean, and you know, Nash is Canadian. It's kind of the same thing, right? Yeah, so like, no, they weren't soft. They just weren't like Rick Mahorn.
Well, it did feel like, though, there was a concerted effort. Like, a part of this plan last night was, dude, just get shots on goal. Like, that they told Robo, get your shots off. Do whatever you can do to just put it on net because we need it. Because last night, he had 11 shots. That's the most shots he's ever taken in his career. And he was volume shooting last night. He was full Gilbert Arenas, and it worked out.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Are you looking at Vegas flights right now?
I'd be lying to you if I said I haven't looked. I have looked.
Okay.
So my buddy even texted me last night, like 10:30. And I was getting ready to go to bed already. And he's like, you coming? I'm like, man, I'm looking at flights. Give me a minute. You know, so we haven't booked yet.
What are they looking like with the flight?
They're not.
You got no baseball?
No, the kids are in Oklahoma City this weekend for a tournament. And long story short, I was supposed to go somewhere else. My older one, that got canceled. So I never booked the room, and I'm not staying at a different hotel, so I'm just like, I'm not going to go.
Okay.
So the flights are not cheap. That's the problem. They're not cheap. I would have to leave. What?
Yeah, otherwise you could just sit there, go home. You wouldn't even have to pack anything up, man. Just roll on out in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Party it up in Vegas.
Well, yeah. I mean,
tomorrow night, Game 7, fly home Sunday morning.
Yeah, they're. Oh, let's see. Oh, it's if we leave today, it's good. It's only $1,000.
Gosh.
So wait, have they gone up since when you had said, "Oh, I found some that looked okay"? So
yeah, they were $300.
You waited, cost yourself.
Well, I waited to make sure that the Stars are actually going to have a game.
Yeah,
that was the problem.
We would like to thank Mike Tyson and Ric Flair for showing up at the AAC last night. RJ and I had an event for our buddy Samir and his book signing, and we go in there. I go in there, and Troy Aikman is standing in the corner. And the great Babe Laufenberg is like, let me make the introduction. Come on over here and say what's up. Choppy comes in. Troy Aikman had just left. Well, here comes Choppy and his Princeton buddy, JGZ, Jason Garrett, walking on in. And I don't think Aikman had any idea who we were, but Jason remembered.
He did. Yeah, I passed Aikman as we were parking. We walk in. Sarah goes, "Oh my God."
Oh, that's her. That's her pass.
That's her man crush. That's her crush right there. She goes, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." And I was like,
I should have asked Troy. Do you remember her blacking out at the media party?
Stop it.
Do you remember her salivating over you, blacking out in Malibu?
Stop it. So, but we're at the front, and we're trying to give our names to get let in, and then here comes to my left, old Jay Jeezy.
Yeah, baby.
And he doesn't stop at the front.
No,
they know who he is.
Yeah.
And he walks right back there, and they escort him back into the back room, and I'm shortly thereafter, and we hang out with old Jason Garrett.
I'd never seen Jason so loose. He walked in looking
he was
like
loose.
He was having fun. Tolo Skip sent me a picture of a Camus bottle in the bar well after we left, saying he may have had a glass with Jason.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was very bitter. The FOMO was in full effect, but Jason came up and we tried to shoot the S.
Yeah, and he was loving it. He was telling, you got to try these. He came up like after, you got to try this. You got to try this.
He's like, look at this salmon cone.
Yeah,
look at the construction of this cone.
Fantastic.
You got the crisp on the bottom, the silkiness on the top.
They make it the right kind of way.
He just he acts like he's the type of guy who acts like he appreciates every single thing in life.
He does.
Like the little details of everything. He was holding up this little salmon sushi cone and breaking this down like Y option.
Yeah, you got to eat this thing in 2 bites, because if you eat it in 3 bites, it destabilizes the construct of the cone. But if you eat it in 1 bite, it's too much for your mouth.
You were surprised he knew who you were?
I'm not surprised that he would know Sean and RJ. We spent 12 years together. But walking in a room, I guess I still don't think that Jerry, if he walked into a room and there was 6 of us, would recognize Choppy and I after doing the show for 12 years, right? And I blame Rich Dalrymple for that a lot, the Cowboys PR guy. I'm like, yo, man, let us come over there. Let's do a meet and greet. Let's do a sit down. And we never sat down to interview Jerry Jones one time, so I blame Rich for that. So Tad, get on it.
Get on it.
No, but I mean, that's
PR guy.
Jason is Mr. Princeton calculate. He's always going to give you this. So I bet he's got photos of you guys in a scrapbook of these are people I deal with. I must memorize all of their faces, all of their that. He's that type.
So I got to admit something to you, Bobby.
Oh gosh,
I kind of, because we always have our usual 2 or 3 things we bring up to Jason. I was trying to throw it to Choppy. Jersey, Hoagie Haven, Princeton. We make the same damn joke every time. You're Princeton College. He was Princeton High School. He couldn't get into the college. And then he's like, you guys miss me, huh? And I was like, our new guy definitely does. And I was talking about the comparisons between past coach, current coach. So I brought you up to say that Jason Garrett was fantastic on the radio for 12 years, which he was not. But nice guy. Great to see him in person. McCarthy's definitely better on the radio. But JGZ. And I think McCarthy, of all of them, we spent the least amount of time with him. He would recognize us and he would BS with us the most. But
I agree.
But, I mean, Jason is an angel. I mean, it's like I was saying about Eli Manning. You can say whatever you want, but he's a great person. But, yes, I did bring you up to compliment Jason with our current situation with Mike.
And I would just say right there, McCarthy is absolutely the guy you want to have a beer with. He's the coach you want to have a beer with.
But a salmon cone.
Jason. He's not going to eat a salmon cone. He would have walked in and asked for a shot and a beer. And that's the thing that makes McCarthy the fun dude to hang out with. And McCarthy's a nice guy. And so, it makes sense.
Jason would have ordered a lemonade.
Dwight Powell was in there as well. And then I hear that there's 2 guys in the other room. And I assume they were separate. Mike Tyson and Ric Flair. Woo! What was that? Woo! Okay. I was waiting for a more pronounced woo. How many times has this poor man had to do that? All right, who's done what more? Tyson holding up that stereotypical boxing fist every single fighter has to do, or Flair with the woos?
Or option C, Drew Pearson with the hut.
Drew Pearson with the hut. So it turns out Flair and Tyson are together.
Yeah.
I heard with also friend of the show, Marty Turco.
Turco was there.
And there's the Dallas Stars sending out a photo of Flair and Tyson in the Stars green last night, representing, I think, for Max Domi.
Yeah, that was Ty. That was Ty Domi in the middle. It was Max's dad. And those were 3 of the biggest menaces in sports history. Right in one photo.
Tyson and Flair in the same room, and then there's Domi.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good suite. That's a good suite to be in.
Hell yeah.
The amount of fights. Now, Flair's fights were obviously scripted, Bobby, but Tyson's didn't last very long, especially early on in his career. And then a lot of Domi's fights didn't last very long because he was just an absolute menace too. I can't imagine the amount of fighting stories those 3 had together.
Did you see Tyson doing the towel?
No.
Man, they tried to get him to rally towel spin. That man clearly has never done that because he picked it up. He
couldn't do it.
It's very uncoordinated and not a spin at all. I'll have to show you during the break.
All right, we have OTA coverage brought to you by Bosch. Our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt was on the scene pulling double duty to talk about the opening Cowboy impressions from the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. What was going on with the offensive line? Is Kelvin Joseph playing a new position? The rookies that we're trying to show out? And the latest on the kicking debacle, we got an OTA.
The go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Whoa! Look at that booming voice. That is not Pepe. I'm going to have to do Alec Medford for the Frankel and Frankel reads for me live in the show. Dang. Better than Frankel and Frankel.
Frankel and Frank. Alex, say howdy, folks.
Howdy, folks.
Now we need him to do some Bochy.
That's it. Yeah, we need him to do fake Bochy.
We need him to do fake Bochy. All right, let's go inside the Star. Only one radio station has a full-time host heading on out to practice at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, and that would be our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. And where do you want to start off? We have offensive line. We have guys missing. We have Kelvin Joseph, Deuce Vaughn, the kicker, and Dak Prescott.
Let's start out with the offensive line. And by the way, I'll point out, Sean, not just the only station that has a full-time host out there, had three. Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk also went out to practice yesterday. So we were out there representing. So this was, Terrence Steele was not going to participate yesterday. That was something that we had talked about. Was one of the things we were looking at was, would Terrence Steele, how much would he be involved? How much would Tony Pollard be involved after their injuries and their surgeries this offseason? And Steele being out was a little bit of a frustration because you were hoping to see, what does it look like? What do these combinations look like on the offensive line when they do have Tyron Smith, Tyler Smith, and Terrence Steele all available to them? Did not have Terrence Steele yesterday. Did not have Zach Martin. Zach Martin didn't even show up to the practice field till the very end, and he was wearing sweats. Wasn't even in uniform. Terrence Steele was at least in uniform doing some stuff on resistance cords. But the first team offensive line, which it's a walkthrough, but from left to right, it was left tackle Tyler Smith. Oh! Left guard Matt Farniak. Center Tyler Biotish. Right guard Josh Ball. And right tackle Tyron Smith. So they had Tyron at right tackle, and he was limited in the amount he was actually out there. I don't think he was hurt. It's just veteran type of participation. But for the questions we've had about how much would Tyler Smith do some different things, is he going to be looked at inside at guard? Not a single rep at guard.
Because why wouldn't yesterday they just have put Tyron at left tackle and Tyler at left guard?
Because your left tackle is Tyler Smith.
Good.
Very good.
But
Very good.
Does that mean that Tyron Smith, who had his struggles at right last year, are they penciling him in as their starting right tackle? Right. Or have they committed to him as a swing? There's a lot of... Look, here's one of the factors I think we should consider when talking about how open Terrence Steele would be to a potential move to guard. This guy's about to get paid. The salary difference between a starting tackle and a starting guard in the NFL is significant.
Yeah, forget about the Micah dilemma or problem of them trying to pay him as a linebacker versus a DN. Terrence Steele, that's a real situation for him, more so.
Yeah, it's his financial future. This was an undrafted free agent, a guy who's not making a ton of money relative to other guys, relative to his production. He's one of the best values in the NFL. And he's looking at it, I'm sure, as, hey, this is my opportunity to make my payday. And if you're going to stick me inside at guard, a position I haven't played, and an area where I haven't grown, that would be something that I think would be frustrating to them. But you saw along the offensive line yesterday, Farniak starting at left guard, but he also played right occasionally. They had him playing center some, so a lot of flexibility from Matt Farniak. I think that speaks to they think well of him. He'll be in their rotation. He'll be somebody that's an option if they come up with an injury. But it was interesting seeing Josh Ball kick inside to guard, which is something we had heard about. He played a few snaps there, but just with 2 guards missing, you haven't settled left guard. You're missing Zach Martin. You signed Chuma Edoga, and he's not on the first team line. He was rotating in at left guard. And so interesting, makes you wonder if Edoga is not as high to them as somebody like Farniak or even Ball. But the issue with the offensive line is something that I think once Terrence Steele is back, I still got to believe ultimately what's going to happen if Tyron Smith doesn't settle it himself with injury. Ultimately, Terrence Steele's got to be the right tackle. He was better last year there than Tyron Smith. Tyron Smith is somebody who, if you want to talk about availability being the most important ability or whatever they always say, you need to be able to rely on your tackles and not have all those changes. And Tyron Smith is somebody we know, regardless of if he's ready to play week 1 or whatever else, minimum 3 games he's missing. Probably more. Absolutely. And so that's something that you got to look at. Kelvin Joseph. Boss man fat. Best gunner on the team, along with CJ Goodwin. They're really good on punt coverage. Hasn't been as good of a corner, though. And they were trying out some different things with him positionally yesterday. He was playing, when he would play corner, he was playing inside at nickel. He's basically been a boundary corner his entire time here with the Cowboys. But they were playing him side at nickel. Now, they were missing a couple different guys in the secondary yesterday. Trayvon Diggs was not seen. I asked around. That is not contract related. That is not any sort of a holdout. I believe he was in the building yesterday. He just was not at practice. Okay. And then Jordan Lewis, I don't know where Jordan Lewis was or if he was dealing with any injury or anything else, but Jordan Lewis was not there. So 2 of your top corners, 2 of your top 4 who would be ahead of Kelvin Joseph were not there. So you saw a lot of Stephon Gilmore, Nashawn Wright, Deron Bland, and then Kelvin Joseph playing some side. But I want to say most of the drill time, not the practice reps, but most of the time with the drills, Kelvin Joseph was over with the safeties. He was working with Donovan Wilson, J-Ron Curse. There's a picture I took yesterday where you see him with the safety group, and in the background you see all the corners working. I mean, he was very clearly divided and getting some work in. So I think this is something where they look at it and go, we like what he does on special teams. We got to make sure this clicks on defense in some way, because we cannot just afford to have 2 guys in the secondary, him and Goodwin, who are both just special teams aces. They can't take up 2 defensive back roster spots if you're not contributing.
So if you can't cover, if you can't cover, but you could tackle a little bit, moving corners to safety is not a bad idea.
Oh, and he'll tackle. Look, for all of the crap we give Kelvin Joseph, and I give Kelvin Joseph for on and off the field, Kelvin Joseph is physical. He's one of the most physical, defensive backs on the team. He'll get in there. He'll make tackles. Yeah. Close of the season in 21 when he had to play a lot against Philly, I think he had 11 tackles that game as a corner.
Yeah. Great coaches find ways. I'm not saying that the team is loaded with great coaches. They got good coaches, though. They find ways to use players that they think have skill sets. Well, like Saban moved Diggs to corner from a receiver. My guy Fulmer moved Witten from defensive end to tight end.
Well, you better figure out a way to use 2 guys, because you're about to flush a 2nd and a 4th round pick in Kelvin Joseph and Jabril Cox. These are 2 guys where the alarm is reaching 5. I think we're at a 4 alarm fire. That's the right order in the way it goes in the fire world. We're at a 4 with these guys, and a 2nd and a 4th are about to be useless.
And Jabril Cox, no compression sleeve, no knee brace yesterday.
There you go.
So that's a positive. Looks like there's more trust in the knee, so you're happy with that. But Kelvin Joseph out there doing some work at safety, doing some stuff at nickel, which is good. It's nice to see him doing some different cross stuff. If they can find flexibility for him, that's great. But what it also speaks to is you didn't do well enough the thing we drafted you here to do, which was to be a boundary corner. You didn't do it well enough, and now we've got to find another reason to justify to keep you here. Dan Quinn has hit so many home runs here with veterans, with draft picks, with guys who had been here for a long time, that as soon as he got here, he found the right way to use them and get the most out of them. The biggest miss on his resume sheet right now since he got to Dallas is Kelvin Joseph, probably.
OTA report brought to you by Bosch. Here with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on 105.3 The Fan. Deuce, rookies, or kicker?
Let's talk kicker real quick, because that's something that I know everybody was concerned about. And so Broadus and I were sitting next to each other. We were tracking the kicks. I felt like we were tracking them pretty good. I saw 3 different kicking statistics given for Tristan Vizcaino yesterday. It's what Brian and I had, which we had him going 6 for 9. Nice.
Yeah.
You had Archer saying he went 7 for 9. I saw somebody else said 6 for 8. But either way, there's a little bit of a right lean to these Tristan Vizcaino kicks.
Love that lean.
So wasn't it was it Zerline who had was he left? Zerline, I think, used to have a little left lean that always made you
asked them their politics.
always made you nervous. No, Vizcaino off to the right, and as Brian was saying when we were sitting there watching, he's like, "There's just no boom on his leg." Like,
so, do they prefer? I think I know what I would prefer.
Mm-hmm.
Do they prefer a kick that a guy whose misses to the right, or do they prefer a guy whose misses to the left? Because like in golf, like I want my miss to be right. I know if I miss left, I've hooked it, and it's gonna be a bad spot. I want my miss to be right.
That's a good question. I should ask Fossil that next time, like if that's indicative of anything. But I don't know that they have a preference there. What I know is their preference is if they've got to take a kicker with warts, where either you're just inaccurate or you're inconsistent or whatever else, or you just don't have a lot of power behind your leg, they want guys who can boom the 60-yarder. So I don't know how long Tristan Vizcaino is for this Cowboys roster because he just doesn't have a lot of power in that leg.
So he missed 35, 35, missed 51, and his long was 47.
Yep.
I mean, if you're missing 35 and 51, I mean, like, if you're not going to have a booming leg, you at least better make everything under, like, 48.
Right.
You know, at least just be nails that way.
Yeah, I mean, that was the concerning thing. Look, give him some time, give him some consistency. But, I mean, overall, there's a right hook, and there's a little bit of lacking power there.
Deuce?
And then Deuce, really quickly, Brian was just talking about it. He's like, my gosh, he's like, he really is short. He's like, I think 5'5" might be generous.
Wow.
Dak, he comes up to like the middle of Dak's number when they were standing next to each other. But
what's your height, Medford?
5'7".
Okay. So you got 2 inches on Deuce Vaughn?
Yeah.
I never got a chance to see Kevontae Turpin next to him. I wanted to see if Kevontae Turpin could like give him noogies from how tall he was over him. But Deuce Vaughn yesterday, probably the play of the day. 45-yard go route down the field. Got a lot of separation. Will Greer underthrew it, and Deuce still managed to come back, work back to the ball, get his arms under it, scoop it up. And that's one of the things they like about him is what he can do in the passing game.
Look at Roberto Bell. Double duty. Staying out till 1 with Alec with the Stars fans. Coming in here doing the morning show. And then the only one truly representing amongst the sports talk stations in town with the OTA report brought to you by Bosch. Wait till you hear Dak Prescott. Was he a little irritated yesterday? We'll bring you Rain Dakota coming up at 7:20 during the Expressway. But we have to play you the song that got the Dallas Stars going last night. The Dallas Stars victory song, Kwame Brown versus Shannon Sharp. And people are still loving Ja Morant, especially kids and their shoes. That's next.
But let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford location in Terrell. You can save a lot more. Go see Andrew Beck at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Sprawling save. Heiskanen. They score! Joe Pavelski! A power play goal! And the Stars are still alive.
That was the final call last night on ESPN. Joe Pavelski becomes the oldest player in NHL history to score an OT goal in a potential elimination game. And the Stars are going back to Vegas. This is Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Headlines at 7. And our final concert ticket giveaway of the week at 7:20.
Joe Pavelski, 38 years old, almost 39. He is the oldest player to score 9 goals in a playoff run.
Wow.
The record previously for a player 38 or older was 8. He obviously tied that in the entirety of the Seattle series. He's got that. And with that goal last night, he is now the active leader in NHL history in playoff goals. He passed Alex Ovechkin.
You know, when you
wow,
when you retire, which is, you know, when he does retire, if you retire as the active leader in playoff goals, I mean, I don't know. Like there was talk that he still has work to do to get in the Hall of Fame, but you know, to me, when like if you retire as like the all-time playoff leader in the most important statistical category,
Kachuk,
which is in hockey, to me, goals. I mean, it's hard not to put you in.
Yeah, that's a heck of a Hall of Fame argument.
Yeah, it's like,
more
you know,
than an argument than like a Robert Horry type.
Right, who's just got like 12 rings. Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
like
I mean, Robert Horry he's not a Hall of Famer.
right, he's not. But like, let's just say like you end your career in the NBA as the playoff leader, active playoff leader when you retire in points.
Yeah.
In the NBA playoffs.
You think you're a Hall of Famer?
How are you not getting in? If you retire in baseball as the active leader in postseason home runs, I have a hard time saying that you're not going to get in. Now, I think it already happened because I think Bernie Williams retired as the active leader in home runs in the postseason, and I don't think he got in, or I know he didn't get in. But it's really hard to keep you guys out.
What led to Pavelski's heroics in overtime? What has led to the resurgence of Jason Robertson? What led to Ottinger being able to go in and having a fantastic game with 37 saves? It was not Pete DeBoer. It was not the home crowd. It was the audio production of R.J. Choppy and Bobby Belt combining for the Dallas Stars Game 4 song yesterday.
Woo! Let's go! Let's go Stars! Go Stars, baby! Broke down when I heard the Stars were in need of a dub.
In need of a dub.
Put in the home team's gear and turn the old barn to a club.
Into a club.
We just need Robo and Robo to lead us in goals.
Lead us in goals.
Jamie, don't cause a scene. Let's get Hackabah knocking Ike off of his spot.
Off of the spot.
20K fans and it's Texas, so all the girls hot.
All the girls hot.
They all want Tyler Sagan to meet them uptown at their spot.
Uptown at the spot.
Ooh. Vegas, you're gonna pay. Hey, we're in our rink.
Our ring.
For Game 4 and more. And now Robo is in a groove. Ooh, we just need to win. A win and then we'll finish. The Golden's off in a couple nights. We got the goaltender.
Yeah, he'll stop everything.
We'll score more goals. We got the goaltender. We think.
Yeah, he'll stop everything.
We'll score more goals. Okay. Hey. Oh.
2 takes.
Two takes. Dang it. Yeah.
G-bag of the day right there.
Oh, well, that's great to hear. I always like winning G-bag of the day. I'm just glad they put us on.
Yeah.
They how many times we said, hey, we got a great cut? That was Alec.
Alec was running it yesterday.
You're welcome.
Well done, young man.
Well done. So
I can't take credit though. I can't take credit. I would like to. I can't take credit for that win.
You've got to already have song ideas rolling for back for Memorial Day when we're getting ready for Game 7.
If they get to a Game 7, there will be another song.
We're going back to Vegas. Vegas.
All right. We have even more Dallas Stars Tolo audio from the watch party that was organized and led by Bobby. Alec Medford was the last one standing at 1 a.m. What was the final Tolo audio clip from the Stars party?
Yeah, so this was Tolo Connor, and this, I'm going to hope, against hope, that Peyton edited this correctly before he left. Just like how Lucius left Alec in the lurch with that F-bomb in G-Bag of the Day earlier this week.
Oh, this is F-bomb with what audio?
It was the Tyson Fury audio. There was one of them that didn't get bleeped, and so I had to hit that dump. But this is Tolo Connor, and I think you can tell how inebriated we both are by how quickly this just goes off focus of the question to him, which was, who does he think at the fan would be most likely to get arrested?
Okay, who do you think is most likely at the fan to get arrested, and what crime would it be for?
Who gets the angriest?
I mean, it's Mike Bassick.
Okay. I assume, so if it's Mike, I assume the Mavs probably just lost. I heard him say he hates the Lakers. So let's say Western Conference, Lakers sweep Mavs. And then there's this Laker LeBron. So there's probably going to be some LeBron or Victor, whoever the number one pick is, some rider.
Wembanyama.
Yeah, Wembanyama. And he's probably going to be saying that they're better than Luka and this and that. And Jason Kidd's probably just going to say, hey, no one's done. And then, Mark Cuban's going to say, hey, let's give up all our assets for another bum-ass player.
Oh, makes sense.
So.
All right, so my next question is, you're from Arkansas, you live in the colony. What is it you love about 105 Through the Fan?
Hey, it's the guys coming on out, interacting with everybody, don't seem like you're bigger or better than everybody. So, you're one of us. You're just one of the guys.
What are your thoughts on Sean and RJ?
I listen to it every morning at work. Gets me through the morning.
You like Sean or RJ more?
Hey, I like Bobby Belt more.
There we go. That's it. That's the walk-off right there. Tolo Connor. He's a genius.
He's so drunk.
So, we were both so drunk because, as you'll notice, there was not a crime that he actually listed Bassick was going to jail for.
Yeah.
He was like, well, it'd probably be Bassick, the West Finals. And then I was so drunk I didn't even realize he didn't answer the question. So that's how it happened. But it was a great time, and I heard from a number of listeners yesterday that when we had played some of their audio, they were listening to us toloing, and they're like, "Oh, you played my audio."
Nice.
So people are
Very
plugged
nice.
in.
Speaking of crimes, and I had asked this question to everyone with kids when the Ja Morant news was coming out. What price would Ja's shoes have to drop to when it looked like Nike was taking them? When it looked like Nike was taking them off the market, what price would they have to be for you to buy them for your kids? Choppy said, "I don't care. Give me the discount, and they're going to be in my closet. I'm getting them." Bassick said, I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. Well, the shoes have come out? The Ja shoes?
They pulled them. Did they not?
Did you send the Ja
No,
shoes?
I sent it. So yeah, Nike released the shoes yesterday
Because they had pulled it off the app like a week ago.
Yeah, so they got released yesterday on the Nike sneakers app, and they sold out like that. And how much were the Luka shoes?
110.
110. These were 110. There was no discount. They sold out.
I think that's their number, right? That's just the number they use on all the non-Georges, is 110.
Right, but I thought, when we were talking about it, some people thought they might be a little discounted.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we got to be able to move these. They didn't. 110, full price, and these things sold out really, really fast. You're not able to get them now. Hot commodity. Apparently, they sold out. One fan claims their size was sold out within 3 seconds of opening the app.
Stop it. 3 seconds?
3 seconds.
What does that tell us?
That you can survive anything as long as your colorway is cool.
Except Ja pointing it at you.
Well, yeah, you can't survive that. But, this is something where I thought the same thing as you guys. Like, the sneaker sales would hurt. Nobody, but I mean, this just goes to show there's.
It's a little disturbing to me. It's a little disturbing.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think a lot of times, first of all, how do they look? Right? I think that matters a lot.
They're mid.
Are they? Okay.
Yeah.
That matters a lot. But like if the kids think they're cool, that's what they want. Like that I bought yeah.
I don't like those.
They're okay.
I'm not a huge fan. Like I got my kid Paul George sneakers one time. Why? Because they're on sale for $30. Not because I like Paul George.
You buy them at playoff time? Is that where they're just
it was at playoff time. It was right after the bubble, I think. It was like, okay, I mean that's what they are, right? It's you buy them because they're a good deal. It's also, I think it speaks to you can use everything as a parenting moment for your kids if you want to. And again, does it really matter? Like, I have never bought shoes because of who shoe they are, who's the endorser.
That's the only reason to buy shoes.
I buy because I like the look.
That's the only reason when we were kids. You didn't buy a pair of shoes when you were a kid because of who the person was?
Oh.
Jordans?
Oh, I bought Jordans every year.
I bought the Gary Paytons. They were hideous, ugly. It's like literally like a glove on your foot. I bought them because I love Gary Payton, but that was it. I liked the Celtics with Antoine Walker, Ron Mercer a little bit. And I was like, I'm going to get the Antoine Walkers. That may have been more because I liked the look of it. I wasn't.
I mean, like, I bought the Jordans because I also like the look of the Jordans. Like they looked cool, But whatever it was, it's just to me, it's like now, at least now, it's like I don't care about that. I just care how they fit.
I guess here's my question: Are we asking, or are we believing the bulk of the consumers to be like? Are we believing them to be a different demo than they are? Are these not parents buying sneakers for their kids? Is it just young adult sneakerheads who? To be honest, like a college-aged or young adult person is probably the demo right now most likely to be like, y'all are overreacting to Ja.
Yeah.
And so I'm guessing this is just young adults who are sneakerheads who bought it all up.
Well, I mean, we got, trucker.com text line. Kids aren't buying them. I am. What did Ja do that it was actually illegal? It was bought by bots to be resold. That's the other thing. How many of these are being bought to be resold eventually?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's... It's like the KDs. They're ugly, but all the kids wanted them. Man, that's very true. My kids wanted the KDs. That's true. They wanted the KD socks. My kids wanted the KD socks. That was very odd.
I had no idea he had socks.
They were impossible to put on.
last night, Charles Barkley, while the Miami Heat were losing Game 5, with Boston going back to Florida down 3-2, the guys on TNT asked Charles to try to execute a Boston accent.
I saw Annie at Fenway Park eating chowder on top of the monster.
No, not at all.
Try it one more time, Chuck.
Yeah.
I saw Annie at Fenway Park eating chowder on top of the monster.
Yo, why y'all doing this to this guy, man?
Come on, man.
What's his name?
That was hard with Annie.
The word you really had trouble with was my name.
Arnie.
Is that how you say my name in Boston?
I saw Arnie.
Hey, Arnie.
Eating at Fenway Park eating chowder on top of the monster.
Let's hear a real Bostonian say it.
I gotta hear this.
Saw Ernie at Fenway Park eating chowder on top of the monster.
That sounds just like me. No, hey, Ernie.
Better or worse than Sandler Bochy?
Oh wow. Man.
Which one's better?
It's a little bit better.
A little bit better than Jared's?
Yeah, it's a little bit better.
It's a little bit better because it's really the I saw Ernie that was the problem. That was the biggest problem with it. But man, the Boston accent, whenever I've tried to imitate somebody or I'm just making fun of somebody, they've got a Boston accent, I just end up sounding like a moron.
Let's hear.
Bruce?
I don't, what was the, I can't even do it.
Eating chowder sitting on top
It's
of
gonna
the
come
monster.
out. Yeah, okay, see, you can. You're East Coast. Yeah, eating chowder, sitting on top of the monster. I don't know. I can't. To me, the Boston accent and the Australian accent there's a dividing line that vaguely makes them a little similar because they're Oz.
I never thought of that.
Probably because it's an ignorant point.
It's a
great point.
Pete DeBoer.
Chop. You gotta say chop on top of the monster.
Pete DeBoer making the right call in goal for the Stars, extending the series. The Rangers are back in action, and America's golfing sweetheart got a little reality check in Fort Worth. Final headlines of the week and our final concert ticket giveaway next.
Always a welcome sign for this. Only the fans.
Haskinen has a lot of room. Sends it down low, hoping for a tip. Robertson batted it in. Out of midair. A power play goal for Robertson. And a 1-1 game.
The first of Jason Robertson's 2 goals, that was magical. That was some Harlem Globetrotter type skills with what Robo did. He later scored the second one to tie, and then Joe Pavelski with the one-timer on the power play in overtime. The Stars win in overtime. I don't think there's any team in the history of the National Hockey League who started off 0-5 in their first 5 overtime games, so the Dallas Stars avoid that. They get on the board, they show resolve, even after being down 1-0, even after going to overtime, which has been their kryptonite, even without Jamie Benn. I was wrong about the coin flip decision. I was like, I could see them going to Wedgwood. I could see them going away from Ottinger early. I would not kill Pete DeBoer for that. I was wrong about even second-guessing it. Otter had 37 saves. He was fantastic. And here's Pete DeBoer on the Stars, keeping focus even after giving up the early goal.
I just, we had a great mindset tonight. We had great energy. We had great focus. I don't feel like we don't feel like we should have been down 3-0. Self-inflicted game 3, game 2. We had that game in our control and found a way to lose it. So we wanted to make sure that we took care of business, and we did. And now you got to go do it again.
I was hearing Hagelin talk about Rod Brindamore, the Hurricanes head coach, saying, we didn't lose 4 games. We didn't really get swept by the Panthers.
Yeah.
That's what I thought of yesterday and listening to KMC when Pete DeBoer is like, we shouldn't be down 3-0.
We should. Then they shouldn't. Rod the Bod, that's what they call him, Rod Brindamore. Rod the Bod.
The Bod?
He is shredded.
Oh, he looks like the Gabe Kapler of hockey.
He is absolutely the Gabe Kapler of hockey. He is shredded, man.
I mean,
wow.
What?
Wow.
Interesting.
There he goes. That's something I would have said.
Bobby's like really disturbed.
I know, he is.
You
haven't been here long enough.
He didn't laugh it off. When Choppy says it, you're fine. When I say it, all of a sudden.
There's a certain expectation from Choppy. I don't expect to hear juicy coming from you.
We all rub off on each other eventually.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah.
I was wondering why Bobby.
Wow. But no, look, this was they didn't quit. That was like that was the number one thing. Obviously, you want them to win the series. Like, just don't go down without a fight. Don't quit here. And they didn't. And now we'll see what happens over the weekend. And we may get back here after the Memorial Day weekend, get ready for a Game 7. And that would be cool as hell, man. That would be super cool. It's happened before. There's one sport where you can come back from 3-0 down. It's this one. It's happened twice since 2010. It's happened 4 times in the history of the sport. That's 4 more times than any other sport, right? Or 3 more, I guess, because it happened in baseball once. It can happen. It really can. They've got the goalie to do it. If he gets hot, and then if Robertson stays hot, they can absolutely could do it.
How many people do you think were trying to say last night, Jamie Benn? He gave them this spark. He got them locked in, and they were motivated and ready to play. I will say that is something that they deserve credit for last night. Is you talking about they didn't quit? They didn't quit without their captain out there, and a lot of distraction for.
That's because he's not going to be the captain anymore.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of distraction for this team. Not just with. There was a lot of national discussion about the Ben thing. The Stars fans were getting a lot of heat for how they acted at the end of the second period. And so there was a lot of negative energy surrounding the Stars, and they came out focused, ready to play. Otter was really, really good.
Meanwhile, another team that's trying to stave off a sweep and make history is the Boston Celtics, who got it done in Game 5.
Off to White. A 3. White with his 3rd triple and 11 points for the Celtics. Off in time and down the hatch.
Harlan with the call on TNT. Boston has now dominated 2 straight games.
Mm-hmm.
We're going back to Miami, where, Bobby, you said that who's favored in the game and the series?
Boston is favored in the game, -2.5. but the Heat are still favored in the series. The Heat are minus 135.
Wow.
That's just a Vegas hedge. Okay. That's all it is.
'Cause that doesn't add up.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I guess the percentages that you got to win 2 games, so the percentages are obviously still in Miami's favor. They're playing at home, but they're just hedging it. That's all they're doing.
How often do you think we get to game 5 before a money line favorite wins the game? Which is what happened last night. First time the money line favorite won in this series.
Wow.
The Celtics are going to complete this comeback. Only 3 teams have forced a game 7 after trailing 3-0. And I think we're 0-150. But unless they have a Boston brain fart, which they're very capable of doing, Jason Tatum disappearing in the fourth quarter. The role players for Miami doing their thing at home. All the pressure is now on the Heat.
Yeah.
All of the pressure is on the Heat, and Eric Spoelstra was asked about his team's mood.
With 2 chances still to close out the series, but with 2 losses by 30 total points, mentally, are you concerned about where this team is? Can you just tell us sort of in the locker room, where is this team?
Who cares about mood? We have a gnarly group, so
gnarly.
I think so much of that is overrated.
Gnarly group.
Gnarly group. Okay. I mean, by the way, we were part of the last 3-0 series that went to game 7.
Yep.
2003, we were up 3-0 against Portland. Portland went on a 21-zip run in game 4 to stave off elimination, won the next 2 games, and then finally lost in game 7.
That's the very famous Rasheed Wallace, both teams play hard.
Yeah,
that's
right.
That press conference was from that series.
Both teams played hard. Yep, that was. I remember that it was yesterday. That Portland team was so fun. When
the Jailblazers?
Yeah, when they played, so they were practicing between games downstairs in the Mavs practice gym at the AAC. I wanted to I made it a point to go to every single of their practices just to get post practice sound.
I thought you were going to buy weed.
Wallace. Wasn't Pippen on that team?
No, Pippen wasn't on that. That was Bonzi Wells, Zach Randolph. It was
Darius Miles.
Yep.
I think Darius was still there.
Damon. Maybe Stoudemire. You're thinking maybe the 2000 team of the Kobe to Shaq. That dunk, Western Conference Finals. Scotty was on that team. Steve Smith, Stoudemire.
Yep.
But I was thinking of the young Jailblazers.
Yeah, I mean that was a.
Is that Zach Randolph too?
This was this team was Arvydas Sabonis, Damon Stoudemire, Bonzi Wells, Rasheed Wallace. Pippen was on the team. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Ruben Patterson.
Okay, those were not the Jailblazers then. The Jailblazers were a little younger than that. Anyway, we're going back to Miami.
Going back to Miami.
Pack a suit. Pack one suit,
Pack
Shaq.
one suit.
That's it. Let's go around the NFL here on DFW Sports Station. Of course, our OTA coverage is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. Darren Waller, we're already terrified of the Philadelphia Eagles. And now is RJ feeling worried that he's going to be wrong about Brian Daboll after the new number 1 receiver for the Giants was praising his new team.
We value our opinions here. And, as a player, I feel like a lot of places I've gone, it's, you're told to do things a certain way and you do those things. And but here it's like they ask a lot of questions. They want to know what you're thinking, why, what do you like to do more, and so to offer input is a really cool thing because coaches and players got to be in partnership. We're all together and shouldn't be clashing with each other. We're all going in the same direction.
So he's loving the culture. Apparently, him and Josh McDaniels got into it. Waller went during his time off, I believe. I'll double check that it was his time off. Here it is. There was a point of contention when Waller left during the bye week to propose. To propose to Vegas Aces star Kelsey Plum instead of rehabbing. Didn't tell the team what he was doing, and McDaniels didn't like it. So him and Josh McDaniels did not get along. Darren Waller's loving the Giants, and other OTA highlights that y'all can chime in on however you want. Russell Wilson has lost weight, which I said that he needed to do.
Let's ride.
He's
Broncos country.
He's leaner. Wouldn't get into how much. The Patriots have been punished. They've been punished by the league. Cheating again. This time with time in the building, extra hours of the building, losing 2 OTA sessions and a $50,000 fine for Bill Belichick. Ooh. One thing about Waller, and look, I give Daboll a lot of grief, but he seems to be running a ship that's
clicking on all cylinders. Like he just seems to be running like a good program in New York. Now, if he ever gets good players, that might actually be scary. If he gets himself a quarterback, it might be scary.
Well, Darren Waller makes it sound like other NFL teams don't ask input. Like Brian, you think it's something simple, but Daboll won everyone over early on by asking the offensive players, everyone send me your favorite plays that you like to run. You think that'd be a common sense thing to do,
I
but
agree.
But then you'd think maybe on the other side, the egomaniacs in the NFL are like, I'll tell you what the best plays are.
Well, where has he played? He played in Baltimore, John Harbaugh, who is going to have his own ideas about things and what he wants to do. He played with the Raiders, which was Gruden, and then McDaniels, and that whole aspect of it. And so it's great. It's awesome for Giants that they've got this winning culture that they're building or whatever else. But I'll believe it. I'll believe it when I see it. Like, I mean, I'm concerned with what they could build. I don't think they're ready to really contend right now. Darren Waller, I also think, because of like what you pointed out there, you remember what the final straw was before he got traded? It was Josh McDaniels had told reporters he was getting married that weekend, Waller, and they wanted it to be a secret, and they lost their minds and were like, get me out of here. And so there's some tension there. So there's always going to be the, it's so much better than Josh.
McDaniels pulled a McKenzie.
Yeah, I pulled a McKenzie.
And
That's
Choppy
right.
was Waller.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
So you really empathize with Darren Waller.
I really do. I really do.
Meanwhile, it came out that Jimmy Garoppolo.
Johnny Garoppolo.
He had, Garoppolo.
Oh, yeah, Johnny Garoppolo.
Had foot surgery in March. Sidelined.
Like, this Niners team, man, they are just dirty. The entire Niners organization is dirty. I mean, first of all, they didn't trade him last year. They screwed everything up because of the injury. And then this year, the team doctors with the Niners said, nah, you don't need surgery. He gets to the Raiders and like, yeah, man, you got like a Liz Frank. You need surgery.
Out to the start of training camp for Jimmy G. Meanwhile, the Rangers are back in action today, right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's going to be a 5:30 pregame in the middle of the G-Bag Nation, and they are taking on the Baltimore Orioles.
This is like a heavyweight fight that you really didn't expect to have. Baltimore and the Rangers have like the second and third best records in the sport at this point, or in the American League. They are both having a great year.
Orioles have the tied for third best run differential in the American League. They've won 2 in a row and 7 of their last 10.
Yeah, so they won the last 2 games. They lost the first game in New York, then they won the last 2.
Yeah, better record than we do.
And then the second game of that series, the one they won, the first one, they were down like 5-1 in the 7th. They scored 8 in that inning. And this is a battle of 2 completely different teams. The Orioles starting pitching is not great. Their bullpen is dominant. And obviously our starting pitching is really, really good. And the bullpen is poop.
Awful. This is a good opportunity. This is the game they need to take. This is the best pitching matchup of the series that they're going to have. Grayson Rodriguez has struggled a lot. He's a top prospect, but he's struggled a lot. And John Gray's been pitching really, really well. This is the one they need to take advantage of.
And they're going to screw it up, man. The Orioles are farting around with Adley Rutschman's contract. They're going to screw this up. They need to lock him up right now.
Headlines on a Friday to get you ready for your extended holiday weekend. Glad you're starting it with us here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Was Dak Prescott a little bit irritated yesterday answering some Mike McCarthy questions? What does the new offense look like? What is it going to be like having McCarthy in his ear? And what did Dak learn from watching all the interceptions last year? A surly Dak Prescott? Next, along with our final concert ticket giveaway of the week for you turning it on, leaving it on, The Fan. But let me get you. Sports Center at the Star in Frisco yesterday with Brian Broaddus and Zach Walchuk. Was Dak Prescott a little bit irritated? We're going to empty the junk drawer and our final concert ticket giveaway of the week, sending you to Avenged Sevenfold here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And this is Dak Prescott being asked about, what did Mike McCarthy say about this originally?
So Mike McCarthy this offseason had told reporters that he and Dak have gone over all of his interceptions from the last 3 years. So the 3 years that McCarthy's been here, that they've gone over all of them, they watched them, they learned from them and everything else. And so Dak was
nothing bad about that. I don't hear anything wrong with that.
No, I don't think so.
Nope.
But just how they sat down and looked through that. So Clarence had asked Dak about that yesterday, and it just the reaction, at least I think, was interesting. There could be a couple different explanations for it, and we'll talk about them, but it was just an interesting reaction from Dak.
Mike told us early in the offseason that you guys went over every interception last 3 years. What did you learn, and how does this offense help you, or what they're doing help?
Yeah, he didn't quite say that the right way. That wasn't all that would happen, you know what I mean? Okay. It wasn't quite that, you know. But, yeah, I just learned in the sense of it's really the things that we're cleaning up this offseason, and whether it been my decision-making or the details within the play that ultimately my decision-making fell fault too. So, yeah, just being cleaner and understanding that, like, that's why I'm saying purpose. Is when you went back and you looked at that tape, you could see that guys weren't necessarily thinking what I was thinking, and we weren't on the same page, and maybe that clear-out route didn't understand that he had to get out of there, and that was part of the interception, that when all 11 are on the same page and we understand why, the whole passing game is going to be cleaner. My decision-making, my throws, these guys play-making, them catching and run the ball, all of that's going to be cleaner.
Good answer. Good overall answer. Again, wide receiver communication, something Jerry Jones has been talking about for 2 years. But in the beginning of that, he sounded a little irritated.
There's two explanations here, I think. The first one is something about the way it was presented, something about the way Dak had heard it was presented.
Yeah.
He didn't like. The other aspect of this that I'm wondering about a little bit is, in fact, Alec, the very beginning of cut 3, not the whole thing, but can you just really quickly play the very beginning of cut 3, because it's going to be relevant to this.
How much more time are you spending with him? And because he talked about,
No, nothing illegal. Yeah, nothing illegal. No, we're all within the books.
Why?
Okay, so there you go. He looked very serious and said nothing illegal. The other aspect I'm wondering of this is if the way McCarthy presented the discussion could have been a CBA violation if Dak was trying to shut down and minimize how much contact they had. That's the alternative theory that I have here. So it's either frustrated with the way it was presented to the media, or frustrated that, hey, this could get us in trouble if he presents it a certain way, and I need to make sure it's clear that it wasn't that.
I have a theory.
All right, let's hear it.
It kind of relates to our show and a meeting, since I know the boss is listening, a meeting we're going to have after the show today. So, like, we basically have, how many meters is in this city? It's
4.
It's like a handful of little beepers that determine our fate. It's the most insane, moronic way that anyone could ever be judged. It's a lottery. It's a lottery. If the people that get these little meters don't listen to you, you're basically screwed. Like, they play with people's lives and money. So you get judged off of that. So we think we have been doing pretty good, decent shows. But if the wrong people don't have these little meters, it's alarming. What's wrong? Let's do a deep dive breakdown. And if I'm Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy comes to me and says, let's sit down and let's evaluate all these interceptions for the last 3 years, I would say, for what? You're acting like this is a chronic problem and issue. I am the opposite of a turnover-prone quarterback. Last year was a fluke. So,
well, you had 8 of them that were tip balls or whatever. 6.
8 of them were tip balls. So it's like you're studying something that is being made to be bigger than what it actually is. Yeah. Why are we breaking down my last 3 years of picks? It's a 1-year thing. If anything, people call me a bus driver, Sean Sharif, for being too conservative with the football and handing it off and letting the offensive line and the other. So that's my theory. maybe Dak's a little irritated. Like, we don't need to sit down and break down my mistakes for 3 years. This is a 1-year thing, and I've been in the league for what, Jerry? 4, 5,
6 years.
6 years.
Fifth year?
That's my theory.
I don't think it's wrong. I mean, I if you're Dak, and plus you're also Dak, you're like, dude, I've won 24 games in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing here? So.
I do think you can sit down and look at all the film to be like, now look, under Kellen, this is what you did. Under me, this is where we're going.
Yeah.
This is the read to make. This route's going to be different. You go over all that. Dak Prescott is not above film watching.
No,
which I know you're not suggesting. But I think if it's presented as we're going to break down all the interceptions for the last 3 years. Okay, 3 years ago, I threw 4. You want to break them down?
Yeah, so
you want to break them down? The year before, I threw 10. Big whoop-de-doo. And then last year was 15.
So, also, like, look at it this way. Did you notice Tua? Did you guys notice Tua, the picture of Tua that circulated yesterday?
No.
He's
thick.
What?
Thick.
Yeah, well, no, not that.
He been eating some Cubano sandwiches out there.
He took Russell Wilson's seconds.
He's got a camera. He's got a camera on the side of his helmet.
Oh, I didn't see it.
And that's so
to measure how hard he hits the ground.
Right. That's so McDaniel can go back and watch it after practice and see his progressions.
Oh, I love that.
And see if he's doing the right thing with his progressions. And if he's not, they can correct that. And if he is, okay, good. You're making the right read. Your progressions are right.
Love it.
You're making the right throw. Because at the end of the day, the moment the quarterback releases the ball, if he made the right read and the right throw, basically everything after that's kind of out of his control, right?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'd be interested to know how many quarterbacks you can maybe pull that with a young quarterback. I'd be interested to know how many veteran quarterbacks would be okay with that. Like, you're going to put a kid, you're literally going to try and see through my eyes how I'm going through the progressions. Like I think you do.
I don't think that's a problem.
No. I'm not. I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying I wonder how many just quarterbacks in general, with the way they approach the game and their study, how they'd be like, dude, I put in the work on this, and now you are that anal about it that you want to catch up on what I'm doing in the moment.
Everyone, look, man.
Everyone's got a boss.
Everyone's got to be susceptible to coaching.
Yep, sure.
Russell Wilson he's gonna have to act like a rookie right now.
He's in for a rude awakening.
He's in for a rude awakening, as KJ Wright pointed out, who played with Russ in Seattle, and we all know that it sounded like Pete Carroll treated Russ with kid gloves. And yesterday he came out and said, "I don't know if Russ is gonna be able to handle this. Sean Payton's gonna give it to you. He's going to call you out. He's going to put you on blast. Let's see if sensitive Russ can deal with it."
Tom went through that with Brady, with Belichick.
Yeah.
Parcells or Romo early.
Parcells. I mean, yeah, Parcells with any quarterback that he had.
You think in year 12, Bill Parcells would be afraid to tell Tony Romo?
No.
You went to the wrong place with the ball.
No. Remember the fight him and Sims had on the sideline, right? Great players want to be coached. They just want to be. They want to be coached. That doesn't mean they want to be yelled at. Yeah. They want to be coached, and there's a difference between yelling and coaching. And I would have if
look, this just in, by the way, Dak Prescott has another level to reach. All right, we ain't talking about coaching up Peyton Manning and Tom Brady right here. Like you're not above it, and I'm not trying to. If Dak feels that way. He's got another level to reach. He may be thinking, yo, I am the hardest worker out here, which he probably is. So, I don't know. A couple different theories, but that's all. We're just dumb fat guys talking about it.
No, I don't think it's a bad theory. Like I said, it's very interesting. There's no bigger politician in that building in terms of knowing how to stay measured and give answers a certain way than Dak Prescott.
It's like if you come home drunk one night, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not Bobby. It's the opposite of Bobby. It happens very rarely. Alec Medford stays out with Bobby till 1 a.m. and the girlfriend gives him, she either just says, okay, cool, fine, or we need to have a big talk about this.
Yeah.
You might have a problem. And it's a one-off, and it's like, shut up. Like, just reheat me the pizza. Help me sober up. Be quiet. Stop. Wow. It's not a big deal.
No one's dying.
No one's dying. It's not a big deal.
Remember, Alex, so say that. Just say, shut up, if she ever tells you anything.
Put a cup of water in the microwave when you reheat the pizza so it helps the crust. All right, let's go.
Yeah, so this is another interesting cut here. This is number 4, Alec, because when you talk about the communication, the level of communication, and we talk about the Tua camera and things like that, and how much we wonder, does Dak feel like McCarthy should be overanalyzing what he does? This was interesting when they were talking about the amount that McCarthy can talk to Dak in the headset pre-snap.
What do you want when the play's called in and you get that little extra time before it shuts off? Do you want him to throw reminders out there, or would you like a guy just, hey, call the play and leave me alone?
Yeah, no, leave me alone. One is because the time that we spent throughout the week. I mean, he shouldn't have to give me a reminder, and I would think he would say the same, is because we're going to be talking all week long about the communication, about the play, what its purpose is, the situation of the game down a distance. So therefore, when that play is called, that conversation should have been held a couple of days ago, that I know what he's thinking, why it's called, where we are in particular with that situation, and how to execute it.
Great question by Archer. You know what this is going to lead to? We are going to keep, this show needs to keep an eye roll counter, and we're going to zoom in on Dak Prescott just like Aaron Judge is at bats. How many times is Dak going to roll?
Oh, yeah.
Are we going to get an eye roll or two, and then we'll blow that up in the media of him getting irritated or tired of hearing McCarthy or something that McCarthy said? But how about Dak just being like, no, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. We've already gone through that throughout the week.
I don't hate that, though. Once the play call's in, I could see, because you remember that was the talk about Goff under McVay, is that they were like, McVay could stay in his ear up until 15 seconds left on the play clock and was basically playing the quarterback's brain up until 15 seconds.
And you know what that does? It hinders the development and the growth of the quarterback.
And I could see, I don't think, that's not the norm. I think for most quarterbacks, they get the play and then they go out there and they evaluate and say, do I want to check? Do I want to do? And so I could definitely see Dak or any other veteran quarterback saying, I'm in year 7. You've given me the call. I got it. I understand why you made the call. But if I see something different, I'm doing something different.
Yeah. And you know, like, again, you could do that early on in the career. And that's great. I do think it's a little short-sighted because I do think it stunts the growth. You've got to, like, trial by fire, man. Cream will rise. Throw these guys out there. I don't need to see if Jack Leiter is I don't need to see him in AA if he's dominating. Mm-hmm. Cream will rise, man. Bring him up. Right? I'm not suggesting bring him up. I'm just saying, like, you got to let these guys go out there, fail on their own, and succeed on their own.
Dak Audio brought to you by Bosch Power Tools with our OTA coverage. Bobby Belt out in the Cowboys locker room.
So this will be Dak clip 2. What's it like having Mike McCarthy here? Because Mike McCarthy is going to be calling these plays, and so he will be on the headset for the first time talking directly to Dak. And so what is it like to have McCarthy in there?
Yeah, it's different. I tell you, you hear that accent a little bit more when he calling these plays. I called one out there today. I'm like, look back, like, oh, is that the right? And it was just his accent was tough to hear, but no, it's been fun. Being able to just work with him in that light, you know what I mean? And every day hands on, it's exciting, it's refreshing, and I know he's enjoying it, getting back into football, head first into the film, and just what we're doing. So it's exciting.
Wow, finally a positive answer on the interaction. That's good at least to hear.
Well, other than his accent makes it to where can I even understand the play call, Mike? with you saying, you're the Pittsburgh accent?
How can we simulate a play call with a Pittsburgh accent? What's the Pittsburgh accent?
I can't do that Yinzer. I can't do it.
If there's an O vowel, that's where it's going to trip him up because they say, oh. So they'll like comment and stuff like that. Comment, so he does a little bit of that. That level of communication, though, with McCarthy, the extent that, not just in the headset, but how much it's been there during this offseason and how that's going to improve their relationships. Dak was asked about that.
How much more time are you spending with him? And because they talked about,
nothing illegal. Yeah, nothing illegal. No, we're all within the books.
Why?
We follow.
I mean, compared to your first 3 years of him being here, I mean, how much more time are you and him communicating?
A ton. I mean, just in the simple fact that he's the play caller now. So just being able to understand and being in the same wavelength and understanding why he's calling the play, what's the purpose of that play, and what he expects out of that, and just making sure that we're on the same accord there. And it has to be that constant communication. As we just said, as he just broke, and we said, you know what, go look at everything we put in, make sure that we're running the things that you like and the things that we're good at. And if it's something that, you're just a little iffy about it, let's get it out. Let's master what we're great at. So just having that clear communication and being able to work with him day in and day out, as I said, it's new, it's refreshing, and it's fun for both of us.
You find yourself calling him at night or just here?
No, I'm good on that one. I see him enough.
I see him enough. Good on that.
So there it is. Bobby putting in work right here on your home of America's team with Sean and RJ. Let's hook y'all up for listening.
All right, Tolos, caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 will win a pair of tickets to see Avenged Sevenfold along with special guests Falling in Reverse at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on October 15th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right. It is time for the junk drawer, the leftovers that we weren't able to get to Monday through Thursday, and just a couple of lighthearted, funny stories to lead you into the weekend. We do it every single Friday during the Expressway, and let's get to it right now.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junkin! I don't think I mentioned this late last week, but if I did, whatever, it relates to being drunk and buzzed. Anyway, the DUI dog. This is some advice for y'all. Tonight, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, your extended weekend, someone tried to go ahead, people when they get pulled over, there's a couple of crazy myths out there. Put coins, put pennies in your mouth. That'll reduce. I did that in college when I went to jail. I grabbed a bunch of pennies in the cup holder, threw them in the mouth. I really did. Because that's a myth that's out there. The other, you try to think of, okay, switch seats with me. You weren't drinking. You've had less. Let's go ahead and try to switch and hope the officer doesn't see it. Well, someone tried to do that with their dog.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Someone tried to put the dog in the driver's seat.
It's clever.
It is clever.
This is something that I think I respect the commitment to trying to do whatever you can to avoid the jail time.
Could you get away with this with like those self-driving cars?
I assume so.
Like with a Tesla, you could be like, oh, the dog can operate. We can get where we need to go even with an animal in the driver's seat. He was driving. She was there.
There is I've always been told that if you've been drinking, and let's just say you want to go sleep in your car, that even that doesn't work. Like you have to turn the car on, sit in the passenger seat, and then leave the keys outside the vehicle.
The keys can't be in the ignition.
Well, what if you have a key fob? So you got to leave it on the tire or something like that, right?
What?
Yeah, because it can't be in the vehicle. So you put it on the tire outside the car, and take your nap.
Wow.
That's the extent you got to take to it. So it's like I can't.
The keys cannot be in the vehicle.
Wow. Well, this occurred a couple of weeks ago in Colorado, Springfield, Colorado. And the Springfield police, I always like when a police department goes to their Facebook or whatever else to just talk about a weird crime or a weird incident. And just say, hey, look at this loser that we pulled over the other day. And this was at 11:30 on a Saturday night. And this driver was going 52 and a 30. And when the officer approached, he witnessed something a little odd. He said the driver attempted to switch places with his dog who was in the passenger seat. As the SPD officer approached and watched the entire process, the male party then exited the passenger side of the vehicle and claimed he was not driving. So that's not. I respect the commitment to just trying to come up with anything.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm screwed. I know I'm probably screwed.
Yep.
I might as well throw a Hail Mary. I might as well have Zeke snap the ball.
Yeah, I know. That's it. That's a good one.
Very creative.
Barefoot Boys Summer. Now, we've heard of Hot Girl Summer in the past, right? Hot Girl Summer.
Yes.
Well, this one is Barefoot Boys Summer. Now, we just had Short King Spring, too.
What's that?
Alec just
did
Alec.
Double fist pump.
Short King Spring. But now, it's the free-spirited cousin of Hot Girl Summer. This is where...
Hang on. Do you have a girlfriend, Alec?
Not at the moment, no.
Not at the moment. Okay. What's the average height of the girl that you date? What's the tallest one you've dated, and how tall would you go?
Okay, good question. The tallest I dated was the last girlfriend. She was 5'6", so an inch shorter. The average, I'd say around 5'3".
Okay.
Yeah, so not too short, not too tall, just kind of right in the middle.
Do you feel like women out there do you think that they kind of eliminate you?
Oh, absolutely.
They're shortest, they're heightest out there?
Absolutely. No, I got buddies that are 6'4", 6'5", and it's just, a walk in the park.
Throwing darts.
Yeah.
What do you think Peyton's problem? Never mind. We'll let him recover.
Mustache.
It's definitely the mustache. So, Barefoot Boys Summer. These are there, and there are photos out here of celebrities in LA walking to go get coffee without shoes on. So they're just walking around barefoot.
Out in the so you're not just talking about in your backyard.
No. You go to the Superbar, you go to Home Depot, you go to wherever, Walmart, shoeless. Which I'm sorry, I grew up in a no shirt, no shoes, no service world. Is that gone? Are we out? So you can just walk around, dogs out, all over the place?
Gen Z, man, this is what they're doing. They're ruining society.
Yeah.
Do you walk around your backyard? Like, are you? I grew up barefoot.
I am barefoot all the time.
Like, I could walk on stones outside. I can walk.
Don't care. Yeah.
It doesn't matter to me. But that all changed after I stepped on my brother-in-law's nail while he was putting up a tent, and these crooks at these docking boxes tried to charge me $2,000 for a pair of crutches.
No, I'm pretty much barefoot. I have house shoes, like slippers.
Yeah.
I have house that I wear. But like
hotel room even. Like, I hate it.
Yeah.
Like, I can't wear socks I close my eyes when I get out of the shower and take the first step or two on the hotel room floor barefoot, because
you don't put the rug down, the little mat.
No, I mean out in the room.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Out in the room.
Yeah, it's dirty, it's filthy, but I'm barefoot almost all the time. But I would never. I mean, my grandfather used to do this. Like, when he got older. I mean, this guy would just rock the same green army tank shorts and barefoot, and just walk into Publix in Florida.
No.
Publix, the store, and just slapping his feet everywhere.
Walking barefoot?
He didn't care, man. He was like 88 years old. He was like, I don't give it. No one's gonna tell me what shoes to wear.
These businesses can't allow it. There's no way.
That's disgusting.
Text if there's one business out there where you allow someone to walk in your facility barefoot. No way.
So just quickly, you in the hotel, you have a carpet issue or a tile issue that you don't want to walk in barefoot?
Carpet.
How dirty can it be?
It could be filthy.
Is it?
You know how many
Hotels?
hairs you're probably stepping on?
Yeah.
I can see the tile. I can see what hair and what crap is in the tile. I can't see the floor. You're walking the first step on that carpet.
I've never thought
with like a little bit wet foot out of the shower.
Oh yeah, the
what you're
carpet's disgusting.
soaking up and
that's gross.
what you're sponging up.
That's gross.
Do you not dry your feet?
I mean, I'm just talking about if there's there could be 2 or 3 drops.
Sure.
Like, you don't get your full body.
Yeah.
I'm not going through a car wash. Like, you get a backdrop here and there when you put on a shirt.
Look, the hotels are in general disgusting. Like, something drops on the floor of a hotel. Oh,
I still do it. I don't put on socks, but I'm cringing.
If I drop my mouth guard I sleep with on the floor of my house, I might pick it up and just put it right back in. On a hotel, I am soaking this thing in rubbing alcohol for 3 days.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
One of the hotels I was at last season when we were traveling.
Well,
I'm not kidding. Headboard, 2 handprints. And I just told myself it's somebody trying to mess with the next person. That's what they did. They just did this and put them up there or something like that. But that's what I had to tell myself. The Bachelor, very popular television program, formerly hosted by Chris Harrison, big Cowboys fan before he got canceled for something.
Shout out Tony Casillas.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed.
Do you know what my reference is?
No, you just said Tony Casillas. I like Tony Casillas because I like Tony Casillas.
You just did a fake agreement.
That was not
fake.
No, you said shout out to Tony Casillas. I just said yes, indeed. I didn't know what the reference was, but yeah, cool.
Yeah, well,
Tony
you
Casillas.
should know
I like
what the
Tony,
reference was.
but I like Tony, so I don't know. I know Tony a little bit, so I like him. And so, what's the reference? Hit me.
Huge viewer of The Bachelor.
Oh, that's it. Oh, okay. Great reference, Sean.
Well, I think go. Story's kind of weak, so go fast. Story's kind of weak.
No, they are now doing the Golden Bachelor. Okay, so this is going to be what they're doing. They're tired of looking for young love. What they're going to do now is they're going to give senior citizens a second chance at love for their sunset years. And here's my problem with this. Isn't a big appeal on this show, and I wouldn't know, I don't watch it, but isn't a big part of this appeal here is the PG-13 sex scenes and sexual tension? And don't you strip all of that out for the viewer when it's...
They're copying MILF Manor.
MILF Manor.
MILF Manor.
Huh.
You never saw the commercials?
I've never seen that.
Never seen the
I
advertisements?
saw MILF Island or whatever it was.
Yeah, it was some MILF show. Great. All the kids in the car. Man, what's the MILF on, Dad?
School's out, baby.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
School's out, man.
Nice. So I think they're trying to copy this, but I'm for it. I can't watch The Bachelor. It's old. It's stale. So throw some of the Cougars up in there.
Old and stale like it's new contestants.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Put them up in there.
Jeffrey Bezos.
Oh, yeah.
Jeffrey Bezos.
So he is now newly engaged to former TV anchor Lauren Sanchez. Now, you remember, he was married to Mackenzie Scott for 26 years. He built a bulk of his wealth almost all of it, during their marriage. They did not have a prenup. When they split in January of 19, she inherited $38 billion and almost 20 million shares of Amazon stock.
Oh, my.
She became like the 7th richest person in the world by getting divorced. Well, he's newly engaged, and he is going to have a prenup. This prenup, Sean, is going to consist of, according to the New York Post, $1 million for every year they're married, including multi-million-dollar residence or residences that will be added to the prenup that he will give to her if they were to split.
So $1 million a year for marriage.
$1 million a year.
Okay.
And then multi-million-dollar residence or residences that are going to be thrown in. Doesn't say anything about the $500 million yacht that he has.
Yeah.
That he had to dismantle a Netherlands bridge to get it out.
$1 million a year. You better have a lot more to read because $1 million a year is pretty weak.
It is.
You be married for 7 years. You walk away with $7 million in a condo.
It may not be a condo. It may be a house on the beach of Malibu on the PCH.
Let's say it's 20 mil.
Maybe it's true love.
That ain't 38 bill like the other one got.
Well, no, but according to the article, a lot of people who have
and you got to pay the property taxes.
Yeah, a lot of people who have who are billionaires who have gotten divorced will enter in a very large prenup for the second one because they want a zero contest divorce, especially if you live in California. It's just a 50-50 without the prenup. So this is like, look, this is the price to pay. You know, if I'm him, I'm like, here, $1 million a year, several houses, or you can just stay with me.
And that's it. No shares? No shares?
No, it says no shares. It doesn't say anything about shares of stock.
Man.
It just says $1 million a year plus multi-million-dollar household. That's what they have as of now. They haven't gotten the entire prenup or what it will entail. This is just what the preliminary is.
She signed that Patrick Mahomes contract. Yeah. That was stupid.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. We got Roberto, Alec, and Ryan running things from home on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Reversing the age process in the Metroplex?
Yeah, Dallas is part of a national story, probably the weirdest story of the week. This is from the New York Post. An anti-aging zealot who spends $2 million a year in a quest to turn back time has dragged his teenage son into being his personal, quote, blood boy. Brian Johnson, the 45-year-old tech tycoon who wants to keep his internal organs, his sexual organs, functioning youthfully, enlisted his 17-year-old son to provide blood transfusions, according to Bloomberg. At a clinic near Dallas last month, Johnson, his 70-year-old dad, Richard, and his son, Talmage, Talmage, I've never even heard of that name, showed up for an hours-long tri-generational blood-swapping treatment. Johnson usually receives plasma from an anonymous donor, but this time he wanted his son to provide the liter of blood, which was converted into batches of piece parts, a batch of liquid plasma, and another of red and white blood cells and platelets. And so basically, he follows this stringent, ridiculous routine of like, I gotta sleep at this time, I do this with breathing, I eat this, and he's got this whole process that will keep him young. And he insists that, hey, I've got the heart of a 37-year-old, I've got the physique of a 26-year-old, and instead of just leaving it up to chance and getting an anonymous donor who apparently he tracks their physical fitness, he wants to make sure he's getting good blood, he just said, why not get the blood that I know best? And that's his son. So this 17-year-old kid here in Dallas, or they traveled to Dallas for it, is basically just giving his dad his blood to keep him young.
I'm disturbed by this.
Well, it sounds like something you would do. Anything to reverse the aging.
I mean, I would do a lot of things to reverse the aging, but if I'm the son, that's that's traumatizing.
Yes.
To think that your blood is in your dad's.
Nah.
That's traumatizing.
Yeah.
That's traumatizing.
Exactly. No, I mean, look at this photo they have of them. That's creepy, dude.
Wait, that's the father and son?
Yes.
No.
They look identical.
I mean, clearly the transfusions are working. Maybe he's onto something, but
wow.
Yeah. And they're just sitting there holding their blood. And yeah, that also means, you're right, Chop, anytime he's watching The Bachelor Golden Years and getting a little excited by watching it, his son's blood's going to be rushing down there.
We got any final nail clipping advice?
We do.
Choppy? for the weekend.
Where do you clip your nails?
I don't clip them. I pick them.
I bite them.
I bite them.
It drives my wife crazy.
Yeah.
I pick them and like I put them like on like the little couch table that I have.
Ew!
I put it on there. I don't flick it on the floor like you.
Oh,
That's worse.
Oh wait, are you talking about when I bite them?
Yeah.
Oh,
you spit them out, don't you? You have nails on your house floor. Mine are at least on a table.
Yeah.
I grab them up and throw them away.
I bet we could find choppy nails in this studio floor.
Oh, for sure.
Guaranteed.
Now my toenails I do over the toilet. I clip them over the toilet.
Okay.
Right? They just go right in the toilet. They're clipped. But the new thing, outside. Now, these are people who live, this was a survey of 2,000 people living in New York City. New York City. They leave their apartment, their condo, their brownstone, whatever. They go outside onto the streets and clip their nails outside, going all over town. 64% of the 2,000 people surveyed say outdoor nail clippings in the city, in public, is okay. That's disgusting.
Well, what if you go on like your little balcony or whatever they give you in New York?
Balcony's fine.
Clip it off.
Balcony's fine.
Hit with the toenail, walking the streets.
But not walking down to Fifth Avenue and clipping them outside the Saks.
You walk, but for toes or hands?
Hands. Which, I don't know. I've never understood clipping my fingers with nail clippers.
If I was hit by a falling nail in public in New York, and I have no idea where, that would scar. I would immediately probably drop to the ground and start vomiting. That's disgusting.
You wouldn't know.
No, but if I felt it, I'd go, what the hell was that?
Nail. You're not going to feel a nail.
I mean, depends on how big the nail is.
Where do you clip yours?
Typically in the bathroom, let them collect and then throw them in the trash.
In the bath, like you sit on the tub?
Yeah, I'll just close the toilet seat, sit on top of the toilet, and
Alec, be honest.
I'm kind of with Chop, the toenails over the toilet, and then the sink for the hands.
And they fall straight into the toilet versus like,
Most of the time they fall straight in the toilet, but the good news is that if they fall behind the toilet, no one ever walks there. Like, no one's ever walked behind the toilet. There's no room.
Stars win, and Brian Windhorst replies back to Kyrie Irving on the possibility of leaving the Metroplex, plus Shannon Sharp versus Kwame Brown. That's all next on The Fan. But first, you need to save this number.
Here's Lindell shooting it wide. Rebound goal! Robertson again! Off the back wall and in! And they're tied at 2.
The first time in his Dallas Stars playoff career that Jason Robertson scored twice in the same game. That tied it. Pavelski won it in overtime, and the Dallas Stars stay alive by winning 3-2 last night at the AAC. This is Sean and RJ, along with Bobby Belt, repping the Dallas Stars sweater/jersey live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The way to hit us up and celebrate via the truckwreck.com text line is 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and Jason Robertson has woken up. That is the fantastic news. Pete DeBoer, when Robertson is hot, what he does that makes him so lethal.
Well, if I knew that, we would practice it and teach it and bottle it up. But he's a special athlete. That's a special skill to be a scorer, and but when he's feeling it, like I said, he looks like a totally different player, and that's what he's feeling right now.
Okay, so we're trying to pay attention to what Vegas thinks about the Celtics and the Heat, with Miami now up 3-2 and all the pressure on them. What about Vegas, Bobby, and the Stars?
Okay, so for Game 5 specifically coming up, they have the Golden Knights moneyline favorite -140. Stars are +120.
What does that mean, Choppy, in English?
55-45.
Okay.
Maybe closer to 60-40.
For the series, just to win the series outright, the Golden Knights are -1,200, and the Stars are +650.
Yeah, and I saw you can get it at BetMGM for Golden Knights at -1,000.
Yeah, this is Bovada.
Yeah, and the Stars are +650 at MGM. FanDuel, Caesars, DraftKings, they're all going to have different odds. They'll generally be in the same ballpark, and -1,200 versus -1,000 is kind of similar. It's an overwhelming favorite. It's 98%.
Did we all expect the Stars to fold last night?
Yep.
Fade away and quit. We did, right?
Yep. Fade into Bolivia, as Mike Tyson would have said.
Yes, and he was there.
He was.
Trying to wave a towel unsuccessfully. That was the 50-cent version of a towel wave, what Tyson did in the box with Ric Flair. Yeah,
he had no idea how to spin a towel. He was kind of half punching with it, and it was really awkward.
But I think they surprised us all after being down 1-0. It's like, okay, fold up, see you later, and then going into overtime, where that's been their kryptonite.
Yes,
and they overcame all of it. Impressive.
They did. It was a good performance. It was. I mean, they fought. Their defense played really well, I thought, in the last period and a half. I can't remember a really good chance, maybe two, maybe they had one or two, that Vegas had late. I'm trying to think. I'm like, man, the Stars, they just really, they played a solid game. Outside of Suter, again, allowing that cross-crease pass to go right between his legs. What was that, mid-second?
Yeah, that wasn't great, which, to be fair, I think Marchessault had just checked him in his back or something. And so that, I kind of wonder if that's just what happened there. It wasn't nearly as bad as game 2 where it was just lazy.
But did you see, they kind of broke it down in the intermission report.
Mm-hmm.
And they kind of went, they were like, that's bad. You've got to take your stick and basically raise his stick off the ground. And then you got to block him out and get your head back on a swivel. And he just didn't do that. That was just a brain fart. And he's had a couple of those at moments in this series. But, other than that, I thought they played a really clean game.
Super fresh, Spits and Suds, Game 4 reaction on Odyssey or wherever your favorite podcasts are found. So that's where we stand right now. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock for Game 5.
I'm believing. It's coming back to Dallas, baby.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
It might come back to Dallas. They're not. If you compare the Heat and the Celtics versus the Stars in Vegas, the Celtics have way more of a chance, way more to win their series than the Stars do, in my opinion.
Ooh.
Is that a hot take?
No, I don't think you're wrong, because there are a few different reasons. One,
because I said it.
Well, they're a game ahead.
There's that. You said it.
I would have said that yesterday.
No, but they're a game ahead. That's one. They've already won a game in Miami. They came into this, everybody felt like they were the better team, like discernibly so. Vegas and Dallas were viewed as so close that it's difficult to see Dallas going 4 in a row. I understand that, but it's going to happen. We're here. We're not going to let this go. We're going to South Beach ourselves. Another takeover. We're going to take the cup, Sean. I believe.
Wow, what a speech that was.
Thank you.
That doesn't get him.
It's
hyped.
better than they're leaving in Game 5. This is all over.
Well, I mean, you want the truth, or you want what did the female Tolo say that's obsessed with me?
Oh yeah, where she said you're funny and I don't remember what else. She said funny and I checked out.
Yeah, and spit the truth. Spits and truth. My new podcast on the Odyssey app. All right, let's get to Brian Windhorst. So all the ESPN shows are basically focusing on LeBron and Kyrie. By the way, Bobby, you called this. What a brilliant LeBron James strategy of dropping that retirement to get rid of all the sweep talk.
Oh, yeah.
Brilliant. That's another general manager was quoted anonymously with a report saying, you see what LeBron did? He got everyone just talking about the offseason and Kyrie and what could the Lakers do to keep him? What could they do to save? And not the embarrassment of what happened at the hands of the Western Conference champs. So that was called by Bobby, and it has worked to perfection.
And by the way,
tacos in retirement, man.
How quickly, we forgot. First of all, how quickly we forgot about the sweep. But I forgot this. This team was 2-10 to start the year.
Yeah.
And they made it to the West Finals. That's
impressive.
That's very impressive. I know this wasn't their end goal, but I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of.
I totally agree. Shams, all the games were close.
Games were close. They lost to the team that was the 1 seed, man. What are they going to do?
Like Pete DeBoer is talking hey, we shouldn't be down 3-0. Lakers can feel that exact same way and more, losing these games in the fourth quarter. Shams was on McAfee yesterday talking about the LeBron retirement rumors.
LeBron James, the numbers he put up this year, historic performances. I think the most points ever for a player at the age of 38. Leads the Lakers from 2-10 all the way to the Western Conference Finals. And he plays Pat the last few months of the season with a torn tendon in his foot that could need surgery this summer. I'm told he's going to be reevaluating that foot. It's very possible he might need surgery on that foot that could sideline him for 2 months. But, 2 months over the offseason, get that foot right. I think that's something he's going to have to get evaluated. And if he's going to need surgery, that'll shelve him for a little bit. But I think anytime you're 38 years old, you just finished your 20th NBA season, you're going to be 39 when next season starts. You have to be thinking about the future. I mean, I think it's only human nature, but this is the first time LeBron James has even broached the topic of retirement. And I think that's why everyone was kind of caught off guard. Even people around him were surprised to an extent. Do I expect LeBron James to retire? I don't. I fully expect him to play next season.
What a hero.
Or you could just be like Joe Pavelski and elevate your game when you're 38 and play better.
Torn tendon.
Torn tendon. Now, is this true?
He
Is
was
this LeBron?
he was hurt.
He was hurt, yeah.
I saw the injury. I think it was against the Mavs.
Mm-hmm.
I think he hurt his foot against the Mavs.
Yeah. Look, is this going to give him an excuse for getting swept? Whatever. But let's just assume he's being for real. This is amazing. The guy's a marvel.
He is.
If he had a torn tendon in his foot and he took that team and look, he wasn't the same superstar that he has been in his past. His fourth quarters weren't the greatest things in the world, and he did fade down the stretch in a couple of these games, but that's an amazing performance.
Kyrie basically told Brian Windhorst and everyone else speculating about his future to shut it up. They don't know what they're talking about. Windhorst responded yesterday on ESPN.
Yeah, I think the thing with Kyrie is I think you're always better off to keep an eye on actions over words. And, the actions are that Kyrie has been really, really focused on his contract for a long time. He had this debate whether he was going to pick up his option with the Nets before last summer. And at that time, the Lakers were something that he was interested in. The Lakers had some interest in him as well. And then at midseason, the Nets were playing pretty good basketball, even with Kevin Durant injured. And Kyrie made his contract the focus. When he, didn't get the contract extension that he wanted or the offer that he wanted from the Nets, he demanded a trade. And so for Kyrie to say he's not thinking about his contract, I don't think his actions reflect that. I think he thinks about it a lot. And when he comes to multiple Laker playoff games, with the Lakers potentially an option again, I'm sorry, the actions are indicating that he is, that is something at the front of his mind.
But, Brian, why are you applauding?
Because he's right. I mean, everything, that's what we've been saying about Kyrie. He's dead on.
But what about the Mavericks' plans? What does Cuban and Bundy have cooked up their sleeves
Al Bundy
for the offseason, Windhorse?
Now, I will say this. I think when you look at Kyrie this summer, I don't think that anybody should discount the Dallas Mavericks. I mean, one of the things that is definitely out there in the league is that the Mavericks, could make that number 10 pick available in the upcoming draft. They have some contracts that they could attach to it to trade, and I think they're hunting for a big-name complementary piece to put alongside Luka Doncic to get Kyrie Irving in the fold. But one of the things that's going to be important to Kyrie, again, not that I'm speculating anything, I'm just reacting to his actions, the way he's prioritized the contract and the high number and the high guaranteed years, is he's going to want to know what that offer from the Mavericks is. And I'm not sure that the Mavericks are going to make the kind of offer that Kyrie wants. So with all of that out there, I think it only benefits Kyrie in his contract situation, frankly, to be linked to the Lakers.
Whoa, that was important. Not sure the Mavericks are going to make the offer Kyrie wants. I also listened to this yesterday, whole interview, and I wrote this down. Windhorse reported during the Nets trading of Kyrie, the Mavs, the Suns, and both LA teams showed interest. So we knew the Lakers were interested. The Mavs obviously got it done, but he dropped the Clippers and the Suns in there. He said there will be offseason interest, but wow, Bobby, not going to make him, may not make him the offer he wants.
Well, that would fly in the face of some of the stuff we heard earlier this week about the 3+1 contract that he could get. Because and that, honestly, if Windhorst is saying that, that sort of mirrors a little bit of what Cuban was saying at the end of the year when he did that interview courtside with all the reporters, where he sort of insinuated that, yeah, there's a dollar figure we may not go. And if that's the case, okay, that means that you're thinking about offering him under max then.
Where are the Texas Rangers in the power rankings today before this heavyweight series in Baltimore? And RJ is going to tell you how to party it up in Fort Worth today with America's sweetheart. Next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to QC.
888-333-3333.
All right, Choppy, first off, congratulations to Anthony in Fort Worth. The Fort Worth Tolos always representing. Anthony won the final giveaway of the week, the Avenged Sevenfold tickets. We'll be back on Tuesday with another giveaway during the Expressway. What did Tim Collins send us? Aerosmith. Peace out the farewell tour with the Black Crowes as special guests.
Ooh.
Double AC.
1998. I was a young man in Knoxville, Tennessee. We drove down to Atlanta to go see Aerosmith.
If you think you're getting those tickets without our giveaway, dream on.
Oh, well done. Well done.
Was it good? Was he good?
Very good. It was a very good show. Late 90s, they were more in their prime. I mean, I think they had just come out with Armageddon was just a couple of years prior to that.
Yeah. That was, the hell was that song?
I would stay away, just
don't want to miss a thing.
You breathe in.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I don't know if Don't Want to Miss a Thing was the name of it, but that's what I
No, I think that was it, actually, now that you said that.
Okay, so that's the giveaway next week at 7:20. Congrats to Anthony in Fort Worth for winning the tickets. And Choppy's going to get you set for Fort Worth today.
All right, if you're heading out there, a couple of things to take note of. First off, the parking. Parking's not easy. You got to park usually at TCU, take a bus. I would recommend an Uber. They will drop you off right outside the first hole. And there's a side gate there right on the first green you could take, walk right down, get yourself a couple of beers.
You were considering going out there for the Colonial today or this weekend?
Going today. I think we're going to go today. So I think that's what's going to happen.
Nice.
Because we're not going to go to Vegas because $1,000.
Because you don't believe? Oh.
$1,000 flights. But anyway, if you're going out there.
Bobby would do it.
Yeah, Bobby would do it for sure.
Yeah, especially if I hit as many bets as you do.
That's true. So if you're going out there today, I'm just going to give you some of the big dog names that are out there and their tee times. Victor Hovland, he just got on the course. He teed up at 8:04. Tony Finau just teed up at 8:15 along with Colin Morikawa. Michael Block, America's sweetheart, who had himself a plus 11 day yesterday. Woo! You know, you could tell he didn't trust his swing. He decelerated on 10. That's a classic sign that you just don't trust your swing.
He ended up on a bridge.
He made a great shot from that bridge. Cleared a tree, landed right in front of the green. Good shot by him. He tees off in about 20 minutes at 8:48. Jordan Spieth and Justin Rose are teeing off at 12:55. Scotty Scheffler at 12:44. Ricky Fowler, Tommy Fleetwood at 1:06. Those are some of the guys that are teeing off. The leader is Harry Hall, a guy you've never heard of.
No.
He's ranked 197th in the world,
Love that
99th in the FedEx Cup standings. He's got 2 top 10s this year. He's never won a tournament on the PGA Tour. He's 25 years old. He looks like the Peaky Blinders guy with the hat that he wears. It's a real easy way to spot him. He tees off at 11:40, and he ended the day yesterday with a 4-shot lead. Never won a tournament. There's an old saying, 4 days will change your life in the PGA Tour. Like this guy, he wins this thing. He's a millionaire overnight. He's in every major for the next, 2 years, at every tour event for the next couple of years. Gets all kinds of exemptions.
Is he going to have the biggest gallery, the following out there?
Who?
Block? Is Michael Block going to have the biggest crowd following?
Let's see. The Rose and Spieth are paired together. That's a really good pairing. Scheffler at 12:44. That's a really big one. But in the morning grouping, the problem is how many people are out there at 8:45 in the morning?
Right.
You know, it's Friday. People go to work. They'll leave at noon. They'll take a half day. They'll get out there around 1 o'clock.
G-Bag. KMC probably out there.
Yeah. So they'll take the guys in the afternoon. So today, Scheffler, Rose, Fleetwood, Spieth. That's going to be the big one. But a Finau at 1 o'clock. Finau's on the course now. Fowler at 1 o'clock. Finau. That'll be a good group. For the morning, they'll have a good crowd. Block will.
Thanks to Tolo Edu on social media, who sent me a little video clip from Luka Doncic's Instagram. I want you all to go to Luka's Instagram, and I want you to tell me what you see. There's 2 things. I want to get your reactions to both. And Alec Medford, feel free to do so as well. Go to Luka's Instagram with the stories, and there's 2 things. 877-881-1053 is the Trevor.com text line. What do you see?
I see
no results for Luka Doncic.
No results?
I put in Luka.
He probably has you blocked after you stabbed him in the back.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
I see a bad cut.
The haircut.
Bad line. Not good.
That's a cut.
It's not good.
That can't be. Oh, that can't be the full haircut. Can't be.
It's not.
That had to be like halfway through, right?
Yeah.
That's bad.
That's pre-fade.
Because that's the next picture is his actual haircut, which
Okay.
looks a lot better.
Okay. What do you see in that picture, if anything, and what do you see in the video after?
Oh, he's running stairs.
Running stairs, baby. Get the Rocky music, Medford. And the Tolos are all over it. And All Things Mavs tweeted it. It's the Luka offseason we've all been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. And Luka put it on there on his own Instagram that he is training and working out like a warrior in the hills of Slovenia.
I'm going to be a wet blanket a little bit.
This is like the Jerry Rice Hill.
I'm going to be a wet blanket. This is what I thought you were pointing out. When I started looking over the picture, I was like, oh, there's what Sean's talking about. But I guess not. It's, do you notice the shirt he's wearing?
No.
It's a bottle of liquor that says Gin Jim on it.
No.
Yes, I'm bringing it over there.
Does he look skinny in that photo? Does he look thinner as we all try to judge him?
Okay.
I
don't know if he looks thinner. Maybe.
He looks thinner? Are we evaluating? When we all got fooled during the Euro games that off season? We're like, oh, look at him. Look at that angle of that photo on the bench.
Somebody on Twitter the other day had a great tweet that went viral. And they were like, out of context, Luka physique photos are the new Ben Simmons jump shot videos in the offseason. That's what it's become.
It's true.
We're just analyzing like body fat percentage and does he look cut? Is that a muscle I see there?
Yeah,
Or-
exactly. So we got the cut. We got the gin t-shirt and running the bridge.
Running the stairs.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good. It's good to run stairs. I don't do it, but I heard it's good.
Dude, the Stairmaster will kick your ass.
Beating. Absolute beating. All right, let's get to the Rangers power rankings as they're in Baltimore to take on the O's.
The Baltimore Orioles. So, Rangers were number 4 in the CBS ones, CBS power rankings. How did they fare in the ESPN? And are they still ahead of the Astros? Number 1, Tampa, 36-15. Number 2, the Dodgers, 31-20. Number 3, the Atlanta Braves, 30-19. Number 4, the Texas Rangers.
Let's go!
At 31-18. They did not move. They were 4th last week. They're 4th again this week. Here's the write-up. While the champion Astros are rolling, the Rangers are still hanging on top of the AL West. A weekend sweep of the Rockies helped, and Texas and Houston took top offensive honors for the last week. 5 players compiling an OPS over 1,000 during that time frame, led by Josh Young, who produced a 1447 mark. Corey Seager has driven in 10 runs in 7 games since he returned. The staff made up for the loss of DeGrom as Evaldi, Perez, Dane, Dunning, and John Gray all spun good outings. Might be late enough in the season to say the Rangers are for real. They play the Orioles tonight.
How did the Orioles do this? How did the Orioles turn all this around? Just straight up Houstoning, farm system,
stinking for years, and then nailing your draft picks will do that. And they did. They've hit on their draft picks. They got a great farm system. Their bullpen's really good. Batista and Cano, even though Batista's blown a few saves, I think he's blown like 5 saves this year. He's still got great stuff.
And yesterday you were thinking about expectations.
And how expectations have changed. So usually in Major League Baseball, don't make any rash decisions before Memorial Day. We've hit Memorial Day, right? Basically, we're at Memorial Day weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the day you can honestly say that teams are what their record says they are. Remember when in the COVID year, it was a 60-game season. We're basically at that. We're at like 50 games now for a lot of these teams.
Yeah.
So we're basically at that. Remember, the Marlins made the playoffs that year in a 60-game season. Anybody can have a good 60-game mark. And that's about where we are. So, like, I'm thinking, like, what do we need to reset expectations for this team? Or do we keep them with a, hey, we're ahead of schedule, whatever happens, happens?
Well, that's right. I wrote down 3 categories. I just wrote it down. True World Series contender. You don't want to face them. And they're a cute fringe wild card threat. Are those fair categories, and which one would the Rangers belong in?
Those are fair.
To me, it's either you don't want to face them or possible World Series contender. They're not cute. They're not fringe. They're for real.
They are easily in the you don't want to face them.
Yes.
I get in the playoffs, I do not want to go up against DeGrom and Eovaldi.
I'm just trying to decide whether to put them in the true contender status.
So they're in the true contender status from the.
You okay?
Yeah.
Who
from the position that they have really, really awesome top of the rotation guys puts them in true contender status. The bullpen's going to kill them. They've got to make changes to the bullpen.
But where's the offense in the contender consideration versus the starting pitching?
I have far more faith the starting pitching holds up than the offense holds up with what it's done.
Even without Seager for most of that.
Yeah, because I mean, anybody can have a good couple of weeks. Like the thing is that
the number one offense in baseball.
What's more likely? The pitching staff is great, or the offense is the number one offense in baseball for the entire season.
Man, I mean, you go 50 games, you're averaging 6.3 runs per game.
Well, let's just say they're top three. We don't have to stick at one.
The offense was decent last year. It was
middle. It was middle. Yeah.
But like DeGrom, Eovaldi, Dunning, Gray, Perez. It's a really good five. It's a really good five, man. Like I have more. Like you go down the Astros lineup. The Astro lineup, top to bottom, right? Or some of these great offensive lineups. You know, there's more hit. You have more history and data to back up them being great the entire year than some of the guys on this lineup. So it's more of a I have to see it. I know the starting staff. I know what these guys can do.
Okay, so. Let me ask you, and this might answer Sean's overall question, is who right now would you spot in the Rangers lineup and say that guy is probably playing over his head? Because I look at it, and I mean, you're getting guys who are having maybe better years than they've had in the past, but I don't think anybody's just playing absurdly over their ability. Heim was maybe for a little bit.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's kind of returned back down to where in recent weeks. Young, I think, is coming into what we've expected from him, so you expected him to play better. I mean, some of these guys who are playing better than they were last year are guys that you would naturally expect the progression because they're age. Duran, Young, those are guys that you'd expect to play better. You've missed Seager for most of the season.
I think Heim's the main one.
Adolis?
Yeah, I mean, is he going to...
I mean, Adolis was what? He was 90 RBIs 1 year, 100 last year. He's been a producer.
Will he be Adolis or Adolis?
Adolis. Yes, Adolis.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Duran.
Yeah.
Duran's one. I don't know. It's just like, I just think I have more faith in the starting staff.
All right, so 5:30 pregame, first pitch at 6 o'clock. Kwame Brown versus Shannon Sharp. Kwame Brown, I usually love and support Kwame's rants. Him going off on LeBron for the final possession against Denver was so stupid. But he goes off. Shannon Sharp basically calls him a bum. Why are you talking? And then Kwame Brown responds. Here's Alec putting it all together.
You a guest in the house of this basketball talk. Didn't you know that? And now, since you don't want to act like a guest in this and you want to invalidate me, you football playing dummy. There ain't no first downs in basketball, clown. How you going to try to invalidate a man who was the #1 draft pick, boy? You want to try to put some bass in your voice when you talking to me? When you on a panel with a that buckled you down, boy? You on a panel with a white boy that blamed his coach for not making it to college, and you want to try to invalidate me? Are you a clown or what? I'm so glad that you just exposed yourself, you clown. You think you going to put some bass in your voice when you talking to me? And that white boy made you say, I'm just trying to let me finish. Let me finish. You a guest in this house of basketball. Ain't no first downs in basketball.
Damn. Wow.
Yeah, and he went on with even more gold as he said, you out there in your big sweater trying to fight the whole Memphis Grizzlies team, the famous Shannon meme.
Yeah.
And he goes, that's why John Morant's carrying the gun. He's scared of you in the arena. That's why John's carrying the gun. And he goes, Shannon, LeBron already has a wife. He don't need you. I love Kwame's rants. But Shannon said, you're on the Mount Rushmore of busts. You're a bum. Why are you talking about this? Which, of course, Shannon is correct. But I just love Kwame's ruthlessness.
Where would he rank on the list of guests that you would be most terrified of the dump button with?
Kwame's
Kwame one
top
and
the list.
Charles Haley 2.
Ooh, Haley, that's a really good one.
Yeah.
Haley, Joe Kelly for what he did at Super Bowl with KNC. But I love Kwame Brown. Yeah, even when he's wrong, it's entertaining as hell. And it's fun to listen to.
Football playing dummy.
You a guess.
In a grandmama sweater. That's great.
Yeah.
I did like that sweater, though.
Bobby tells you everything that happened yesterday at OTAs, brought to you by Bosch Power Tools, Inside the Star and Below the Belt. Next. But first, let me go ahead and get you the security system.
Coming up on the...
Am I getting them the security system, or are we going to do KMC? Security system. Okay. All right. If you are out and about this weekend, you want to make sure everything is good at your home. Like, for instance, I'm going to be in the pool all weekend, and there's going to be a lot of people in my house. Now, I wouldn't have invited those people if I didn't trust them. But to Alec Medford filling in included, do not play Bobby Belt's intro. I like it.
Oh, I thought that for a second there that was really what he did. I was like, why? What a jerk.
Well, did you hear it? I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it.
I don't think he knew of it.
Alec, do you have the intro? You have the great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. I've seen enough. The Cowboys are going to win 3 games this year.
I love these teases.
I'm just kidding. No, that was actually that's one of John Machota's recurring jokes every year. I came, sat down next to him, and he said, "Well, I've seen enough. This team's winning 4 games. We're screwed." But you really can't glean anything out of it. The ridiculousness of that statement is, as much as we love to talk about OTAs, and there's a lot you can gain from it and a lot of information that you can glean from it, and we bring it to you thanks to Bosch Power Tools. The reality is there's limitations on what they're able to do. The Cowboys have been fined each of the last 2 offseason workout seasons because they were working too hard relative to the CBA. And so because of that, Mike McCarthy talked yesterday about a very scaled back. And look, we're going to be so far away from the line that it's not even going to look like a practice.
So when the Patriots get in trouble, lose 2 practices, and Belichick gets fined $50K, that's someone on the team snitching, right?
Yeah, they're making a complaint. They're filing a complaint with the NFLPA.
Or is it the cameras? Like the league gets access to your practice footage.
So I don't know how common this is and if they're aware of them being there. But the story I saw yesterday said it was a league observer who was there at the practice and saw it.
Why would you do with a league observer there?
I think a lot of I don't think it's a randomized thing. I don't think it's like the drug tests. I think the league is supposed to, like the league has observers at every practice for OTAs to see it. That's how the Cowboys got in trouble the last couple of years. And so this was actually, I guess the issue with New England was it was a Joe Judge issue. Joe Judge is the one that got them in trouble, is that the observer witnessed Joe Judge basically telling the team that a meeting was mandatory, a 2-hour meeting was mandatory, and you're not supposed to have mandatory. And so Joe Judge screwed it up by basically saying, "Gotta be there." And so
way to go, Judge.
Yeah,
Judge.
You idiot. So out at OTAs, Cowboys very scaled back. You're not going to see pads. Yesterday, you saw very few guys even in helmets. Even when they were doing some of their 11-on-11, just soft walk-through work, all the guys were like without helmets other than Dak.
And weren't you talking about giving someone a pass because of these practices and the way that they're set up?
Well, yeah, I mean, you have, like these. I feel bad. Like these coaches have there's nothing they can do. Like I feel for them. Like they're so hamstrung by the rules. Now these are the rules the players fought for, and to their credit. Now, I guess you could say the players fought for less practices and not guaranteed contracts, which was their own fault. But and credit to the players for fighting. That's what they want. That's what they get. But they barely get any practice time. And I think you want to know why game management to me is so bad, so rampantly bad in the NFL.
Because coaches don't matter, according to you?
Well, they don't. But they also could barely ever practice.
Yeah.
And the practice time they do have, they're using it on installing the offense for the week and not necessarily game situations.
Yeah.
So to me, I would think if a team has to practice end of game situations for the players, don't you think the coach should also practice end of game situations? And if you don't have practice time to do that, how do you get better?
No, I 100% agree with you. It's something that coaches have been frustrated by. It's something that even some players yesterday, Dak was frustrated by this because you talk about how limited they have to be. OTAs are already limited because of the CBA, and with the Cowboys trying to scale back and not even get close to the line, Dak was really frustrated talking about those limitations.
It's tough. That's just what we're in now, right? CBAs and all that. More jog-through walkthroughs. Got to make the most of it, though. I think that's where it comes an individual, pushing myself, making sure that with the drill work I'm doing, I'm not taking it for granted. I'm doing it with a purpose, doing it with the right intentions. And then just when you're out there in 11-on-11, understand that we can't be physically full speed, but my mind can. So to make sure that whether I'm checking it down or not, I'm just going through everything and making the most out of the practice regardless of the speed.
And that's the tough thing. They're basically having to imagine practice situations out here at OTAs. And that's why there's limited things that you can learn. But you can learn a lot, and you can still see some important things related to the team. One of the things you can see yesterday, the offensive line that stepped out there with Terrence Steele missing because of his still recovery from the ACL. He was out there. He was doing some cord work, but he was not practicing. And then Zach Martin was absent for, we don't know why. He was in street clothes. But the offensive line was Tyler Smith at left tackle, Left guard, first team was Matt Farniak. Center was Tyler Biotish. Right guard was Josh Ball. And then your right tackle was Tyron Smith. And so that was the offensive line rotation. You saw some Chuma Edoga get in there a little bit. Matt Waletzko came in, took some reps at tackle and guard. Matt Farniak played both guards and center. So a couple different things. Now, the interesting thing was when they were doing this 11-on-11 walk-through jogging period, there was something I noticed that was a little interesting. I don't recall McCarthy ever doing this. They had split the field up into two sides, and were doing 11-on-11 work on two different fields, or on two different sides of the field. One was the veterans and the first team type of players with a couple extras there to rotate in. And then the other side of the field was basically rookies, young players, and bottom of the roster guys. And so that was kind of interesting to me that you don't typically see them working on opposite fields, but there was one rookie that was working with the veteran side of the field and working with the starters. And it was, any guesses?
Schoon! I read your email.
Luke Schoonmaker. Luke Schoonmaker was out there, not Mozzie Smith. Mozzie Smith was on the other side of the field.
Oh, man, the asthma field.
And that's how we're feeling about it. And they had 3 or 4 defensive tackles with there. Now, few different guys were missing from practice yesterday, like I already mentioned, in addition to the ones we already talked about. You're missing DeMarcus Lawrence, Jordan Lewis, Trayvon Diggs, all these guys. But the tight end group was 100% participation, and they still had Schoonmaker over there. So it's not like they just needed bodies. Schoonmaker was over there with the starters and getting most of the reps.
Why wasn't Trayvon there? I saw him playing pickup hoops in his brother's charity game.
I think Diggs was in the building. Some of these guys we saw standing around. Some of them, DeMarcus Lawrence, I saw in the building walking around the hallways. He just wasn't at practice. So I think Diggs was there.
Okay.
I just don't know why he wasn't practicing. There were several veterans that weren't. But when you look at the way they divided up the field, you can't necessarily project out starters just because of that. But the fact that they had Schoonmaker as the only rookie with the veteran group when all the tight ends were over there, I think we can bank on the fact that Schoonmaker's going to be in play to start.
Can we just call him by something different? Can we just call him Scooney, period?
I can't, because that makes me think of the Ohio State basketball player from 20 years ago, Scooney Penn. Michael Redd's teammate.
Yeah.
Schoon, I guess we can try Schoon, but I like Schoonmaker. Now, he did at one point, I think it was during 7-on-7, Schoonmaker had to go off to the side with Jim Maurer and looked like he was dealing with, don't want to speculate where, but looked like it could have been a groin or something like that. He was doing a lot of this, Chop. He was putting the ankle over the knee and flexing and trying to stretch something out.
Glute stretch.
Look like QC.
So
glute stretch right there.
He was a little sore, it looked like, kept trying to loosen it up, got back out there in a little 7-on-7 and did some things. Other rookies that stood out. Deuce Vaughn stood out just for the fact that you can't see him sometimes. Literally, he is a player you can't see him if he's standing behind.
That's
anybody.
good. I think that's a good. I think it's a good trait.
It's honestly, it's not the worst thing for his skill set,
right?
Because it sounds a little silly, but defenders lose him behind
tackle
guys.
what you can't see.
Exactly. Defenders will lose him behind blockers and can't get a hold of him. But there were a couple different times yesterday where he was going for the corner, going around the edge, and the defenders couldn't catch him.
And Dak Prescott was asked. He talked about Mike McCarthy in his ear and what will the offensive changes look like overall, number 4.
Obviously, there's some ads, some things taken out. I think you just get an overall feel that maybe the game's going to just be called a little different. Yeah, differently there. But, yeah, I can't give away too much. I mean, it's his first day, guys. Like, come on now. Yeah, but no, it is some changes. No, I mean, it's not like we've done thrown away our playbook and tried to start over or anything like that. And, I mean, obviously, we've had some success. So there is good there. So, obviously, we had to take that and just really detailed the hell out of just everything that we're doing. Plays that we've already had, new plays in, just understanding the purpose and just make sure everybody knows the why and what their purpose is in their play and in their role. So just detailing it all, I think is going to make us play faster and be better.
And reporters tried one more time to ask for changes in the form of, what about timing? What about tempo? Anything different there?
Guys being detailed, guys being to their spot faster, cleaner, which allows us, when that play's not there, which allows us then to go and scramble and to create a play. You know what I mean? That just allows, when the first read and the second read aren't there, for everybody to be on the same page for that scramble drill, that third. And just in this first couple of days, guys are flying off the ball. And I think that's the biggest difference. And so as more that we can get that, the better we're going to be.
It's going to be the thing you heard up there. You heard Dak say it, McCarthy, a bunch of different people. You kept hearing the words timing, precision. You would hear communication. And that's what it's all going to be about. If Mike McCarthy is installing a traditional West Coast offense, which is what we've heard, it is all going to be about exactly what Dak said there. The speed, getting to your spot at the right time, everything has got to fall into place. If it doesn't, the scheme is useless.
He left out the most important term in the whole thing about changes. He didn't say handoff. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Handoff.
That's the biggest one.
That's going to be the biggest thing.
Run.
Run,
Marty,
run.
you ready for Marty ball? That's what it is.
Which we did.
McCarthy ball.
We did have Tony Pollard at practice. And he was taking carries. He had a compression sleeve on. We talked about how Jabril Cox didn't earlier today. He had a compression sleeve on that left leg that he had worked on, but he was out there moving around, looked good. So it seems like he'll be ready to go for the season without any limitations.
Choppy and I were getting ready for the Stars with the Stars.
Yeah.
We'll explain and talk about the Game 4 win that kept the season alive. Final hour, Friday edition, next on The Fan. But have you ever heard the expression, the grass is always greener on the other side? Kind of implied it wasn't.
Security.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Sprawling save. Heiskanen. They score! Joe Pavelski! A power play goal! And the Stars are still alive.
Final hour, fist pump time for an extended weekend. Sean Sharif, RJ Toppy, Roberto Belt. We got Alec in for Pepe. Glad you're joining us to start the Memorial Day weekend here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. That was the call on ESPN as Joe Pavelski with the one-timer on the Stars power play. They finally win a game in overtime. They overcome being down 1-0 with Vegas looking for that final blood. Jason Robertson scores 2 goals for the first time in his Dallas Stars playoff career, and we're alive at 3-1 with Game 5 tomorrow night, 7 o'clock in Vegas. That was a sick shot from Pavelski, and the first goal from Robertson was fantastic. I was wrong in thinking maybe it's time to – Ottinger's confidence has to be shattered. He's got to be shaken. Go ahead. Get him up out of there. Have Wedgwood in goal. Nope, Pete DeBoer pushing the right buttons. Jason Robertson has woken up, and Joe Pavelski is the hero.
Well, he's ageless, you know. He just, what do you say about him? I mean, I've seen it. I've seen that movie, you know, over and over again. Never gets old. But he lives for those moments, and you know, he wants to be in those situations. Always has, and delivers, you know, almost every time.
Look, that was so they were. I thought they were gutless in Game 3. Right?
There were a lot of things.
Huh?
There were a lot of things.
There were a lot of things. I thought that was pretty gutless. I thought they showed a lot of heart last night. I thought they showed the fact it would have been so easy to pack that in. The way they played in Game 3, losing Ben, suspended 2 games, the prospect of having to come back from 3-0. You know, like the biggest guarantee in sports generally, it wasn't this way, but the team down 0-2 coming home. In the NBA, at least, that's the giveaway, right? That's the easy game. That's the guarantee game. Now, it hasn't worked a lot in this postseason for either team, for either series, for either league. But that's generally like, if you're going to get one, that's it. When you're down 3-0, man, it's so, especially the way you got worked in Game 3, it's very easy to pack it in. These guys have made tee times. You know, they got their memberships at Dallas National or the new PGA of Frisco, whatever. Who knows? They got their tee times ready to go. And to their credit, they didn't give up. And now they got to get back on a plane. Nobody wants to get back on a plane and go to Vegas to play one game. They don't want to do that.
There's a note here from Sean Shapiro, co-host of Spittle's podcast, Spits and Suds on Odyssey. In the locker room after the game, a large media scrum led to the Stars' puck board of wins getting knocked over. As the media cleared out, Ottinger carefully replaced each of the 9 pucks from the victories. It was fitting of Jake's night after having everything dropped on the floor in Game 3. He didn't even make an even strength save. He was brilliant in Game 4 with the season on the line.
He was very good. And, you know, and the Stars defense in front of him played quite well. I mean, look at the second goal. That was not on Ottinger. All right, they talked about this in the intermission. You know, Boucher was like, you've got as a goalie sell out to stop that, you know, because the way they had it at the short side, you got to stop that. You got to sell out. So you're kind of really open. And that's where you rely on your defender, Suter in this case, to, you know, get the guy's stick, you know, kind of turn his body, get his head on a swivel, just get it out of there. And he didn't do it. And that's why they gave up the second goal. But it wasn't on Ottinger.
No, I thought last night the mental toughness that Ottinger showed in general to bounce back like that. I mean, he said what was it, Wednesday when he was talking to media? He's like, yeah, you get to a point when something like that happens, you honestly feel like crying. And, I mean, he was down. That whole team was down, and then when they lose their captain, it would have been really easy to just pack it in. And instead what you saw was a great performance from Ottinger. You saw Jason Robertson literally, diving to try and save the game and set up that goal from Pavelski there. And so I think the fight, the tenacity they showed was really good. And it at least leaves you encouraged that they can go into Vegas and still fight, that they're not ready to just pack it in.
So Choppy and I were getting ready for this game. with an event at a steakhouse locally.
Well.
And we were in there, and I walk into the room. Troy Aikman is sitting back there, and the great Babe Laufenberg. And Babe is like, let me make the intro. Come here, say hello to Troy. So I said hello to Troy on his way out. We were talking about Babe's radio appearance on this show at 8:40 in the morning. I was telling Troy how I can never get Laufenberg to come on before 8:30 a.m. So we were talking a little bit of radio, and then Choppy comes in a little bit later with the former head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, JGZ.
Yeah.
Jason Garrett.
Yeah, him and I were always close, right? Yeah, we weren't close. We weren't close at all. But
you were his biggest offender.
I was. I thought he was not the problem. He may not have been the solution.
Yeah.
But I didn't think he was the problem.
So Jason was there, and, we're throwing out stereotypical New Jersey stories that we've told with him for 10 years. And then I tried to compliment him. I don't know if it came across, but Laufenberg was like throwing us under the bus with like Aikman and Garrett. Like, yeah, you know these guys. You hear what they say about you. You hear all the bad things they say. And I was like, no, what really impressed me, Jason, is, we could never tell. We could never tell if you were upset about something, happy about something. You were medium. I thought the best compliment I could pay to Jason Garrett was telling him, hey, he was medium. He was mid.
He was mid.
That's what I thought he would appreciate.
He probably did. He probably loved that. That's his whole philosophy. Never too high, never too low.
Yeah.
Because if you maintain a certain level, you will never be bugged when things go wrong.
Right. It's just
I don't think he cared one bit, because in his right hand, he was holding up a salmon sushi cone from our boy Samir, and he was breaking this thing down. And I think he wanted us to appreciate and recognize the process that salmon cone got made in.
Oh, it was fried, gentlemen, deep fried, and then they put some salmon in there and some mayonnaise and some flakes and chunks. Looks like there's a bit of cabbage in there. You never know what it is. Could be some avocado. I don't know. Cucumber. Who knows?
Dwight Powell was in there. Garrett, Laufenberg, Aikman. But then we hear in the other room. Marty Turco. He told you he was down the other day while coming on.
Yeah, he was like, I was just.
Did you offer him a Red Bull when he walked in the room to wake up?
No, I was like, shouldn't you be at the game? Because this is about 5:30. He walks in. He goes, yeah, we're making a quick appearance, and we're gonna head over to the game. And
Chris Arnold was there last night.
Chris Arnold was there. Gotcha. But Turco was like, man, I was just down bad the other morning. Sorry about that. I was in a very depressed mood.
Yeah.
Depressed state. I was like, I get it, man. Turco wears. I mean, he wears that team. They win or lose. He wears it on his sleeve.
It was a real emotional investment.
Yeah.
Because when he came on, at first I was just like, oh, is he maybe a little tired when we first started hearing him talk? And then when you heard, it's like, oh no, this is depression. This is Walchuk on Tuesday night at Boomerjacks. This is just like hating life right now.
Yeah. So while we're in there hobnobbing and schmoozing with all those big dogs, we hear in the other room right behind us, there's a table with Ric Flair and Mike freaking Tyson. And everyone was going head on a swivel to try to find Tyson. And I didn't see him. Did you see him at all, either of them?
No, I didn't.
All right.
I would have asked Rick if he had remembered the famous photo him and I took together.
Where?
We were together in Myrtle Beach at the pool, where this leathered old man in the most tan skin I've ever seen, and then me with my absolute. This was March. Okay, I am as pasty white as I possibly could be in March, and we did not even look like we were the same species at that time.
Yeah, he looked like a handbag, and you look like this piece of paper.
Yeah,
or the white T-shirt that you're wearing, but. Tyson and Flair are dining together. And then we go home, turn on the Stars, and Flair and Tyson are wearing Stars jerseys with who?
Ty Domi. They were with Ty. They were with Max's dad. Boy, the stories they could have told together.
You got to fight the three in order today. Tyson's the most dangerous.
I would fight Flair first.
Yeah.
And then then Domi, and then Tyson last. I saw footage of Tyson sparring like recently. I was like, you've got to be kidding. This is a 60-year-old man almost. You've got to be kidding me.
You still, like, when he's hitting bags, when those videos go viral, it's terrifying. So Tyson's one, then Domi, and then it's Ric Flair, because only one of those guys was a pretend fighter.
That's right. And if I fight Tyson, he can only throw punches the way that he waves a towel. And I might have a chance of surviving. As they put him on the Jumbotron, and he's like this with the rally towel.
He had no idea what he was doing.
No idea what he was doing.
How do you describe what he was doing for radio?
It looked like he was practicing his follow through on a jump shot.
Yeah.
Like it was not spinning the towel.
No.
That was like the first time it appeared he had ever heard of the concept of a rally towel. And so they're like, spin it around. And he's like, I mean, it definitely did not look like a guy who made his living off his right hand.
So it looked like, I know, right? It looked like he was in college football. College football fans have those shakers, the pom-poms. They wave the pom-poms.
Yeah, it's very pom-pom-like.
Shaking, right? Damn. Good old Rocky Top.
Oh,
Who has represented Vegas for their run? Who are their fans there?
Bryce Harper.
I don't know that they have fans. Do that? Like famous ones?
Yeah.
Is
there a famous Vegas Knights fan? Y'all tell us on the TrentWreck.com text line.
Here we go.
Jenna Jameson's from Vegas.
These are the...
Did Peyton really not know who Jenna Jameson was the other day?
He
Alec,
did not.
do you know who Jenna Jameson is?
No.
What'd he say?
He said, no.
No?
I am like 6 years younger than Peyton, though, so.
Well,
cut me some slack.
Yeah, but you're how old? 21?
Yeah.
You should have known about Jenna Jameson for 8 years.
Have you seen White Men Can't Jump?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen the movie.
Okay.
All right, so
what else didn't Peyton know that we can quiz Alec on?
Bob Saget. Didn't know who Bob Saget. Alec actually knows old music, though, so we won't be able to get him with that.
So ESPN actually did this, celebrity fans of each Stanley Cup playoff team. And the only one they listed for the Stars was Pantera, which was kind of like, that was like, guys, what are we doing? Like, we have more famous fans than that. But Vegas, Bryce Harper, Lil Jon,
yeah,
Wayne Newton, Daniel Negreanu, the poker star, and then Gordon Ramsay. Those are their big famous fans. I mean, basically anybody with a residency out in Vegas.
Right. Okay. And then yesterday you had an attire debate while we were going to this event. You had a little fashion decision that
I
we
did
needed help with.
So Sarah and I were talking about this, and because I was figuring out what to wear, and I said, should I wear she's like, wear jeans and a dress shirt, and I said, okay, and I said, she asked, are you going to wear a hat? And I said, I don't think I can wear a hat here.
Right.
I think this is a no hat place. And then I said, well, instead of the jeans, because it's kind of hot out, can I wear like golf attire, like a golf shirt and golf shorts tucked in? And she's like, no, you can't wear that. And I said, okay. She goes, that's not dressy enough. I said, but you suggested wearing a hat.
Right.
I said, so are you telling me that a hat is hat, jeans, and a dress shirt, not a cowboy hat, like a baseball hat? Cowboy hat's fine. You can wear a cowboy hat as dressy. You wear it to a wedding if you want to. You telling me that dress shirt, jeans, cowboy boots, and a baseball hat is more dressy than golf attire, golf shirt, golf shorts tucked in? And she's like, absolutely, the hat's more dressy.
She's absolutely dead wrong.
I think she's dead wrong.
She could not be more wrong. Nice khaki dress shorts. I don't know if you could have gotten away with it. I mean, you were with me. You probably could have. But dress shorts, way more acceptable than wearing a hat in there. You could not have worn a hat in there.
I could not have.
No.
What about like just the and I agree it is the shorts, but what about just the plain black hats that like Romo and Witten are always obsessed with, that there's no logo on them?
No, you can wear you could get away with it if you are
Tony Romo
and Witten.
Yeah.
But not us.
I've won as many Super Bowls as him.
We went in there after a Stars game. When the Stars played Vegas at the end of the regular season.
And this is a steakhouse.
Yeah, we went in there and we just come from the game. So I feel when you just come from a game and you get your jersey on, you're kind of okay, right? They get it.
Yeah.
But I had a hat on, and we were in the dining area. They said, "Can you please take your hat off?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure."
With the Stars jersey on?
Yeah. They said, "Can you take your hat off?" And I was like, "Sure, absolutely, man."
At this place?
We were in the we were in the main dining room, not in the bar. We were in the dining room.
Yeah.
So I was like, "Yeah, I get it, man. We're in the dining room."
Bar, you could have probably gotten away with it.
But like,
you it used to be Mike Fisher at the station. You are now the one that I worry about in terms of attire going out.
We've gone out a couple times and I've dressed up more than you have though. Like
you haven't.
Yes, when we went to Frisco, Lombardi Cucina, I was wearing slacks. And you're like, why are you so dressed up?
Yeah, but I was wearing a button-down shirt.
I know, but I was wearing slacks.
But you've shown up in sweatshirts to fancier places.
Yeah.
Right?
Where?
When we went on our road trips.
We went to.
We didn't go anywhere fancy there.
We went to dinner in Arizona.
Yeah, Lure.
It was a pizza place.
Lure.
Went to Lure.
Seafood. You didn't know we were going to a rundown pizza place. We ended up
We were going
there.
to a Mexican restaurant, and that's why I dressed the way that I did.
When we went to, I don't know, we've been at bars. I think when we went to Happiest Hour, you
I've
stood
looked
out.
presentable at Nick and Sam's. I've looked presentable at Lombardi. When it's a place where I need to dress up, I do.
I'm not saying you're incapable of it, but you're the big worry now.
You know, Chia Follow wears baseball hats in church. Like he goes
Well,
to
it's his
Sunday
church. You can do it.
I know. He wears Crocs and a baseball hat to church.
He owns the church.
He does.
You know?
Wow, he was in church.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I would have gotten, my mom would have just slapped me silly.
Yeah,
if I
that
wore a
hot
hat
tub
in
was
church.
probably a little extra warm for him yesterday.
Yeah, he was diving in there. I won't let Jacob wear like sneakers to church.
My grandmother wouldn't let me wear a hat at her table.
Yeah, me either.
The hat was a no-no. She's blind as a bat at 98, and she's reaching on over. I know you got touching the hat brim, taking it off my head.
Yep.
I'm like, come on, Stevie, chill. All right, I need to know what everyone is doing to party it up this weekend. Most importantly, what are you cooking? What are you smoking? And you have a decision to make: Troy Aikman's beer or the other one? Audio next on the Fan.
But let's get you over to number one air, the Instant Rebate Special. They are the Metroplex leader in heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical for over 30 years, dominating customer service. And right now, that is.
car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Thank you, Alec Medford, with that very surprising, powerful radio voice. Here on Sean and RJ, we got Roberto. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Feel better to Peyton Russell, who needed a day. And we'll be back on Tuesday with all of us because we have a Memorial Day weekend. I need to know everybody's plans, and more importantly, I need to know your menu at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. For me, tomorrow could be absolutely fantastic or a complete and utter disaster, as I have the most amount of children ever coming to my pool to kick off my pool season, RJ Choppy.
You do?
Oh, kids and babies everywhere. Babies included. We have Bobby Belt and his wife, along with how many kids? Vape coming?
3, yeah.
Okay. That's 5.
Do you need him to bring the vape?
Probably.
Yeah, Chiafalo's coming, so.
Chiafalo and his clan.
Oh, my gosh.
This is kids. This is kids included.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's how many total?
That right there is 5 and 5, so that's 10 just from us two.
That's 10. I got my buddy from Broken Bow. Shout out Chris Navarre and his 2 children. That's 4. I told Zach Wolchuk. He's always asking about barbecue. Fine, you can come, Zach. Bring the girlfriend. She's out of town. I really just wanted to watch him interact with the girlfriend. Who else am I forgetting?
Yeah, you tried to uninvite him once he said he wasn't bringing the girl.
Yeah, and then my buzzed wife last night invited half the room at the steakhouse. So I'll wait and see on that. So my count right now is about 17 people. 17 people and easily half kids. Now, that sounds like it could really suck. But if the kids are well behaved, if the parents are keeping them in check, and then when you are in my situation, you got to start your party after nap time. 2 p.m. start.
Yeah.
You got to start it after nap time. I put my kid down, and then they all get up, and they're raring to go with all the energy. So it's going to be a kids' fest.
Wow.
Yeah. So that could be awful. Or it could be very enjoyable and fun, and everyone makes new friends with each other.
Could be. You never know.
Yeah. So I don't know. But as soon as we get out of this meeting today after the show, fun Friday meeting on a holiday weekend, which I'm sure a lot of people at work have, I'm going to be going on a Costco run for the ages.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 2 briskets. All the chips. All the corn. The baked beans. All the drinks. But it's going to be 2 briskets tonight at about 10 p.m. going on the smoker for tomorrow. I think that's enough food, I hope.
So
I get hot dogs for kids. I'll get all the hot dogs for the kids.
So the
kids aren't allowed to touch the brisket.
17 people includes the kids, right?
Yes.
I mean, kids are people, Chop, yes.
No, but Amanda was saying, the kids, you count for, half a bite.
Yeah.
All the kids can eat the hot dogs.
Sure.
Because I'm going to monitor the brisket consumption. Don't be throwing away half plates at my house. I go around like at college. We called them, I don't think it's a bad term. Have you ever heard of a quimby? They called it this term. If you had half the beer, we would keep track. We keep stats on it. You got to go back and you got to finish that. You know what I mean?
Never heard of that term.
I've never heard of that.
It's like when you're at a house, well, whatever, floaters, whatever you want to call them. But it's like when everyone loses track of the amount of you ever had just half drink bottled waters everywhere?
Oh, everywhere. You got to put that's why you got to put somebody's name on it as soon as they take it.
Yeah.
That way you know.
That's how I keep track of people's food. Don't be throwing away the food.
That'll ultimately be what leads to my divorce, is leaving half-drink bottles of water, half-drink Zevias. That drives Kristen nuts more than anything else. I'll open like a Zevia, I'll take 2 drinks, leave it on the counter, and then the rest of it will go to waste. And she
waste
loses
the money.
her mind. Yeah, she doesn't like that.
Yeah.
So
about 18. I'm hoping 2 briskets get it done.
I mean, it's a cake that probably should.
I hope so.
Especially if you're out of hot dogs. Some people have hot dogs.
Yeah, I'm not buying any more. So
how big are the briskets?
They're gonna be.
He hasn't bought them yet.
I haven't bought them yet.
Well, what are you thinking though?
8 pounds, maybe 18.
Okay, because I have no frame of reference for it. Yak and Smack on the Twitch says he's buying a 20-pound brisket. is what he's doing this weekend. So that's that's about a normal size then?
Yeah, 19 pounds.
36 pounds of meat should be enough.
Should be.
I would think.
I would think
But
so.
then you got to plan for the second eating. See,
Yeah,
this is
cheat sheet,
this
too.
is going to run till, probably 8, 9 p.m.
Because remember, if you're going to have 18 people, you're only going to have about what, 10 adults? That's a lot.
That is a lot.
That's 3 pounds per adult.
Chia follow counts as 5 adults.
That's 3 pounds of brisket
But then
per
the
adult.
second feeding, there's an initial feed and then there's the drunk feed.
Yeah,
it's not even a joke. When we were at AT&T Stadium, they laugh about it. Brian and Wolchuk, they keep talking about it. Chia follow literally usually eats about 4 to 5 plates of food at AT&T Stadium
Does
on
this
game
guy
days.
really have the metabolism of a crackhead? For real?
I don't know what it is, but yeah, he nobody eats more food at the station, I don't think, than him.
Like Ryan told, but does he go run miles afterwards?
He goes to the I know he goes to the gym and stuff like that.
Is he a cardio guy, Chop? You've been there with him.
I have not known him to do cardio.
Okay.
But he lifts very light, so that's cardio.
Okay. All right, so that's my plan. What are you doing?
We have no plans. We have nothing. We're going to probably just sit in the pool.
You guys can stop by if you want.
Well, we might.
You have a pool now.
If there's free brisket,
You have a pool?
we might be there.
Oh, you're a brisket lover now? Your girlfriend has an appreciation for
She does have an
barbecue.
appreciation for brisket. She loves meat. Big fan of meat.
Yeah.
We might do that.
If you want to, you're more than welcome. I'm warning you. I'm throwing out the warning. It's not to dissuade, but it could be a circus. Who knows?
We like circuses. Circuses are fun.
With children?
Yeah,
A lot of children?
Yeah, other people's kids too. That's the worst. I don't mind kids. It's other people's kids that I don't like.
You know how much pee is going to be in my pool?
Oh.
Well,
how about I'll wear a hat that say I pee in pools.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm going to wear.
What?
I'm not getting in the pool. Because I'm anticipating so much pee.
Okay, that's my other issue with adults. At my pool parties, you have to get in the pool. I can't stand the parties where everyone just comes and they're dressed in like jeans and it's just standing around the outside. No, you have to get in the pool at my pool parties. That's the rule. And you're not just standing out, no one's in the water. There's going to be a bunch of kids in there anyway, but it's more fun, man. It's more fun when you get everyone in the water.
1,000%. It's way more fun. I don't mind. I just assume a pool is filled with urine anyway.
Sure.
I don't go underwater anyway.
I pee in it. I'm on.
Oh,
I pee
no.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, man. I'm not getting out and going to the yard or in my house. It's my pool. I'm peeing.
Yeah, we have a very muddy corner by the house.
Ew.
There's like a little section of grass that everybody just goes and pees over. Guys and girls.
Disgusting.
Oh, God.
Girls
go over there, so they'll just squat down and go right down. Yes, they will.
No.
Yeah.
What happens if it's already like
wet by the pee?
Yeah.
They're there.
No.
Yeah.
And they get back in the pool.
And they get right back in the water.
With the muddy pee feet?
Muddy pee feet. Get right back in the water,
I don't believe
man.
you.
That is disgusting.
It's not disgusting.
That is so
I don't believe it.
gross.
You have like a hose that they wash off with before?
There's a hose there. If their feet get muddy, they can. But there's a lot of grass there, right? It's just wet.
So it cleans off by the time you get
Yeah,
there.
it's just wet. It's just wet grass. But you don't know if it's wet from the feet of the pool or the urine.
Medford is so disturbed right now.
Oh, it's disgusting. That's gross. It reminds me, we not really friends, acquaintances, who dabbled in illicit substances, and they had this basically trash house where they had a corner in their apartment that they literally called the spit corner.
Oh my God.
It was an opening between the two couches in this rundown apartment where they would dip spit onto the carpet.
Oh God.
Ew.
Yeah, it was just this section that you would walk in and smell like Copenhagen and pee.
All right, when I go to the store today, I am hoping to see a monstrous discount based upon the scandal and the controversy and Kevin Hagelin's favorite topic on our show. Where are we at with Bud Light?
Well, you can get some real cheap Bud Light right now.
I'm in.
All right.
I'm in.
So now through May 31st, Bud Light is advertising a summer rebate where customers who purchase a 15-pack or larger will receive a $15 rebate. This is a Bud Light, Budweiser, Bud Select, and Bud Select 55. Here's the thing. A 15-pack of Bud Light is $12.99 right now at, say, Target.
A 15-pack?
A 15-pack, which I haven't seen a 15-pack.
I didn't know there were 15.
But it's $12.99, which means if you buy that, Bud Light's actually going to pay you $2.01 to drink their beer for the weekend. I have never seen this. Their numbers continue to go down. I mean, they had, let's see, through the week of May 6th, they had a 24% decline. which was slightly down from a 23% decline. Budweiser's down, 11% versus 10%. Like it continues, man. It just continues for them. They're trying everything. They have this new marketing.
So wait, a rebate means what exactly?
So you buy it, and then they give you a coupon.
Okay.
And then you probably mail it in or go online, and they'll mail you $15. They'll probably mail you a Visa gift card.
All right, I don't know if that's
$15.
enough for me to do it though. I want it right there.
But I mean, if you want to supply beer for your weekend party,
Yeah.
all right, go to the store, buy like
Which,
20.
by the way, everyone invited, bring beer.
Yeah. So you buy 20 15 packs, you're going to wind up making $40 if you buy 20 15 packs for your party.
Meanwhile, someone that we ran into last night may be trying to take advantage. Troy Aikman with his latest beer commercial.
Everyone's talking about beer companies these days, but nobody's talking about beer. I started 8 with the goal of creating a company dedicated to making really great light beer. No agenda, no distractions, just great fucking beer.
I love it.
It's so weird. It's like a Twitter video. Someone's shooting him while he's at his desk.
Do you think it took any convincing? Like somebody's like, "Hey, we should do this," because I've never known Troy Aikman to weigh in on anything like this.
Oh, you missed his Joe Buck clip?
Well, okay, look, if we're talking about let's take
Is that taken out of context?
Well, what did he say?
What was the Buck controversy? The politics?
Which one was this?
The only one. Alec, what was it?
The anthem where they were talking about the flyovers.
What did he say?
He said, that's not going to happen with this new administration, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And he did get in trouble. You remember for saying, "Let's take the dresses off. Let's play football."
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So you know what? This is actually he's probably got this market cornered.
Yep.
Somebody was one of the Tolos we were with at Boomer Jacks. They were ordering just pint after pint of the 8 beer. It was over there.
I haven't had it yet. Have you had it?
Yes, I have. It's not bad.
Is it better than Mick Ultra?
It's very similar. I found it very similar, and I like Mick Ultra.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I don't mind. I like Mick Ultra. I think it's fine.
All right, so what are y'all doing? What you cooking? Send me the photos as always, so that Brian Broaddus can watch me compliment or make fun of what you're trying to smoke.
Couple people on the YouTube. Justin Rose says he's doing brisket beef ribs and stuffed jalapenos. Let's see here. We've got Hayden Chick on the YouTube. Brisket, pork butt, bell pepper nachos for Sunday.
Dang.
Steve from Tyler on the Twitch says chicken wings, hot dogs, and hamburgers on the pellet grill.
Sometimes, man, you just want to cook hot dogs and hamburgers. That's it. That's what I did last week.
It's an old classic.
You need the old classic with the charcoal out there. You been grilling anything recently?
So the Blackstone. Now here's a problem. The ignition, the igniter, broke. I tried a new battery. It just broke. So now I've got to take the top.
Yeah.
I got to take it off, start it up, and then use a match or a lighter, one of those lighters to start it. It's a pain in the butt.
So it's the remix to ignition.
It is the remix to ignition. Very well done.
We're going to crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece to close out the Friday edition. Next.
But let's get you on over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters, the place to watch.
jumps. And buy with confidence knowing both locations are 2022 J.D. Power Dealers of Excellence. And Huff Finds is the Consumer's Choice Auto Group of the Year for the 15th consecutive year. For more, please visit HuffFinds.net.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat.
You need on all Maytag major appliances during May is Maytag month, happening all month long.
Maytag month is going on.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for the best Ford dealership on the east side of the Metroplex. In Terrell, it's Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist, GM Adam Vinci. They're both Tolos, taking care of the Tolos each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford truck or SUV. Adam's got everything from Super Duties on the ground to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
There's Lindell shooting wide. Rebound goal! Robertson again! Off the back wall and in! And they're tied at 2.
All right, the Mike Bassick Show.
I love how Peyton remembered to tell Alec about Bassick's intro, but not Bobby's for his daily segment.
Yeah.
Very nice.
He's been trying to get me for weeks now.
Well, I was listening to the last segment coming in as fast as I could.
Well, I hope so. You weren't in here.
No. Well, I have a daughter graduating, and I know that, Kevin, you have a son graduating, which means big party at the house. So I heard you talking about your party, and I was like, 20 people. I think we're preparing for approximately 80 people coming and going.
Why did you invite so many people?
Do you think I invited 80 people?
No, 80? That's a good point.
Ooh, that.
Well, let me ask you
What's
this.
the most you've ever had over like that?
For Sue's 40th birthday, probably close to 80 to 100 people.
Whoa. What type of state are we dealing with?
No kidding. How big's your backyard?
Huh?
How big's your backyard?
It's big. It's not like huge, but it's big.
Yeah.
One of my favorite
But there's a
lines,
lot to do here.
Mike, one of my favorite lines from you is, if you've ever been to the Sue's last name's family's house, yeah, you're part of the family now.
Right.
But for the Bassicks,
Yeah, it's blood.
it's got to be blood.
What are you doing for
you're
food
not-
and drink? What's some of the prep list?
I'm supposed to make the white and then yellow quesos.
Okay.
So I don't know everything we're having. I don't know who's coming. I don't know everything we're having.
But you're probably getting it like catered. You're ordering food.
I have no clue.
Okay, well,
So-
it doesn't sound like doing the quesos is a lot. What else you got?
Well, let's see. This morning, rode my 30-minute Peloton. Got up. I'm washing the windows on the outside, which is not the most fun, easy job to do.
Okay.
I made taco meat because the yellow queso is going to have taco meat in it. Made breakfast for the kids. And then I got out the door. Then Methodist. I feel like it's always great to start construction on roads at 8 to 10 in the morning. I just feel like that's the best time. Like when you're doing construction on roads, like, you know what? The best time when nobody's going to be driving around a hospital would be somewhere between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. Let's do it then.
Were there less people on the road Friday? Like how many people are
Well,
off today?
I think most. I think
no school.
School is either half school for at least my middle school kids. My daughter's been done with school, but she's had the anxiety of having to write the speech as valedictorian. And
sorry. What pressure being highlighted.
I
the
feel like
kid.
as valedictorian, you get to choose the person to have all that anxiety. And I think the last person to graduate, whoever was the
Mr.
person
Irrelevant for
who
high school.
barely passed, because I don't think any 18-year-old wants to get in front of, let's say, 500 to 1,000 people and have to give a speech. So you make it, if you finish last in your class, you are going to have to be the one to stand up and talk to everybody.
That was almost me.
Last?
I finished.
You get relegated.
I was almost relegated. We had 121 kids in my graduating class. I was 116 out of 121.
And you still get to go to Tennessee.
They ranked you like that?
Yeah, everybody does.
Yeah, they ranked us
You didn't
like
have
that.
class rank?
I don't know if we had like 98 to 210 of who was the dumbest. You know?
Well, we did.
You can't do that today.
They let us know.
Can
They let
you?
me know.
Yes, you have to.
Yeah, there's still a class rank.
Why do you have to?
For valedictorian.
After 1 and 2, it doesn't matter.
It does matter
for
top
college
6% go to UT and A&M. If you're not in the top 6% in your class, you do not even get a chance to get accepted.
So
to those
is it
two
not
schools.
10%? It used to be 10%, right?
It's down to 6% now for those.
Just like unveiling people's salaries.
How will we
publicly.
know if you're going to be any
tell
good part
everybody.
of society if we don't know where to rank you?
Well, you submit your
That's a good point.
GPA and your stats to the school. I don't think you have to put next to it. I don't remember putting next. I was 84. I was 98.
Well, you don't have to put it, but they then
They can
look up
figure
your
it
high
out.
school and then they see what your class
I
rank
definitely
is.
didn't put it down.
That's shaming.
Okay, so Sean, I've seen all the
look
pictures
at
you've
you.
had of
Hello,
Mr. Nick
Maryland.
and Mr. Sam at your house or wherever you're going to have these parties. When your son graduates high school, how many people do you think Amanda's? And by the way, I met your father-in-law the other night
Oh,
at
that's
the
my guy.
baseball game.
Yes.
I was asking where's Sean at. He says he never comes to his nephew's events.
That's true. That's not my doing of little drama. That's not my doing.
Oh,
It was a select ball. Select ball game.
No, it was a middle school baseball.
Yeah.
What's
You're-
your brisket question, Mike?
JJ stole home for me.
Did he?
Yeah.
JJ can hoop. He comes
So-
over. He used to come over and shoot pool in the pool. Anyway, weren't you going to ask me a food question or something?
No, I was just saying, how many
Oh.
people do you think Amanda would invite over when your son graduates high school?
I'm not planning on having the.
Your
you
son
have to do
graduate,
the-
you're not planning?
Yeah, you have to.
You're
you
not
have to
planning
do
on
the-
your son graduating high school?
Yeah,
Probably
you'll do
You
a
have to do the graduation
All right.
party at your house.
You can
Not
do whatever you want.
necessarily.
Well, here's we're also joining
cheaper.
another family. So there's going to be another
Someone's
kid
getting married,
graduating.
too. Oh.
So that means double family, right? It's not just
At
our
your
family.
house?
Yes.
How do you get stuck at your house? Why don't
Because-
y'all just rent a place?
I mean, you're about to have you're about to live and move to a horse farm.
Yeah.
You have like
you
6
really?
acres, right? So you
What?
can have a big party.
It's not
Rent
sick.
Peyton's
Kevy,
home.
how many people are you having at your house?
Yeah, because ours is way less. We're going to have like 25. That's why when you said 80, I found that
Well,
to be
it's
shocking.
double
double
up.
That makes
gonna,
more
I'm
sense.
I'm just gonna homeschool mine like Bobby, and he'll have no friends.
Exactly. And then,
But it's family and stuff,
yeah,
too.
you,
Well
yeah,
done.
you have
I'm
no
just trying to make a
friends.
Bobby joke.
But then
Damn it, Kevin.
statistically, I'm smarter than
Go
all
back
of
in a
you. So-
hallway and hide.
Yeah, but then you may be smarter, but you also stand right behind somebody at a urinal.
Okay, 116.
Because you didn't go to 116.
What a contentious.
You didn't
I
go
will,
to
crosstalk.
I will switch the subject a little bit here.
Yeah, let's talk about my family drama.
Kevin,
Yeah, I'm
at
in something very interesting.
10:22,
Yep.
what's the topic?
Would you rather have DeAndre Ayton or Jarrett Allen for this Mavericks team? Plus the
DeAndre.
concept of the summer slowdown.
The Minnesota Vikings defensive end?
I was just thinking that.
Not Jared. Allen. Jarrett.
My ears. It's my
Allen.
ears, Kevin, Mike.
I don't know a ton about Jared
What's
Allen.
he
to be
making?
honest.
I'm in trouble.
Wasn't he
20 million.
back-to-back All-Star?
Yeah, Allen is
I don't watch
20
the All-Star
million per year. Ayton is 34 million per year. Both are under contract for the next 3 years, I believe.
It gets to be difficult to get into the whole subject, but in the subject, obviously you can dump salary on Phoenix. You're not going to get to dump any salary on Cleveland. They're not taking your dumpy Tim Hardaway Jr. who needs to shoot the ball 30 times a game to feel satisfied every night.
Probably Jarrett Allen.
That's because he went to Texas.
Yeah.
No, it really has nothing to do with Texas. It more has to do with DeAndre Ayton's going to be making more money, and I don't know that he's that much more productive relative to the money, and he's now becoming a malcontent. Like, that's his reputation.
So can I just say one thing? Like, I actually agree with your answer. Can I just say one thing about the malcontent thing is I think that's true to a point, but then he made it clear he didn't want to be in Phoenix anymore when he signed elsewhere, and then they decided to match. So I do kind of see how he's like, I told y'all I didn't want to be here.
I get that, but like the competitor in him, when they're asking him about Jokic out rebounding him, and he's like, "What do you want? I'm standing there with my arms open. What do you want me to do?"
Yeah.
Here's my problem with Ayton. Like, I understand him being, how many number one picks are like the fourth option who average double doubles? But is he capable of being the second option? That's what I worry about with him. And, like coming here, it's like that Anthony Davis mentality you need here with Luka now. Anthony Davis doesn't need to be the dog. He doesn't want to be the dog. He's a coward. And I think DeAndre Ayton's got a little bit of that in him as well. I don't know Jared Allen's mentality.
He's like Tyson Chandler on steroids almost. Like,
I was just
nothing
about
against
to say
Tyson.
that.
Quite an accusation.
Sure you were.
Tyson Chandler never made an all-star team. This guy, like, he can get you his points. He doesn't really care for the ball, but he can get you 20 rebounds a game at times.
And his offensive game is?
Not much.
Yeah.
Tyson Chandler, but blocking shots, rebounding, sprinting up and down the court. Will never get beat back on defense. But at the same time,
sure,
they have a little bit of an issue because they drafted Evan Mobley from USC,
who's awesome,
and they can't really play in the playoffs. Nowadays, you can't play 2 7-footers on your team at the same time unless one of them's like Kevin Durant-like. So to have two guys that are kind of, hey, we score from somewhat 15 feet in, we're very athletic, but nobody respects us on the three-point line. It's very tough to have two guys that nobody respects on the three-point line on the court at the same time.
With Kyrie, maybe Jared Allen. Without Kyrie, I want DeAndre scoring.
Okay,
DeAndre
which makes
scoring.
sense because, Kyrie is a very logical trade piece for Ayton, so that makes sense to me.
All right, well, it's time to get your party ready Saturday.
How many things do you think are going to get broken in your house? Is there a rule that they can't? And where are they going to use the bathroom? Are you going to get like a porta potty in the back?
What?
Or they can all go in the house?
I know Sue said that. Because
Dripping wet.
We only have one bathroom downstairs, and she's like, we have to have a bathroom upstairs available because with this many people.
Oh, God.
How many bathrooms do you have?
3.
Yeah, but they're all going to be going in, soaking wet.
Yeah.
It's, did you hear RJ?
I don't
Just
know
do
if it's
RJ's
going to be a
corner.
big swim part. The kids will probably swim. I don't think family and adults will be
Just
swimming.
have a corner of grass that's covered.
Oh gosh.
House.
He has
fence.
turf.
Yeah, we have turf.
Well, even better. Even better.
Eco-friendly.
Even better. Just go all over that.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's always green, so.
Yeah, and I don't have to use the gas mower.
I will tell you this: the grass does get does change color.
You better go to commercial.
The turf grass?
No, my regular grass.
It's like
the
what?
area of the grass we use the bathroom. It changes color.
Coming up next.
You don't want 2 meetings today.
Corey,
We have our own.
Corey, you ready to C block it?
Let's C block it.
We
baby.
missed your C block yesterday.
Oh my gosh, I'm so ready for it.
All right, coming up next,
Is
the
that the COVID
KMC
block with the way you
masterpiece.
look right now? You look like you got
dear.
the COVID block, Corey. Dang.
Oh, dear.
Sean, I'll see you Wednesday at 5:30 at Bishop Lynch for our championship game, so you can see JJ for the
Depends
first
on my
time in your
mother-in-law.
life.
It all depends on my mother-in-law.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford, it's 35 minutes of commercial free. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and making a cameo appearance, one of the stars of the Get Right, 7 to 11, right here on The Fan. It is Reginald Atatula. Good morning, gentlemen.
It's like candy.
That is how we start a show.
It's because he said cameo.
I was listening to the Get Right yesterday as I was driving to get a whole bunch of alcohol for tomorrow.
Nice.
Drunk.
Yeah, really get these 18-year-olds going.
Oh, my God.
Don't say that,
just
man,
kidding.
Mike.
Do not mark that.
Yes,
Do
please
not.
They're 18.
Just kidding.
Oh, my God.
It's for the parents.
They stay the same
We're
age.
not even 1 minute into the show,
There
y'all.
are 18-year-old parents
The
out
Get
there.
Right. They had on Clarence Hill Jr., Chill.
Yes.
And you know what I loved? They couldn't even get into the interview. You know why Kevin Gray couldn't start the interview? Because Clarence Hill Jr. had to take a minute's worth of shots at the Lakers, and he kept calling them the fakers. And I was like, this is a great interview. They can't even ask a question because Clarence Hill Jr., I think, hates the Lakers as much as I hate the Lakers.
That is glorious. I like that. And that's what Mike took pleasure in, was that somebody else had as much vengeance and hate as he did.
Yeah, they eventually got to Cowboys stuff, but I was just like, this is great. Clarence Hill's like, no. We're not doing Cowboys until I get off my Laker hate.
Magnificent. Now, it is graduation season for some folks, and it is a shout-out Friday. So if y'all have graduates in your life at any level, let us know. We'll try to get some shout-outs going. And, Corey, I know this morning you were doing stuff for Lucy. Was it an award ceremony, right?
So they were doing their fifth grade, or it's the whole school send-off and everything.
Okay.
And for Lucy, she got a citizenship award, the Principal Proclamation is what it's called. And there's one student from each class that gets it, and she was announced, and she went up there, and the vice principal is leaving, and Lucy was in her kindergarten class, the first class she'd ever had. So she was all in tears, and Lucy, like, she jumped up and had this huge smile on her face. But maybe my favorite moment was I looked back over at Carter, who was leaving fifth grade to go to middle school now. Last night at his ceremony, Lucy started bawling because she realized Carter's not going to be at school with her anymore. And they've been to school together the whole time. But I look over at Carter as Lucy's getting this award, and Carter is smiling as big as I've never seen the kid smile this big, and he's clapping for her. And I was like, that's awesome. When you can be happy for somebody else to get an award, like, that is a great moment. So I was kind of concerned that he would be like bummed that he didn't get something, but he was excited for his sister. So I'm really proud of him.
On the 817 graduation night, my son Xander Ruiz graduates from Aledo High School from Tolo Miguel. My son Brandon is graduating from Garland High School tomorrow, and I'm really
ready for
stoked
this?
about that. I don't know. My wife asks me that a lot, and I think I might just kind of be like putting it off, or maybe I'm thinking of like he'll still be here for the summer.
Okay.
You know? So I'm not entirely sure, but it's probably going to hit me pretty hard.
A couple things I do want to throw your way. Like, he's been like your best friend since I've known you.
He was the best man at my wedding.
He was the best man at your wedding. I showed up everywhere I would show up. He was there. And I've known you for as long as I've been married to Adrian. I don't know how long that is. But I've known you that long.
Almost.
And I kind of was watching, the ceremony last night, and I just said, just stare at the lights and no tears will come.
Yeah.
But for you, this is a different thing because you're watching your best friend turn into a man right now.
Yeah.
He's going to have his own responsibilities, and nobody knows how irresponsible our kids are except for us.
That is a great point.
So are you prepared? Is he ready for life? Is he ready to do this thing?
I think he's going to do great. There are a few things that I'm concerned about.
Okay, all right.
But hopefully he'll be able to work through those.
All right,
like, you got to let them fly at some point.
Mike, as like I said, as a friend who's been around for a long time, watching this kid grow up, he couldn't have asked for a better dad, and he's going to be just fine because he's going to still have you right by his side whenever he needs to pick up the phone and call you, man.
Well, that is very nice. I appreciate that very much.
I just posted a picture of yesterday was the baccalaureate.
Yeah.
For Bishop Dunn. So I just posted a picture. Now, I will say, whoever is going to be my daughter's roommate at UT, I hope she picks up that dorm room more than she picks up her room. That's all I got to say.
You know what?
She's messy.
That's the one thing that I'm like, Mary Grace, I just hope that, and it could go the other way, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if the other person is just as messy as you, and then
You have to like wade through trash when you go down there and everything.
Had a roommate like that once.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man. Like I'm talking about.
How mad did you get?
I mean, I did what I could to bear with them, and then when the opportunity came to get a move on, we got to move on.
For the 903, shout out to Jaden King, class of 2023 for Eustis High School. Good luck on your cross-country career at Jacksonville College.
Do we shout out the people who have like one more summer school semester to do, or do we wait until summer school's over?
Oh, my daughter said.
What, are you afraid they're going to fail?
She said to be quiet yesterday because I said, "Did everybody pass?" Oh. And she goes, "No."
Oh no.
Oh no.
And I was like, but she said they were still there because they get to go through a lot of the process. They just now have to go to summer school to get like the credit or two that they failed.
I very vividly remember at our graduation rehearsal, our principal came up and said, I called 30 kids this morning and said, good news, you can sleep in.
Oh,
and I thought,
God.
Is that really the way you deliver that news? Because
were there any kids that didn't realize, like, dang, I could have slept in?
Yeah, I don't know how quickly. I wish I could have heard at least one of those phone calls. And yeah, but I could not. From the 214, shout out to my granddaughter Abby, just walked the stage at the University of Arkansas. That is fantastic right there. And now a lot of people weighing in and saying, oh yeah, I had a messy roommate, or I had like a clean roommate that was kind of overbearing about it. I get that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Roommates are wild. You learn a lot about yourself when you get out into the world with a roommate and you're like, trying to figure out how to communicate to him. Because one day, here's a story. Can I just share a quick story?
Please.
My roommate was my best man at my wedding. He's my best friend. We're really tight. One day, I know, man. We show up. I show up into the house and I look down on the floor and I was like, we've been living together for like a month. I was like, hey man, what's this mud on the floor? And he goes, what mud? And I went, this effing mud right here. And then I stormed out of the house and left, and we yelled at each other for a little while. One fight. That was the only fight we ever had. And then we just kept the house tidy. So all I needed to do was blow up, and then he knew I just got to keep the house tidy.
That's a healthy lesson to learn.
Yeah.
It's not bad. I got through watching Love and Death on HBO. So at least you didn't have a fight like Candy Montgomery and Betty Gore might have been her last name.
That would have been real bad.
Yeah, that was a tough one. That was their first fight.
41 times.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have done. Yeah, I wouldn't be here.
All right, if you need some more positive news than the axe murder, let's go to cut number 3.
Sprawling save. Heiskanen. They score! Joe Pavelski! A power play goal! And the Stars are still alive!
Damn right, the Stars are still alive. Couple of questions for y'all. Did you think when it went to overtime we were doomed?
Yes.
And then that's what I thought too. And then, Corey, you asked a question that I actually saw some on our social media. Is we posted, some different things, and I saw multiple people saying, I wish they would have just been put out of their misery, which is wild to me.
Adrian asked me that last night. We sat down, I turned the game on, and she was like, are we still doing this? And I was like, yeah, I just got to finish, we got to finish the season out. And then she said, so are we rooting for them to win, or are we rooting them to put us out of our misery? And I was like, misery. I just, it was, all I was feeling was when Mike says pain all the time like that, that's how I was feeling. And maybe it's because I wasn't feeling well yesterday. Maybe that was one of the other things, is I just wanted to go to sleep early, and I couldn't because the Stars went into overtime again.
Corey, do you remember when the series started how expensive Game 4 tickets were?
Oh, yeah.
You weren't here yesterday because you had you were on the IL with a throat injury.
Yep.
Tickets were more than 50% off. So it was $175 a ticket in the upper deck. That was face value when they hit Ticketmaster when they were available, and we were looking like, oh gosh, that's a lot of money. Yesterday, you could get pairs of tickets for $50.
Well, I imagine. I got a text from one of our Tolos, and he was like, he's a Vegas Knights fan. And I was like, first off, go away. But secondly, he was like,
your
"Hey,
face, Sean.
I'm up in the seats right now." He texted. He was like, "It's pretty empty right now." And I was like, "Yeah, all these 5th graders graduating elementary school." And then he said that was still a little empty, but it filled up enough. But he was like, "There's still some empty seats sitting around," and that was pretty surprising to me that there were empty seats in that place. But I guess it is end of the school season. Stars down 3-0 or 0-3, and then they were just like, "Well, I guess fans are in that mood."
But they didn't get swept like the Canes did.
Yes, that is very, very true. And also, the last time the Stars were in this scenario in the Western Conference Finals, they also won Game 5 and pushed it back to Game 6. And you're seeing what the Celtics are doing right now. And I told you this yesterday.
What happened in Game 6?
They lost in Game 6.
The refs did it. I remember. The refs ruined
against
it.
Detroit. So they're like, we got to get an original 6 in there. There's a 1.96% chance 4 teams have come back from a 0-3 deficit in Stanley Cup in playoff history. Sure, it's never happened in the conference finals, but don't worry about that because guess what? You're not in an 0-3 deficit anymore. You're in a 3-1 deficit.
But you were
Teams come back. Nope, that's over. Teams come back from 3-1 all the time. So what's the big deal?
Never in the conference finals, though. I heard
But
that.
you said nobody's ever come back from 0-3.
Yeah, but I bet people have come back from 3-1 in the conference final all the time.
Just shift the goalposts.
And guess what? It makes all the sense in the world. Who had 2 goals yesterday?
Jason Robertson.
All right. Who stole second base to keep the Red Sox season alive when they were down 0-3 to the Yankees?
Jason Veritek?
Marco Scutaro.
Dave Roberts.
Okay, you can see how I got to
Robertson. Roberts. What's
Is he Dave Roberts' son?
No.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Oh
do you
my
see?
goodness.
Do you
Is
see
Dave
the
Roberts?
correlation? They both have almost the same last name. Ours has an on the end.
Clear, they're most definitely not related. They have different last names.
How certain are you of this?
Although
Pavelski scores the winning goal. Who hit the winning home run? David Ortiz. He was old too.
And his name was David, like David
incredible.
Roberts, who has Jason Roberts' son.
How is that incredible, Reggie?
Do you understand the correlation between the Red Sox comeback and the Stars comeback right now?
Yeah.
Is Pedro playing
Hold
for us
on.
tomorrow?
I hate myself for doing this.
Do it.
God, I hate myself for doing
Kevin. Get
this.
involved.
We need a bloody sock for Game 7.
You know what happened the year the Red Sox made their 0-3 comeback? Brandon was born.
And now Brandon leaves your house
Graduating.
forever.
And now Noah is born.
What?
In the same season where the Stars might come back from 0-3. And if you think I'm crazy,
What if
I
it's
want
the
to
Celtics? Will you be upset that it was the
that
Celtics
we
who Noah was
wasted it on
going
that?
for?
Yes, I will. But I will tell you this.
So another baby then, right?
Yeah, well, also, this is how I knew that Connecticut was going to win the championship. When Brandon was born that same year, Connecticut won the title, and then Connecticut just won the title. There are some parallels here if I'm going to go down this ridiculous rabbit hole with you guys.
What year was it that they won? 2004?
Yeah, that was the comeback against the Yankees down. It's the only time it's ever happened in baseball history.
It's never happened in basketball. 0-150. In hockey, 4-200. So I hope people are still enthused that this season is still going on.
It gives you another game. I mean, if you think about it, basketball's almost over, hockey's almost over, and then you're just stuck with baseball, as some people will say. But
Although a
luckily,
lot of excitement for that this year. And if you win Game 5, and this is I know it's different in Celtics Heat because in Game 6, they have to go back to their place. But if you win Game 5 and you come back to the AAC on Memorial Day, I'm pretty sure for Game 6, the ticket prices, I imagine, will be significantly different.
I bet so. In fact, I'll tell you what. If they're really cheap right now, you might want to just buy Game 6 tickets. You will get refunded eventually.
Yeah, exactly. So either you'll get a refund, or if the Stars win, I bet a whole lot of folks are going to be clamoring to get right back into that thing.
Do you know, Kevin, for the Boston Red Sox in that year?
And we interviewed a Red Sox at the golf tournament from that 04.
Yeah, Mark Lowe.
Yeah.
We would have never interviewed a Red Sox.
Yeah.
Except for this year.
We knew to interview a Red Sox because we knew we were going to have a star sock.
It's happening.
He pitched. This guy pitched 7 2/3 innings, so almost 7.5 innings, Kevin, in a game, and was ejected in Game 3 of the Red Sox. His name's Jamie Brown. Did you know that? He wasn't ejected, but his name was Jamie, and he did pitch in the World
And
Series.
our Jamie Benn got ejected in Game 3? Oh, yeah, by the way, Jamie Benn would be back for Game 6. Like, I realize Vegas will be a nice-size favorite going into Game 5 tomorrow, but Jamie Benn would theoretically be back for Game 6 if you make it that far.
Mike, he gave up 1 run in Game 1, 0 in Game 2, 1 in Game 4.
Jamie Brown?
Jamie Brown gave up 3 runs on 3 hits in Game 3. Or I'm 6 hits right there. So yeah, it's a reach. It's a reach. I'm sorry about that.
Very concerned about our audience.
That was the
today,
only
though.
reach, though. All the other ones were.
Well, you're not wrong. I'm very concerned about our audience today. From the 940, the Robertson thing Corey said was the funniest thing I've heard in a while. And from the 713, in Nordic countries, Robertson would be the last name of a son to a guy named Robert.
No, it's true.
Weird, but true.
Yeah, no, it is true because Eric the Red was like a dragon slayer and pillager. His son was named Leaf, but his last name was Leif Erikson. So Leif
Corey,
Erikson
clearly
was Eric the
dragons
Red's
aren't
son.
real.
Eric,
Come on.
well, you don't know that. You ever seen a dragon before?
Can I say that I have?
That's probably why he thinks it's not real, right?
Because he hasn't seen it.
One thing that was real last night, and we can talk about this more a little bit later, is the special teams, specifically the power play, changed a season-long trend. For the entire season, Dallas was 1 for 14 on the power play against Vegas. They were 2 for 2 last night, and obviously that last goal was pretty damn ginormous. So congratulations to the Stars. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I promise we'll get more of these shout-outs going. Plus, Mavs fans, would you rather have DeAndre Ayton or Jarrett Allen? Plus, what is the summer of stuckness? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Hey,
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Garland left of the lane. Lob to Allen! Pow! Oh, my Allen way above the rim. The throw to the fro.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Jarrett Allen or DeAndre Ayton. We're going to get into the specifics of that, but also it is a shout-out Friday. And from the 817, my son is graduating from Boswell High School in Fort Worth. He's going to play D1 JUCO baseball at Rose State in Oklahoma. And just real quick, in case I hurt your feelings, Corey.
Uh-oh.
And actually because I think I might have said the wrong thing. Shout out to Corey, who loves Ted Lasso, I think, better than anyone I know. More than anyone I know. We have a fundamental disagreement about the quality of season 3, and I apologize for pushing my opinion on other people.
Kevin called me stupid right there to my face, and it really hurt for a second, but I can get over things pretty quickly.
I think what I said, and this includes a fan texter as well, and I apologize, is saying season 3 of Ted Lasso is the best season I said is stupid. But everyone can enjoy TV however the hell they want.
Oh, my gosh, look at that.
It's a moment of growth.
Kevin, this is a moment of growth. This is kind of like watching Roy Kent turn into a human.
I do kind of see some parallels there.
Like when he hugged Redacted?
Yeah.
That was awesome.
I love my nieces and nephews, and I'm like, I let them do ridiculous bullcrap that I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. All right, so Mike, set this up in terms of why Jarrett Allen, however you can, why Jarrett Allen came to your mind. Because I get DeAndre Ayton. We've been talking about him for, like forever.
Well, you're starting to see some rumors that Cleveland might want to move Jarrett Allen. And you're like, why? He's a 2-time All-Star. He's arguably the best defensive big man in the NBA. I'm not going to say he is, but he's in the conversation.
Yeah, I would probably argue against that.
Yeah,
but he's up there.
He's very good, right?
He is.
Great rebounder, really good defender. Not much of a scorer. There's not much of scoring options. Obviously, he can dunk a basketball very well. But from about that point on, there's not a ton of offensive ability there. But they don't want Evan Mobley and Jarrett Allen on the same team anymore in Cleveland. They felt like part of the reason they lost early on in the playoffs was Jarrett Allen and Evan Mobley. I believe, was he the 3rd pick in the draft?
Or maybe the 2nd.
He might have been 2nd or 3rd pick from USC as a freshman. He's a really good player.
And that's the thing. I think the potential, and he's not going to get traded.
Right.
I'm just saying, I think that's another reason this move is facilitated, is because the potential for him, I think, is higher than Jarrett Allen.
Yes. And so they see him being more of a future star than Allen, who is, I call him, correct me if I'm wrong, a kind of Tyson Chandler on steroids. And what I mean by that is he's not as tall as Tyson Chandler or he's bigger or stronger, but I think he's a little bit better than Tyson Chandler. And Tyson Chandler was great for the 1 year that he played for the Dallas Mavericks, and then kind of, I guess, half a season or maybe a whole full season in like 2016 when they got killed by Houston in the playoffs. But I just think that they are both very good options, but very different in that Allen really affects the game by energy and he affects the game by defense.
Yeah.
DeAndre Ayton affects the game by being a scorer and I would say a rebounder, but he's not very physical. He's not a high energy player. So they're very different centers, but both very good and would completely upgrade you. Remember this. Dwight Powell has played in, I can't remember, 40-something playoff games. It's right around there. He averages 3 points and 2 rebounds in his 40-something playoff games. So if you're like, I don't really like 18 and 10 from Ayton, that just isn't what I'm looking for. Well, that is 15 more points and 8 more rebounds than the guy that you have to play in clutch minutes because it's the only human being who's over 6'10", I guess, who you think can play basketball.
And I went back and forth on this, and one of the reasons that I do think they can both fit well in this system because of the skill set they provide. And I mean, I know Ayton would need the ball more than Allen, but
Right.
I don't think he has to have the ball, much like we've discussed with the issues that you ran into with KP, the issues that you ran into with Kyrie and everything like that, is you brought it up. Jared Allen is, like, if you're looking for like a draft comp, I don't know if it's Dariq Whitehead out of Duke in terms of the right now limited offensive scope, but he is what it feels like you would want in this team. He also makes a good deal less money, and he's 3 for 60 left on his deal. And DeAndre Ayton is 3 for 102. And so that's 20 mil for Allen, 34, I almost went way too high, 34 mil per on Ayton. And I think that might be the tipping factor. If it was even, I'm taking Ayton, but that is a big difference. So I'm going Allen.
I do have some things. If you ascribe to the Raptor score from 538, which I asked Reggie, he said he does. So I'll throw that out there. The war, the basketball war for Jokic, 24.2.
I bet that's really high.
I bet that's
second place is 14.
Golly.
In all of the NBA?
All the NBA. Luka is a 13 at fourth. Okay,
Now we all know who the real MVP
Jokic is this year specifically. All right. So then I went to look at Jarrett Allen. All right. I want to should I throw the numbers out?
Let's do it.
Without names and let y'all guess?
Yes.
Offensive Raptor, negative 0.5. The other player, negative 2.4. Defensive Raptor, plus 1.7, negative 0.3. Total, 1.2, negative 2.7. WAR, 4.9, 0.0. Who do you think is the first player that I was saying that had mostly positive numbers?
See, I think Allen was the one with the negative 2.4 offensive Raptor score, just because
that's what I assume.
He is exceedingly limited offensively.
Jared Allen, according ranked defensively, is the 42nd ranked player in the NBA defensively.
Okay.
DeAndre Ayton's 135th. And
that feels right.
The war for 4.9 is Jarrett Allen, and DeAndre Ayton's a 0. So he had all negative numbers.
I have to admit, I'm pretty shocked.
Offensively and defensively. I don't know if that's a something that was happening this year specifically, because I didn't look over his career completely. So there are some things that I could definitely look up.
He's been pretty consistent.
The last 3 years or whatever.
His numbers from 19 years old to 24 years old are about the same, and I think that might be a little bit concerning that he came into the league. And if you remember, a lot of people decided Ayton or Bagley are better than Luka because there's more room to grow. And Ayton really hasn't done anything to grow much of his game. He came into the league, he was 16-10. Right now, he's 18-10. 1.8 assists his rookie year, 1.7 assists his fifth year in the NBA. Like, his numbers are very similar in every category: field goal percentage, free throw percentage, offensive, defensive rebounds. I mean, I think the thing is here is, I don't know how picky the Mavericks can get. I think both teams are looking to move these guys. But you have to remember this as a Mavs fan. You're not trading with a rebuilding team. Cleveland's trying to win a championship.
Yeah.
And so are the Phoenix Suns. Phoenix more desperate than Cleveland because Cleveland just traded for Donovan Mitchell. Now, there's rumors that as soon as he can, he's going to try to get to the New York Knicks. But if you look at Evan Mobley, you look at their team, they're somewhat of a young team. Darius Garland, you look at Phoenix, yes, Devin Booker is a younger guy, but they decided to go all in on Kevin Durant, which gives them maybe a 2-year window if he's healthy enough that they can Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and possibly win a championship. But they're looking to move those guys to get better, not to get worse.
And this question comes up, and it is an interesting question. I think it depends from the 682. Curious what the price difference really means. Would it affect the Mavs anyway? What are they going to do with the savings? So it depends on if you move on from Kyrie as well. Like in the Kyrie Ayton scenario, like you're going to find yourself pretty much just right back at square one. If somehow, some way, let's say you did go with Jarrett Allen, for example, and you traded Kyrie in a separate deal for a bunch of expiring contracts, just in this example,
right,
is then you would be in position to potentially have not a lot, but some money if you went the Allen route versus if you go the Ayton route, you're going to be stuck back in. And then they said, if it's about luxury tax, I don't care. Totally fair. I wonder if Mark Cuban does, but there would have to be a couple things, but I think the price difference could make a difference.
If you I just saw the article, if you let Kyrie walk, if he signs with another team and you don't sign and trade him, and obviously they're letting Christian Wood walk, but if you let both of those guys walk, you have approximately $25 million to spend on the team, and that's it. So it just, for Mavs fans, if you want to know what happened, you have $25 million to spend if you do not sign any of your players back.
Yeah.
I have a concern about Ayton's desire. Is that in
That's 100%.
Well, that's why Phoenix is trying to move on from him.
And Kevin, I told you I don't think Jarrett Allen needs the ball to make an impact on game.
Right.
I think DeAndre Ayton might pout because he's one of these guys that he's kind of been pampered and told, you're the best at everything all along the way. Except for, I guess, by Chris Paul, because maybe that's or Booker. I don't know which one.
It's Paul, I think, that obviously just the way Paul turned off DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin, I think that DeAndre Ayton has been, somehow mentally shut down by Chris Paul's, I don't know if teaching, coaching, nagging, whatever words you want to use.
And Luka's not the type of guy that's going to beat him down like that. But he kind of needs to become that guy at some point.
Would he or wouldn't he? He seems to beat down Christian Wood.
Yeah.
But
Christian Wood was like, but I need it.
Well, and it's interesting, too, because I remember the whole, there was a schism between Ayton and the Suns anyway, but what made it even worse is he was like, well, I'm a max player. And they're like, yeah, you're not. We'll give you, I don't remember the exact number, but it wasn't that much less than the max, and he was like, no, I'm a max player. And then so that's basically, he went out there and
he got the max.
Yeah, exactly. Got a different deal from somewhere else, and he's like, I want to go where they think they're a max player. And then they just matched the deal, which I think has led to increased frustration there. Plus, when they sub him out in games and keep his situations for somebody else, that's going to irritate you even more. I wonder if just Jarrett Allen would be the better fit, even though, if DeAndre Ayton ever hit his potential, he has more offensive potential by a mile.
It seems like in both of these trades, you're giving up the 10th pick. That starts the trade. So if you're wondering, well, what gets these guys? It looks like the 10th pick starts the conversation. And then it seemed like, at least from the Cleveland side, some of the rumors is that they would be interested in Maxi Kleber because they would be losing a big guy, but they'd be like, here's what we want to replace it with. Now, I think Maxi's not a good player to spread the court. I don't think he's a natural three-point shooter. That's why he's so bad at times at it, because he's really not a good shooter, but he knows on this team for a while now,
I got to let it fly.
You got to let it fly. You got to practice shooting threes, but he's naturally not good at it. Kind of like Jason Kidd. Now, it took Jason Kidd a long time to finally figure out how to make three-pointers, but I think that they want Maxi Kleber, the 10th pick, and then I don't know what else to fill out the last kind of, let's say, $5 to $8 million. I'm going to assume it might be Josh Green.
I could see.
So it could be 10 Josh Green, Maxi Kleber for Jarrett Allen, or it could be JaVale McGee, Tim Hardaway Jr., Josh Green, and the 10th pick for Ayton. So I don't know if that changes your mind at all. You're probably not getting to salary dump for Jarrett Allen.
I'm good with both of those, actually.
I prefer the salary dump deal more just because it fits more in with my vision of how to build a team, but I don't believe the Mavericks feel that way.
I will say this, though. We're kind of trying to go off of what guys are on other teams a lot of times and trying to say, how will it work here?
Sure.
And I think if we've learned anything from the great Ted Lasso, it is that it's not about wins and losses. It's about getting the best and making those guys on the court and off the court better people. Yeah. And that's
what Pep's really known.
That's what the real key is to this entire thing, is trying to get Kidd. All he has to do is get Ayton and Luka and whoever else to be the best versions of themselves on and off the court.
When are we going to start doing that here?
Well, I know that is a TV show based off of professional sports. Unfortunately, I've been sent down by Charlie Manuel, Art Howe, Bobby Valentine, Buck Showalter. And every time I got sent down, a little bit of the speech was this. Up here, it's a results game.
Oh, crap.
And it's about winning and losing. And right now, we need you to go back down to AAA, work on your game, because right now the results aren't there to help us get the wins that we want.
And then they would say, how about that, Crackerjack? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Is that on that show?
No, but that sounds like something he would say.
I think he actually has said that one.
That sounds like something he would say.
Why'd you sound like he said it in the 1915?
He kind of talks like
World's
that.
Fair.
He kind of talks like that. Like if I put a big old hat on him and said his name was Phineas, you'd be like, yeah, I could kind of see that. Coming up next, it's Tom for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Big series, Baltimore, Texas. Relievers we don't want to see next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it'll be a Friday show.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on a Friday is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings that you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC back here on 105 through the Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 469. Shout-out to me, North Garland High School, class of 2010.5. I wonder if that is a summer school situation. And from the 940, shout-out to my daughter, Emily Grace. She's graduating from Saginaw High School and is going to Texas A&M. Corpus Christi, your dad is so proud. Congratulations to y'all. Great work there.
I have a question. You didn't say the last name.
Yeah.
Is it because you didn't want to say the last name?
Sometimes I worry about giving out entire names.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with
Especially young folks.
Yeah, I don't, even though they texted it, I don't want to maybe violate that privacy, but I appreciate it. Now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, so the Rangers are at Baltimore.
This has got to be the biggest series of the weekend, right?
I assume because Baltimore is 16 games over 500 and the Rangers are 13 games over 500. So that would be very tough to find a better series than that. Very excited to watch this series. My son was asking me in the car yesterday, how is Baltimore so good?
I might have spoke too soon, Mike. I apologize. The Dodgers and Rays are also playing.
Oh, well, second
what's
best
special
series
about
of the
that
weekend.
series?
I mean, they're maybe 1 and 2, right?
Okay. Well, and I said, Jake, they're really good. I think a lot of people, you have to really be following baseball to know what Baltimore has done. They have developed Cedric Mullins, all-star, Adley Rutschman, #1 overall pick, and most likely a starting all-star for catcher this year in the American League and probably for years to come. Ryan Mountcastle has been recently developed. He's a really nice player. I know Gunnar Henderson is not having the hottest of starts. He's not really
a lot of hype there.
A lot of hype there, but I mean, he's considered a top 10 prospect in all of baseball. Grayson Rodriguez, who hasn't really pitched the ball that great, by the way, but he was the #1 pitching prospect in all of baseball going into this season. And you can kind of go on and on about how is Baltimore 16 games over 500, but they are doing a great job of drafting and developing right now. And last year, they did win 83 games. We think of them as a bad organization, but they took that leap and that jump as a young team into whoa, wait a second. Can this carry over? And it looks like it has carried over to the next season. Now, what is this series all about? This series is all about the Rangers starters versus the Orioles starters.
I want to jump in. You kind of broke down the strength versus strength and weakness versus weakness. And I think it's fascinating that the Rangers have a monster starting rotation and garbage bullpen, and the Orioles have a monster bullpen, and it's not as bad as the Rangers bullpen, but not very good starting pitching.
And so here are the numbers for starting pitching ERA for the Texas Rangers. The Texas Rangers have a 3.25 ERA as a starting staff. Thank you to
Is that good?
Corey Majors.
That is remarkable.
Fangraphs.
Fangraphs. Yep. Okay. I thought you did all the numbers for me.
I prefer that.
I found it.
Okay. And then you look at the Baltimore Orioles. They are 21st. in starting pitching ERA at a 4.76. Who is Baltimore's best starting pitcher? Probably former Texas Ranger Kyle Gibson. He threw, I believe, 7 shutout innings yesterday against the New York Yankees, and I believe they won 3-1 in that game. So that means he isn't pitching in this series. So you can even look at it as a little bit more of a positive. As tonight, it's John Gray versus Grayson Rodriguez, the young stud that right now is struggling to figure out how to consistently get out big league hitters. All right, so that's the one stat real quick. Positive for the Texas Rangers going to Baltimore in this series. Third best ERA in the major leagues for their starting pitchers. Baltimore 21st, and you're not even facing their best starting pitcher in this series. Now, if you are not winning after 6 innings, and I mean winning after 6 innings, here's the other side of the coin, and this is where it totally flips. The Rangers' ERA for their bullpen is 4.74. That is 28th in Major League Baseball.
Not gonna lie, a little bit better than I thought.
Okay, Oakland is worse.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And I forget the other team that was worse, but Oakland was winning the battle of the worst of everything you could ever possibly have on a team. You know what I did though? Before I get to the Baltimore Orioles, I went and looked at the 2022 bullpen ERA for the Texas Rangers. So it's 4.74 this year, 28th. I'll give you the Baltimore Orioles just to give you an idea of ERAs. Baltimore's bullpen ERA this year is 3.00, which is second in Major League Baseball. Only the New York Yankees at 2.97 have a better bullpen ERA than the Baltimore Orioles. Where would you think the Rangers last year bullpen team ERA was?
12?
Give me a number. I didn't write down the ranking.
3.9.
Okay.
I'll give him a 4.1.
I think you guys are both somewhat close. It was 3.72, kind of middle of the pack.
Okay.
So that's really what we're asking for. Now it's going to be very tough to get this down a whole number.
Average?
Because that would mean in the next 2 months you would have like a 2.7 ERA in your bullpen. And the thing is they're not having to pitch tons of innings because how good the starting pitching is doing. So they're not asked to actually pick up tons of innings this year. And in fact, when you look at Baltimore, they have 228 strikeouts from their bullpen this year. That is the second most in Major League Baseball. The Rangers have 145 strikeouts from their bullpen. That is last. That is 30th. Now, that being said, it's not per 9 innings because the Rangers luckily have Nathan Eovaldi throwing CGs. They have guys getting into the 7th inning, pitching the 7th inning. So they're not getting to rack up as many innings. So ERA is a little bit more important in this situation than total number of strikeouts. But this is an issue. If you listen to Jared Sandler, if you listen to a lot of people, the Rangers struggle to get hitters to miss the ball late in the game, right? They don't really have strikeout guys in their bullpen. And the more the ball's put in play, sometimes the more holes that it will find. Now, I'm not going to say balls are just finding holes against the Rangers bullpen. Balls are finding seats. Balls are finding gaps against this bullpen. It is not dink farts everywhere that are killing the Texas Rangers bullpen. Because I could go after a game and go, look, man, I get it. Is another negative appearance from whoever you name. Yeah. Honestly, you can name anybody except Will Smith. But it's not like, well, it was
even for a minute there,
right?
He was teetering. I'm so glad he's.
But it wasn't like, oh, he chopped it into the ground and it bounced over the third baseman's head. The next guy hit it off the end of the bat and it dribbled towards first, and the guy beat out the soft roller infield hit. That is not happening with this bullpen. The ball is getting hit very hard. So this series will really come down to the Rangers winning the first 6 innings. They have a major advantage when it comes to starting pitching. The Orioles have a major advantage when it comes to bullpen. So if the Rangers are kind of tied after 6 innings and the starting pitchers are starting to get to the pitch count where you know they're going to get taken out, the whole game shifts into, I don't know how the Rangers are going to win.
The Rangers have the 3rd worst bullpen ground ball percentage. they have a top 10 starting, and with their bullpen, their starters are top 10.
Yeah.
And that's Mike Maddox, right? Like Mike Maddox is keep the ball low, pitch to contact, ground balls are going to happen for you. And that's kind of correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, you want ground balls, correct? Like you want your infielders to be able to make those plays if you're not striking them out.
Usually if you get the ball on the ground, you're going to have positive results. It's hard for the ball. Obviously the ball is losing momentum as it's rolling, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's slowing down. When it's in the air, yes, it does slow down. It's not picking up speed, but it's obviously if a ball's on the ground, it's easier to maybe cut that ball off and get it out rather than the line drive where you don't have much range on a line drive. Fly balls, we have range. Ground balls, we have range. Line drives, we don't have much range because the ball's going to go get where it's supposed to get before a human can go track down that ball a lot of times.
By the way, the starters are like 50%, 53% ground balls. The bullpen is 38% ground ball rate, which is, again, third worst in baseball right now.
Well, this should be a really interesting series. I don't know because we keep saying this with whatever series against the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah.
But this is very similar to the Atlanta Braves series. Now, this could be, though, a real playoff opponent. I'm not counting both these teams as they're already making the playoffs with over 100 games to go. But these teams look like they can both make the playoffs. And this is the last time you play Baltimore, so the teams could look very different if you matched up in October against Baltimore.
All right, I'm pumped for this series. I will say it.
And the Orioles have great jerseys. I'm just going to put it out there. I do love their jerseys and their hat.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, just for you, Corey, NFL, this or that.
Yes.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got NFL This or That coming up in just 1 second. But it is also a shout-out Friday from the 210. Going to get a shout-out from my junior Tolos. Brighton finished pre-K yesterday. And Braley turned 3 on Monday. Congratulations and happy birthday from the 817. Shout out to my daughter Alyssa. She is turning 7 today. Happy birthday indeed. And I have a sports shout out if we can. Shout out to Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford, everybody in your team for this time, really, I think, finally getting it all together. It's set to go down between those two. The fight that, I don't know, I feel like we've all been waiting for 3-ish years for. July 29th at Las Vegas. And Spence even acknowledged this on Instagram. Finally giving the fans what they want. The thing that I love about this fight, well, there are several things. Both boxers are undefeated. And it's not...
Never lost.
Never lost. Have you seen the betting lines for this? Astonishing. Terrence Crawford is a plus 112.
Okay.
And Spence is a minus 105. So
that feels right?
Just about as close to even as you can get without being even. So Spence is like the tiny, and that
right, and that's how I would call it.
And those lines are very shiftable. So by the time, depending on how the money comes in, everything like that, you might see Crawford be a teeny tiny favorite. But the point is, it should be, at least on paper and gambling wise, it is an uber competitive fight between two people who are the best, who are still in their prime, and are undefeated.
You know what I love about it?
That it finally is
of course,
happening.
Well, yes, one. And then of course, I'm the contractual nerd here. Contractually, basically, both fighters have the opportunity to rematch instantly. So fight 2 is going to happen. And then fight 3 happens if they split it. Like, the idea that this is going to be the series is overwhelmingly likely. And that's also what it needs to be, because this is the type of fight in both those guys' career that's like, I don't know how you find another great one after this.
There's a little bit about that makes me nervous, though. Just the reason is I think of Triple G and Canelo, right? Where there's some shadiness going on in that first fight where Canelo definitely lost. And they're like, oh, it's a draw. We have to fight again. Whereas I always think, especially for boxing fans, you two are the best. Go out there and have a hell of a fight. The rematch sells itself. Like, if neither one of these guys have ever lost, and let's say Errol Spence takes a unanimous decision, even people, it's, I don't know, like a 2-point decision. And people are going to be like, oh my God, like kind of Haney and Lomachenko. I know some people are like, I don't like the way that turned out. But like, you'd watch the rematch because it was so close and not in a crooked fashion. Or at least I know some people think it was crooked. I guess I did not. I just thought it was a really good fight.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with pretty much all of that sentiment. I just don't think that these two boxers are inclined to do some level of like shadiness that would, keep the series going. I think the series is there just because of both of their qualities and the way that lines up.
I'm pumped. July 29th in Las Vegas. It should be fantastic.
Let's go.
You paying?
I would love to go.
We're not far from there. We'll be in California.
Oh my gosh, that's right. That is when that is going down. That is a good point. You ready for some NFL this or that?
Yes.
All right. NFL this or that. I've just heard so much hype about this team. I wanted to put them to the test against a team that I think they're much closer to. Would you rather be a fan for 2023 of the New York Jets or the Los Angeles Chargers?
Ooh, this is fun.
I mean, you can join millions of people as a Jets fan who have never won anything, right? I mean, you have to be really old. You're like have to be our parents' age to remember Joe Namath playing football. That's the only time they've ever won anything.
I think he threw for like 120 yards that year.
You can join the hundreds and hundreds of Chargers fans. So you will be rare.
Accurate and rude.
You can join millions or hundreds.
Remember when the Chargers played the Steelers hype up song in the fourth quarter?
Yes.
And they were like, what are y'all doing right now?
We got to play to our audience.
I I want Justin Herbert to succeed because of the group of people that are like, he's just an internet quarterback. But I also want the Jets to succeed because
Did you point at me? Fair.
Because we've been kind of on the Jets for a while going, wow, I can't believe how much talent they've been able to acquire through the draft. They did it right. And then they said, what are we missing? A quarterback. And they drafted one and they screwed that up because, nobody really knew what he was. And now they have Aaron Rodgers. So I guess the Jets, I'm going to go for the Jets, Kevin.
Okay. Mike, does this mean you're picking the Chargers because of the hundreds and hundreds of fans?
Heck yeah. Aaron Rodgers has kind of turned me off.
I get that. I'm not rooting for Rodgers as much as I'm rooting for the rest of the group.
Yeah.
But Rodgers is part of it. I get that.
I don't know what it would be like if the Jets were actually great at football. I know they've had a few runs with Chad Pennington. In weird ways, they've had runs with Mark Sanchez. Right?
That was Thomas Jones. And
they've actually never in our lifetime really been that good at football. Like, they're always just on the I think it's going to happen. Brett Favre went there, and then they're horrible, and he zips down his pants and is like, hey, what's going on? And then he goes to Minnesota and he's good at football again. But I don't know. The Jets always disappoint if ever you think they're about to be good at something. Because they did get Brett Favre.
Yes.
This is playing out the same way. Hopefully Aaron doesn't pull down his pants and start taking pictures.
I also hope that does not happen. All right, NFL, this or that. See the league eliminate the kickoff or the extra point. It's just done with.
Kickoff. It's useless. Like the extra point is useless as well.
Brett Maher wants the extra points taken away.
Wouldn't you feel better about this team if they just eliminated the extra point? They're like, you just get 7.
All field goals.
But the whole, what do? We kick the ball off and then go to commercial.
Or do we, Corey?
What do you mean?
Kevontae Turpin has vowed not to fair catch any kickoff return.
What?
That he told Patrick Walker.
I don't want him on the team.
I don't care because I'm not fair catching nothing. I'm being real with you.
Let's go.
Nothing. No.
I want excitement.
I do want excitement, but also if you field the ball 8 yards deep in the end zone, or you just let the ball go through the end zone, don't run that out.
Thank you. I want Turpin taking risk because there is a lot of reward with him. But I don't want him just taking it out of the end zone every time. There are times and places to take your chance.
No, man, just do it every time.
All right, fine.
That way, when you don't do it, people will be like, holy crap, what just happened? And that'll be in the playoffs. He'll be conservative in the playoffs, but go for it during the regular season.
But is that really going to, I can't believe he didn't take it out.
They're going to be
I guess I ran for nothing.
They're going to be afraid to kick it to him in the playoffs. They're going to be like, let's just not even.
Are you still talking about Brett Favre on that sense?
No, we're not talking about Brett Favre.
I also had the same question.
Right. No.
I can totally see where you were talking about Brett Favre there.
All right.
I can't believe.
No, I know. All right, Mike, are you eliminating the kickoff or the extra point? Good Lord.
I guess the kickoff, for the most part, unless there's horrible conditions, all you got to do is tell your kicker, just kick it out of the end zone, and their legs are strong enough to do that pretty much every time.
I just hate the commercial break after the kickoff. You're like, why are we going to commercial? All you did was kick the ball. You came back, kicked the ball, and now you're going to commercial again.
It's always a great time when you see the quarterback running out and they keep the camera going with it. I was like, ooh, that means we're just going to keep going with
and
the
they
action.
go, we'll be back after these messages.
And I was like, yeah, I get it. She's wacky and he's wacky in a different way, and they're going to try to make it work together.
This fall on CBS.
Yes,
and this doctor doesn't play by the rules.
Yeah, exactly. A new cop drama. Okay.
Her brother, sister.
Yeah, what are we even
And don't forget about the fire tonight on the Nightly News.
Exactly.
What did you just do?
There's always a fire.
Yeah. I mean, look.
There is always a fire.
Look, if there is a fire, I don't think Corey should literally take any of the heat for it because
I see what you did there.
That's going to happen. All right.
Can we just confirm right now that as a KNC Masterpiece collective, we didn't start the fire?
Yes.
Although I did write a headline,
always
and then the next
burning.
morning that person's house caught on fire after it was struck by lightning.
Oh well.
What did you do?
We've got Forgiveness Friday coming up,
Okay.
and even I had questions about that. All right. This is unfortunately based on a news story that I was like, but why? Adrian Peterson said he's not ready to retire. for the Cowboys this year. Take back Zeke, or you get Adrian Peterson.
Zeke.
When was the last time
You're
Peterson
so
played a
disgusted by
snap?
that, too.
When was the last time he had a snap?
2021, I believe.
Yeah, dude.
I'm taking Zeke as well.
It would be 2021.
Wow.
Played with two teams, the Tennessee Titans and the Seattle Seahawks.
But it was awesome.
I tell you what, Zeke's not finished. Zeke can be a guy who carries the ball 8 to 10 times for you as a backup. I think he can be a fullback in a weird way. I don't know, but like there's things Zeke can do that Peter, he just can't do it anymore. Isn't he 07 if I'm remembering his draft class right?
I think that is correct.
Come on. Like even Emmitt Smith, who lasted a long time, got the record, 1990. All right, let's take that 17 years later, if I have my math right on Peterson trying to play in what this would be his 17th year out of college.
That's too many. Yeah.
2007 for Emmitt Smith.
Yeah.
Like that was the year that you had Marion Barber, you had 13-3. Like what? You can't imagine Emmitt on that team.
Yeah. Now let's stick in the running back space. Have the career of LaDainian Tomlinson or Marshall Faulk.
Both great careers. Are we talking about also off the field? Because I'll take LaDainian.
We can stay on the field. They're astonishingly similar.
One ended with a Super Bowl.
Do you think most people hold LT in higher esteem than
Dude,
Faulk?
he had about a 2 to 3 year period where he was there. You wouldn't have wanted to grab anybody else. Sure. It just seemed like the touchdowns that he was producing, both on the ground and in the air, were just insane. The amount of production you got out of Marshall Faulk during that Super Bowl run was amazing. So I would say just because the chance to win the Super Bowl, I would take that. LaDainian Tomlinson was phenomenal. I don't want to discount his career one bit, but I'll take the Super Bowl because that's ultimately what they play for.
I was just looking down, and it was wild to me, is both won an MVP. Both were 3-time first team all NFL. Obviously, both are in the Hall of Fame. LaDainian Tomlinson, Marshall Faulk, 12,279 yards rushing. LaDainian Tomlinson, 13,600, so about 900 more. He also had 4,700 yards receiving, and Faulk had 6,800, so about 2,100 more over their whole career. They're pretty close. You're going Faulk?
Yeah, and Kevin, it looks like Faulk earned around $51 million over his career, and LaDainian Tomlinson was around 23.
Really?
No,
that's what I'm looking at here.
For his whole career?
That can't be right.
Yeah,
52. My bad.
Okay, so even the salary, astonishingly
55.
similar. Oh man!
Whoa, he just keeps
making
his money is just going up by the
What
minute.
did he just do right now?
Sorry,
Did he sign a $3 million contract?
There was a $3 million contract with the Jets that wasn't added into the Chargers money there. So yes.
I forgot LT with the Jets.
You taking Faulk as well?
Flip a coin.
You got to pick.
I have to pick. I like LaDainian Tomlinson more, but it's about the same. Obviously, one does have the Super Bowl champ, greatest show on turf.
Yep.
LaDainian, he was awesome, but he played for the team that has hundreds of fans.
Kevin, according to Spotrac.
Oh, I love it.
Thank you.
In 15 seasons, Adrian Peterson was earned the most money as a running back, with $103 million in his career.
And he spent it all on camels.
Guess who number 2 is?
Like the animal or the smokes?
Both. He was smoking camels while riding camels for his birthday.
Adrian Peterson at $103 million. Guess who number 2 is?
Bobby Belt would say Lamar Jackson, but that's
this
not
guy's
fair.
career's not over yet.
It's our guy.
It's Ezekiel Elliott at $70 million. All time
You're
in the
welcome.
history of running backs.
You're welcome, Zeke.
Emmitt Smith made $61 million in his career.
Zeke
Is that adjusted for inflation?
No, which is wild. So let's stick with the Cowboys theme. Sit in one of the field level suites at AT&T Stadium or the regular suite?
Regular suite.
Oh, no, you don't want to be there when a player flips into your suite?
Well, has that ever happened?
I don't think so.
You can't watch the game from there.
That would be my issue with it as well.
You have to watch it on TV, but have the atmosphere.
Anybody that's ever sat in that, please text in the field level suites, because that's my first thought is, can you even see the game? So yeah, that's I would rather be up. I mean, I was in the Odyssey suite for the Rangers game. Gorgeous suite, by the way. We auctioned it off this year for a peace-a-thon.
Heck yeah.
Maybe we can convince them to do it again next year. But man, it is absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, and you want that view from up high. You want to see down. You don't want to see flat and have to look up at people's butts.
You going regular suite as well?
Regular. I don't want to. From down there, you're really just watching it on television. You do get the atmosphere, but you can't see the game. There's too many people standing in your way, whether it's players, whether it's media, whether it's cameras. I get why people want to be down there. And I know that they get seats above that suite so they can get, you have to do that because you can't see the game from. If you're in the suite, you're eating, drinking, or watching it on television.
It is a shout out Friday from the 817. Shout out to my fiance, Lacey. We're in the car right now going to get our marriage license. Oh, that is fantastic. And shout out to my friend from the 817. His birthday is today, and I'm driving to Prosper for him 1.5+ hours just to go celebrate your friend's birthday. You are doing a fantastic job.
And Tolo Christopher, his daughter Olivia, just graduated kindergarten. Ooh. And his other daughter Emily heading to kindergarten. And they're heading up to Broken Bow right now.
Yeah, their kids 1 year apart. That's dumb. You have your kids 17 or 18 years apart.
That's the only way.
That's the way to do it.
After Olivia Newton-John, is that who they named her after?
Yes.
You don't know that.
You don't know that I don't know that.
Checkmate.
That's a good point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Tyreek Hill, SI writer Chris Mannix, and maybe the NFL, PA, or my wife. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The more you listen, the
Brought to you by Reliant. It's brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Back to throw Tua again, looking deep downfield. And he's got Kyrie! Touchdown, Miami!
Fly Through the Fan got Forgiveness Friday coming up from the 254. It's also a shout-out Friday. Shout out to my 10-year-old nephew and buddy Jackson. He pitched for the first time this week and struck out the side. Junior Nolan Express and Junior Tolo. Always love hearing that. And from the 214, can I get a shout out to my daughter who is now 7 months? I'm about to be on my last month and a half of paternity leave. My company gives us 12 weeks paid, and we can break it up at different times of the year.
Woo! 12 weeks?
Awesome to
hear. Are you a teacher?
Oh, man.
Because don't teachers get, it's 12 weeks, 3 months times 4
I think
weeks.
They don't like it if you're like, hey, don't you get like 3 months off and stuff?
I don't say it like that. Like, you don't deserve any raises.
Yeah, they get more than 3 months off.
Yeah, I'm sure our government's like, hey, let's give them more raises.
That'd be insulting to say they only get 3 months off.
Oh, my God. Jeez.
Oh, you're accounting for holidays.
I did not know I would have to
and
go into
gotcha.
damage control for that
Spring
as
break.
well.
Yeah.
Kevin, you
Winter
know what the
break.
job description is.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go ahead and throw Mike into Forgiveness Friday, and let's kick that off.
On the last day of school, do the teachers start like pouring wine in their cups? Is that? Do you know? You know a teacher.
Yeah, they do. And there's a Simpsons thing that I think is like remarkably accurate, is when they're all counting down the clocks the same as the kids and they all party and everything like that. Is, yeah, I can definitely see that. And then Brandon told me he feels like his teachers have been checked out for maybe a month now.
Okay.
That's Brandon, not me. That's Brandon. And from the 903, I need forgiveness. I got too drunk last night watching the Stars. I maxed out the joint credit card on tickets to Vegas to watch the Chiefs and the Raiders. My wife is pretty pissed. Yeah, that's that is tough. That is tough. I don't know how to get you out of that jam. Just apologize.
Money.
Mean it.
Pay them
I
off.
think that's the issue, right? Is they maxed out the credit card, so there's like money.
Give more money and pay it off.
Mhm.
Oh, here's what you do. Go
Open
get a
different credit card.
0% interest rate card. Pay off the one with all the interest.
That's not a bad point.
And then that gives you about 18 months probably to work on getting that other max done.
I am actually a big proponent of using that system and
Me
rotating
too.
your debt to eliminate debt.
Shout out to Rylan, by the way. His dad's a Tolo, and for also winning the principal award alongside Lucy today.
Oh,
Wanted to shout him out. He stayed over at the house recently and was an awesome kid.
Okay, good. I thought you were saying the principal won the principal award. And I'm like, that's not right.
Yeah, that is not right. Does Chris Mannix from Sports Illustrated need forgiveness because he said the Nuggets just aren't compelling to write about or talk about? And he was like, look, if you compare them to the Lakers, the Clippers, the Warriors, the Suns, they're nowhere near as interesting. I mean, they have the best player in the world, so that feels kind of interesting. They've never been to the NBA Finals. That feels kind of interesting.
That is why there's manipulation in the NBA. Of you can't make it perfect. You can't get the teams that you really want in, because as this thing started playing out, LA versus Boston was going to be classic. It was LeBron. It was, hey, Jason Tatum gets his chance to do it again, as he somewhat failed at the opportunity last year to get it done. So, yeah, that's what all the media wanted. It's weird that in the other sports, Major League Baseball media and NFL media don't pine for the most popular teams.
Yeah.
But the NBA media is like, if it's not LeBron, if it's not the Lakers, if it's not, and it's weird because Jokic is the best in the NBA as a player, but it has to be, I don't think they'd want Milwaukee in a weird way if it was Giannis. I don't think that the media is that crazy about following Milwaukee and Giannis.
You're right. It's super weird. If it was Denver against Milwaukee, my sell point would be the two best players in the NBA. And I feel like nationally they'd be like, whoa.
Horrible matchup.
Denver and Milwaukee, huh? Yikes.
What is every cooking show, like those competition cooking shows, you have a cook who's like, I had drug problems and now I'm here. Like, that's what you really do need, the adversity story.
See,
but it seems like with the NBA, like they don't care about that. They just care about this guy's a star. And like Jokic he has a pretty, his story's kind of interesting.
I think it is super interesting.
Giannis' story is interesting. They made a movie on Disney about it.
Maybe it's just the way that more Jokic than Giannis, that he talks, that does not like scream star. I love listening to him talk, but it's not like over the top or flamboyant or anything like that.
We either want to see spectacular fast breaks or a whole bunch of three-point bombs.
Sure.
Let's just be honest with what the casual basketball fan wants to see.
Yeah.
And watching Jokic bully a guy to the basket and then lay it up, or bullying his way in different areas to then make a nice pass so somebody gets a nice shot off or a nice layup or a nice dunk by Aaron Gordon, but nothing spectacular, just kind of solid half-court offense. That just, for a lot of people, like this Chris dude, he does not want to see that.
Yeah. From the 214, you guys need forgiveness for not including Keenan and Kel in the discussion for the best Nickelodeon shows earlier this week. For my explanation for that, I would just say that was just a matter of age. It's because, like, by the time Kenan and Kel came on, it was right after I had kind of, like, moved out of that Nickelodeon window.
I was still kind of in it, but I had held on to those other ones with a little more nostalgia.
Sure.
But listen, if you're asking me to say who loves orange soda, Kel loves orange soda.
Is it true?
Is it true? Yes. I did like that show. My sister liked it more than me, though.
And then also multiple people are saying, just tell that guy it was fraudulent charges. And I feel like we've kind of been through this before. And that's why people are like, yeah, you can get out of it.
I will say there have been some fraudulent charges that have popped up before. And I've been like, hey, we got to work on this. And the credit card company's been pretty quick to just move on with it. Like, I was very surprised that they were like, there weren't more questions, but they didn't need to ask any more questions. But
and somebody did text in. We were only kidding about the teachers thing. Like, my wife is a teacher,
Yes.
and they were like,
I'm sorry.
You shouldn't. We were definitely just kidding about that. However,
But we got the button pushed.
yes, we did.
And that's what we are trying to do.
we had to dump
We're sorry.
We had to push the dump button.
No, just that, like, just to maybe throw a few people off the edge that we took a shot at teachers, but we were just being sarcastic because they do have really tough jobs and get a lot of vacation.
Now, okay, Mike. I get it. If you're mad at Mike, I get it. Me too. Although I will say, does Jess need to ask for forgiveness for being very excited about the Mermaid People show on Netflix? Are you familiar with this? Somebody.
I think you just made that up.
No. Somebody in our audience right now has seen that show. Admit it.
Mer People?
Yes. Thank you. It's called Mer People. All right. I sat through the first 2 episodes while I was show prepping.
Is it adults or a kid?
No, it's adults.
Okay.
And this is their life. And they talk about the ins and outs and struggles of, like, being a professional mermaid. And, like, I don't know, sometimes they make it sound like it's not just their job. You know what I'm saying? And, like,
it's a lifestyle.
Yeah. And they say if anyone hits on them, they're merverts, which I think is objectively hilarious. And everything is like, oh, yeah, I'll SEA you later. And I was like, no, I got it. And if somebody messes up, I was like, oh, we made a mistake. Everything in that show, I saw 2 of the episodes. Does my wife need forgiveness for making me watch this? Or, Corey, are you about to watch it too? You look excited.
I am watching the trailer right now.
Do they live normal lives?
Some of them do. Some of them, like, their entire life.
They're committed to it?
Yeah.
But they do get out of water sometimes, right?
No, they do. They do.
They go live. Okay, I'm looking at this.
They
put
like
on
normal people lives.
Mike, they put on mersuits. I don't know. Are they entertain? Are most of them entertainers?
And that's like what the show's kind of about is like how tough it is to break into the field and how people like get their dreams crushed and stuff. And you see like
how tough it is to jump in the water. I got you.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. But like, damn it. Okay. I definitely picked up some stuff from the first couple episodes is they have to do like auditions in front of people. And they're like, yeah, you're just not making me, because they want to believe that you're a real mermaid. One of the ladies' critiques was, you're just not making me believe like you really have a tail and you can effortlessly float through the water. I'm like, right.
Right, because you have legs.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as mermaids.
Yeah.
This is amazing, though. I'm watching these mer people dive out of slides into pools of water.
Yeah.
They have big groups where they're swimming with sharks. This is insane. When did this come out, Kevin?
It popped up on the Netflix suggestions,
and
I could see my wife's face light up, and I go, we're going to need to watch this, aren't we? Maybe right now. From the 505, dumbest show I've ever seen.
Oh, okay. All right.
From the 214, Kevin needs forgiveness for admitting to watching Mer People. I wanted to be honest about it. And then, by the way, does Tyreek Hill need forgiveness for still not racing DK Metcalf?
Oh, why haven't they raced
DK Metcalf's like, it's been 2 years. You keep bringing it up.
Well,
why haven't we raced?
Tyreek Hill got burnt by Micah Parsons. And so I think he's still licking his wounds from that. So, Kevin, I think he does need a little forgiveness.
Is Tyreek Hill not as fast as we think he is? He's obviously football fast and very quick. Is he? Because how tall is he? 5'9"? Is he taller than that?
Maybe 5'10", but
okay.
I don't know offhand.
I mean, maybe
we should do a whole segment talking about how tall people are.
Yeah, that's horrible. if you are 6'3" and you're running like a 40, 60, or 100 somewhat yard dash, I just wonder, hey, that person's feet can be moving a hair faster, but the legs of that person are gaining so much ground that you're screwed. I guess that's why, I don't know, in the history of at least my lifetime, the people that are really fast in the Olympics that are winning the sprints, they're usually 6'2" or taller, I think, because of the reach that they have in their strides.
Now, that is an interesting point, Corey. Are you looking up information about the heights of these people, or are you looking at the Murr People show?
I'm actually looking at speed.
Okay.
Tyreek Hill in 2016 reached 23.34 miles per hour.
You're looking at next gen stats.
This is on NCAA.com. And I guess the fastest 2022 regular season speed was Paris Campbell at 22 miles an hour. So yeah, Tyreek has the highest speed. I guess Favor Ash of Auburn ran 26 miles an hour. Ismail Coney 25 and Sean Gill 24. That's out of A&M Kingsville. So they've all run faster times, Mike, on track. But that is speeds from like Tyreek Hill.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Hey, guess what? Football's still really, really popular. Plus, is this Cowboys player underappreciated? We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Ad paid for by the Tax Resolver.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Stafford in the gun on 2nd and 9 at the Cowboy 21. They're going to blitz him. Back to throw. Here comes Van Der Esch. Lost him. Running away. Sacked. Oh, Diggy Zua. The pressure got him.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. His name just might come up as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Biscuits.
Did you know that football is really popular? I don't know if you guys have heard about this.
Yeah, they get ratings.
TV ratings suggest they are.
They're the best at getting TV ratings.
Yeah, I'm really excited about, the FA Cup final. It's coming up next week.
No real football.
What?
So, man, I told you, it was one of my favorite things. This high school coach who was from Britain, he goes, well, with football, he goes, or you Yanks call it soccer. And I was like, okay, look, dude, I didn't name the sports, okay? Like, I'm just
He called you a Yank?
Yes, he did. I
Did
guess.
you not know that you're from below the Mason-Dixon line?
We didn't really get into a discussion about all of that.
Is that right?
Since
Buddy, I don't feel like weighing in there.
Okay, all right.
2011-12, when Sunday Night Football took over the top spot from American Idol, they continue to hold that top spot. So 12 straight years, Sunday Night Football has been the #1 show on all of TV. And football is 5 of the top 10 shows on TV.
Interesting.
For the year. Not just a single, so this doesn't count the Super Bowl.
I've said this. I've always loved the noon kickoff. Is Sunday Night Football your favorite football timing?
I also love the noon kickoff because it gives you kind of that mini NCAA tournament vibe every single time. It's like, hey, here's the game you really care
Yeah, there's
about.
like 6 games
but
on.
Also, you can watch all these other games, and you're like, what? How are the Jets doing that?
Yeah, that is where Red Zone is the hottest, is during the noon games, because they could have the Octo Box.
Speaking of soccer tables, Wrexham. They made it. They're going
their stadium too.
They're going to the next level.
Look at that, man.
And
what's the opposite of relegation?
Promotion?
Yeah, promotion.
That's what they got.
And Man City crushing it in the Premier League. Arsenal, second place. They're 8 table points below.
Mm-hmm. Is that because Arsenal did what Arsenal do?
Yeah, they lost a lot late in the year. Is that what they do? I don't know.
Back to real football.
It is what they do.
Mike McCarthy
do that during Mike Likes It.
Said he's dialed back OTAs. I didn't even know that was possible. To avoid
Stop walking!
Another penalty.
Stay still.
He said
just drive your segways around on the field.
Yeah.
He said our team
They play
periods are
freeze tag where
basically
everybody's frozen.
walkthroughs and jog-throughs. So we won't have a competitive 11-on-11 drill here probably ever again in the offseason. He was fined in 2021 and 2022 for what the league deemed too much contact in offseason practices.
So he was
that are without
personally
pads.
fined?
Yes.
It is amazing
He's
how
doing-
great NFL teams are without practicing the sport they play.
And it's
Almost like you might not need all that extra stuff.
Well, it's funny that you say that because I take you to cut 19 because Dak Prescott disagrees. He would love more practice.
It's tough. That's just the way what we're in now, right? CBAs and all that. More jog through walkthroughs. Got to make the most of it, though. I think that's where it comes an individual, pushing myself, making sure that with the drill work I'm doing, I'm not taking it for granted. I'm doing it with a purpose, doing it with the right intentions. And then just when you're out there in 11-on-11, understand that we can't be physically full speed, but my mind can. So to make sure that whether I'm checking it down or not, I'm just going through everything and making the most out of the practice, regardless of the speed.
Recognition.
Is football that tough if you don't even have to practice it to be good at it? I feel like in basketball you have to practice it. Like there's a whole bunch of videos of guys practicing basketball to be good at it. There's a whole bunch of videos of guys taking batting practice to be good at hitting pitches. And then there's a whole bunch of practice of throwing a ball to make it as accurate as possible at over 90 miles an hour. Football, they're like, we walk around. Some of us really like smoking weed, and then we show up on Sunday and we're really good at it.
All right, Mike.
Those other sports don't like
I want
smoking
you
weed?
up on the mound.
Yeah, you're right. Most of the sports like smoking weed.
I want you up on the mound, and I want you to throw a strike as one of the guys from the lineup is hitting you in the ribs. And also the guy that's hitting the ball also is getting hit in the ribs at the same time.
Oh, that's a lot of ribs.
That's where I think the toughness, I understand what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying
Their
not
work
tough.
that-
It's just weird that they don't even have to practice it to be good at it.
And I don't know, are they good? Has the product gotten worse? That's what I there are times when I'm like, man, there's good football and there's bad football, and it seems like the good football is being played by the guys that put in those extra little things. The bad football is by the teams that can't get it all together. So I think there's part of it, the product's actually worse sometimes, but we still love football, so we're gonna keep watching.
I wonder how hard. I did go to an Ohio State football practice in 07, and they did practice pretty hard. Now, it was before the season started. It was like August. That was when they had Terrell Pryor, who I was like, oh, he can't pass a football. They're in trouble.
Right.
But I just remember going, oh, they actually, they're moving quick.
Now,
not in the NFL.
Yes. Now, we gave this away, I'm sure, with the audio, but did you see Cynthia Freeland on NFL.com, the most underappreciated players? Osa Odighizuwa is the representative for the Dallas Cowboys. Do you feel like he is underappreciated?
No, I don't. Well, he doesn't have a ton of sack numbers, right? He has a lot of pressure. Actually, I think in that statistic, Kevin, he has the most pressure out of anybody from the defensive tackles. Ooh. I think he doubles everything that all the rest of the tackles do together.
It's obviously phenomenal.
So I don't think that he's underappreciated because, his name's not going to get called all the time. But I do think that he can give you another level, and I think he and Mozzie next to each other might be a lot of fun because if Mozzie can get Osa a one-on-one, I think Osa can win a one-on-one a lot. So that's a big factor there. I'm not saying that he's underappreciated, but I think that he can give you even more, and I think it shows you how bad the rest of the defensive tackle group is and why they said we have to go we got to invest another first-round pick. We got to get a defensive tackle next to him.
Mike, I thought you might be interested in this. The slight favorite for DeAndre Hopkins is that he remains with his team. However, right behind them is the trade to Kansas City.
I like that. I just can't imagine what Arizona's doing. They're not good. They're not going to be good.
They might be the worst team in football.
Let me ask you this, and I am a big DeAndre Hopkins fan. Part of it is I got to meet him in San Francisco during the Super Bowl at a food court, and it was really cool, and he's had a very good career. What's the point of Arizona keeping him? They're not going to win anything. They're going to lose 10 or more games next year. Their quarterback is out for how many games is Kyler supposed to miss?
Probably at least 2 months.
Yeah, so 6 to 8 games he's going to miss till he comes back. How many years do you think DeAndre Hopkins have left of being a great wide receiver? Like
2 to 3.
Yeah, agreed.
So do you think that Arizona can win the Super Bowl in the next 2 to 3 years, or win the division, or do anything special in the next 2 to 3 years?
Not really.
So what are they doing?
Wasting part of his career.
And an asset.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I can't remember. Did they trade nothing for him? It was like a second-round pick or something.
I think to Houston. I think at the time,
I think it was. Everybody was like, "What? How did that happen?" And so, like, that's kind of what they're wasting is they do now. If they're trying to make a statement of we don't just get rid of guys because they want to be out of here, whatever. Like, it's not. I don't know. Move on.
You got to try to improve your team, and so if you can get a 2024 4th-round pick, I think maybe that might be the best you can do. But why not? What's the point of having DeAndre Hopkins? In fact, in a weird way, you kind of want to be worse. You don't want to win 6 or 7 games. I mean, in a weird way, winning 3 or 4 games is better than winning 6 or 7.
Well, I definitely agree with that. By the way, on the OTA front, there's an article in the Dallas Morning News, and obviously Broadus and Wolchuk were bouncing out to OTAs yesterday, and they're giving Kelvin Joseph a shot at nickel just to kind of see if he can be promoted beyond just special teams. Obviously, I know when the injury hit, they had to do some stuff, but is this kind of like the last stand for him? I felt like I thought that last year, so maybe it's not the last
with
stand
the Cowboys.
Okay.
I mean, like he needs to go out there and ball out in every opportunity he gets, and if he doesn't, he needs to look at it as a tryout for the rest of the teams too. That it might even be that case there. You know, the Cowboys have seemed like very intent on trying to say, look, there's still some really great qualities about him, but every step of the way he hasn't proven them right. So I think before they give up, they got to see something out of him. And I think that's going to be really important because just anything, but that's a very tough competition in the nickel spot, man. There are so many names that are in that spot that can do the job better, and they've proven it so far.
And I wanted to throw this out there as long as we're kind of in this space and talking about that is Raekwon McMillan with the Patriots. He suffered an Achilles injury, and it looks like he is going to miss the entirety of the season. And that's one of the things that we've gone back to time and time again. Like, I love seeing where people are lining up, seeing the structure of the offensive line and everything like that. But if you can walk out of this without any major injuries, that feels like the key to OTAs. And by the way, Bosch is the official sponsor of the fans' coverage of OTAs and minicamp. So we had Wolchuk brought us out there. Boom, Bosch helping us out across the board. And the last thing I wanted to throw out, hopefully there are still spots available, is at Bowie Middle School in Arlington. Ty Nasecki is going to do his football camp there. That is his alma mater. He was with the Cowboys in 2021. So cool opportunity right there. Go to tynfoundation.org/events. It's for boys and girls between the ages of 6 and 18. So tynfoundation.org/events. Coming up next, it is a Shout Out Friday. We'll continue to get those going. Also, got to shout out the stars. And do athletes need to be protected or pushed? From the mind of Corey, we'll discuss that next right here on The Fan.
All day.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 214. Shout out to me, Jeffrey G. I still am saying the Stars are still going to the Stanley Cup Final. And you know what? I do feel like we could go ahead and play cut number 1 because the Stars are still alive, thanks in part to this gentleman.
Heiskanen has a lot of room. Sends it down low, hoping for a tip. Robertson batted it in! Out of midair! A power play goal for Robertson! And a 1-1 game.
We'll also now point out, Jason Robertson in 4 games has 4 goals in this series.
How rare is it to slap a puck out of midair and punch it into the goal? Like, that was pretty impressive to me, but maybe that's happens.
What they do.
It happens more than you would think, but it's still cool.
Also slapping it out of the goaltender's mitt before?
That, not as much. It's kind of like there's a play in hockey that probably impresses everyone. To me, I don't care how often it happens. If anyone scores on a wraparound goal, I think it's the coolest thing in the world. So,
I mean, like, we talk about Pavelski, like that, he practices the tip ins so much, but like that is, I think the one that you're talking about, Mike, there is a fine line between the high stick too, because I've seen somebody go higher before and knock it in, and they were like, no, it's too high. But I think it's an amazing thing because it is kind of like hitting a baseball, right? But you're on skates. You got other people, hitting you while you're trying to do it. It is a pretty amazing feat that they do.
High sticking. If a puck is above your shoulders, you can't touch it.
Yeah, sometimes they let that slide, but that is where you will get penalized.
Okay.
Sometimes just like in all sports, the way the rules get enforced sometimes appears arbitrary.
I will tell you what, last night watching the third period, and just to be honest, when it went to overtime, I was just like, crap. Like, they're going to lose again in overtime. But luckily, they didn't. They got the penalty where I didn't know this. This is where Luka should play hockey. You can actually change the call in hockey. I didn't know this. Luka's always thinking he can change a call, but obviously he can't. But in hockey, you can.
And we're sure that's the real guy.
All right.
We might have DeAndre Hopkins news for you.
That is 10.3 million followers.
All right. The Cardinals have released DeAndre Hopkins.
According to Adam Schefter.
Because you want him to come here? Or
is that breaking news?
He doesn't need to come here.
That does feel like breaking news.
Breaking news on 105 through the Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com.
How did you know? How did you know that he was getting released and you just talked about him getting traded?
I wish I could take credit for that because you know what I would have dropped in there? Right. I know it says he might stay or go to the Chiefs. I personally think he'll be released. Like, I would have tried to, set that in there. Wow.
At the end of the third period, I was sad that hockey was over. I knew that there was overtime, but I thought, no, I know there's the Stanley Cup Finals. I'm struggling to know the players on Las Vegas. Obviously, I don't know anybody on the Panthers. I'm like, maybe if I have time, it's tough because then I get really involved with the Rangers. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of the thing to obviously get into. That's our team. But I'm like, should I watch the Stanley Cup Finals and try to get more into this? And how many times have I told myself this after a little bit of a Stars playoff run that I really want to get into this sport and just haven't? But I feel like I'm going to miss hockey right now.
I think
that's amazing.
Isn't that amazing? I honestly could have cared less about the Stars making the playoffs and everything when it started.
Yeah, so
but now
you're
I'm
saying
really
you enjoyed watching the playoff, them at least.
Yes, I've enjoyed watching. Yeah, and I love the energy, the effort. Obviously the Jamie Benn thing was not good, and you hate seeing that. And he lost his cool. It's happened in sports before. It'll happen in sports again. But that was kind of the bad part of this Stars playoff run was that moment. But I'm like, gosh, I am loving the energy, the effort, the playing through injury, the athleticism, the speed of the game. Like there's just a lot of things that I'm really liking about this. Through Gavin Spittle, he said, look, this is an up and coming team with even more prospects on the way. Mm-hmm. They could be obviously older guys usually don't get better. They usually get worse. So there could be even more of a drop off of a few of the older guys on the team, but I don't know. I've been like, when they won, I was like, all right, another night of watching like one more night, but I can watch the finals. Like, it's not like I can't watch the Stanley Cup, but I won't really know the players. But if I'm going to get into this, I feel like I need to know who's on other teams because you have to compare your players with something. That's what infuriates me about Maverick fans that think Dwight Powell's good at basketball. I'm like, have you never watched another team play basketball?
Well, I think one thing that you can do, you don't have to spend the whole offseason studying, but you can watch regular season games. And then you'll start to see those opponents throughout the year. You'll hear the play-by-play talk about, what this team is. You'll learn it just by watching it. And I thought, I've always given Razor and Ralph credit for teaching me hockey growing up. Because I didn't know anything about hockey until it landed in my lap on whatever Fox Sports or whatever it was at the time. So I think that if you just watch some regular season games, you'll pick it up gradually as things go along. Kevin, this is something that is different. The entire playoffs, what rule have I abided by when it comes to overtime?
5-second rule.
You turn it off.
Oh.
Because they've been playing very late games, and I said, if they're going to play late games and go into overtime, I've seen the game. I know what the story was. All I need to know is what one goal happens. I can get that, and I'm good.
Yeah.
Last night was the first overtime game I've watched all year long, or through the entire playoffs.
And guess what happened?
And they win. So I asked you the other day, should I watch overtime? And you were like, absolutely. So I guess I need to from now on.
Yes. And by the way, in the next segment, I might make a little bit of a pitch to you about one of those teams in the Stanley Cup final. But what I want to know for you guys now is we might pivot just a little bit. If you missed the breaking news, it's really
funny. Do we want
funny.
DeAndre Hopkins? Yes.
Yeah, people are saying, hey, DeAndre Hopkins just got released. Yep, we hit it just a little bit ago. How much do you think DeAndre Hopkins has left? And do you think he's going to the Chiefs? Like I said, the betting odds had him staying with the Cardinals. Now that that's out the window, is the Chiefs were the next on the line.
Let me pretend I'm DeAndre Hopkins and I'm asking myself these questions, and you guys can also pretend you're DeAndre Hopkins and ask yourself these questions. Do I think I'm still great?
Yeah, he does.
I think he does. Do I have problems with health?
Yes.
Yes. Do I want to be a number one receiver?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I think.
So let's stop right there.
That's interesting. I think he wants a championship. I think more than being a number one receiver, he wants a championship.
Okay, so your first question, if you're DeAndre Hopkins, is where can I most easily win a championship?
I think so.
Okay. What's your top three answers if you're DeAndre Hopkins, if that's your first question?
My top three answers to winning a championship, like the
for
team?
DeAndre Hopkins?
Chiefs, Eagles, Bills.
Eagles.
All right. Now I'm going to ask this question again, because I think it's about being a number one first in a championship too. If I go to the Eagles, I am number what receiver on that team? How many catches am I getting to make an impact?
He's 3, right?
He could be 2.
You think?
I think he's better than Smith. Yeah, I think he's right there. I think A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts have a great connection, though.
See, I guess I don't then.
Okay.
And that's what I'm really interested in. That
I would
philosophy.
draft him before I draft Smith in fantasy. I know that for sure. No matter who the quarterback is playing with. Yeah.
Wow.
Do you think, I agree with you with Philadelphia, I think he's fighting for maybe number 2 reps and possibly number 3. I think in Buffalo, he's number 2, I think.
Okay.
I think in Kansas City, he's number 1. And he has the best chance to win the championship. It all lines up. Let me ask you this.
Kelsey's 1.
Okay.
He's the first passing option in my mind.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
But, all right. Where can he catch 90 to 110? If you look at his stats, he is on pace to have a Hall of Fame career, but he needs 3 more solid years, and he's a Hall of Famer. Okay, when you look at his stats, he's going to finish top 5 in a lot of stats in the NFL when his career is over. He's better than Now, we think that Adams is better, Devontae Adams, and he is. Today, Devontae Adams is better than DeAndre Hopkins. Not even close career. Hopkins is better career-wise than Adams because Adams got off to such a slow start in his career.
And this is where it's interesting. I didn't think much of it at the time because I was like, well, sure, but you'll get traded wherever you get traded. But you go back to his Hopkins podcast, and he said the 5 quarterbacks he'd want to play with: Mahomes, Allen, Hurts, Herbert, and Lamar Jackson. I'm going to circle back to that last one in just a second. But some people made a big deal at the time. It was like, oh, he didn't put Dak on the list. And I was like, well, sure, but isn't he just going to go wherever he gets traded? Now that he got released, which I have to admit I'm very surprised about. And also, what does that tell you about what the trade market was for him?
Yeah. I will say egos are egos.
That's true.
We all have egos.
Sure.
Hey,
sure.
Mike, you're going to be on this show and you're only going to talk 10% of the time. Well, then F that. I don't want to do the show anymore. I'll do something else in my life.
Oh, no.
I mean, just to be honest, right? I mean, I have an ego. DeAndre Hopkins probably has an ego as a wide receiver. He probably doesn't want 50 catches for 550 yards and 2 touchdowns. He probably feels like I can still catch 100 balls for 1,500 yards and 6 to 12 touchdowns. The touchdowns are a little bit of a determination on how your team kind of pushes the ball into the end zone. But I believe he believes he can still catch 100 balls for 1,500 yards if he's completely healthy. And that's what he wants, I think, most, my opinion. I think he does want to win a championship. But I don't think most players, when they still have something left in the tank big time, do not want to be a 50 catch, 500-something yard guy, because then they don't even feel like they contributed to the championship. Like, I guess I was on a championship team, but who the hell's ever going to remember that I caught 3 balls a game? You know, so I do think it sets up well for Kansas City. I don't know how much Kansas City really wants him. That's to your point. Nobody wanted to trade for him. We never heard huge rumors, but now you get to dictate he gets to dictate a lot of things, but you also get to dictate a lot of things too.
Kevin, I'm sorry. Did you say the Adam Schefter tweet about what he said on the I Am Athlete podcast?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was reading something else.
I swear to God, I thought you were about to be like, he said he was just kidding. Or something like that. I was going to be like, what?
He said all he ever wanted to do was play with Dak.
And I think, I think for the Cowboys, he probably looks at it and goes, I think they're going to concentrate more on CeeDee Lamb than me. Yeah. They just picked up Brandon Cooks. And I think that he would know that he would slide ahead of Cooks
in the hierarchy. Agreed.
But then also, once again, how much money am I going to get from the Dallas Cowboys? If they have money invested in Cooks this year, they have money invested in Gallup this year, they're getting ready to pay $24 million a year to CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
I just wonder if I want to play, because the other thing too, as a wide receiver, you don't want to start jumping around to teams. This needs to be somewhat of a final team for him. That the last 3 to 5 years of his career, if he has 5 years left, which I think is a stretch, you don't want to go, I play for Dak this year, I play for Lamar Jackson next year, and maybe we'll get to Lamar Jackson now. And now I play for, you're never going to create the chemistry you need to really have a nice finishing career.
I remain just a little astonished by this. I was telling you, if you had made the trade for him, you would have been looking at about 2 years, $34 million, which once you take out the guarantees and everything like that. So he gets the guarantees either way, right? And signing option, restructure, all that stuff. So don't worry about that. So essentially, if he would have got traded, the money on the table would have been 2 for $34. Now that would not have been a plethora of guaranteed money, obviously, or anything like that. But I wonder, is that in the ballpark? Because he had said, hey, I'm not looking for a restructure or anything like that. But then that becomes my question, if Mike is right and he isn't looking for now his newest forever team. Is it 2 for $34? Because if that's the case, that's going to be a non-starter.
That forever team thing cracked me up for sure.
That's going to be a non-starter for the Cowboys. Technically, I think they could make it happen. I would have to go dive back into and crunch the numbers. I think you can still create $20 million in space if you actually had to. It would put you in trouble in future years. But do the Chiefs walk up and go, look, 1 year, $6 million, come win a ring?
I do. You brought something up about the trade or the market for him from other teams. That was then. And I think post-draft things change. Obviously, because now your next draft pick is less valuable, right?
100%.
And maybe you didn't get the receiver you wanted in the draft, or you had to settle for the third receiver you wanted, and now you're like, oh, hold on. Hopkins is available. Like, we can do this now.
Yep.
And that's one of the things that it irritates us so much is the Joneses are so willing to wait on cut time during training camp and all that stuff, where they'll scoop up somebody that you're like, I don't even know who that is. But they're like, we can get them on the cheap because we can wait till cuts instead of paying a premium price during free agency.
I'll bet you quite a bit of money he does not sign a 1-year deal, even if it's the Chiefs, which makes a lot of sense to me. I do not think he wants to sign a 1-year deal.
But 2 for 34.
I'm not saying he's going to get 2 for 34.
But I'm saying that wouldn't be feasible then, right?
I don't think so, but he's going to want a 2 or 3 year deal from a team. He's not going to sign a 1-year deal.
But he's not going to, if nobody's offering him 2, then he's going to have to take the best one, right?
Okay.
Or not.
Do you think that DeAndre Hopkins has fallen off that much that he's a now 1-year wide receiver?
I think he'll get, in my mind, it's 2 for 22 to 24.
Okay.
That I understand.
I'm not saying that's a no from him.
I understand where you're both coming from.
I mean, Michael Gallup, who had a broken knee, got a better contract.
That's true.
And he's way better than Michael Gallup.
I agree. There are some extenuating circumstances that go into that, i.e. the Cowboys romanticizing keeping their own players and everything like that. I would wonder about 2 for 24. Then on the flip side, I'm just throwing it all out there, is DeAndre Hopkins going to be 31? And if he is looking for his 3, 4, how many ever years?
I think 3-year, $39, $42 million.
Here's the reason why.
Not all of it guaranteed.
Here's the reason why I wonder, is the years before that, he was awesome for what, like 7, 8 years? Does he think, I still got it, I will do my 1 year, and then I'm going to cash in on the new wide receiver math that operates in the salary cap? I'm not saying it's likely. I do.
Does that happen in the NFL? Who does that in the NFL? I get what you're saying in the NBA. I get what you're saying in Major League Baseball. Do NFL players do the 1-year contracts besides the franchise tag?
I don't know how often you see the reestablished value contract in the NFL. I would have to think about that some more, but I get.
Maybe it does, and I'm just forgetting. Like, free agency happens quickly, and I just struggle with, do guys sign 1-year contracts in the NFL? And then teams don't really want it either because they want to have the way to spread out the money if it doesn't work out.
And the only reason I bring that up is because I know people are asking Cowboys. I'm telling you, in my heart, I believe if it's a multi-year deal, it's a non-starter because the Cowboys aren't going to want to do that. But if it's a 1-year deal, I think they can look at it from the perspective of, well, hell, that's essentially the exact same thing we did with Gilmore, with Cooks. But I will tell you this. I think there is a reason that they didn't move like even a low-level draft asset for this. I know you can say that about every team. My guess would be the Cowboys are going to be a no-go, but I would love to hear from Hopkins about, hey, what are you generally looking for?
Incentives, Kevin. Incentives.
I mean, look, we got Tyron signed up for that. So,
am I wrong? Was there a thing about adding problem players to your teams that you get fined or picks? Am I wrong about that?
I mean, you can definitely get fined money and picks for repeat offenders. Does he count as that?
He had the performance enhancing.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a couple things that I'm kind of interested in knowing if that was ever something they were like, no, we don't want to do that. I don't know, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We can try to figure this out as we go forward. Coming up next, what's the last team you weren't already a fan of that really captured your attention? This is in honor of those Florida Panthers. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about men.
KC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. This is kind of in honor of the Florida Panthers. What's the last team you fell in love with or were super interested in that you didn't like already? So not your own team. Like we all talk about, we're in love with the Rangers right now. Still hoping for that Stars comeback.
I'll always be in love with the Rangers.
That's true.
Yeah.
But a team that you weren't invested in otherwise. And by the way, in case you missed it, the Cardinals are releasing DeAndre Hopkins, though an interesting wrinkle from Diana Rossini is he can technically still be traded by 3 p.m. So you always wonder if this news comes out to like kind of encourage teams to be like, hey, if you don't want to deal with an open market, here you go.
It's weird because they'd be like, he never signed with us. We have to trade for him.
Yes, pretty much. And I bet that happens. So
that's really interesting.
That's how the Mavericks should approach everything.
Because even the Cardinals have already released a statement saying that they've released him. So that's interesting that they would even do that too. But yet there's still
paperwork will get you every time.
Always read the fine print.
That is true. So, Mike, you were talking about like whether or not you can have time and will get into the Stanley Cup final if the Stars are in it or even if they're not. The Florida Panthers are a team I have become very, very enamored with. First of all, they were literally the worst team to get into the playoffs.
Only 2 varies, though?
Only 2 varies. Okay. You can't go full 3. Of the 16 teams in the NHL playoffs, they had the least amount of points of all 16 across both conferences. And who do they match up with in the first round?
The best team in all of hockey.
The best team points-wise and record-wise in the history of hockey. And they beat them coming back from, you guessed it, a 3-1 deficit, which, of course, what the Stars are facing right now.
Were they ever 3-0?
Don't worry about that. What's relevant is right now the Stars are down 3-1. That's all you need to be concerned about. Then they snuffed out the great Canadian hope in Toronto, And then in the conference finals, everybody said Carolina's the best team left, and they swept them. Although I should have asked for this ahead of time. I don't know if you've heard this audio from the Carolina Panthers head coach. Reggie, will you check yesterday's folder and see if you can find that? Because despite the fact that it was a sweep, there are some people who will try to argue against that. So my point being, I have become fascinated by the Florida Panthers and their little run that could to the Stanley Cup Finals.
And do you like it when they throw rats on the ice? Is that weird to you?
Yeah.
It weirds me out, dude.
That rat's cheaper than that hat you were going to throw. Yo, how much does a plastic rat cost?
It's an ice rat.
Yeah, we've all said it. Oh, rat. Gotcha.
It weirds me out. Like, to see the rats out there, the ice rat thing's weird to me also. But, like, they are a fun team to watch because that crowd gets very excited. Hockey is like that, though.
That is true.
So I can see how you've become enamored with them. That's interesting.
Now, obviously, I would root for the Stars infinitely more than them. But if it ends up being Vegas, I'm going to root for Florida.
Well, I think Mike and I both found interest in the same thing recently, and I think you kind of got invested.
Is it Wrexham?
The Bengals.
Oh, yeah.
The Bengals, and it's mostly because I did have T. Higgins on my fantasy team, and I was like, all right, I'll keep up with them. And then then our Bengals fan texts in, and he's like, hey, they're winning. Don't you worry about it. And they do.
And for the 817, somebody said, I don't cheat on my teams. You okay, buddy?
And they do.
I don't know.
And they do. From the 817, don't forget, we got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in about an hour. I don't cheat on my teams. I'm not saying that because I love the Stars more than the Panthers. Always will. But the team that jumped to mind to me was the 2014-15 Golden State Warriors. The team that
before everybody hated them.
No, yes, that was before. You're right. That was before everybody hated them, which I still think is kind of unfair. They were the team that eventually was going to catch up to them, right? Oh, you shoot 3-pointers. That's neat. Just wait until they not go in. And then they were like,
no, we're good at
us.
shooting them. Yeah.
And then they won the championship. I know they brought in the ringer for the next two, but they won the championship shooting 3-pointers at an insane clip that no one thought was sustainable. And they did. And I really liked that they were like, take that, basketball. And now what is basketball? I bet I can shoot more 3-pointers than you can. Yeah. So the Warriors were immediately who jumped to mind as that team of interest.
Okay, that's an interesting one for sure. trying to think of another team, because Mike has picked teams because of cards. Like that's where he values quarterback cards. Baseball, I don't know that I'm so committed to Rangers. I don't pick any other teams in baseball.
I mean, I have a lot of fun watching the Braves.
Just because they have like a potentially generational player and they got Wash and they're a fun team to watch. This is going to sound dumb. Sometimes logos when I was a kid used to impact it. Like when Florida, the Marlins came out and the Quebec Nordiques, I was interested in them because I thought they had cool logos or hats or colors or whatever.
Interesting. Well, look at you. I guess a couple of years ago I was in on the Suns, but that's because I made a prediction. And then
so you care more about being right.
They lived up to the prediction.
You were at one time a fan of Booker.
I never said a fan, but I did make a prediction, and I felt like since I'd made the prediction, I needed to continue to rock along with that.
From the 972, I got interested in the Astros after they got caught cheating. And for the 214, I do remember this one. Leicester City. Never rooted for a random team harder than when they made their title run. Because it was like, I don't know, 5,000 to 1 or something. They're like, that team's going to get relegated.
2016. And the thing about it with like in the Premier League or a lot of soccer leagues
Lukaku?
No.
Was he not on Leicester City during that run?
I don't think he was.
Was that later?
I mean, check, because I could be wrong very easily. But it's just, you have to win the games. Like, you have to quite literally just put up the points. If you are at the top of the table at the end of the year, you win. It's not like they got into the tournament, snuck in as an 8 seed, and then won their way. They went out and beat everybody.
All season. And it was amazing because they popped up on Ted Lasso, and I got to tell Jess, I was like, oh, yeah, that's a real club, and they had this amazing run. And
it's like 2016 though. Like, does it feel like it's been that long ago?
A little bit. Do you think it feels like it's been significantly more recent?
I say that just because last night KG was like, what was that, like 3 years ago? I was like, nah, that was like 7 years ago, dude.
From the 682, they said they are a huge Longhorns fan, but when they were younger, they liked LSU and Florida because of the colors and mascot. Look, I think when you're younger, maybe that's a much easier thing to like jump in on because of that. And somebody texted.
I do think purple and gold is a great color combination.
You like the Vikings then?
And I hate the Lakers, so I can never wear it. I think purple and gold is a very pretty, good looking color combination. And yet every time I see it and go, ooh, then I go, ooh, Lakers.
You hate the Lakers. Yeah, my apologies. That was, Drinkwater was there, but you had Vardy, Loa, Gray, Dyer, and Dodu. Like, there was no Lukaku on that team. My apologies.
But they still won.
Yeah.
Premier League.
Yeah, a lot of people fell in love with that. Actually, I do remember, Kevin, we were Knights, and I brought it up, and you were like, who cares about that soccer over there?
I still hold firm in that opinion. From the 682, bookies in England had discovering the Loch Ness Monster as the same odds of Leicester City. And that's how I learned, because I can see it now, and I feel like back 7 years ago, I would have wanted to say Leicester City. And you're like, no, it's Leicester City. I learned that along the way because of what a big, giant story this was. From the 817, Stephen F. Austin in the tournament a few years back. From the 316, the Grandmama commercials got me fascinated with the Charlotte Hornets. I could totally see that. I wonder if people were like Orlando Magic fans because of Little Penny or whatever.
I was a Magic fan because of NBA Jam.
Okay.
Because I could put Penny, Dennis Scott, Nick Anderson out there and just drain threes on everybody all the time. And so, like, that's the video games. Have you ever, video games have probably created lots of little fans out there in the world.
For a while, I know I just discounted soccer. For a while, when I would play FIFA on Nintendo 64, I became a Brazil fan because that's always who I would play with. And I was like, oh, I know some of these players. That's the guy from the game.
I guess also I like the Braves too because I'm just thinking I was in love with Glavine, Smoltz, Avery, and then Maddox joined it a little bit later.
That makes sense.
Obviously, Avery fell off the quickest there, but I was in love with the Braves then, so maybe that's why I tend to like, oh gosh, I love the Braves jersey. I love all, and so I guess that because there's been other teams, like obviously I think the Chiefs are just an amazing product to watch because of one person. Nothing against the other 52 guys on the team, but like no matter how good Josh Allen is or Justin Herbert or Joe Burrow, they're very good. Great quarterbacks, possible Hall of Famers. I just don't feel like I've really seen anybody like Patrick Mahomes play the position.
I mean, that is a very fair point. From the 817, the Red Sox in 04, from another 817, those George Mason teams. The NCAA tournament does facilitate itself better for that. I think I was cheering even harder for Loyola because of the shocking amount of hate that RJ threw out for Sister Jean. It was an unusual amount of dislike that RJ seemed to have for that. And then somebody said they became a Raiders fan because of the Tecmo Bowl, the Mighty Ducks. The whole reason we brought this up to begin with is one of the teams in the Stanley Cup final is the Florida Panthers, and I think their story is amazing.
See, it's very difficult as a Cowboys fan to really root for a lot of other teams because so many teams hate the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Like in the it's very difficult to root for any team, maybe the Lions, in the West, in the NFC. That was Western.
I do feel like I always have to kind of go with an AFC team as my other favorite team because of that.
Yeah,
I could see that.
And I don't necessarily feel that way about everything else.
You're the Steelers, right? You go AFC Steelers.
I hate the Steelers.
But with the Mavericks, it's definitely, I can't like the Lakers. I can't like the Spurs, even though I respect Tim Duncan. But there are teams that I just can't like because of that hatred.
Right now, I love Denver because they beat LA. And they have never... Well, I say never beat the Mavs. I remember in '88 we beat them when they had Fat Lever, Mike Adams, Alex English, right? Yeah. But they all got hurt, luckily, and that made it a lot easier path to the Western Conference Finals that year. But then from that point, you played Denver one time when we had some dude from A&M who had to play who wasn't very good, and he was trying to guard Carmelo and stuff. You're like, oh, crap. You remember who I'm talking about or no?
Sorry. He was showing me the DeAndre Hopkins.
They've already released a thank you, but he can still be traded?
Well, he's not going to be traded, obviously.
I would be surprised. I think that's just hey, you want to give us something? 7th round conditional?
Also, I wonder sometimes, I think these situations where one arm does not always communicate with the other, like the social media team does not always get the benefit of what's happening with the GM and the front office.
The logistics of the 3 p.m. deadline.
Social media team was like, oh, I just got an ESPN alert. Let me type this up.
I wonder this. I think this is how it happens, but I don't know in this situation with DeAndre Hopkins. I think what happens is the organization lets the agent know / DeAndre Hopkins. And so you usually would, I think, tell the player first, but maybe in today's world, you tell the agent first. The agent passes it along. This could have happened early this morning. So now the agent starts calling up other teams and letting them know, hey, my guy Hop, you don't have to worry about trading for him. He's getting released. We can really work on a deal that works great for both of us type of deal. Well, then it gets out into the world. Somebody lets somebody know, and a Schefter, hey, Cardinals are releasing Hop today. Well, yeah, they were planning on whatever the time was, 3 p.m. for it to come out, but it comes out early, and now Arizona's media staff is having to work and go, all right, let's put out all the stuff that we were planning to put out at 3 p.m. today, because obviously it's already out in the world that we couldn't find a trade, and we are releasing them.
I got that. I like that quite a bit. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout out to my boy Brian. He's a badass in baseball and passed all his classes. I'm so proud to be his father. And then shout out to my fiance Aubriana from the 682. We will be getting married this weekend in Vegas. Congratulations to y'all. And shout out to ESPN.
In Vegas?
Do you think they're really going for the Stars game tomorrow?
Important. I mean, I think there's some they need to get married, go to the Stars game, get a win, bring it back to Dallas.
That is a good point. And then shout out to ESPN on Tuesday. Part 1 of their American Gladiators 30 for 30 comes out.
I'm in.
Part 2 comes out the very next day. I am stoked.
After Saturday Night Live.
That's yes, usually, but not in this specific instance. Oh. Now it's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right, man. There's so many things I like here. I want to get back to this Baltimore Texas Rangers series. And I think there's a major position battle here. Catcher. Adley Rutschman, number 1 overall pick in 2019 versus Jonah Heim. So I think a lot of people have said, hey, Jonah Heim's an all-star this year. And I would like to say, hold your horses.
Oh, my goodness.
There's only 2 catchers that make the all-star team. Salvador Perez is going to be one of them because Kansas City is utterly pathetic.
And everybody gets
and nobody on their team is good at baseball. I love Bobby Witt Jr. I need him to start doing better. I do think he's going to have a very good career, but he's not having a good second season right now. Well, Salvador Perez is batting .280 with 11 homers and .852 OPS. That leads all catchers and everything. And you have to have a Kansas City Royals representative. He's going to be the guy. There's literally there's not a starting pitcher. There's not a reliever. There's not another position player. He's the only one that you could possibly pick from Kansas City to represent the Royals at the All-Star game. So one spot is taken already. Whether he's the starter or reserve, he's probably going to be the Royal. There is one spot left as long as there's no injury to these 3 guys, and that is Jonah Heim versus Adley Rutschman, and it's really close on the stats. Their WAR is exactly the same, 1.4. Both guys have the exact same WAR right now.
What's their OPS?
This is where we start losing some of the battles.
We get a lot back.
OPS, Jonah Heim 779, Adley Rutschman 806. That's very close. That can in a weekend series that can flip if you have a really good weekend and the other guy doesn't have one. Jonah Heim has a better batting average, 273 to 262. This is where, honestly, in a weird way, it's not a fun stat, but this is where Adley Rutschman blows Jonah Heim out of the water offensively. 40 walks to 13.
Yikes.
For Adley Rutschman. Now, that being said, their strikeouts are about the same, but Adley Rutschman has more walks than strikeouts, 40 to 31, 13 to 32. If you look at home runs, it's 6 for Jonah Heim, 7 for Adley Rutschman. RBIs, Jonah Heim is winning 33 RBIs to 25 RBIs. So just giving you some of those stats there, it gives you an idea of, I do think these 2 guys are going to battle for the last catcher spot. And Salvador Perez offensively deserves it. Talking to people about Salvador Perez, remember my kind of, hey, maybe trading for Salvador Perez, and offensively he's doing well. I haven't heard talking to people about that idea, and that was before the offense exploded. This was early in the year after you played Kansas City. You kind of don't need Salvador Perez, and I've just heard from too many people that he's not a very good defensive catcher. Well, that is not a strength of his. So could
he be a DH?
He could be a DH, and when you look at, he does have 11 doubles, 11 home runs, and 852 OPS. That is an above average, not only catcher, but that's an above average hitter in Major League Baseball. So Heim versus Rutschman, I think, is something to look Friday through Sunday at, because I think they're battling out for one of the last all-star spots, because I looked last year, they only took 2 catchers. They only take 2 catchers. Like, do they take 3 catchers? Maybe in some sort of special way they would, but most likely you're only having the starting catcher who wins the vote and then a backup catcher. Injuries can happen, and then you get extra guys.
Still got a shot, yeah.
Still got a shot, but Heim versus Rutschman will be interesting as this season goes along. All right, guys. ESPN has an article up right now. What would you guys think of a 40-60 season? 40 home runs, 60 stolen bases.
It would be incredible.
Would you think that would be one of the greatest years in baseball history?
I would.
Yes, let's do it.
I agree that Ronald Acuna Jr., I don't know if he'll stay on pace for that. Let me ask you this. If he has a 40-60 year, which he would join, obviously, the 40-40 club, he'd be the first ever 40-60 guy. I think he'd be the first ever 40-50 guy, if you look at it. I don't think either guys that have it's Alfonso Soriano, Jose Canseco, I believe Alex Rodriguez.
Bonds in there?
And maybe Bonds. I think there's 4 guys, and I think they were right at 40-40s. Like, it was 42-40 or 43-41. I mean, it's not... It's very tough to do. So, would you guys take anything away from Ronald Acuna Jr. that he got 60 bags in the first year that they had the limited pickoffs and the shorter bases? Would you guys the way that we looked at, I guess not us, we weren't alive, the way that Roger Maris really isn't the home run king because he played more games than Babe Ruth did.
A little bit, but he still had to do it. You still have to accomplish it. You still have to steal the bag.
I don't think I would if he was at 60.
Okay.
I can see. Yeah, I can see if they were like, oh, you got 40 and 46. You're the first 40, 45 guy. And you're like, yeah, but that feels higher than the rate of conversion.
He gets 40-40, are you like, congratulations, good job?
I think it's pretty incredible, yeah.
I still think it's a big deal to do that. You still have to put in the work to do it. To hit home runs and steal bases, you still have to accomplish it.
Okay, so I saw this stat the other day because 40-60 would be super impressive to me. How about a 20-20-20-20 year? There's been one person that had in a season 20 or more homers, 20 or more doubles, 20 or more triples, and 20 or more stolen bases in a season. That has happened one time in the history of baseball.
20 triples?
Is it Ricky Anderson?
It is Willie Mays in 1957.
Ricky ain't hit all them extra base hits.
Had 35 home runs, 26 doubles, 38 stolen bases, and 20 triples.
20 triples is one of the most staggering numbers I've imagined for that. Triples!
So what would be more impressive to you? We obviously weren't alive for the 1957 Willie Mays season. 420s or a 40-60?
The 420s. Okay, well, that doesn't
not because
good.
of because of the square root of ANS's Vans, which is 420. It's because that being able to do that is awesome. You're an all-around elite player.
Did you just say being able to 420 is awesome?
Yes.
Now, I gave you that. I think this is really impressive. Maybe it was easier because we did see a picture the other day on where he played the first part of his career in New York, and they played at a football stadium where it was 220 down the line and 900 yards to center field.
What, the Polo Grounds?
Yeah.
So stupid.
Isn't it like 600 down?
Mike, I played that.
Something like that.
I played that stadium against Choppy in MLB The Show, and one time I think Choppy hit one to center field, and it rolled forever, and it took forever for my center fielder to get to the ball.
Now
you just need to hit it over their head. You'll get a in park home run.
He obviously missed a lot of time in 52 and all of the season in 53 and didn't get to play because he was military service. He got to play about 5 full seasons at the Polo Grounds till they moved to San Francisco. But I was just looking at this. He had 141 triples. That seems like I don't know what the record is for triples, and maybe it's like Ty Cobb or something, you know, I don't know, but my gosh, how in the world do you have 100? To me, 100 triples in a career might be more impressive than 500 home runs. Is there a lot of people with 100 triples?
There are.
Okay.
But they're
maybe it's not that impressive.
No, but
longevity.
Yeah, but also they're all from the old-timey game.
Okay.
Sam Crawford, for example, he started playing in 1899. He has 309.
They might have even not made fences yet, so the ball kept rolling.
Mm-hmm. Roberto
Just barbed wire
Clemente,
fences in the outfield.
who started in 1955, is the only one I've seen so far that played contemporary baseball.
The ball rolls in the creek. You got to jump in to get the ball.
Well,
and Willie Wilson.
Now that I have 2 minutes left, obviously I want to talk a little bit about graduation party. Very excited. There's a part of me that's starting to get a little bit sad today that I can't believe that our little baby girl is graduating high school. I was telling Sue about it, and I was like, it seems like forever ago I played baseball.
Yeah.
To me, I know I played Major League Baseball, minor league baseball. I was with AAA Philadelphia when she was born right before I left for spring training. And I'm like, that seems forever ago. But her starting high school just seems like yesterday.
Yeah.
So her being a baby seems like a long time ago because my life has changed a lot. For Sue, she's like, gosh, it doesn't seem that long ago. But I'm like, I feel like you were a doctor then, you're a doctor now. It feels like forever ago I could actually compete at that level and play. But high school went in a flash. I can't believe high school is over.
And part of that is because obviously the metrics of her high school and Brandon's high school were changed a lot
because of
COVID and everything. I started getting really sad for the first time over the weekend. We were pulling a bunch of pictures for slideshow at the graduation party and everything like that. And it was just all this passage of time. You know, it wasn't just looking at this year. It was going back to when he was a baby and all these different things. And yeah, that definitely hit me in the feels, man.
I guess
I'm with you on that.
Last thing, because we got to get to the C block here, is I just remember how little time I spent with my parents after I got drafted.
Yeah.
And I know that going to college is going to be very similar. Like, it's just going to be such a change in our lives. It doesn't start Saturday, the change in our lives. It starts in August.
But they're not going to live in your house anymore.
I know. It's crazy. I can't believe that I have a daughter graduating high school.
Yeah. I agree with that 1,000,000%.
She's not going to start off her speech. I did see the beginning of it. I wanted her to start off her valedictorian speech by just looking at all of her classmates, just giving a few seconds to look at all of them in the eyes and go, in your face.
That would have been awesome.
But you said that it's not.
Hey,
that's not going to happen.
I'm the valedictorian. You know what that means? All the rest of y'all are a bunch of dumbasses.
Oh, my God.
That would be hilarious.
Would you look down at the salutatorian, too, and be like, that includes you?
Yeah, I'm smarter than you.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. You know what, now because of that, I kind of hope the C block coming up next is Corey's alt speech for that valedictorian speech. What's coming up?
I got some Stars and Cowboys stuff to get to as well, but the big question is, did you always stay for the full last day of school? Next on the Fan.
The Rangers.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on a Shout Out Friday from the 817. Can you guys shout out my friends Ryan and Amanda? They are tying the knot tomorrow. Congratulations to y'all. And from the 682, shout out to my brand new fiance Valerie. We're getting married in June. Congratulations to you guys as well. A lot of super positive news happening around this show today. Here's even more positive news. It's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Lots of stuff to get to here in the C Block today. And Reggie, I'm going to need your help with a lot of it as well. Actually, just like one cut.
It's about Premier League soccer.
No, it's not.
Premier League soccer is awesome. You know why? Man City's going to win it again.
Just as predicted
What
by Mike
happened
earlier.
that made them all good all like in 2010?
A Sheik bought him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really? Is that what happened?
Yeah, he's like worth 10 or 20 billion dollars.
That's nice. Sharing that money with the soccer players. The question I wanted to start off with, did you always go to the last day of school? Because my mom always gave me the option.
What?
Last day of school is nothing. You show up, you're probably going to the auditorium and hanging out in the auditorium for some sort of like, did you get A or B honor roll? And then you're having class party. You're not doing anything else, right? Like all that you're doing is having class party and then you can go home. I would have rather have been at home than I would have at school.
Your friends aren't at home.
That's a good point.
That's how I felt. I was like, the only reason I went to school is for friends.
Okay. And I do remember I had a group of friends, Miguel and Jose and Jerron. We were all supposed to do we were supposed to rap the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air song together in front of the class. And my mom was at the school party and she was like, I'm getting ready to leave. Do you want to go home or do you want to stay? And I said, well, I'm supposed to rap this song, Mom. And she was like, all right, then stay. And I said, but I'd rather go home. And so I left, and my friends Miguel and Jose and Jerron all had to do the rap without me.
You know, Corey, I feel really bad about that. And I feel like this is a show of opportunity. And it is the last day of school for a whole lot of people. You're here.
Yeah.
Would you like to attempt to do that right now?
No.
Why?
What would Jerron say?
Man, I need to go link up with him when we get to LA. I need to go say hi.
Now this is a story.
I don't even remember which verse I was supposed to do. I really don't.
All about how. This is it.
I don't know the lyrics.
You know the lyrics.
I don't.
Here it comes.
I don't know.
Oh, is this just a beat? It doesn't have.
Now this is a story all about how my life got turned upside down.
Y'all don't even
I'd
do
like
it.
to take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel-Air.
How do you not know the words, Kevin?
I got one of the words wrong and it messed me up.
Good. Ready? Your turn.
In West Philadelphia, born and raised on the playground is where I spent most of my days, chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool and all, shooting some b-ball outside of the school when a couple of guys who were up to no good started making trouble in my neighborhood. I got in one little fight and my mom got scared, moved you into the auntie and uncle in Bel-Air. And that was it. That was my chorus. So I did it.
Not really. He got killed.
What?
And that's...
Here's the conspiracy. All right.
Wow. And the taxi driver was taking him across to the other side. You know what I'm saying?
Why are
Will
you
Smith
throwing
killed
that out?
somebody?
No, he got killed by the
No, he just slapped
bullies at the park.
Yeah, they killed him. And so the rest of the show is
a dream.
The YouTube said Corey's doing the country version of so I sound like a country rapper. And
now this is a story all about how my life got turned upside down, and I'd like to take a minute just to sit right there and tell you how to become a town called Bel-Air. That's country.
I got it.
I don't think that's what that was.
It was like country speed right there. Back to you, Corey.
So I
you
did
tell your friends you did it today. On the
and
last
you know
day of
what? My
school.
buddy Marcus just messaged me. I was like, "How are you going to leave Coop hanging like that?" Because that was our friend Coop. All right. All right. So that happened. But I see a lot of people saying that they didn't go to the last day of school. It was always for yearbook signings and get girls' phone numbers. a lot of people saying that was their escape, that they didn't have anything else, so they liked going to school because that was a place for them.
If you don't go on the last day, how are you going to know that you're too cool to be forgotten? Like, if you're not going to get that in your yearbook, you know what I'm talking about. That little equation, too cool to be forgotten. Blew my mind the first time.
What was the thing that you always wrote at the end, though, to somebody? You would write on their yearbooks.
Michael Jordan would write, good luck.
Keep in touch.
Keep in touch.
Or people would write,
have a great summer.
I was the first to sign the crack. I know a lot of people like to do
to
that.
Carl, good luck.
Salutations.
That's my favorite one. On that jersey, that Michael Jordan's jersey just sold for $3 million. That's what he put on his jersey when he signed it to Carl. Good luck. Everybody put best wishes, great teammate. Good luck.
Did y'all
of course I went to the last day of school.
Okay, all right. I very rarely did.
I
didn't go the first day of school or the second or third or fourth or fifth day of school.
What?
Well, I was in the Connie Mack World Series winning the MVP, so I couldn't go.
Man, what a roundabout way to get us to that flex.
Braggadocious. Snap.
We still got an hour of the show, y'all.
No, it's time. Masterpiece of the week. Roll it.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
All right. He's like, I got to find this stuff. The other thing, Kevin, I thought you might like this.
Okay.
All right. And this was a hilarious note that I had from the kids' school last night. Last night, I did go to Carter's 5th grade send-off with him.
Okay.
It was too long. It was an hour. It was 2 hours long.
Oh my God, that is too
They
long.
played a 50-minute slideshow, Kevin. Wow. What do we say about slideshows?
Run it in the background.
Run it in the background.
That's what you're doing tomorrow, right?
That's right.
We're not even doing one.
They were doing a timeshare? 50-minute slideshow.
50-minute slideshow. And then one of the teachers did a poem, and that lasted about 25 minutes.
What is she, Romo retiring
About
all
each
over
student.
again?
She had one little note about each student, and I was like, this is
that
nuts.
sounds like an after the meeting kind of thing.
But there were two great lines from this. One question was, what are you gonna miss the most about leaving this school? And the one girl said the fact that school ends at 2:45 and now it's going to be 3, and I thought that was hilarious.
Wow,
and
pragmatic.
Then there's this kid that stands up, and he's brilliant. They asked him what the most important thing was that he learned, and he said I learned how to calculate sales tax. I feel like that's going to be useful in my life.
That's a good-ass point.
And I was like,
that is a good
Kevin would love this
point
kid.
right there.
Now, what grade is this?
That was 5th.
Okay. I do feel like in high school, you should teach a lot more about home equity loans, renting or, leasing versus buying of a car,
Hey, man, them kids wasn't listening to the Pythagorean theorem. You think they're going to listen about FHA loans?
I feel like I just got a much better education on Roth IRA versus,
just in the last couple of weeks, right?
Honestly, yeah. And I was like, oh, okay. So that's why I need to put a lot more into Roth right now instead, because, I won't get taxed on it. I'm getting taxed now on it, but I won't get taxed when I need that money when I'm old.
Yeah.
That kid does sound like a genius, by the way.
There was a episode of The Cosby Show where Theo was sitting down. He was ready to move out on his own.
Penson?
No, not Theo Pinson.
Was he just in the episode cheering for everybody?
God, Mike. Haven't you pissed Theo Pinson off enough this season?
No, he's going to be great here someday.
And Mr. Huxtable sits down to talk to Theo. And he gives him his budget, and he's like, all right, I need this for rent, I need this for food, I need this for that. And he goes through all the things that basically the kid has no money left. He's like, you don't know how to make a budget off that money.
Oh, that's a good episode.
And I think that's something kids need to learn is budgeting for life.
Is that why he had to get that bootleg shirt made by his sister?
Yes.
Because he couldn't afford.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was that.
Would you think it's weird, Corey?
Denise made it.
If I told you in the realm of budgeting, I don't know if I said this on air before, I took out a $1,000 loan from my mom in middle school and drew up a payment schedule and everything.
What did you spend the money on?
I mean, of course I spent it on cards.
Oh.
Yeah, of course I did.
And you paid her back?
Yes.
By stealing cards and then
No,
selling.
that was a different thing. That was a different thing, but you're right about that. I did do that, and that was not cool.
My junior year, on the last day of senior year, I don't know what that means. A girl I'd been attracted to told me that she liked me and waited for me, but now she's going to college out of state. Well, that boosted my confidence for senior year. I definitely wasn't going to miss and decided I was going to do the same thing to an unsuspecting junior.
Oh, okay, so I understand.
For the confidence part, right?
Because the idea was that they were a junior, the girl was a senior.
Yeah.
And she gave him hope, although she knew that would never.
Just a bud of confidence.
Is
right
that
there.
why she gave him hope? Because she was like, you seem like a nice fella.
Yeah.
Or do you think she really was like, I was kind of waiting.
But I'm going off to college now. I don't know. Either way, sounds like he benefited from it.
Hope floats.
Have you seen that movie?
With Sandra Bullock?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I have. In your face.
What's it about?
I can't remember. It's some sort of romantic comedy.
About the ice cream parlor.
Are they in Alabama or something? There's one that
Sweet
with
Home Alabama.
Reese Witherspoon, and then
Sweet Home Alabama, Mike. It's in the title.
It's Reese Witherspoon.
Well, I'm pretty sure Sandra Bullock's in the South somewhere and doing something, and then lightning hits a rod and it makes glass in the
that's
sand.
Sweet Home Alabama.
Sandra Bullock is the guy who plays the piano in it. The guy who plays the piano,
Harry Connick Jr.
Harry Connick Jr. and Sandra Bullock are in that movie.
Why do you speak Mike, Corey?
Is Harry Connick?
Also,
Yeah, it is
are
him.
those the only two romantic comedies you've ever seen?
They were on a bus and they had to make it slow down, but they couldn't or it would blow up.
That's a great one.
It's a different thing.
That's one of the
Then
three
they fell
movies
in
in
love.
Speed.
She ended up at a beauty pageant.
I think
That
Gene
is just
Hackman was the bad guy.
No.
Can I tell my story real
The
quick?
guy
about
who
Hope
dances
Floats?
with wolves and eats the lambs.
I was dating
Silence
a
of
girl.
the Lambs.
I was dating a girl.
Silence of the Wolves.
And I asked her if she wanted to go see a movie on like a Thursday night.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, well, no, because I have to babysit tonight. And I was like, that's fine. So I asked her sister if she wanted to go, and her sister was the older sister. And she said yes. So I ended up going to see Hope Floats with her older sister instead of the younger sister. Needless to say, the younger sister then broke up with me because I took her older sister out on a date. And I was like, it wasn't a date, we're just friends. And we ended up hanging out at the movie together.
Did you follow up with the older sister then?
I don't want to tell the rest of the story
What?
about those sisters
Oh my goodness.
at this point.
Your life's confusing to me because I thought you were with Adrian since high school.
We broke up while she was in college.
Many times.
A couple
Like,
times.
how many times did you get it on while you were broken up with her?
Gosh, Mike.
I think that's a valid question with all these
Maybe
stories
so,
that he has.
but I don't know if at 114 it
There's
is a valid
reason
question.
that
about
Adrian
115?
had to come over with the brownie
Still
mix and
no.
start doing brownies.
Wait, what?
Were you not here that day?
I don't know if this is the correct forum, but that is a valid question.
See? Thank you, Kevin, for backing me
You're
up.
welcome, Mike.
Oh, crap. Have y'all turned against me now? Mike, I thought it was you and me.
How many handfuls did you have?
Then last night during the game,
God.
in overtime, as they're going to the face-off, did you hear the announcer say, and you got to be thinking to yourself, what is Jamie Benn thinking right now?
I did hear that.
You hear that too?
Yeah, he's watching the game, you Nimrod, with you calling it. He's probably thinking, I hope they score a goal, fart knocker. Like, there's not much. He's probably like, yeah, man, I hope our team loses. He's probably going, man, I hope we score.
I'm so glad you heard that.
I heard that too. I wonder what Jamie Benn's thinking right now. What do you think he's thinking? I mean, I don't know. Like, if you ask, what's Wayne Gretzky thinking right now? I don't know. Is he even watching the game? I don't know what Wayne Gretzky's thinking. Is he rooting for a certain team? I don't know. Like, I think his daughter might live in Las Vegas with Dustin Johnson. I don't know. Jamie Benn is rooting for the Dallas Stars right now, announcer man.
That's exact. I'm so glad Mike heard that
Fantastic.
last night. Thank you, Mike, for that, because that's exact. In my mind, I was like, what a stupid thing to say. I appreciate the announcers being there and doing a job. That was a dumb thing.
Do you really wish like his other announcer would have been like, oh, that's a great point. probably thinking, I hope
The Stars win in overtime. I wonder what Jamie Benn is thinking.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Stars are alive. How many games does this series go now? 877-881-1053. Not that. Plus Masterpiece of the Week. It's the fastest segment in all of radio. Good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout out to my mom. It's her birthday on Sunday. She's the best ever, and despite being in a fantasy football league with me, she only knows two players, Dak Prescott and Patrick Mahomes. And then from the 940, shout out to Soda Weight Loss. Set a goal to lose 50 pounds by my daughter's wedding. Hit 50.2 today. Woo! The wedding is Sunday.
Nice.
I made it. Congratulations. That is incredible. And also congratulations on your daughter getting married. Now, if we can go ahead and fire off cut number 2, let's talk a little bit more about the Stars.
Here's Lindell shooting it wide. Rebound goal! Robertson again! Off the back wall and in! And they're tied at 2.
From the 918, it was pretty cool to see the Stars fight for that win like they did. My question for y'all right now is going to be, how many games do you think this series will go? So 105.3 The Fan will be rolling live and local on Monday for Memorial Day. Just it won't be our show in particular. So you could still have 2 more games before we come back. Do you think it ends at Game 5? How are y'all feeling on this?
I want to be hot take guy and say gentleman's sweep and it's done with this weekend. But
I don't feel like that's hot take. I feel like that's probably likely.
Okay, then here's what the problem about that is the Stars didn't blow out Vegas yet last night. And if Vegas was like, "Hey, let's just take it back to our house and do our thing, and we'll see them back on Saturday," then it would have been an easy night for Vegas to just say, "We're done, we'll move on." But the Stars ended up getting the lucky shot to win it. I think that the Stars are still in this thing to win this thing, if you will.
Right.
And it's because they didn't just blow the doors off of a team that didn't care about winning on the road and closing the series out.
I get what you're saying.
So I think I'm going to give the Stars one more shot. It's going to be another close game. I don't think anything's going to come easy in this, but I think it is going to be pushed to 6.
Hope I'm wrong. I'm going to go 4-1 tomorrow night for Las Vegas.
Okay.
Now, that being said, I hope I'm wrong. I have looked up Game 6 prices on Ticketmaster because yesterday, as tickets were plummeting,
they
are not for Game 6. Now, that being said, it's not even a sellout for Game 6. There are 4 packs of seats available for standard admission, so they have not sold out Game 6, which means people are not selling their tickets under the price of admission.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that they will be able to get more. So it's $175 to get into the building.
And that makes sense, right? Because if you get to Game 6, it's the same thing with the Celtics right now in the Heat. I know they were down 3-0, but you made it to Game 6. It's a series.
I will say this. If you believe the Stars are going to win tomorrow night, I think you should jump on some pretty premium tickets because resell, those penalty, like right behind the penalty box, those are $1,300 a piece. Yesterday, they were $338.
Wow.
Those tickets have already been sold, and they're wanting pretty much double the admission price to sit on the glass. Yesterday, you could get them for about 40% off. Today, if you want Game 6 tickets, there are plenty of tickets available that are just standard admission anywhere in the building, whether you want to be really close to the ice and you want to pay $700 a ticket, whether you want to be in the upper deck and pay $175 a ticket. So I would say this. I don't know if Stars fans believe that they're going to win in Las Vegas. If they did, I think that there'd be all of these 4 packs of tickets eaten up already for Game 6.
Now, one interesting thing about this is what we've talked about, the old guy without a cup theory a lot in this playoff run. Here's the cool thing that you do have in the locker room. And I realize we've talked about it before. Now with the Florida Panthers winning, that means teams down 0-3 in a playoff series in the NHL are 4-201. And then in the conference finals and semifinals, they're 0-47. And so that's not great. But there's this. Joe Pavelski, he's the leading candidate on the old guy without a cup board. You know, in 2014, Joe Pavelski was on the San Jose Sharks. They played the Los Angeles Kings in the first round. Game 1, Sharks. Game 2, Sharks. Game 3, Sharks. They were up 3-0. Then the Los Angeles Kings won the next 4 games. And then that Los Angeles Kings team went on to win the Stanley Cup. And Pavelski said, they're not fun when you're on the other side of it, but you then understand that it can happen.
What year was that again?
2014. So I still realize statistically highly, highly unlikely, but just having somebody in the room that is a key player he scored the overtime winner last night. He's a key player on your team. He can be like, hey, look, this is what happened. And this is what they're thinking on the other side. They're probably thinking, we still got it. Now we can just win it at home. And so I think the Stars push it to at least 6. I realize they will be the underdogs tomorrow night, but I say they push it to at least 6.
Yeah, it's really strange how lucky bounces have been kind of the definer in this series so far. I guess not in game 3 because that was just a complete deflation.
Yeah.
You know, Jamie Benn I think they were still a little deflated from the loss in game 2.
Sure.
But that was kind of a lucky kind of moment too.
And Jamie Benn would be back for game 6 if they make it that.
So, yeah, I think I am on this front of I'm excited about some of the other things that they can try. I mean, Olofsson last night, wasn't that an amazing moment that he almost had running away with it? So there's some other things that could happen, but I'm hopeful that they just get the lucky bounce in a close game and can make something happen. I don't think they're going to blow the doors off of anybody because I think we're at a point now where DeBoer's kind of run out of things. I think he has a couple of adjustments he can try to make, but for the most part, man, you're still seeing a very crisp Vegas team, and the Stars are still having those uncrisp moments that you're like, what's happening here? This isn't the same team I watched doing these things. So they got them off their kilter just a little bit.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's happening, fellas?
Hey, Reggie.
Hello, Reginald.
Let's do it.
Feels like the last day of school, don't it?
Yeah.
This is Masterpiece of the Week. What'd you say?
I'm going to leave early.
Oh, okay.
I am too.
That's what I do.
You leave 3.
Dude, yeah, just let's all go.
They have an early show anyways.
Yeah.
It's East Coast baseball.
Oh.
Well, hey, let's prank them now.
Okay.
We pranked Sean and RJ.
They're done at 5:30.
Let's just start packing up our stuff, and they'll be like, where are you guys going? We're like, y'all were picking it up.
Giving
for
you
us.
extra time.
Okay. We'll see.
Well, while we continue to figure that out, this is Masterpiece of the Week. It's a segment that we do every week in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have happened on this program over the last so often. And, gentlemen, there's some stuff in here.
Got it.
Would anybody like to volunteer to go first?
I'll volunteer.
I'll go second.
Okay, sounds great.
I usually am not in this segment.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, you'll find out. By the way, Kevin, you volunteered? You got stuff. Wait, what is happening?
No stuff.
Oh, I see what happened. My bad. A little technical difficulty. No, the stuff's there. As follows.
From the 903.
I can't believe. I honestly, are you guys from England or something?
When Jess told me that, I kind of knew that, but when she hammered it home last night, I was really sad.
What?
Well, that's.
I'm proud of me for
What made you
recognizing
sad?
that moment.
Well, all right.
Next.
Did she use an actual hammer?
I don't have a good defense for
What's
that.
wrong with you?
I meant the point, not.
Oh, just the point.
Good Lord.
Well,
Mike
we
likes
learn
singing
new
later.
things.
Oh, no, I said Corey will go second, right?
Yeah, Corey.
My bad.
volunteered.
I didn't want to skip the line here. We might have to have a conversation with Corey, Kevin,
What
and
happened?
maybe bosses,
What happened?
corporate structure, because this was concerning.
And we also hear that conversation of is peaking okay? And you kind of heard it right there. No,
Fine
it wasn't.
until you get caught.
Yeah, it's fine until you get caught. What are you doing right now?
Oh, and then Mike. Yeah, Mike should probably join the conversation as well.
Don't do that.
Don't peek.
Yeah.
We heard Brett Boone talk about that on With the Morning Show, and he was like, yeah, I wanted the signs, but I knew if I got caught, there were going to be repercussions for my actions.
It opened up his eyes.
Are you ever like looking in a direction and somebody crosses your like you weren't looking and then they cross and now you're like kind of caught in the and then you look at your significant other and they're like,
see, I'm less concerned about that. I don't know why, than them looking at me and thinking that I was looking at them.
oh, the other person?
Yeah, even though I probably will never see that person again.
Oh, because you think you can explain your way out of stuff. So, like with your wife, you're like, I can explain this away. With that other person, you're like, I don't get a chance. I don't get a chance.
Oh my God, you're so right about that.
And do you ever want to just do that and be like, I wasn't looking at you, you walked in my path?
A little bit. I don't because of social structure and whatnot, but I kind of want to.
All right. I realize that time is going to be a little bit more far spent here than normal. And I was going to play audio of Mike singing, but y'all know what this is. However, this is a different mic, and this is just long form. We're just going to let it run, ladies and gentlemen.
Every time we go on a flight,
I will M&Ms.
I will have peanut M&Ms, and it's not the chocolate. So
you cream the peanut, and then you put chocolate on it.
The hell?
That's what you
It
do.
is the middle of the day.
That's what you do to a peanut. You blend it, and it creams it. It turns it into cream. Right? You take
feel
almonds.
very uncomfortable with the way you
almonds.
are using that
butter,
word.
Mike, not cream. It's
Yes.
butter.
Yeah, almond butter, peanut butter.
Not peanut cream.
But they call it creamy peanut butter, right? Or crunchy peanut butter. Crunchy peanut butter.
What?
You take the nut.
He's killing it.
You have sports opinions.
You can
Please
take
send
any
them in
nut
quickly.
and you blend it enough and it creams it. It turns it into a cream.
Why is that word so funny?
This is not
You're not using that word right.
I am.
You are not. You're using it in an inappropriate context that makes me uncomfortable about ever talking about M&Ms or peanut butter again.
When you take a peanut or an almond or any nut and you blend it enough, you stick your finger in it and you go, that's creamy. I still think I'm right.
And that's the thing about it, Mike. I know that you believe
It makes
that.
it creamy.
I do.
I guess you could say it makes it buttery.
But
But I just think it's creamy.
I covered my face again when you just replayed this
because it's.
Oh, I know that you were besides yourself finding something to do because I like the very last part of this where I'm pretty sure that is Kevin hitting his microphone.
Yep.
Listen closely.
That's creamy.
That is 100% me knocking my mic to the side and laughing on the table because I just couldn't. I thought I was going to make it through, but then, yeah.
You think that's the worst thing that happened in this
beautiful.
this episode of Masterpiece of the Week?
God, I hope so.
Kevin Hagelin!
Oh my God.
Please step to the microphone.
Is it the nose?
Why is the butt one thing, but the boobs are? There's like usually kind of some semblance of a divide for both.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, Mike? I'm going to take back what I said earlier when I kind of derisively said, yeah, I know that you do. Because I also still think I'm right about this. I don't know if I should expand too much.
Don't worry about it. You don't need to. There's so much audio in this. Let's look at a different perspective of this same situation. Why don't we?
We kind of consider the butt, though, one thing.
Oh, my God.
That's a fantastic point there.
But it has two cheeks.
Yeah, there are two cheeks.
But
for
boobs
sure.
are a pair.
However, one cheek does equal 2 feet.
Fact.
So.
Yeah.
Is that a fact?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a football fact. We were that was sports. Reggie dropped sports facts in the middle of that conversation.
Sports. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I also did go home as I was driving home. I asked Adrian if she remembered the Casey and JoJo bit, and she was like, "Oh yeah."
Oh, you beat me to the next thing. Okay, fantastic.
Shaq and Charles.
Oh, this might win.
Oh no, it's fine.
Okay.
Is this the Shaq and Charles one?
It might be. Give me a second. While we do that,
do we need to vamp?
I would like to circle back around.
Okay.
To Mike singing.
That is.
What about this one?
There's a pretty little thing waiting for the king down in the jungle room. And I've been walking in Memphis. Walking with my feet 10 feet off a bed.
With John Moran.
Walking in Memphis. pulling out my gun and
Okay.
Oh,
yeah. Those are closer to the frequent lyrics.
saw a 17-year-old, said, what do you think?
Gosh. I believe I requested, please don't play that again, Joey, after the fact.
That's Joey's fault. He did not tell me anything.
That's
John Moran's version.
That was good.
The 817, I'm running my mail route. And listening to this, a customer asked, do they refer to the homes as customers?
Yes.
If I was okay, because I was laughing so much. Tremendous. Back to you,
Why do we
Reginald.
get concerned when people are laughing so much? Yes, they're okay. They're just enjoying life.
I don't know.
There's a maniacal laugh.
Maybe they also heard what he was listening to, and you're like, you got problems and stuff. Why are you listening to this?
This show is fantastic. This is good for your soul.
I'm hoping we get to hear the Shaq and Charles.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we return to conversation about divided body parts, i.e., butts and boobs.
You don't have a divide on your butt, you're in trouble.
Yeah, because you got Casey and JoJo.
How did we get
right?
here?
And then how you with the butt?
Casey and JoJo. Did you just mention Jodeci?
Yeah, like with the top part, you have one has one name, the other one has. Y'all don't haven't named your significant others.
No.
Do you want to now?
No.
Okay, that's weird.
I feel like you're weird.
Do y'all 877-881-1053? Do you name your significant other's parts? I bet a lot of people are going to say yes.
What, like Charles?
I'm not
That's weird.
naming my wife's breast Charles. I'm not like, hey, Shaq and Charles
It's a
tonight.
name.
Let's
go hoop it up.
From the 214.
Your
That's
wife's
creamy.
boob says
Almost
that
made me
was
crash
terrible.
my car. You did a terrible job.
terrible.
But that's Hall of Famers, you know?
This is going to be the toughest choice.
I think out of all the fan texts that came in that day, by the way, I just want to point out a lot of people said yes.
They did. There was a ton.
They have named theirs,
Yes.
or their wife has named their own.
I distinctly remember like Turner and Hooch.
Yeah.
This is
Fuck
too tough of a
that.
vote.
I know. It's down to peanut butter or boob names for me, and this might be the most difficult decision in the history of this segment. Are we done, or I don't know.
The 214 in every clip, Kevin sounds embarrassed yet amused.
Yeah. It is a difficult balancing act, I'll tell you.
When I was walking in Memphis. I'm not voting for that.
I'm voting for peanut butter.
I'm voting for peanut butter cream.
Okay.
Because it has to be creamy or crunchy. Either one. And you blend it enough.
Butter
stick
it.
your finger in it and you go, that's creamy.
The reason why the mic made that noise, because I move my mic around all the time. To realize it made that noise, I did not care at that point. I was like, I need to get this microphone out of my face.
You just swatted it out of there like the Kevin Mutombo.
Yeah, not today, microphone. I am also gonna vote for peanut butter because I just.
It was great, man. That was a great moment. And Kevin, I think the best part of that moment was as Mike started that rant, we recognized this is time for us to stop talking and let Mike do his thing.
Because he had thoughts.
Let him blend.
You can see the look on all of our faces when they have further thoughts about something that you think is at an end.
Let him cream
it's
this.
not the chocolate.
So you cream the peanut.
I don't. From the 214, this segment is making me hungry.
Just crunching it makes it crunchy. I don't get what I'm saying so wrong. You can either you take the peanut and you make it crunchy, but we haven't made it creamy yet.
Don't finish that sentence. You need to work harder. From the 817.
Yes. The more you spin that nut.
No! Do not finish that sentence!
There you go.
Do not
I think we get the winner. I think we can go ahead and get to
in the
G-Bag.
Vitamix.
Yeah, we got to go.
Coming up next. Whatever show replaces us, we'll chit-chat with us fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right. Is it the nose?
Why is the butt one thing, but the boobs are, there's like usually kind of some semblance of a divide for both.
Mm-hmm.
Carsforkids.org, right off the car.
105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya?
A little nervous today, Hagee. How about you?
What, because of the payoff?
Yeah, I'm going to do the bet payoff.
What? Set the scene, time, what are we doing?
Coming up at 2:20. When I go to break at 2:15, 2:16, I'm going to go into the fridge and pull out the 16-ounce pound of flesh. I'm going to put that in the microwave for about 15, 20 seconds to nuke any bacteria that might be on the outside, and then I'm going to eat it.
Oh.
Yeah, he's going to eat it.
All of it. What's the time frame? Just that?
End of the show.
Okay.
I'll probably get it done in about 10 minutes.
This is a pound of human flesh.
Maybe some tongue. That's right.
It's a pound of cow flesh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Still terrifying.
It's a New York strip.
Still terrifying.
Well, it's not. It's a bet payoff for a reason. It's supposed to be a little bit chilling.
I've come in starving. I love that shirt, by the way, Majors.
Oh, thanks.
And you've done this before in your life? Or?
When I'm preparing steak, I'll take little nibbles. But I've always thought, the bacteria in here, the risk, I don't want to eat a lot of it.
And we've looked at Google and eating 16 ounces of raw meat.
Yeah,
okay?
I might get a pretty serious case of food poisoning, but that's the worst that can happen.
And he's got a bathroom
No
plan
soccer
for
games
that.
this weekend.
You
so I'm
shouldn't
good.
lose bets,
At his
Mike.
house.
That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Just don't come in here,
And this
Just
one,
get
you
your
guys
picks
didn't
right,
even
man.
bet him. I heard him. He's just like, I guarantee you win.
That's right.
That's the great thing about it, Mike. He stepped up. He believed in the Stars. He got punished for it.
And Mike knows when I get excessively confident.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is a signal that you should bet the opposite.
There was a Washington-Dallas game where you bet 10-1. Nobody was even betting you. You just said 10-1.
They ain't winning this
that
game.
the Cowboys are losing, and they won the game.
Well, they just played their worst 3 games in franchise history, but they were up against Washington.
Well, I'm going to start elsewhere then for this next question. How are we feeling about the Stars going forward? How far does this series go?
Oh, we're feeling good, man. They let us get one, boys. They let us get one.
Can't let us get 2 now.
Can't let us get 2.
Celtic pride right
That's
now.
right.
Yeah, Celtic pride. You know what? I'm going to take the opposite approach. I'm going to take negativity as my way of willing them to be. Wolchuk used the technique during the football season.
I did. I picked
and it
against the
seemed to
Cowboys.
work well. Yeah. So I am all about the Stars have no chance in hell winning.
It's going to be
tomorrow
tough
night.
to go. Yeah, it's going to be tough to go win Game 5 in Vegas. Obviously hopeful. Is the win likely? I'm going to say no. I think Vegas probably wraps this up. But, man, if they let this get back to the AAC at home for Game 6, this baby's going 7.
Jamie Benn coming back.
It's going 7. There's no doubt about that. So we'll see about Game 5. They need a vintage Otter performance. They haven't gotten one. I don't think he's been good at times. They haven't gotten that, like, holy crap, this is maybe the best goaltender in the NHL type level of play like he gave them against Calgary in Game 7. They need that if they want to find a way to do a miracle here.
We did this last year. I'm just showing Dawson. We had to do this last year in the Western Conference Finals, too. Because I was trying to remember, Golden State did win Game 3, and then the Mavericks were able to win Game 4 and push it to Golden State. And then the Mavs lost by 10.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like I'm with Broadus. I feel like that's very likely. It was great. The Mavericks won. The Stars won. They didn't get swept. But now you go to that other team's building. It's going to be very
tough to win.
Well,
there.
they showed they didn't quit. They played last night in a way that they didn't quit, and that's the thing I think you have to be positive about going forward. They could have laid that thing down last night without their captains, a couple of call ups, things like guys that hadn't played since April in the lineup. They held their end of it up. It's a shame they didn't do it the first night we were back in town.
Outside of Game 3, Hagee, the Stars have played with this team. I think they're very, very close. I think it's like a coin flip or maybe 52-48. So you got to win 4 of those in a row. And anybody that's been to Las Vegas and played some gambling of cards knows that luck can go in significant streaks. I think the Knights got lucky to get up 3-0. Now we just got to flip and get some momentum going.
On a shout-out Friday, this is a good one from the 469. Can I get my shout-out from my sister Mariah, who's graduating high school while also becoming a mom? I cannot imagine how difficult that has been, so congratulations to you. What else you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We do have a shorter show, 5:30, because the Rangers are in Baltimore, but we will do What You Drinking, What You Thinking about sports at 5 o'clock.
And that bet payoff, so you got to roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Tuesday, though. The Fan will be live on Memorial Day right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say peanut cream, Kevin.
I will not.
Cream the peanut.
No.
Is peaking okay?
The latest from the Star in Frisco.
Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. It's a bet payoff Friday. It's also a don't get got Friday. We'll explain that here in 2 seconds. General at your service. There's Broadus. You have Ruben in for Lucius Alexander today, in for Alec Medford. Salute to you. Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Carter Freeman, along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. What are you laughing about, Brian?
The fact that my ex-wife wished me a happy anniversary. We've been divorced now 15 years.
Think she wants it.
Yeah. What do you think? I was married 20 years ago on this day.
No, it's a funny bit, but
she texted that to
She texted
you.
me. She wished me a happy anniversary and had the big laughing face on it.
I bet. With some kissy face emojis, too.
I have a theory, though, and I don't understand women at all, but I have a
think
theory.
it's pretty funny.
This is kind of how they throw out bait.
No,
a guy will hit you out of nowhere and be like, hey, what color underwear are you wearing?
Yeah.
Right? It'll be obvious.
Yeah.
Girls are like, oh, just
No,
hi.
That's right. Right
Just
before
thinking about you.
a long holiday weekend.
Man, that ship has long
Just want to let you know I just finished making your favorite dinner.
Yeah. But no, it's funny. I just go to start the show. Hey, happy anniversary with the big
What'd you
laughing
say back?
I just gave her the fist bump emoji. You
Throw
too.
back a wink and a heart and let us know how she
not.
replies.
Was this the Lombardi best man wedding?
Yeah, this is the one Lombardi screwed up. This was Chicago. I bet you she wishes she had the money back that she spent on this thing. This
For
thing was a
sure.
6-figure Peninsula Hotel in Chicago, live band, open bar. We had like Rick Gosselin. We had like kind of the who's who of the NFL were showing up for this thing in Chicago. Black tie.
Look at that.
It was a party. They still talk about it, but I bet you she wishes she had that money back.
Yeah,
that thing.
Goslin was there.
Yeah.
Is that the 1 seed?
It was Don Yee, my agent.
Don Yee.
represents
Goslin. I think Goslin
Yeah.
beats out Don.
But we had a lot of fun. A lot of fun at the wedding. It's a shame I've been divorced now, like I'd say about 15 years. So it's
This was wedding number 2 for you?
I just unlucky in love.
What was
I
the
guess.
story with the first one? The first one doesn't hit you up and say happy anniversary?
No, the first one was because of the NFL caused that one. She was looking for a 9 to 5 guy. And I was a 5 to 9. I was getting up. I mean, it was my
And
first
a 6 to 9 is what I heard.
Yeah, that too.
That's why this
And
one's coming back
more of a 6 to midnight.
Memorial Day weekend.
Whatever you have to do, boys, you know the drill. The thing about it is with her, with Carol, my first one, like we had just gotten married, and then I just got that job with the Packers.
That's
and
right.
I'll never forget this because Carol, when I signed the divorce papers with her in Green Bay in '96.
Did you have your Super Bowl ring on?
No. This is what she said. I signed the papers. She signed the papers. She said, "Now go win that damn Super Bowl." And we did that
Football
year.
girl.
And we
Hell
did
yeah.
that year. She's still up in Green Bay.
Heck yeah,
she's
she
a
is.
professor up there in Green
Really?
Bay. Yeah, she got remarried and all that. She's a girl from Louisiana and stayed up in Green Bay. You're thinking, man, the first time she'd ever been in Wisconsin was when we moved up there. And we're neighbors
She
with
just
Andy.
became a cheesehead forever.
She's been up there ever since 1992. It's
Look at
amazing.
Well,
Amazing.
the textures, I'm not really going to read verbatim some
What
of
are
the
they saying?
messages, but they do feel like she might be hitting around at
I
something.
think there's
She
some
might be hitting
flirtation.
around.
Thinking Broadus
Guys-
got a heck of a Memorial Day weekend ahead of him.
Guys, gals, it ain't happening. I'm sorry. If you're texting in about that, man, again, that when it goes that way,
When it's
goes.
over, it's over.
It's over, man.
That's the way she goes.
You raise the kid and you move on. That's all you do.
But she probably thinks you're playing hard to get right now.
No, I'm talking about her on the radio. I mean, it's not hard to get.
Yeah, well, if she's listening.
Talking about her on the radio, huh?
She that's
a Testing you early, Pedro. Get on it, baby.
Sorry about that. She ain't listening. She didn't listen to me when we were married. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, I think probably 99% of men in the audience can
This is
relate to
actually
that.
hilarious that Brian did that. We talked about this last night at dinner that we were at.
His second divorce?
Like sometimes you just gotta the swear words. You just gotta throw it out there for effect. They'll dump it, no big deal.
Yeah.
He's like telling like Kyle Yeomans, Daryl Eagleton, like, yeah, come on, just drop a couple F-bombs. No, we gotcha. We'll dump it. It's
got your
okay.
back. Man, I can't believe you had the goose on your wedding list, man. That's sick.
Yeah, Rick was a lot of fun. A lot of fun people there. A lot of people, a lot of my actually asked Gruden to be in the wedding. John Gruden to be in the wedding, and he
too busy dialing up plays.
Backed out. He had to back out.
Had a Hooters
at that
thing.
point. At that point, Kathy hated him from that point on. She was like,
'cause
everything
he
was
backed
cool. Everything was cool. Everything was cool. And he's like, hey man, I can't be in your wedding.
Oh.
And then Kathy went into full like FU kind of mode with
that's
him. Here I'm
proud of you.
That's a ride or die right there, Kathy.
Yeah, she was not happy with him at all.
Yeah, go bleep that guy.
Yeah.
Well, I said it
Not
is
literally.
a bet payoff Friday. That's going to start in 15 minutes. I'm getting nervous, perhaps more nervous than any bet payoff that we've done so far, but stick around. And then there's the news that DeAndre Hopkins has been released by the Arizona Cardinals, and they free up a bunch of salary cap space for him. So I guess that's a post-June 1 designation, probably is why they waited a while to do it. And there's a lot of, these fake Twitter accounts that are trying to get you. So don't get got. DeAndre Hopkins not coming to the Cowboys, right? He ain't coming. Is that right?
I don't imagine that he is. I haven't heard anything about them.
I've heard it's been reported to me that he is not coming here.
He's definitely not coming here.
Not coming to the Cowboys.
Very, very, very reliable.
I mean, like 3 weeks
source
ago when he was asked, what are the teams you'd like to go to or what are the quarterbacks or whatever, he's just not bringing up the Cowboys. I think he knows that if he wanted to earlier, it's just probably a non-starter with this team. They already have 3 really good wide receivers. In my mind, they've never had 4 established veterans who can get it done. That would be an absurd level of talent. I would love it. I'd much rather they spend the money on a trade for an offensive lineman. You know how I am. But it's well beyond the realm of reality.
Yeah, when we shoot into Krusty's Corner at 2:40, I'll read you. I talked to Gang of 7, and I talked to a couple people at the Cowboys, and I'll give you their thoughts on this DeAndre Hopkins thing. Plus, too, if I could preview something, I've got a thing where it was Blogging the Boys. Blogging the Boys came out with a thing with 3 names that possible veterans of Cowboys trades. I asked my Gang of 7 to rank the 3 names and who they would potentially like to trade for out of that.
I love
group.
a good trade bait story.
That's good tease.
Yeah,
I love that. I love that.
I've been bad here the last few weeks with my teases and maybe my content, so I'm kind of trying to be a little.
No,
better.
I'm trying to
be a little better.
I was thinking about Brian today. I was like, man, I think this could be fun, and he's got the sources. So I'm excited for this 240, and I'm thinking Buffalo or Kansas City. That's where DeAndre Hopkins ends up.
I think it's got to be, dude. If you're DeAndre, is it an obvious you go to Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs? Like,
if they want you, hell yes.
Just be that.
Gang of 7's got a little different idea. Gang of 7's got a little different idea with that.
Where are they thinking? Philly?
Well, that's a tease for 240, brother.
240,
We'll
bro.
see it 240.
No, just tell me now. I don't want to wait. I can't do it. I can't wait.
940 says, you think that ship has sailed, Broadus. Gavin's right. She's just trying to put her on your mind, but don't fall for it. That's from a Tolo female out there.
Oh,
I would say do fall for it, but have things on your terms.
Seriously, when you get to a certain point, like I say, it's been 15 years.
Yeah.
There's no going back.
But she
on
appreciates you now.
Well,
she's thinking of how great
she
Brian
appreciates
is.
the way I'm paying that tuition every year.
She
for
does
that,
appreciate that.
Yeah.
She also appreciates that you make the bed. You're a great cook. You're a nice guy. You're considerate.
Why did you say guy? You sound like Mickey there for a minute. Guy.
I don't know where that came from.
You're very accommodating.
Yeah.
You're a give it back kind of guy.
Yeah, give it back kind of guy.
I think she's like, wow, I messed up. I can't believe I let Brian go.
I will say
it took 20 years, but
it's
she realized it.
When it happens, guys. You'll know.
Okay.
You'll know.
We'll know when it's time.
You'll know. Yeah.
Well, don't be surprised if that hotline rings tonight about 11:30.
Nah, it ain't gonna happen.
I'll be on that hotline, Blake.
That you up text, man.
We're all good. All good. You guys are like talking a lot of smack about this right now, and I'm just
we're trying to.
It's
no
kind of
smacking.
like there's better chance of DeAndre Hopkins showing up here than that.
I want this to happen.
Oh, really? So you're saying there's a DeAndre Hopkins chance?
Yeah, well, better than what you guys are trying to like put in the
Well,
cards.
I apologize. I'll butt out of your personal life, Brian. That's my bad.
Okay.
As she
feel like I
butts
was leading
in,
the charge on that.
Dawson butts out.
3-2 and OT. It was a great night for the Stars and their fans. I was listening to Spittle and the podcast he has with either Shapiro or Suds, and to sort of wipe away the memories of Game 3. He says you can't underestimate how important this is for going into the offseason now, not getting swept and squeegeeing away at least part of the feeling that we had after Game 3. And I agree with that. I think it's a big win, and who knows? Maybe you believe out there. Truckwreck.com fan text is open, 877-881-1053. What do you think? Obviously very anxious moments last night. They could have given up. To me, it's all about the desperate team theory that came together for you last night, and you were just a half step quicker in a lot of situations.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if you can count on that being the case in Vegas.
I'm with you. We saw, the puck luck wasn't necessarily in their favor against Vegas, but to do what they did last night, spirited effort, shorthanded, you don't have your captain, you don't have Evgeny Dodonov either due to injury. I thought they played an extremely well, their best hockey game without question of the series, even though I thought they should have won Game 2. I thought Otter was good. And then at the end there, man, How sick was that one-timer from Pavelski, and now he's the all-time active playoff goal scorer. He's kind of just been sitting at that 72. Now he's got the 73 in Robo. We'd be calling for it all postseason. He's been good in this series, but you have 2 goals from him. The crowd, I thought, was fantastic from what we were able to hear last night as well.
Yeah.
Very spirited effort. I mean, look, regardless of what happens, it's an uphill battle. Coming down from 0-3, coming back from 0-3 doesn't happen. But either way, I think you have a little bit of solace. You feel a little bit better about the situation.
Yeah, man, you played with some respect last night, and maybe you really emptied the tank in a way that's at home, desperate team, as you mentioned, where it's like, okay, that can't be duplicated. We shall see. But it is nice because we had guys texting us talking about being at the game, and it felt like a pre-Vegas championship party. And it's like you got the local crews down there, and they're already assuming sweep and victory. And so it was nice to see, especially with how awful it was in Game 3.
So bad.
Like to not have to leave with that sort of taste in your mouth, I think, is huge. And then now, I mean, we're saying there's
You're playing
a
with house money. All the pressure's on them. So, hey, just go out there, play your game. You never know.
Don't let it get to 7. Don't let Pete DeBoer get it in 7.
You know,
that's
Pete DeBoer's
that's the
7.
story.
Now I'm excited.
That's the Game 7 Pete DeBoer story we're all waiting for, where he comes back and he does it in Vegas to close
Holy
it down,
crap.
and he overcomes the 3-0.
That's the power of the story right there.
That's the outlook.
You know, something just dawned on me. They only have to win 2 more games to get to the Cup final, because once you get to 7, it's a lock.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so basically Game 6.
One road game.
Yeah, one road game. And then Game 6 is at home.
And I don't see them losing Game 6
No,
at
you
home.
don't lose Game 6 at
the
home.
American Airlines Center. That place is going to go crazy. I'll be in attendance for that one. If they get this 1-6, I'm going to find a way to be in that building.
I believe in you.
Okay, I know I said I would butt out, but the text blew up. Okay, so this is not me. I'm just relaying what the text says.
You're a man of the people.
817, my ex does crap like that all the time. Been divorced 23 years, and she definitely wants you.
See, there you go. So it's there.
254, straight up truth. Broadus' ex is missing the you-know-what. Okay.
I appreciate
I do know.
all the
17 inches shirt.
I appreciate all the thoughts, guys.
Might
but
need
it
to
just
get
ain't
that one
happening.
back.
But hey, thank you for thinking about me that way.
You're welcome, buddy.
You're a desirable man.
We're looking out for you.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Okay, the Celtics are showing you the way, though, aren't they? Boston Celtics, Miami Heat, victorious. That series now 3-2. What are they saying about Game Vincent? I think they need a visit from the witch doctor, Kenny and Quinlan, down there in Miami if they want to win this series. Get that inflammation down.
Get my guy Kenny on a bird. Let him go save your series.
Well, you better pay for him because he doesn't come cheap.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, incredible stories from Kenny and Quinlan, and I know he's on the text already. We had a great time hanging out with him yesterday at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio up there in Flower Mound.
Yes, we did.
He shares that story, what you're drinking, what you're thinking, time at 5 o'clock
I
today.
think there's a good chance of that. But my gosh, can you imagine how tight you are now to be the Miami Heat?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's you talk about the pressure being on what team? Woof. That's big time, dude. Because
Butler guaranteed victory.
He did.
He guaranteed
and
victory.
if he says that, they're winning.
You doing all right over there?
No, I'm not. I'm actually really upset.
About what?
He just had
I just got phlegm fighting issues, man.
He's the phlegm fighter on a Memorial Day Friday.
And I know that's a word that the people don't like. I'm sorry.
Phlegm?
We did that top 10. Yeah, phlegm was in there.
I didn't know phlegm was
Thanks
in
for
there.
listening to the damn show, Eric.
I was locked in on that segment. You
I
all
know.
locked in on
It
that
was
segment.
like number 3 on the list.
I was huge. I was a huge part of that.
You were a big phlegm guy
Doesn't
when we
care.
talked about it.
Don't care over
No, he
there.
really doesn't
Don't
care.
care
Just
over
cares
there.
about himself.
Wolchuk's the phlegm VP,
Freaking
man.
selfish as hell. You'll like
Alrighty.
today's list.
Yeah, all righty. That list coming up at 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. We do have some basketball news coming up. A G-Bag of the day at 2:30. And Krusty's Corner with a hell of a tease that's lurking at 2:40 for you. We'll step outside just a minute early so I can get this steak prepared. And then we're going to come back and do a bet payoff where you can watch me eat it without any cooking. It's going to be a raw steak, 105.3thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube when we come back right here. Then the G-Bag of the day on 105.3 The Fan. Want to chat Frankels? I do. I love them.
Here on The Fan is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
You got it, buddy. There he is, Ruben Portillo in for Lucius Alexander here today in the G-Bag Nation. It's a Bet Payoff Friday. It is What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday coming up at 5 o'clock. You tune in now, 105thefan.com. You can see me preparing to eat a pound of flesh. Stars fans demanded it after I jinxed Game 3. Not only did I jinx the game, but I created the single worst night in Stars history possibly.
Yeah, you did.
It's hard to argue that,
and I got to accept responsibility for that. So as I begin this Bet Payoff that you can watch at 105thefan.com, Twitch and YouTube, I believe Eric Chiafalo is going to open up a little bit of a rim session. You're going to get some sports content.
Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Gosh, this meat that's as raw a meat situation as I've seen in quite some time.
We got the raw DOS.
And
I got a good knife.
Yeah, you do have a good knife.
Here goes the first bite.
Oh,
let me tell you if I can do this or not.
Look at that.
And there's no seasoning or anything on this.
No, there's nothing. Just tap water that he
rinsed it off.
He put more bad things onto his steak while washing off the other bad things.
Yeah,
tap water's carrying all sorts of metals and whatnot. So
you might be freaking people
pretty
out.
good.
Just keep that to yourself.
Okay, yeah, he's thinking about it. He has. Oh, it's still. He hasn't.
We're going to need a new Bet Payoff.
He just.
Oh, it's that bad. Oh, you're throwing in the towel after one. Oh my gosh.
He didn't even get it down. Were you just gnawing on it a little bit?
Your face looks upset. You look visibly upset.
You're perturbed.
I can't do that. I think I messed up with how I prepared it.
Oh no.
You mean the microwave wasn't
microwaving
delightful?
Yeah.
And you got advice to do that. That was going to be a safety deal with the microwaving.
Yeah, I got advice to microwave it.
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh!
It's terrible.
It's all mushy and weird, and
so it's a texture thing. It's not a taste thing right now.
It's not a taste thing.
Does that mean a double bet payoff now?
I think he's got to go 32 ounces.
Yeah. I'll accept that double bet payoff. I'm not eating that steak.
Yeah.
You're gonna. Wow. Is this the first time this has ever happened?
That is like a Jorge Masvidal just head kick Ben Askren knockout immediately.
This is exactly the opposite of what the Stars did on the ice last night.
Well, it's exactly what they did Tuesday night.
Yeah, it is. It's Jamie Benn opening shift cross check. You're done. Get out of here.
Wow. One bite in. He might be tapping out as we cut the lights out and we put the kids to bed for that afternoon snoozer, even though it is summertime. Welcome to summertime, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
A rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Son of a bitch!
Gosh, dude. Are you tasting the...
You shouldn't dump that, Ruben.
The E. coli? Or
No, you can say that word. The S word that Brian said earlier.
Especially before 3:30.
Yeah.
Kids get out.
It's the self-hatred's taking in now because he realized how much of an L he's doing. He's literally throwing in the white towel by way of a napkin.
214 said I canceled my golf game for this. Did you think raw meat was going to be appetizing? LOL 682. I wasted my time for this from the 214. We got a lot of upset tolos.
A lot of people are disappointed right now. He's taking
trying
what appears to be the smallest bite. If he didn't, that's the type of bite you would take if you didn't have teeth in your mouth.
I can do this.
He's nodding his head. Is he back?
I can do this.
He's back?
You're back?
Tiny bites at a time. I can do this.
All right.
Okay.
It's only going
Stand
to
by. I
take
got
the
3
whole
hours.
show.
Yeah, you do have 3 hours. He's
is
gonna
like the
nibble his
boomstick.
way there. Wow. Okay. Look at that for a comeback.
Hey, I'm proud of you.
Okay, here we go. This is good.
He's got the biggest knife in the world for the tiniest bites.
That's true. He just took a cut and then he cut what he cut in half.
Yeah.
He's going capsule
the
size.
Tolos called me out, and I'm going to do my best here, guys.
Yeah, I've never seen so many B words get thrown on the text right now. Handful of P's as well. A lot of consonants coming your way, but now it's going to be Comeback Kid. That's what this is going to be.
The fat around the steak is going to be nearly impossible.
I will say that I'm totally okay with waiving the fat on this one.
What just happened?
It sounds like he's giving Dawson a little bit more of an out, which, listen, as long as all the red meat is gone, I'm going to feel really good about the way this thing
this
went
guy
down.
he's struggling. I think this is actually...
Bro, you ate a 9 million hot pepper thing one day.
That's a good point.
And he took the damn peppers off. We were okay with it. No, we weren't.
No, he's
talking about the gummy bear. There was no running from
the gummy bear. Yeah, no, you got bleeped with the gummy for sure.
Well, he's getting bleeped with the red meat right now. He's doing his thing.
Disgusting.
He looks like he's one full adult bite into it with the way that he's gone about it. So he's in for a hell of a run over the next
adult bite.
He's a couple of kitty bites.
The key here is tiny bites.
Yeah, that's the key. Sounds like you found a little bit of a loophole, which is a loophole that's good enough to get you the bet payoff and no more debts. So we'll see if you can get there.
If the bacteria does not make me vomit, just
the smell.
The thought of it.
The smell going on. Is something going on with the smell a little bit?
A little
bit. Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
It smells like microwaved raw meat. Dear God, that's bad.
Yeah, we're gonna need to get a garbage can.
Okay.
Do you need me? Okay.
Yeah, he might get the pukes, man. He might get the pukes.
There's a clean towel for you right there.
This whole thing, I think, is it's great.
He gave us a really good, a halfway confident I'm fine on his way to the trash can. So I think maybe we're going to be puke free for the next few minutes.
Oh, he's got the big boy trash can here too.
Hey, congratulations to John Morant, by the way, because his hunger. Speaking of our situation now, John Morant's hunger Nike shoes released as planned, and they sold out in minutes. So that's a great day for John Morant.
Is this about to be an epic backfire on the NBA? Everyone's rallying around Ja. Everyone's buying the shoes. They're like, Ja, we support you.
It doesn't really.
Those are fire though.
They're fire. Yeah, they're damn good shoes.
It might be a situation.
Shoes.
Everybody might be feeling like that might be the last shoes he ever has.
Oh, you think there'd be a
collectible
shoes? Yeah,
that's actually an outstanding
I don't think
point,
so.
Brian.
With the way they sold, I think Nike's going to be
outstanding points.
Nike's probably going to be willing to.
He's on fire today, boys.
Give John Morant another shot.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be ready to give John Morant another shot.
Why not?
Okay, how confident are you now? Was ESPN's Asalytics more right than wrong when they were giving the Celtics a 72% chance to win the series, down 3-0?
Who called it Asalytics? Which player?
It was Haslam for the Heat that called it that.
Okay.
But now, I don't know, man. This is starting to get pretty interesting. Game 6 is going to feel like the most pressurized game any one of those players for the Heat have ever played, I would imagine.
Jimmy Butler closes this thing out in 6.
They get the Jimmy Butler game of a lifetime?
It happens. Look, if it goes to 7, then I think Boston has just all the mojo and Miami's bleeped. But when Jimmy comes out and says, hey, we're going to win this bad boy, I don't know. I just feel confident in him, unless he's lost it. He's lost his mojo. You all right, buddy?
Dawson's doing his thing over there, man.
Yeah, kicking butt, taking names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This thing is
locked in now.
Going away much quicker than I imagined it would.
I'm going to have to get down to business here. I got a couple segments coming up, and we'll bang these bad boys out, but I got a system.
The thing I would worry about is if the steak just got at room temperature. That's what I would worry about. You got to let that.
You got 4 hours.
Yeah, you got 4 hours.
4 hours until bacteria starts.
No, I know, but the thing about it is, I think
flavor?
it would be easier to consume cold.
Than
it would warm.
Yeah, that's probably true.
It looked a lot better.
That mushy,
cold.
mushy flavor to it would not be good. Yeah.
Yeah, that mushiness. Oh my gosh, not a good idea.
A lot of quality John Morant jokes coming in here.
Let's read those as we go into the Pimp Cup with Ruben Portillo. A little G bag of the day action. Hey, Ruben.
What's up, buddy?
Hi, Ruben.
Hey, Ruben.
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Hey, that's my guy.
He was just buffering. He was
loading.
Yeah, I was loading. Great Wi-Fi out here, right?
Yeah.
That COVID broadcasting.
How about that right in, huh?
Exactly right.
Wait 4 seconds for a reply.
God.
Mm-hmm. We do G-Bag right here every day, 2:30 on 105.3 The Fan. Yesterday's winner, one-time champ, I believe, RJ Choppy. He had, he was singing a song or something. I don't know.
Woo! Let's go! Let's go Stars!
Song worked, man.
Go Stars, baby!
Song inspired him.
Broke down when I heard the Stars were in need of a dub. Put on the home team's gear and turn the old barn to a club. We just need Robo and Robo to lead us in goals. Jamie, don't cause a scene. Let's get Hockey-Pod knocking I go above his spot.
What?
20K fans and it's Texas, so all the girls hot. They all want Tyler Sagan to meet them uptown at their spot. Vegas, you're gonna pay. We're in our rink. for Game 4 and more. And now Robo is in a groove. Ooh, we just need to win a win, and then we'll finish. The Golden's off in a couple nights. We got the goaltender. Yeah, he'll stop everything. We'll score more goals after. We got the goaltender. We think, yeah, he'll stop everything. We'll score more goals after. Okay. Hey.
Banger. Man, I'm getting hungry looking at Dawson right now. I'm going to be honest with you.
Oh, don't lie.
That's that's
gross.
perfect protein, dude. You're going to come out of here with biceps like you've never seen before at the end of this show.
Well, that would require some working out.
I don't think so. Not when you get the purest of protein like that. It goes into the bloodstream. You're going to crank out a couple of push-ups, obviously. I mean, why wouldn't you after eating a steak like that?
Absolutely. I'll have to do that at the break. Work up a little appetite. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish this, but I'm going to give it a shot.
At
Hey,
least
trying.
the old college try.
You're trying, buddy. 903 said, is that Bobby in the back? Yes. And Bobby's the MVP of that song. Hilarious. All right, what else we got, Ruby?
We got Sister Sydney. Apparently this woman goes around campuses, starts preaching and such. It's just preaching about something. I don't know what. We'll listen.
Cool. Nice.
If you buy her one margarita, she will spread her legs.
Dorito?
If you buy her 2 margaritas, she will pounce right on your.
Oh, yeah.
After 3 margaritas, she will grab your and put it in her mouth.
Wow, what's going on?
This is vulgar. But tequila does make the clothes pop.
I thought she said Doritos.
Me too.
I thought you said burritos.
No, margaritas.
That gets my pants flying off.
And ram it right up her.
What?
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah.
What happens? 2, 3, 4, 5. She will strap it on and.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. That's
Sister Sydney, right?
Yeah, Sister Sydney. She goes around campuses throughout the United States.
Yeah.
And she does that.
Like sister, like she's a nut?
Got to be some relation to RJ in some way.
Maybe.
Yeah, probably his sister.
And I got
Or his ex.
From the grave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we become very spiritual.
We got one more. Charles Barkley. He wants on the TNT.
How do you pivot from that last
469 said that's at LSU.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Go Tigers.
Broadus went to college
Par for the course.
with sister.
Yeah. But yeah, margarita's all good there, yeah.
All right,
I mean,
sorry,
they do the Tiger song.
That's true.
That song is a slapper.
That's true.
We got Charles Barkley. He wants to sit on something in Boston.
One of my goals. Oh, you need to be out there. I would love to sit on top of the monster. Yep. Jeff Twist.
You would enjoy it.
I want to sit on the.
You've been to Fenway before,
I've
right?
never been to Fenway.
You've been to Fenway.
I've never been to Fenway. Stop.
Oh man.
No, but I want to sit on it. I donate money to charity to sit on top of the monster.
Oh, is he doing the Boston accent?
He's trying to trying to get the Boston accent involved with the monster.
All right.
I want to sit on the monster.
Charles Barkley wants to sit on the monster. Okay, so we got 2 nominees and a champ. Am I correct, Ruben Portillo?
Yes.
Any other nominees before we vote?
I got a 30-second one. He is actually speaking the Boston accent.
Oh.
I saw Annie at Fenway Park eating chowder on top of the monster.
No, not at all. Try it one more time, Chuck.
I saw Annie at Fenway Park eating chowder on top of the monster.
Yo, why y'all doing this to this guy? Man?
Come on, man.
What's his name,
That was a hard one. Annie.
The word you really had trouble with was my name.
Arnie.
Is that how you say it?
Very nice.
Okay, I like what the text is doing. Tell Gavin to sprinkle some salt on that. Get a little crunch and over the raw meat taste. You're saying no?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Gavin's taking baby bites. Alrighty.
Yeah, they're alleging that you're sort of taking this like you would an Advil pill.
Yeah.
You're just like
Consumption
putting
is
like
consumption.
A pill size
Yeah.
raw meat in your mouth, and then you're chugging it with the water.
I'm not going to disagree with that.
I can't hate on that technique, man.
I got to do
really
what I got to
can't.
do. I am chewing every now and then, and you know what? I like the flavor. I'm getting some of that good Wagyu steak flavor in there, so that's kind of nice. But it's very unsettling. I'll tell you what, I significantly underestimated it. I'll tell you that much. Okay, it is time to vote. Is it RJ Choppy? Is it Sister Margarita? I think for the first time, if we vote for that, it might get banned by Tuesday's show.
It's possible.
I think management might have something to say about that, but I'm going to vote for it.
I don't know, dude. I think HR, legal, they're probably off for the Memorial Day weekend. It's the perfect time to sneak one past the goalie, Ruben. That was a heady play by you, man. Vet move. I'm voting for that one.
All right, Ruben?
Let's do Sister Margarita.
There we go.
Or is it Dorita?
It's Mars.
Or Burrita.
I got to go with the Stars song. Hopefully we can keep winning.
Ryan?
I'm going to go with my sister in Baton Rouge.
By a score of 4-1. Tough to beat RJ Choppy, but she just did it with, I'm not quite sure what we heard, but it is your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Guys, I got a big-time discussions with Gang of Seven. We'll cover it all next.
Coming up Monday.
This segment right here on The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing their part to drive America forward. Don't miss the one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Our new roads.
All righty. Thank you, Ruben Portillo, in for Lucius, in for Alec Medford today. So I took a big part of the steak and put it in the freezer, hopefully to re-solidify it, make it a little bit more easy to consume. The mushiness of the steak is really causing me problems, but I've probably eaten about 2.5 fajita strips worth.
Yeah.
You know, if you go to a restaurant, they bring out that sizzling plate, those long
best
strips.
feeling in the world when that guy rounds that corner.
Now it's time for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. Here he is, king of the Krusties, Broaddus.
Yeah, I appreciate that, General. Smart move by putting that thing in the freezer. Firm that thing up. You'll be fine. You'll get it done.
I do think that'll help his remaining 3.5 quarters of play.
The consumption of it will be easier for him, too, when it's got a little chill to it.
You know what's the worst thing is as I'm chewing the raw meat, and that's why that first big bite threw me off. As you're chewing it, it doesn't break down.
Yeah.
Actually, the saliva gets in there, and it gets bigger. Yeah. It's not falling apart in your teeth. It's not getting easier to swallow.
You could chew it like gum.
You could
just sit in there and you could just gnaw
like
on
leather.
It. Yeah. Walchuk used to have a habit of eating leather.
He'd wear a leather
Doesn't want to
mask.
talk about it anymore.
That really caught me off
It was from
guard.
the mask.
But thank you for calling me out, Tolos. Thank you for keeping me accountable.
What are you doing?
That's what real friends do.
That was the kick in the rear end I
Quit
think you
projecting
needed.
on me.
100%.
It brought the most out of you. And it seems like, when you're coaching, you got to know your players. It seems like the Tolos understand you, how to get the most out of you.
They do. I appreciate that. They're a collective, coaching genius.
You don't need to be coddled. You need to be told that you suck.
Yeah, 100%.
I like this
Kick
a lot.
Dawson when he's down.
I like this a lot. All right. This comes from our buddies over at Blogging the Boys. They do fine work over
Great
there.
work.
Congratulations for being real over there. You guys do a heck of a job. 3 players the Dallas Cowboys could potentially use as trade assets. And so here we go. I'm just going to give you their 3 names, and you guys tell me what you think. And then I went back and asked the gang of 7 if they would rank who they would trade for of the 3 names.
Oh, okay, nice. I like that idea.
So I kind of gave him a little. I'm like, okay, this is just a story, and these are 3 names. Put them in order of who you would trade for or who you would like to trade for.
I hope they did the right thing and put Trayvon Diggs on that trade list.
Well, how about this? They've got Jordan Lewis.
Makes sense.
As one of the guys. The next one they got is Dante Fowler.
Okay.
On this list, and then the last one is Dorrance Armstrong.
So you got 2 edge rushers in a corner.
2 edge rushers and a corner. Okay.
I think Dorrance Armstrong's getting the most in return.
And Fowler's getting the least.
Okay.
I think Lewis gets the least.
Fowler was just a free agent. Anybody could have signed him.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Chief, you rank put them in order of how you would trade for him. How you would, if you had a team, how would you trade for him?
I think I would go Dorrance and then Fowler and then Lewis. Because Lewis is coming off the foot injury.
Yes,
That's a legit injury for a corner whose feet are probably the most important body part that he has.
I'm still going with Armstrong, Lewis, and Fowler, and it's really just because we saw what the market was for Fowler, and he was out there for a while. The Cowboys got him back at their price, so I don't think that there's a ton of teams that have the value for him.
Well, once again, the nosebleed guys are wrong, Brian, and I know you were going to tell me your gang of 7 says Jordan Lewis is, in fact, the most valuable player in that because he's capable of starting. The other 2 are pretty good bench guys to help out your pass rush. So I would put Dorrance second, and then your guy third.
All right, here we go. All my gang of 7 guys are pretty prominent teams. I'm not messing around here. I'm not.
That steak has me testosteroned up.
I told you, bro.
Yeah.
The T levels are going to skyrocket coming out of here.
That's where that take came from. I'm sorry if you caught a stray.
No, I did, but it felt like it was warranted.
I like catching a stray every once in a while.
He's like he's eating with the knife now, not just stabbing it. That's what we're doing here.
You've got the vibe now.
It feels like he got that look in his eye, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's got the eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger, baby. Eye of the tiger.
The fight.
All right, here we go. One of my teams, very prominent team in the league, they went Fowler, Lewis, Armstrong.
Did you ask why they didn't sign Fowler?
That guy's a casual.
He said, he goes,
how about that?
He goes, we don't have any pass rushers with true speed and like to have one. We
could have had him.
This team actually had an interest in Fowler in free agency.
So what happened?
They didn't get him.
Dan Quinn canceled.
Yeah, Cowboys got the hometown discount.
That was one
Fowler
of the,
wants to be here.
Finally, it worked out for
Cowboy
us.
for life, dude.
That was one of the teams right there.
Let's go.
All right, here we go. Another one. He goes, this team, prominent team, Armstrong, Lewis, Fowler. And they said Armstrong because they really would like him they think he's a really good outside rusher, third rusher, is what they said for him there. So that would be that. And then this last team, I have 3 guys that answered me back since we've been on the air. I said, okay, once again, give me your guys. Give me these 3 guys. How you would see it would working out here. Okay, I got to get to my. Where'd it go? Okay, here we go. They went. He went. I'm trying to read my own writing here. Okay, he goes Fowler. I don't think would have much to him. He says he was just available. Lewis is coming off an injury, like you guys were talking about, and he says Armstrong is affordable. So it's kind of strange now what they've got going here. Everybody's got a different idea about who they want. Me personally, I agree with Dawson. I'd take Lewis, Armstrong, then Fowler.
Wow. You're turning on your guy. The biggest Dorrance Armstrong stand.
Well,
but I appreciate it. That's the honesty
I'll tell you this, though, because I think Sam Williams is going to outplay him this year.
For sure.
I think Sam
there's
Williams
a reason why they're floating out, hey, you have trade bait, you have an abundance of playmakers at one spot. Can you find a way to parlay that into something? And corner as well. I mean, they've got some young guys. Deron Bland stepping up, made Jordan Lewis expendable.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. The position that Jordan Lewis plays, the nickel spot, is a unique position, and most teams probably don't feel great about their nickel corner. So, and it's a hugely important position. So I do understand the position value there. Now we're also talking about edge rushers, obviously an important position as well.
Right.
But Jordan Lewis being a nickel starter for you, if you knew that if he wasn't coming off the injury, there's a very strong argument to be made. He's far and away the best option here,
but
because of the position that he plays.
Yes, they didn't say what the compensation could look like potentially. Like, let's say they moved one of those guys.
I mean, those are all pretty minimal for the most part.
I don't think it's anything that you would have to.
Day 3 pick.
Well, they're all talking about affordable. You know, the last guy said he's the affordable one.
Sure. If they're not going to make my roster, I'm going to cut him for cap reasons. I'll take a 5 or I'll take a 6.
Me too, yeah.
There you go.
I think, maybe there is reputational bias in here for Fowler. While Dorrance Armstrong, if you're not watching the Cowboys, you don't get to see him all the time, and you might not have a thought about him. You might have just thought about him from his draft profile, and you kind of look at the stats, and you'd think Fowler because he's got better pedigree, he's got better reputation. But I think Dorrance is the better player right now.
He's definitely the better player. He's an all-around player. I mean, that dude can play the run, he can rush the passer, but also special teams-wise, he had some huge plays for you last year.
And for the record, I'm not trading any of these guys, though. If you want to win a championship, you got to be more resilient to injury.
You need the depth. I hear you.
Especially at those key spots. Maybe you can have a young linebacker. Maybe you can have one of my jobber, guards even. But I'm looking to give you draft picks, not anybody that plays a premium spot.
All right. I asked about DeAndre Hopkins. Just got let go, right?
Yes, he did.
We didn't get butt cracked on that one, right?
We did not get butt
real
cracked.
Fact release, but not coming to the Cowboys.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. I asked some guys around the league. I said, where do you think DeAndre Hopkins ends up? This one guy goes, man, I don't have any idea. It depends on what he's asking for and who's willing to pay it. Odell Beckham set the marker for wide receivers and didn't play last year.
Mm-hmm.
Hopkins probably wants to be paid regardless, and I don't foresee much wiggle room from wherever he perceives his value to be.
Okay.
Yeah, and that seems
that was a very prominent team told me that one right there.
Well,
and all these guys are prominent. I keep saying that, but I appreciate their honesty about that. All right, you want to comment on that?
Well, it's just crazy the Cardinals cut him. They're taking a $22.6 million dead cap hit. Like, that is a lot of money.
It's a team tank move. They want to make sure
they certainly are tanking.
But it's also like the market was not really there for Hopkins. So for him to command some money, the OBJ contract is a benchmarker. Hopkins is going to want that. Albert Breer's talking about how the Chiefs were granted permission to talk with Hopkins earlier in the offseason, spoke to him before the draft, and contract was the big hurdle.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to come down on his price according to what the Chiefs would want.
Which he said he was willing to do, at least for the Cowboys.
For the Cowboys,
so
he was,
we'll
yeah.
see if he's willing to do that for some of these other contending teams.
Okay, as we finish this thing up, I got two more of these real quick on this. Another team said, he said, they probably won't do it, but I'd say Green Bay could be a good security blanket for Love, was what that team said. And then another team, another guy said, could see Baltimore. He says they like to collect veteran wide receivers. So Baltimore, I mean, even adding
After OBJ.
Odell Beckham, that's kind of something he says.
It would be smart.
Drafting Zay Flowers.
And then one of my other teams that I asked didn't answer me back. So maybe he's not answering back because maybe they're in it.
I like that idea.
But I can't give up my...
Was the Baltimore guy the same guy that said Fowler was number one on his list?
No.
Okay.
No.
Because I can't trust that guy.
Yeah.
682, only sending this for negative reinforcement. Bleep you, Dawson. You put that bleep in your mouth. Okay?
Oh, my God.
469, Dawson finished the fight. 504, 10 minutes, huh, Gavin? LOL. Yeah, I thought I would eat it in 10 minutes. That's usually what it takes me to eat a steak yesterday. I didn't realize how important cooking the outside is to the whole operation.
Delicious crust.
Yeah.
There's a reason cavemen came up with fire.
Yeah. I'm learning that right now. Give me 2 sticks, buddy. I'm ready to rock. NFL News of the Day is coming up with Wolchuk. Where are we going with that, sir?
The Kelsey Bros are taking on the NFL's new rules. Mahomes gives his top 5 quarterbacks of all time, and let's all thank the Sunday Ticket next on The Fan.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Maybe another half or 3/4 of an ounce down on my bet payoff, a pound of flesh. I put it out there on Monday. I thought there was no way the Stars were going to lose. They did. And Stars fans say I jinxed them, so I'm eating a raw steak. And it's tough. It is tough, boy. I tell you, I underestimated it. It's the worst bet payoff I've done. So you can tune in 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube if you enjoy my pain. I know some of you don't like me very much. This is your day, okay? So congratulations. What you drinking, what you thinking coming up at 5 o'clock. Time now for some NFL news of the day, boys.
John Gruden was just back in the NFL.
What?
The New Orleans Saints brought John Gruden in to help Derek Carr and the Saints install their new offense during offseason workouts.
Derek Carr, man.
Can you believe this? The Saints brought in Gruden to help Carr and the coaching staff under Dennis Allen install the new offense. And obviously, he knew Carr. They run the similar version of the West Coast, so John Gruden was just there.
They wanted to implement that spider through Y banana.
Spider through Y banana. Huh?
There's only one man for the job.
Carr said,
wouldn't do it.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't do this offense?
I wouldn't bring Gruden in.
No, I wouldn't either. I'm shocked.
But you'd still have Spider 2Y banana in your
pretty
playbook.
Stunned.
For sure.
Yeah.
Even though teams are kind of veering away from the fullback, but I guess the Saints are going to have a fullback. Here's Derek Carr talking to NOLA.com. It's a new system, new words, but a lot of similarities to things that I grew up on and believe in. It's still a learning curve, but not as big of a curve as it could be in a different system or a different offense.
That's Derek Carr?
That's Derek Carr.
Okay, so it's new verbiage. So they're still going to run the Spider 2Y banana. What are you going to change it to? 877-881-1053. What's the new verbiage for Spider 2Y banana? Because that's obviously going to be in the playbook. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that's going to look like. Do you change out the fruit? Do you change out the bug?
I think the easiest thing to do is probably the fruit. You can just go like Spider 2Y strawberry.
Sure. I think
watermelon,
that's one way to do it. I don't know if you have to change up the entire sequence.
Okay, so we've got
a numeric system maybe.
You could do that. Just a little tweak here and there.
I like Snake 3X.
Yeah.
Apple.
We had the YouTube prices for the NFL Sunday ticket that came out, and we were all kind of blown away like, holy crap, these are pretty expensive, and there was some pushback. So this is what YouTube TV has done. They put out a tweet. They said this just in. We've heard your feedback about the NFL Sunday
We're
ticket
gonna get
streaming
better.
limits, and we're excited to share that we're including unlimited simultaneous streams at home for NFL Sunday ticket content on both YouTube TV and YouTube. So what are they doing? They're going the opposite of Netflix right now, and they're saying, hey,
share that password,
you
big
can
boy.
password share. You can piggyback off each other. So boys, one of us, we can all go in together. We can buy the Sunday ticket, and then we just share the bleeping password. Thank you, YouTube TV.
Appreciate that. That's a good move by them. I think they needed to save face somehow, but they're gonna regret this decision. I would imagine by the end of the season when they see how many people. But it's okay, man. That's not what it's about. I'm excited about this.
This is for the Gold B says Spider 4Y Gumbo. Since it's New Orleans.
That's a good twist.
I like that.
Broadus, is that a thing? Like when you're in a city, do you try to pull from that at all when it comes to maybe some type of verbiage and terminology? Like you want to keep it close to home a little bit like that?
You know what? I mean, I've never.
I guess
was
like
with a coach.
Like
I mean,
Peyton
I'm
was
talking to Gruden right now.
Are you really?
Yeah. He goes, hey man, I'm just a fan. That's his typical way of saying, man, don't talk about me. He goes, he did. He just said, I go, hey coach, just did a story that you helped the Saints with installing their offense. Is that true? He says, man, I'm just a fan.
Yeah, it's true.
That's what he said.
It's true. It's funny because he was trying to replace Carr at every turn there in Vegas, and here he is following Derek Carr to New Orleans to help install the bleeping offense. It doesn't make any sense, but hey, he's a football guy through and through.
Yeah, you can take the guy out of football. You can't take the football out of the guy.
Or the Y bananas. All right. Yeah, what do you got for me?
I think the Saints got Derek Carr in and we're like, crap, this guy's not very good.
Yeah,
we got to call John. Maybe he can unlock something.
Can he fix him?
We're willing to hire a racist to try to get results.
I've got
that's commitment to winning right there.
I've got a pretty big bold prediction brewing for who wins that NFC South.
Yeah. Did you just give us a bold NFC South prediction tease?
Yeah, I did.
When are you going to unveil that bad boy?
We'll see.
In June.
We'll see.
That's what you do in June.
Yeah,
you say stuff.
You like
and
to save up some good takes for June.
And then by December, January, nobody ever remembers what you said.
We're in just deep summer. We're just looking for things. Vikings. All right, here we go. Let me give you my NFC South prediction. It's not going to be the Saints winning it, I'll tell you that.
2-1-4, Cricket 4B Mango on 3.
I like that. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot 80 from the 682. That's solid as well. All right, the Kelsey Bros and the New Heights podcast, they were not happy with some of these rules. They both just went off in tangents. And here is the first one on the emergency quarterback. I told you guys about this. It's basically the 49ers rule where they're playing the Eagles in the NFC Championship game.
More steak.
Oh, you need more steak? Okay. Dawson's going to fill up. This is good. Here are the Kelsey Bros thoughts on the emergency quarterback.
happened in the spring meetings. They passed a bylaw originally proposed by the Detroit Lions, allowing teams to dress a third quarterback. Oh,
The Detroit Lions proposed
this is bullshit.
You don't like this?
Dude, this is such bullshit. So just because of what happened in San Fran, all right.
Well, that's why this is interesting that the Lions proposed it, because
They're basically saying if San Fran would have had a third quarterback, they would have went to the Super Bowl. That's what this means.
I think they're just saying
This
that
is what they're saying. They're like, well, if there would have been, they would have had a third quarterback. It would have been a game, and they would have lost. So
I mean, when they were down to their second quarterback for the game, I think it was going to be struggles. But
Man,
I don't know why you
I
hate
like
on
the
this.
rule. I don't see
Yeah.
why the rule. I don't see why this is a bad thing. Like, I get it if you want to say they're overreacting, but to their point, the Lions were the ones that proposed this. It's not even the 49ers. Now, I'm sure the 49ers were all in favor, but I don't
Right.
see why this is a bad thing.
Yeah, I just think it's for the some level of quality of the gameplay. It's not because the NFL thought, oh, the Niners were just a third string capable quarterback away from winning that game. It was just away from giving us some level of quality product.
We don't want to be in a situation where your tight end's having to go play quarterback.
Yeah, and listen, don't get me wrong. I actually like that idea. Like, we kind of discussed the idea of having dudes who have to do the bit thing, and there is some level of me being open to that, but I can understand why the NFL doesn't necessarily want it that way.
Entertainment purposes. Now, speaking of entertainment purposes, the kickoff rule, right? This is another one that we talked about yesterday. Andy Reid's not happy with it. John Harbaugh's not happy with it. So they go back and forth on the thoughts of the new kickoff rule where you can call a fair catch inside the 25 and the ball will automatically be at the 25-yard line.
NFL owners have approved a proposal to spot the ball on the 25-yard line on a fair catch of a kickoff made inside the 25 in the goal line or in the end zone. I think this is absolutely stupid. I don't think this is making the game safer. I think it's making it more boring and taking a lot of excitement out of the game's opening play. This is whack.
we're just getting closer and closer to getting rid of special teams. I mean, it's like the only thing left now is punt. When is somebody not going to fair catch it and take the ball to 25? Unless it's just a really bad kick, right?
And it's taken away from the excitement of a kickoff, man. I love watching kickoffs.
I just don't know, what are we doing it for then? We're just going to have guys, hey, I'm going to run 80 yards for no reason, and then we're going to start the drive. Like,
So dumb. Like, what?
we're just going to do everything for show, and here's the ceremonial kickoff that's not going to get returned ever.
That's what I'm saying, man. It just deflates the excitement of like the first kickoff. Like everybody used to like, oh, boom. And everybody runs when the ball, and it says boom when it gets kicked off, and it's exciting. And then you see that first live contact. You hear it. Everybody's just running full speed at each other. And you're like, football! This is electric! And you're just going to turn it into 25-yard line. Let's get the quarterback out here. It just takes away from everything. It just immediately deflates you.
Yeah.
I just got deflated thinking about it.
I'm deflated.
I think they're
Two
overstating
dudes.
this in a huge way.
Yeah.
But isn't it also up to the return man? The return man can just say, I ain't fair catching, dog.
Turpin yesterday was talking with Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com in the locker room, and he said, I'm never calling for the fair catch no matter what.
Yeah,
That's a good
I
return
think he's
policy.
probably gonna have a conversation with the coaches about that. But
they play with a
I like his
team.
attitude.
They play with a team that has a kicker that can directionally kick and place the ball inside the 5 or 6 yard line. He's going to fair catch. When they that's the whole thing. The whole thing is the collisions that you have. If these teams are really good, you could pump that thing out of the end zone there and it'd be at the 25. But the fact that you can directionally kick and dump it on the 4 or 5 yard line, and pin people into that and make it balls on the 12, you're fair catching every damn one of those.
You're right. The risk is
gonna lose your job.
that thing goes out of bounds. You're trying to direction. Your kicker messes up.
But
they're
that's
getting the ball at the 40.
That's what I'm saying. You're only directionally kicking if you have a kicker that can do it. You know?
Right. No,
And
he's got to do it. He's got to do it well enough for the kick return man to think that he doesn't have time to catch it and still run.
Right.
I still think most of these return guys, unless their coach is hell-bent on it, but I think this is an easy thing for, if these special teams coaches don't want this to happen, then revolt against it. Don't tell your return man to...
They voted against it. The coaches did vote against it.
Yeah,
right.
like
So
Harbaugh,
then-
who's a special teams guy, did vote against it.
When it comes to the application of it, then Harbaugh then tell your kick return man to 9 times out of 10, don't fair catch it. Just take it and go.
Chip and pin is what they've been doing in special teams. You know, teams have why don't we take a chance? We'll take a chance. We're going to kick the ball out of bounds, and it's going to be on the 40-yard line. We'll take that chance, but we'll also chip it down there in a way where we're going to stop you at the 12.
Yeah,
and we're going to make you go 90-something yards now on a kickoff or on a drive instead of.
It is just a 1-year trial that they're going to do this, so it's not something that necessarily is going to stay.
They worry about pinning somebody to
lawsuits.
Yeah, they worry about pinning where everybody's in one little tiny area, and now there's all these collisions because guys are really trying to fly their rears down there and pin the guy inside the 10-yard line. So you have guys that are even busting their ass to get down there and make more collisions and stuff. I see what they're trying to do, and it's funny these two guys are talking about it. I don't like it. It's part Neither one of those cats play special teams.
No.
Yeah.
Neither one of those cats.
If special teams was so cool, you'd be on it.
Yeah, neither one of those cats is running down the field trying to chip and pin a guy. You know, that is. I see why.
Your guy Lombardi hates it too. He was on today. I think it was with Pat McAfee saying,
you know why?
Special teams is a part of the game, and what are we trying to do here?
Exactly, because he was with the guy. He was with Scotty O'Brien in New England, who's one of the best special teams coaches ever, and they figured out like the guy Kansas City. Everybody, why does Andy Reid hate it? Because he's got one of the best special teams coaches in the league. He's got a guy that knows how to kick it down there. He's got guys that are talented enough to cover and pin guys inside the 10-yard line. You know, that's the thing. It's all about the collisions. It's all about the collisions at the 10-yard line.
Yeah,
down there.
we're going to advocate for Thursday Night Football
If
as
you,
a league.
you
We're making money
you
on
chip
that.
a ball high in the air and now waiting. Got it.
Yeah.
Now you got guys that are already on top of you.
So you feel like it's you as a return man, you almost have no choice.
You have
Oftentimes
no
you have to
choice.
fair catch it.
You
at that
have no
point.
choice.
Okay, yeah, if the kicker's good enough for it, but I think if you're a return guy, if it's not a super obvious one, then the ball gets to you. You can still neglect the fair catch and try to go make a play.
It's hard, it's
still
hard to
your
set
call.
up. It's hard to set up your blocking when you're pinned into a corner.
100% you're right, but I think we're also seeing that there's not that many good kickers.
Yeah, I don't know how many kickers are going to consistently put you in a position where you feel like, oh, I have to fair catch it. When you're a return guy who knows this is your only chance.
Those teams are going to have a big advantage that you're talking about, Brian.
They're trying to eliminate even the thought of doing it. That's what they're trying to do.
Exactly, and that's why a lot of people are pushing back on this, because you're basically moving to eliminate kickoffs from the game, and why are we doing that?
Well,
because there's a third part of the game that's special teams.
They're trying to eliminate that style of kickoff. That's what they're trying to do, the chip and pin. I mean, the smart coordinators are like, why not? Let's see if we can pin him. You know, you can either kick it out of the end zone and get him on the 25, or you can try and chip it down there. Take a chance you might kick it out of bounds.
Yeah.
But you can't set up a return if the guy is near the sidelines. How are they going to block that?
Sure. No,
there's no way.
It's going to take a special return guy to be able to maneuver around all that congestion, but it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. We do have some buzz. Former Steelers. Le'Veon Bell said he is not going to retire yet. And whenever he does, he wants to retire as a Pittsburgh Steeler. The day when I do retire, quote, it's going to be with Pittsburgh. Before I do that, I may be like, hey, let me get a couple of carries in the preseason so I can show y'all something. I know what it is with these running backs, man. They just don't know when it's time to call it quits. But this is also interesting. Antonio Brown, who's had issues with his Arena Football League team, and he's talked about playing
Albany,
for them
right?
as well. Yeah. There is a report from CBS Sports, J.R. Rickard, that there is some genuine interest from NFL teams right now in Antonio Brown. So we might not have seen the last of AB.
I bet he can still play, man. That guy's amazing.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes gave his top 5 quarterbacks in NFL history. He was asked about this. He said, if you talk about legends of the game, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, obviously Aaron Rodgers, Joe Montana, and then for the 5th spot, it gets down to Dan Marino or John Elway to round out your top 5. How do you think he's done
spelled
here?
Roger Staubach wrong.
You don't sell me on Roger.
If you
No
had
disrespect.
your defensive
I'm
coordinator.
not putting Rodgers in there.
This might be unfair because you guys You guys see?
And that is hatred.
Did you guys see Marino play?
I saw the tail end of his career.
You saw Marino play. Okay,
Guy can spin it.
You guys have all seen Elway play?
Yes.
Okay, you're a defensive coordinator. You have to prepare for one with their team. With like Marino with his Dolphins, Elway with his Broncos. You have to prepare for one. Who you picking? Who you do not?
I would
who
rather
do you
play scares you more.
Marino, because Elway ran.
The mobility factor?
Yeah, Elway was much more mobile.
I know he was mobile. I would love to know how much running he was doing. Like, or was it more scrambling around and finding a guy?
It was more like moving around. Marino couldn't move.
He's 38 years old. He's helicoptering for a first down in the Super Bowl.
No,
I'll say
that was
this.
awesome.
Marino pre-Achilles blowout was stand there and let it fly.
There's people that to this day
Clayton,
say
those guys,
best arm in NFL history. Nobody threw it as well as Dan Marino. I mean, that's why we're talking about the top 5 of all time. You're splitting hairs here. But I just think when you're asking a defensive coordinator what's tougher to prepare for, the added element of running has got to be factored in there because both have great arms.
Yeah, that's a tough one, man. I guess I would lean Walchuk there with the threat of the run.
But you saw them in their primes, right? I'm talking. I saw the late '90s when they were towards the end.
Yeah. If pre Achilles injury, Dan Marino was so scary.
Tell
to
them about
play.
the release too, Brian.
Oh
yeah,
my
the
gosh.
quickest of all time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, hey, but both those guys could throw the ball through a car wash and it wouldn't get wet. I mean, that's the kind of arm strength both those guys had. It would come down to that would be hard. I wouldn't want to prepare. I think that both these guys bring you back in 2 minutes. Say you're up in a game, you're going to have to deal with both these guys bringing their team back.
Well, I'm taking Rodgers out. They can both be in my top 5. You'll bleep yourself, Rodgers.
Cosign.
Hate
well,
that
thank
guy.
you. NFL News of the Day with Zach Wolchuk. I would say I'm about 40% done.
40?
About 40%.
How did the chill help?
Maybe
things?
a third. I have not had a piece of the chilled steak yet.
Okay.
So I kind of cut off a chunk here that I've been nibbling on, and I got that chilled piece back in there. I think I'm going to go take a half piece of that and maybe start working on that coming up during biggest dub.
Oh, there you go. That's apropos.
But coming up next, it's a G-Bag Nation Presents You Make the Call. We got 2 of them. Are you ready for this Mavs trade? Wolchuk's going to tell you about that. But are you ready for robo-umps? One skipper keeps getting thrown out for arguing balls and strikes. We'll hear what he has to say coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from 2-time Stanley Cup champion Craig Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds, 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Baseball is in full swing. The free Odyssey app lets you listen to local coverage for the team you love, live stream your favorite sports radio station, or jump back and listen to the best segments on demand.
Don't forget, we talk to the manager every Tuesday at 2 p.m.
Don't listen to some guy from the other side of the country tell you about your team. Live conversations for your local team. No matter where you are, your season, your Odyssey.
pound of flesh. It's a New York strip, 1 pounder, as a bet payoff for jinxing the Stars the other day. I guaranteed victory in Game 3, and I'm paying off. So first bite, I thought I was Dunsky. I couldn't do it, but I've adjusted my technique to how I eat slivers of raw meat when I'm preparing steak. I like to just get a little bit of a nibble, and that technique is working, but it's taking a long time. So I have the majority of the steak in the freezer getting chilled so I can kind of slice it. It breaks down much easier once you start chewing it, once it's frozen and the little fat is, not oozing. It's more solidified. And so that has really helped out. And I hope to get this done by 5:30 to make the bet pay off. And I thank everybody for their feedback here on the truckwreck.com FanSex. It was really you guys that challenged me and said, hold on, we're not getting off this easy. So I made a second effort at it, and this second effort it's not a quick one. But I think we're going to get the job done. We're more the tortoise than the hare today.
You look less pukey. Your face was definitely pale white at first. After that first bite, I was like, oh, no, this is not going to go down well.
It was a little teary-eyed as well.
You've got more color, and you seem way more confident in this now, so I'm proud of you.
I don't know what was more responsible for the change in color, to be honest with you. The flavor, the texture, or just knowing how big of an L I was taking.
Yeah. It's the adrenaline.
I think that's
it was
what it was.
Full panic.
Yeah.
And I was like, crap, I can't go out that quickly and that damn easy.
Too much pride.
So I might not get this done. I might have to do another bet payoff on Friday, but damn it, I ain't quitting.
You plant that flag,
That's
baby.
My guy. That's my guy.
I thought about quitting just like Jerry Jones when he went home from that spring football camp in ninth grade. He was ticked off that he wasn't going to play running back. He was going to have to play tackle or guard or something. And his dad said, "You going to be a quitter?" And he said, "No, Dad." He went back to the camp the next day. That's right. Okay. It's
a little Jerry and all of us.
It's time now for a little G-Bag Nation presents You Make the Call. It's not Brett Boone. It's not Bob Boone.
Aaron
Aaron Boone in New York.
Yankees manager.
Ejected for the 4th time this season, 2nd time in a 4-game span, 3 over the last 10. He keeps getting booted,
bro,
for arguing balls and strikes, and he's right. He's ticked off at these humans, but he says, I don't want the robots. Okay, this was after last night's 3-1 loss to the Orioles. He was tossed in the middle of the third. Edwin Moscaso booted him for arguing about the strike zone. Boone held up 4 fingers while arguing, signaling Boone thought the plate umpire missed 4 calls on pitches by Clark Schmidt. Graphic posted by the Yankees Yes Network indicated at least 6 of Schmidt's pitches that caught the edge of the strike zones were called balls. This is in a 30-pitch inning. Oh! So not only you're getting a hose, but your starter is just throwing way too damn much. You're going to have to go in your bullpen. He's losing it over these dudes. And it could have been like 18 pitches he's out of there if you include the consequences of all 6 of those. Clearly, he shouldn't have had to throw almost 30 pitches in that inning, said Boone. But no, I'm not advocating for the robo. I think these guys do, for the most part, a great job and work really hard at it. When you're playing for a lot, there's going to be some issues from time to time, as simple as that.
Dude, he had a bottom of the first ejection on Sunday.
I love it.
It is amazing.
This is my favorite part about sports.
He's going at a record pace here.
Yeah. I mean, whether it's Lou Piniella, Billy Martin, any of the old-time guys.
Earl Weaver
that could really get after it. I think it is part of the show, and I would miss it. But I'm for the robo-umps. I think what we're seeing is it's challenging, and robots can do it a lot easier. They could have done it a lot easier 15 years ago, or maybe 13 years ago when the first Xbox camera came out. You could have just set up an Xbox behind home plate and called balls and strikes.
There's been a lot of people that have said we'll never see the robo-umps in baseball, but I think that the success that the rule changes have had this season is going to change people's minds. Because initially you just had the old crusties, the baseball purists. They don't want any change to the game. Pitch clock? What are we doing here, right? Runner on second base to start extra innings? Oh, you guys are messing up the game. Well, look, game times are down half an hour. Viewership's up. More balls are in play with the bigger bases and some of the pickoff rule changes. The game is seriously, I think, more entertaining, and it's been more effective. The success of this, I think that you are now probably trending closer than ever to getting the robo-umps.
They just introduced it, or about to, in AAA.
They've been doing it in the minors.
So that's a big step in the right direction. I think we're on the way there. And just more than anything, to get consistent strike zones to where it's uniform. We know it becomes much more black and white, and it's not just game to game. What are we looking at here? where you're getting through the first few innings trying to decide what type of ump we're dealing with tonight. Like, to me, it takes some of the variables out of it, and it's right there for you.
There's certain pitchers it's going to hurt, and Martin Perez would be one, right? He's a guy that paints the corners of the zone. And some of those he's going to get the benefit of a real human being ump that's going to give him some strike calls. A robo ump, maybe he's not as successful. So certain pitchers might not like this, but I think that's part of the game, right? They didn't necessarily like the pitch clock either, and they're finding a way to make that work.
It's ridiculous that we're here in 2023 and they haven't done it yet. And I think you got a great point. We're changing so many rules. You know, we can get multiple cameras, multiple vantage points. You only got one as a human. There is a blind spot 15 degrees from center in every human's eye where a nerve is. Then you got your nose. Then you have emotional bias. It's no wonder these guys butcher these calls. So I'm glad we're all in agreement there. We'd vote for the robos, right, Broadus? You ready for robo action? NFL too. We need a ball spotter robot.
Rusty, you holding it down for your fellow?
You know what? I'll tell you what. I think there's something to the human element of the game. That part of it, the balls and strikes, like you're talking about.
You can get that without a human up. The humans are the players.
I just kind of feel like, to me, that with these umpires, if there are guys that do pitch a little off the plate, if there's guys, do guys not have to? They won't chase anymore. If they know exactly where the strike zone is. That's what I just feel like. To me,
good hitters won't.
Well, not everybody's a good hitter, but
that's right. So you still get some chasing.
But the thing is that I've always liked the human element, and I think a baseball replay now helps us that way. Yeah, the balls and strikes. But they got that box there. So I'm watching the Rangers play every night. I'm like going, okay, it was in the box, and there's a lot of times where it's like the majority of the time when it's in the box, I kind of feel like they're going to call a strike, and they do. And maybe there's some of these umpires that don't have that. Maybe do a better job of making sure that the human umpires are a little bit better at their jobs.
Well, if AI is coming for all our jobs, then why not the umps too?
I hear you, man. Let's just.
I've always liked the human element of baseball. That's my only point against it. But to me, that's just because that's the thing. What about plays at the plate?
How they framing?
You still got eyeballs for
pitch
plays
framing
at the plate.
goes away.
You still have umpires. They're just not calling balls and strikes.
Well, what does an umpire have to? I'm asking. Does an umpire come down the first baseline to call if there's a play at the plate, or how does that work? Does an umpire hang around home plate?
I think so.
You can still have him there and doing the bow and arrow and everything. Just look at your computer screen like the rest of us are on television.
So he's geared up, but he's not calling. He's just standing there waiting for a play at the plate.
He doesn't. Yeah. He's not the one that's trusting his eyes in that situation, making the call. Yeah, he's looking at a computer screen.
Man,
or a monitor.
Just give me the guy calling the balls and strikes.
You dang crusty. I knew you would.
I think they're getting worse. Is the issue?
Yeah. Here's
now. I will say this real quick about NFL, with the chips and the balls and stuff, they have that now. That first downs and stuff like that's something that ought to. They should have the officials, but the ability to say, yes, that's a first down. Something clicks and says that's a first down. I hate these teams, and maybe it's a two-way argument here, because maybe teams are getting screwed by balls and strikes, and maybe they're getting screwed by where the ball's being marked.
Definitely.
So I don't know. I just don't like that element of it. I think technology that helps you say, yes, it's a first down. Balls and strikes always been called by umpires. That's just me.
Wolchuk has you make the call on a Mavs trade possibility?
Yeah, there's two trade possibilities here from Bleacher Report. One is interesting, and they throw in it's all teams with the lottery picks, but there were two specifically for the Mavs. First one is the Mavs trade Bertans, Tim Hardaway Jr., and the number 10 pick to Phoenix, and you get DeAndre Ayton. And they talk about it from the Phoenix side, but what they write for the Mavericks side is they desperately need a defensive backbone. Ayton was up to the task less than 2 years ago, and there's risk involved, but the Mavs need Ayton also to be comfortable continuing his third wheel status alongside Luka and Kyrie, but getting off of two less than awesome contracts mitigates some of that downside. For me, if Phoenix is willing to do a deal like that, things have gotten so bad with Ayton, they got to move on, and maybe it's not now since they moved on from Williams, but any way to get Bertans and Hardaway Jr. out of here sign me the hell up. And I'm not as down on Ayton as some others are. There's definitely risk involved. There's some other bigs I'd like more, but the Mavs got to be a little realistic with where they are as well.
I think he played with his feelings hurt this year.
Well, he clearly did. He said, I don't
Uh-huh.
want to be here. I signed an offer with Indiana. They matched the offer, and now he's playing, and he's disgruntled, and he's in a place he doesn't want to be.
I would do it, though. It's a no-brainer. And getting off of toxic contracts is, the icing on the cake. You might end up regretting the 10th overall pick. There could be some special players around there, some late bloomers or whatever, some hard workers that you just don't know how good they're going to be. But I'm going to be confident that he's not going to have a better career than Ayton.
Okay, let me give you the other one. This is a Pacers trade. The Pacers get Maxi Kleber, JaVale McGee, and the number 10 pick. Mavs get my guy, Julius Trinity's own, Miles Turner. Mavs might cower at the thought of losing Kleber, but Turner is the rare big whose capability to stretch the floor and protect the rim would be a huge benefit. His offense outside of spot-up sniping also improved this past year, and the smarts of which he defends near and away from the hoop are just what a team that plans to build around Luka and Kyrie need. I would rather have Miles Turner. Looking at his numbers from last year, I think he might be the most I think he might be the most underrated big in the game. His pick and roll numbers were outstanding. His defensive efficiency numbers since he's been in the NBA, the only other big that's better, and this includes Anthony Davis, is Rudy Gobert. I mean, it's pretty shocking how good Miles Turner's numbers are when you really kind of dive in. I didn't watch a ton of Indiana basketball this year. They stunk. So night to night, I get it. I saw more of Ayton, but you're giving up better players here with Maxey in the fold, but you might be getting the better player in Miles Turner.
Yeah, would you rather have Turner, no Maxey, or Maxey and DeAndre
I'd probably
Ayton?
rather have Maxey and Ayton. You're giving up two guys that I don't like on the team to get Ayton, so that's probably the one I would do. But gosh, I would love to get Miles Turner.
Which one? The idea of getting rid of the contracts? That's
right.
That's why you're making this deal.
The
right?
problem is you're probably not getting a whole lot of money left over because Ayton's contract's so fat.
All right, we got to run. I love Miles Turner's game. I would just be too terrified of the injuries.
Yeah.
He's a 40 to 60 game guy.
100%.
Yeah.
You're somewhat nervous about that with Ayton, though, too. Like I've talked about with the bigs, it's always a risk.
Picking between two bad options.
Good stuff. Biggest L, biggest dubs coming up next. Where are we heading with that?
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here on The Fan.
I want to chat about Twin Peaks, though, because I love going there for eats, drinks, and scenic views. And if you want to kick off now and off from work and get into a Twin Peaks, you'll find it's happy hour every afternoon. If the G-Bag Nation is on, so is the Twin Peaks happy hour. And I love them. You're going to love them, too. My home Twin Peaks is off a town east there, 635 in Mesquite. But there is a Twin Peaks near everybody here in North Texas now, especially since we got that 10th location up there in North Lake, right next to the Speedway, Buc-ee's up there as well. You'll find the Twin Peaks, the newest one, and it is an absolute gem. Now, we have some special things going on at Twin Peaks as per usual. I mentioned the happy hour, but it's the Bourbon and Brews event every Friday at Twin Peaks that you're going to love. Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur at Twin Peaks. They're proud of an exclusive collection of incredibly rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas, and they're calling your name right now at Twin Peaks. I'll see you there soon for Eats, Drinks, Scenic Views.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
Nate Newton here with my boy, super lawyer, Josh Alexander from J. Alexander Law. Being a 3-time world champion, I know what it takes to win the big game. When you're in a wreck, there's no case too big or small for J. Alexander's team. They can tackle it all.
Nate, I couldn't have said it better myself. We have the experience and resolve to get our clients the compensation they deserve. We fight hard for them all.
Call 972-534-8888. Visit SevereInjuryLawyers.com, Dallas, Texas.
Ad paid for by the tax resolvers. COVID-19 was tough on businesses. If you experienced a negative impact to your business during the pandemic, then you need to pay attention. There are some new powerful incentives that have been created specifically for businesses impacted by COVID-19. One such program is the Employee Retention Credit. Its tax incentive could bring you some serious cash back to your business. Even if you received a PPP loan in 2020 or 2021, you were still permitted to receive this credit. There are many ways to be eligible, and taking advantage of this tax credit doesn't need to be complicated. We made it easy for you by doing the legwork to maximize the amount of your refund due. Call us today at 800-818-4178, and we'll set your business up to take full advantage of the Employee Retention Tax Credit. That's 800-818-4178. Again, 800-818-4178. We'll get the ball rolling on getting you and your business some much-needed relief, but time is limited to file a claim. So call 800-818-4178. 800-818-4178.
Hi, this is Babe Laufenberg, here to tell you about my friends at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. It's the final days to get the Memorial Day savings you want at Classic Chevrolet. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. New Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more on sale. See it all at ClassicChevrolet.com or go to Classic Chevrolet today and ask for my friend Dorian Jimenez. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
If you turn it on and leave it on the fan, you know we're DFW sports leader on insight and original content all day long. No need to go back and search for it. We send it to you. Sign up for our fan newsletter today at 1053thefan.com. Proudly presented by Bosch Power Tools.
You know you want LASIK from Tylock George Eye Care. Right now, Tylock George Eye Care is offering LASIK as low as $1,500 per eye. Tylock George Eye Care is the official LASIK surgeon of the Texas Rangers and trusted by more than 100,000 for their LASIK too. Check out their 5-star Google reviews. Then schedule your consultation at Tylock.com.
Hey Rangers fans, now there's a credit card designed just for you. With the new Rangers Clubhouse Rewards credit card, you earn points with every purchase. Then redeem those points for great stuff, including game tickets, merchandise, and once-in-a-lifetime experiences, like throwing out a first pitch, taking batting practice on the field, or even a game day catch with a Rangers reliever. To apply now, just visit rangers.clubhouserewards.com/apply. That's rangers.clubhouserewards.com/apply.
Hello, I'm Howard Mackler, founder of Innovation Refunds. You've heard me talking about the payroll tax refund for months. I'm so proud that we've helped over 15,000 businesses claim over $5 billion in cash incentives. If you own a business, even if you've asked your CPA about this, you owe it to yourself to take another look. Every client is assigned a licensed and insured tax attorney who evaluates your company at my expense to accurately determine eligibility. Innovation Refunds has hundreds of 5-star reviews on Trustpilot and Google, and your business might be entitled to receive up to $26,000 per employee.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. I tell you what, I'm taking a big L right here. Bet payoff, a pound of flesh. I have not felt like this eating since I was about 11 years old. Probably the last time my parents really were like, you got to eat that, as far as cleaning your plate for dinner and all that. About 12 or 13, I just said, like, hell I do. I'm going to bed hungry. Okay, well, like heck, my parents didn't allow me to say the HE double hockey stick.
Same.
But yeah, that's my biggest L by far. And here's Eric Chiafalo with the rest of this report.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken those L's this week? But more importantly, where have you gotten the personal victories? Let's party on a Friday.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
I have another L as well. This was painful. One of the worst weeks. In select sports, there's tryouts and there's cuts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And one of my best friends is not very happy with me right now. Let's just say that.
Oh no.
It's been a very difficult week.
You had to make a tough business decision. Betterment of the team.
Trying to make it okay. Trying to figure something out that works. But that sucks, and it's definitely the worst part of the job. I have a lot more empathy for the guys at training camp now, and everybody involved in that process.
Yeah, you did something that the Cowboys haven't been able to do with Tyron Smith. So kudos to you for that one, man. That was tough, but that's what you got to do as the general. You know what I'm saying? When you're the head coach, it's not about having everybody love you. Not everybody can like you. Got to make tough calls.
Right. Well, that's my job. That's what I signed up for.
What's your job?
True alpha right there, General.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is just to be honest. That's the thing I always felt with players when we're releasing them. It was like, never just say, hey, we're going a different direction. Tell them why. Tell them why you feel like you have to move on, and then, let them know. I mean, that to me was, then when they can go, if they get to another opportunity, they could say, okay, maybe this is something I do need to work on. Or they can throw it back in your face and like, well, I told you I was able to do this and develop and all that. But I think as long as you're honest with people about playing sports and about decisions and what you feel like is best for the team, and you give that honest answer, you should never feel bad about letting somebody go.
So what was the scouting report? Too slow, can't pass, not a good shooter?
All the skills. The skills. Just probably needs more experience to put it together.
Yeah.
Great talent.
Great talent. Yep.
Yeah.
This will be a motivating factor. It happened to Michael Jordan. And that's what this is the genesis of her Michael Jordan run that she's about to go on. Big dub to the DFW Cousins Barbecue. Went from Monday through Wednesday, all you can meet, to now Monday through Saturday.
Oh, hell
Sundays.
yeah.
There you go.
Monday to Saturday, you get prime Texas barbecue. You get the quality and the quantity. Are you kidding me? All you can eat, all you can meet. Cousins Barbecue, 3D
We need to get over there,
locations.
man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna get some food delivered up here
Oh,
to
that'd
this
be
spot
sweet.
as well.
I need to go over there
for 2 months.
Yeah,
You got to try these wings, man.
Yeah, we need to
and
go
this
there and eat,
brisket.
though.
It's a
I might
game
be vegan
changer
after today.
Yeah,
I might be vegan, huh?
It's a real turn there. But okay, 877-881-1053, 940 Killer Dub this week. Been dealing with chronic stomach issues for the last several months. Just had the first solid dooski in months, says the 940. So that's been a challenge and might be in the the future outlook for Dawson right now.
It's a big dub and a big dump.
That's right. 817 biggest L goes to the fans on Tuesday night that threw the things on the ice, threw things at Vegas players, making us look like Philly.
I'd also say a big L to the true Star fans that go there and support that team year round. They go into that barn and they're loyal and they're great fans, and then you just have a couple bad eggs. That put a black eye on all of us.
I don't know if that's necessarily the fans that were throwing stuff on the ice were fans that are probably your season ticket holders.
Right. No, I don't think so. I think it was probably just like, hey, they went there. It's fun. It's a Western Conference final game. Let me buy a ticket to get in there. And, that's what happens.
Let's be honest. It was probably Bobby Belt.
Yeah, you're right. That's some hooligan-like behavior he would be doing.
It is. Big dub for UFC and Adam Sandler fans. It looks like he's going to make some type of comedy series. Adam Sandler, UFC, Dana White's getting involved in some way.
Okay.
So we'll see how that one plays out, but I'm sure Walchuk will be all over it. And I'm actually intrigued. I am.
Sandler fan?
I'm a Sandler fan and a big UFC fan.
Big UFC fan.
So, of course I'm a Sandler fan. You kidding me? He's my Jewish brother.
How about this for an L, though? I was not ready for this one. Headline, principal gives keys to the school to kids so they can pull a senior prank. To the surprise of no one but her, they demolish the place.
Oh, jeez.
So the principal, trying to be cool, probably got swindled into, just a little simple senior prank. I'll assist it. It won't be anything crazy. Next thing you know, North Carolina principal's under fire. Senior prank that created mass chaos and left teachers in tears.
No.
So principal at Burns High, Jennifer Aberly, thought these guys were just going to do a classic knee slapper. Next thing you know, here it is. They arrived the next morning, significant damage in the hallways and the classrooms. Students greased the floors and door handles, put potted plants in toilets, stacked desks, scattered teachers' personal belongings while inside and unsupervised.
She just lost her job, right?
Globs of Vaseline to cover the door handles, slathered baby oil on the hallway floors.
Yeah.
That's always dangerous. One photo shows a potted plant placed directly inside a toilet bowl in one of the school's bathrooms. Board members said microwave was dropped into the toilet water as well. So they unplugged one of those random microwaves. So these kids went.
Kudos to these kids, man.
They
the creativity they showed, huh?
Went out with a real bang. They also had in a concerning image, ceiling tiles appeared to have been pulled down and items just littered all around the room. So these kids went super, super hard in the paint, and now the principal, these kids are, I don't know what they're going to do. I think because the headline is the principal. I think the principal's going to
get canned.
Probably going to get canned.
Going to go and graduate and be fine.
We got in trouble for our senior prank as well, and
Did you pee in the pool?
No. It was these kids went over the top. They did a little bit more than they were supposed to.
Oh.
It was a prank that turned into a little bit more of vandalism.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fertilizer on the opposing practice field with your logo.
Yeah, they're just smashing. They were smashing things that shouldn't have been smashed, like those the entry things,
Yes.
the card, the ID for the
Right.
teachers to be able to get in. Smashed it. I was like, dude,
Guys, we're
no,
supposed
they
to just play
smashed
fun
like
and
a water
games.
line, and water started shooting out at one point of the building. And then they took the golf cart of the security guard, tipped it upside down, and then popped all the tires. What? They just took it overboard.
Oh, that's not fun.
They were just supposed to caulk the doors. It was supposed to be one of those things you couldn't get in.
Yes.
And then they just took it to a whole other level. It's supposed to be a fun run of the mill ha-ha moment.
You cock the doors and everything's fine.
Yes. But they took it it one notch. Shannon Sharp taking an L. He got robbed. $1 million in jewelry.
Whoa.
Bag stolen from his Los Angeles home.
Very bad situation.
These LA burglars are the real deal, man, because they're going into celebrity. I imagine these people have pretty decent security to get into whatever development from a neighborhood standpoint they're at.
Inside jobs, you think?
Potentially.
If you're getting into a gated community, that's got to be inside job, right? Somehow, some way. What you're acting like you're the
or maybe
Amazon.
celebrities are just being casual, leaving stuff unlocked. Hey, I got people coming in and out of the house, and you just slip on in there.
Was he in the home while it was robbed?
I don't believe so.
Oh, okay.
Michael Block, the PGA Championship story of the world, I thought was the biggest dub of the week, and probably still is because of the week that he had starting last weekend. But it sounds like he's not doing so hot right now.
No, he is. He's finished up. He's plus 15. He is going to finish 120th in this tournament.
So he's taking an L right now, but he's still the biggest dub of the week because none of us knew who the hell this guy was.
That's right.
And now we do.
And he'll be back for the PGA Championship next year.
Yeah.
And he cashed in almost $300K, and the price just went up. For his golf lessons that were $125, $150 a pop, probably just doubled. So huge dub for Michael Block.
J-Ron Curse. Yesterday, remember we saw him wearing the 27 at practice, Brian.
Yeah, what's the deal with that?
Not the 0. Well, our buddy, John Machota of The Athletic, did some digging, asked Curse about this. He said there were some logistical things that we weren't able to work out, so I'm still 27.
Logistical. That's the payment.
Yep.
He
it's
found
that
out.
payment.
They were like, yeah, it's going to cost you a pretty penny. And he was like, no, thank you. I didn't get the deal that I wanted or deserved from these Cowboys, so I'm not going to pay that. Biggest dub of the week, though, goes to the huge bear that helped himself to a dozen cupcakes. He broke into a bakery and just cupcaked it up. Can you imagine? He just could it have gotten any better?
Stop it, Bear.
Could he have gone anywhere else that would have made
him?
him more happy than into that bakery? Fresh donuts and cupcakes and the whole nine.
I don't think so. That's where I'd go if I was a bear. I wanted the best meal.
I saw that Cocaine Bear movie. I watched it for free on Peacock. Terrible.
Really?
Awful movie.
That's shocking.
Not worth your time.
I appreciate the heads up on that. I'll take it off my queue. Thank you very much. The biggest L, biggest dub every Friday, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Halfway through my allotted time to eat the raw steak, and I've eaten about half of it, so I think I'm on course to hopefully finish right around the time we're talking with Jared Sandler at about 5:25. going into Rangers baseball tonight. They're going to visit the O's. Now, coming up next, I do have some Cowboys content for you. Top 10 OTA takeaways and more Cowboys headline. Our OTA and minicamp coverage is brought to you by Bosch, and we're back here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat D&M leasing, though, because, shoot, it's the weekend, got a long weekend. I bet you want to enjoy it. If you also want to acquire a new vehicle, it's time to call D&M Leasing. You know, the old way, going to dealership, that'll take you a day or two. You know, trying to negotiate and haggle and test drive the vehicles. It's going to be quite an operation. D&M Leasing has a product called the Easy Lease, and I love it. I've done so many Easy Leases over the years, and it was just named the 2023 Dealer Rater Leasing Company of the Year in the U.S. It's become a bit of an annual tradition for D&M Leasing, and the award goes to the leasing outfit that exceeds consumer expectations across the board. All dimensions of the leasing experience, D&M dominates it. I love it because, you know, you just call your guy and tell them what you want. If you don't have a guy at D&M yet, call 972 or 817-35-LEASE. They're going to get to work for you. About a 12-minute phone conversation. They will get to work on what you want, and they'll give you the highest trade-in value possible on the old one after you give them the vital signs, the vital signals, the vital stats there on the trade-in. Whatever it is, highest trade-in value for the old one. I'm doing a project right now to get a new vehicle, and before too long, I'll be sharing you the details on that. But the thing I love about it, it's any make, any model. So if you know what you want, just give them a call and tell them, and they're going to make that a reality. Again, 972 or 817-35-LEASE from my friends at D&M Leasing, dmautoleasing.com. At ease.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell. Sponsored by Boomer Jacks on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Tools.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. A new season of Russ means new beginnings and a new look. It was interesting to see Cringerous show up yesterday. Still cringy, but frankly, looking...
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's now time for the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening. And we got a good one from Patrick Walker here, voice of the Star. The biggest takeaways from Cowboys OTAs here. You know, last year he joined the crew at DallasCowboys.com, and he has absolutely been killing this beat. And I think it's another great way to talk about all the developments that Brian and Zach were able to witness yesterday at OTAs, and we'll follow up on next week. You know, maybe we'll have even more stuff. You know, how is the overall? Let's start with number one. Keep an eye on Deuce Vaughn as more than just a gadget back, writes Walker, especially if the first round of OTAs are any indication. On one play in particular, Vaughn was sent on a go route with Will Greer, heaving a 45-yard toss, single coverage. Rookie 6th-round pick made a terrific sliding catch, despite the defensive back being draped over him like a tablecloth. What do you guys think? I asked the Get Right about this last night. What are your expectations? What kind of a role? We'll assume Tony Pollard stays healthy. If he doesn't, though, I think this would be your featured guy. Let me just say that.
I agree with you. I think that he's the second best back on the roster. And it might be one of those things where, yes, he's a rookie, and they've got some guys that have been on the team, and Malik Davis and Ronald Jones, and we'll see if Rico Dowdle can stay healthy. But I think Deuce Vaughn is going to make the most of every opportunity he's given. I think he's going to be the preseason darling that all the fans are clamoring for, much like Turpin was a year ago. And by the end of the season, we are talking about, could Deuce Vaughn end up being this team's running back one when Tony Pollard leaves in the offseason?
Yeah, I think we're 1 year away from that reality. I think he's going to be so impressive. He's going to make huge plays. They're going to get him the ball in space, running game, passing game, and he's going to be like getting Cowboys fans, you know, talking about it just like we talked about Zeke and Tony Pollard. Now, I don't think Tony Pollard's going to have any kind of a fall off like that, but just the backup. This guy needs more. This guy needs more. Brian, where are you at with it?
Feel like, though, when you watch Deuce Vaughn play, you know, the way they used him at Kansas State, he was a featured guy.
Sure was.
You know, and it's not like he's playing at a level of football that you know, you would think, oh, he's just running over guys because he's quicker, faster, and this like that. He's playing in a legitimate. Now, everybody says, well, Big 12 defenses and stuff.
We'll watch him against Alabama in the Sugar Bowl.
Watch him against Alabama in the Sugar Bowl. That's exactly what I was about to say. And so that's the thing about it. I feel like, though, the only thing that can hurt him is, as an every down back, is if it comes down to being 5'5" and having the pass protection at Kansas State for a back is clearly different than what pass protection is for a guy with the Dallas Cowboys.
It should be pass protection via screen.
Yeah, and so how often? I mean, are you going to take him off the field when you need to throw him the ball and stuff? Like, I mean, yesterday Patrick was talking about a lot of guys. John Bouchot, everybody was talking about that. You know, the pass that went down the field, and Deuce can catch. That's one thing, but you know, Deuce is going to have to figure out that how many situations are they going to put him in where he is a blitz pickup guy. You need to make him the focal point of throwing the football, whether it's screens or swings or putting him outside and protecting him so he doesn't have to be exposed as a blitz pickup guy.
Will he be considered one of the Cowboys' better playmakers?
Yes, absolutely. Well, when we were watching the drills yesterday, and his ability to take away the defender's angles by just the speed and the burst and that quickness,
attacking behind him probably. Yeah, is what he's going to do.
That's the thing. I mean, they couldn't cut him off yesterday. They couldn't cut. I mean, and you know, and I was like going, oh, okay, there you see it. And that's one of the things when you see these guys live. You see stuff on tape, and then you see them live, and you're like, okay, I get it now why this guy is the type of player he is.
10 takeaways from Patrick Walker, voice of the Star. Let's see how many we can get through. Tony Pollard tracking well in his recovery from the broken leg.
Yeah, I look good.
To the point where he still has work to do to be cleared medically. The Pro Bowl running back did indeed take reps with the first team on Thursday.
Yep.
That's a sign he'll be a full go sooner than later.
He looked very good. That's not something I'm concerned about, is him bouncing back from this injury. The fact that he was even out there working, where like Terrence Steele was just not part of the drills, Pollard was. was, and they threw him the ball out of the backfield. He did everything, and to me, very optimistic.
I love what they're doing at running back now. Hey, we're in a spot. We got to franchise tag a guy. Not ideal, but it's not a long-term deal. You can work around that. Taking the guy in the 5th round that might have fallen. This is the way, I think. Multiple guys continuing to look for more dudes in the draft. But, yeah, Tony Pollard has the potential to absolutely dominate. Okay, not to be left out of the offensive mix, Kevontae Turpin, who was seen numerous times lining up for reps that were not exclusive to return duties. I expect we'll see more of this Cowboys work to try to get Turpin more involved on offense when it makes sense to pull that trigger. How do you get him the ball? We saw the final play. That doesn't really, work. Not in the middle of the field with a linebacker breathing on top of you. Can you get him the ball 15 to 25 yards down the field? Is that doable?
I don't think that that's what they're going to try and do. I think this is more of bunch sets, at least yesterday, right? And it's just it's one practice, but moving them around, lining him up in the slot, and then I think it's one of those things where is it a drag? Is it a quick slant? Is it one of those rub route or pick plays, right? And you try and just get him on the move. Yeah, wheel route, kind of like a running back, absolutely, like you would use Deuce Vaughn. You try and just get him the ball on the move in space and then let him get yards after the catch. Less of, hey, just run down the field and we're going to chunk it up to you.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Okay, 9-4-0.
Which is 100% fair.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, Brian. I don't expect it. But maybe you get a couple of huge plays out of him. 9-0, y'all are smoking something. Deuce too slow and small to be an impact player in the NFL, boys. What do you say?
I'll take that bet.
I'll tell you, the burst and the quickness is outstanding. The long speed, that's something you see on tape.
He can get fetched.
He can get fetched. I mean, that's something that's not wrong. But you can watch him, like I say, this guy had 13, 14, 1,500 yards.
Just something about him, man. He's just a hell of a football player.
Yeah, he's a football guy. He came from a football household. He's got good vision. He's got good feel. He's got really, really good agility. He can make people miss. And so if he doesn't have the 80-yard home run speed, that's fine. He's got so many other qualities. I don't see how the size really hurts him unless it's a short-yarded situation where he's easily able to get pushed back. But I don't think his size is going to prevent him from
pass protection
being a playmaker.
Brian, you're spot on with that.
The pass protection. Absolutely. Absolutely. And if your offensive coordinator can't find a way to work around it, get a new one.
Amen.
Okay, speaking of Turpin, questions from those outside the building regarding a possible battle in the return game between he and Deuce Vaughn, but that's not the plan inside the building, which is likely why Turpin was the returner 100% of those reps.
Yeah.
While Vaughn did work as a personal protector. Yeah, I mean, we just talked about the home run speed.
He is not a home run hitter. He could finish, but he is not the guy that's going to run away from a lot of people.
Number 5, it's early, but Michael Gallup looks eerily back to form. There's a noticeable spring in his step that was absent in 22 as he returned from the ACL, but Thursday's practice saw him targeted heavily by Dak, and Gallup's routes were crisp.
Yeah, I thought maybe that was just some hype. Hey, we're just going to put this out there, try to get people excited. But seeing him firsthand, he looks very, very reminiscent of the MG prior to the injury. He looks healthy.
You can't play when you're having to worry about an injury. You can't come back to the ball if you don't trust your knees. And I'm a huge Michael Gallup fan. I hope he can get back to that level that he was at pre-injury because he's an outstanding weapon. And he's one of the guys that Dak has proven he can get the ball to down the field. They got a good chemistry. Number 6, Stephon Gilmore wasted no time getting his hands dirty in practice, routinely being moved around to defend different receivers. Began with Lamb, more on one occasion against Gallup, but against fellow newcomer Brandon Cooks, the former Defensive Player of the Year, looked sharp against the 1,000-yard receivers, delivering a couple of pass breakups in the process. Could this be vintage Gilmore, or is this aging Gilmore?
I liked what I saw from him. I can't wait till we get the pads on and Oxnard. We're doing 3 live mics and we actually get to see them go at it, like Gilmore and CD. I think it'll be fun. He was covering Brandon Cooks and they're buddies. They're kind of joking around. But yeah, I thought Gilmore looked good. He looked quick. He looked effective. They tried to run some underneath stuff on him. He was on top of the ball. I'm excited to see what that pairing of Gilmore and Diggs can do. And I also think we're going to find out just how good Trayvon Diggs is because you don't have another corner you can just pick on.
Yeah, I tell you what, I like what I see with Gilmore. I think he's in a really good spot mentally. He's happy about being here, happy to be in an organization. The thing he was with a great one with New England, but then he kind of bounced around a little bit. Now he's to a place where he feels really comfortable. They'll use him the right way. Dan Quinn, the secondary coaches, Al Harris, and those guys, he'll be in a good spot.
I just can't wait to get out there to Arlington, my favorite, one of my favorite municipalities in all of Texas. I just love being there and interacting with those people, and I want to salute all of them and thank them for being the host of North Texas sports as
Amen.
well as they have. Okay, number 7, the word is clearly out on Mozzie Smith, who on more than one occasion drew double teams in Thursday's practice. Rookie first-rounder held his own and then some, and I suspect it won't be long before he's being asked to do it more often against the first team. That includes reps as a pass rusher and not simply the definitive nose tackling combination with Jonathan Hankins. That'll be icing on the cake to me. Don't expect it. I think he'll be fine if he just stuffs the run. That's all we need him to do. If you're going to tell me he's going to come in here and get you 4 or 5 sacks a year, then I'll get myself a Mozzie Smith jersey, probably a 4Xer.
There we go.
Well, you'll be in a situation with Mozzie. He's got how quick he can pick up what AD and Dan Quinn are asking him to do. That's all it is. If he's a coachable player and tries the technique, they'll get him to where he's a better pass rusher. But that wasn't his cup of tea at Michigan at all.
214. Oh, how I miss these Cowboys conversations. Yeah. We love having them with you. And elsewhere at 214, is Pollard really out after this season?
I think so.
I would think so too. I think this is going to be very much what we saw with Dalton Schultz, unless they come to an agreement where it's like $3.5, $4 million, something like that. But I have a feeling that this is probably Pollard's last go around.
I would throw in the caveat though that the running back market is so depressed.
Maybe you get him back.
Yeah, and maybe
he might be
right.
like, my best offer is 3 and 18.
Right.
I guess I'm staying.
Right.
But that's what it would have to take. It's going to have to take a deal the Cowboys are okay with. It's not going to be we're overpaying just to keep Tony Pollard around.
Okay, number 8 here from Patrick Walker, voice of the Star. He writes at DallasCowboys.com now. Tyron Smith saw some work at right tackle Thursday, but it was minimal and largely due to Terrence not participating quite yet as he continues to rehab. Steal out, count on the Cowboys to deploy a myriad of offensive line combinations to see who can fit where, particularly as the battle at left guard shakes out. And that's going to impact Tyler, which then impacts Tyron, so forth and so on. But the injury isn't out on Steele being, but the jury isn't out on Steele being right tackle 1 come September. Okay, so do you think this is a fluid situation for the Cowboys as we go into the summer?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's just that they want to make sure Tyler Smith is a left side player. So if they were playing a game on Sunday and Terrence Steele wasn't available, I think the offensive line would show out with Tyron Smith playing on the right side. They feel more comfortable putting him out there than Tyler. So to me, it makes a ton of sense. If Steele was healthy, I would imagine you would have seen Tyron at left tackle, Tyler at left guard, and Steele in his rightful right tackle spot.
If you had to play tomorrow, Farniak would be your left guard. Yeah. Tyler Smith would be your left tackle. Mm-hmm. And it would be,
Theodish
Martin and like Tyron Smith.
Right tackle.
Yep.
Number 9, the war for wide receiver 4 is already in full swing. It includes a list of names, Jalen Tolbert, but it was Simi Fehoko who got out the fastest start on Thursday. He's a good practice player, isn't he?
He is a good practice player.
All Valley Ranch. Yeah.
And we love Simi. He's one of the best guys on the team. He's a buddy of ours. But, yeah, we need to see it in games. They need to actually give him opportunity. It was a bummer he got hurt last year, but he's a guy that'll probably ball out again in Oxnard when we're out there.
Yeah, he caught 100% of his targets, and that'd be cool. What is it that he needs to do to get on the field, Brian?
I'll tell you what, I think he's just got too many players ahead of him that are much better than him. I mean, the thing when he was coming out of Stanford, you could see, like, you watch that UCLA game, he took that thing over. He's got to be more consistent, though, with his routes. He's got to be more consistent with his finish. I mean, there's times where you feel like he needs to get open, and he doesn't do that well enough. I think there's some. He's a really good contested ball catcher, but that's the thing about it. I don't know how much he really separates in routes.
817, salute appreciated and accepted. That's an Arlington taxpayer. Yeah, you guys are awesome, man. You made us a heck of a sports district out there, and it's perfect. It's right in between both the major cities. The traffic flows well. I think it's just a freaking home run, and it's a great place to party too. Barlington, I used to call it back in the day. Deron Bland entering year 2 as one of the best DBs on the Cowboys roster after his breakout year is the 10th takeaway, and that's going to do it, nation, because it's time now for me to get back after that steak, okay? I would say there's 5-6 ounces left, and I tell you what, freezing it is huge. Freezing it crunches, it breaks apart as you're eating it, and then you can eat it like a normal thing instead of this giant mush ball. Back at 220, I started the challenge, and I was tapping out on the first bite. I was like, well, there's no way I can eat one bite.
Right.
I'm not going to eat this whole steak. And I was Dunsky. The Tolos called me out and said, figure it out. You're a P word and a bunch of other stuff. And I agreed with them.
Yeah,
I did.
So did we.
And I've managed to at least make a good run at it, but I only have an hour and 10 minutes to go.
Ooh. But we like your outlook, man. I mean, you come in with scripted plays every Sunday, but sometimes it goes haywire on you. In-game adjustments are huge.
Burn the script.
You've made those.
Yes, sir. Thank you much. Thank you much. I'm doing my best here for you guys. And this bet payoff, is my bad. I couldn't eat crow, so I decided to eat a pound of flesh. Wooly Bully, brought to you by the Alma Ted procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Where are we going with this one today, buddy?
National Road Trip Day. I want to hear your best road trip stories, and I got the 10 best road trips from the state of Texas next on The Fan.
But first, Southern Leisure Spot.
unpredictable accidents happen, Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for cars and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Alrighty, thank you, Ruben Portillo, in for Lucius Alexander and Alec Medford today, doing a heck of a job for us. We have another hour to go. Jared Sandler's going to join you to preview the pregame show. It's time now for the Wooly Bullies Top 10. As I probably have 4 ounces to go. I need to start making some serious headway on this steak, where you can watch us 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Eating a raw steak is a bet payoff. Here's the Wooly Bullies Top 10 at 420.
Thank you very much, General. You're doing a great job over there. Keep up the good work. It's National Road Trip Day, 877-881-1053. The Tubers, the Twolos as well. Let me know your road trip experiences. Is there a destination you've always wanted to go to? I found a list, have a little Texas spin to it. The top 10 best road trips from the state of Texas that you can take.
That red meat's giving him the shakes over there, dude. Every time he has to go to swallow, it's like a whole. He has to shake his body to maneuver that thing down.
Doing that Kobayashi shake.
It's like a shot, you know.
Do you get the tingles?
I just took a taste of it just to see what it's like.
See what it tastes like.
That would be difficult. What he just did is difficult.
The only thing you can taste is the blood.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh,
a vampire's dream.
The blood.
The blood.
I did have this story on a better, and this is sad. This better places an original wager in Vegas, $25, and he ends up choosing to take the money and run after he correctly predicts the Super Bowl winner, which was Kansas City. He got odds at 4-1. So he gets a $122 payout, but the rest of the bet is what makes you feel sick for this guy. You fast forward to May.
Oh, did he have basketball?
And the longest leg of the parlay has now hit, with UConn taking home a national title in the Big Dance. That was at 26-1 odds, which increases the potential payout. And to
I
make
tried
matters,
to go big, guys. I just retched.
Oh, did you puke?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, I just totally
I
missed
tried
this.
to power it down. I got to go small chunks.
Okay. No, that's fine. I think the throwing up is a good thing. Or are you double checking, Eric, just to make sure there's chunks in there?
That's real puke in there.
Yeah, does it stink a little bit?
I can't. I
Closed off my nose. You might go ahead.
Did you think reflex maybe? Did you think a little? I heard something hit the can over there. I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, that was full on raw meat.
Okay. So now you've got, to make matters worse for this guy.
Okay, so he's got KC, UConn.
He bet on the Nuggets at 19-1 odds to win the NBA title as well. So if he did not cash out on the Chiefs winning, and he just lets this thing play,
$396,000.
His $25 bet. Yes, he's 4 Denver Nugget wins away from winning the NBA Finals. His $25 bet would be worth a little over $71,000.
Oh yeah, it's a heartbreaker.
And he cashed it out for $122.
That's going to stick with him for a very, very long time.
Now, if the Nuggets don't win, then he's okay. He's like, all right. I mean, either way, the UConn one kind of stinks. But
I think either way.
Oh, geez. The what if here. The what if.
Just for the pure fun of it, I think it's because it's
$25.
not like he cashed out. Yeah, and it's not like he cashed out with $1,500 or $5,000 or something. It's like it ended up. He got $100 out of it. Yeah. So I still think it's worth the $100 to enjoy this moment that he would be in right now, where he's talking to his bros about being 4 wins away.
$71,000?
How fun that week of the finals would be. I think that right there is worth the $100 that he ended up winning in the end, even if it ends up where the Nuggets don't win the finals.
Gosh.
That hurts, man.
It does hurt. All right, let's get to road trip talk here. And I got a text in from the 214. Best road trip is the one to Orlando. They go to Disney every year. They love it so much that they're going to move there. I've done that as well. I've done the Orlando road trip with my college roomies. We all piled into a car and we drove the hours and hours and hours that it took to get to Orlando. We did the Universal trip.
Straight shot?
Yeah. And my gosh. A lot of debauchery ensued.
Yeah.
And that is one of the best memories I'll ever have. There's something about a road trip with your boys.
Oh, yeah.
And I did the Florida one with the family, like growing up. My grandparents lived in Newport Richey, which is kind of close to Clearwater, Tampa area. So we did that. Like my dad and I would go pretty much every summer. But when you go on the road trip with your boys, it's weird things always happen, and the fun is endless.
Yeah, it's terrific, man. I mean, I think we should get more of that.
We should.
You know?
And now, hey, the kids are out for the summer. Maybe you got some grads. You know, if you're graduating college, just graduated high school, plan one of these bad boys. Go on out there. See the country.
We did the spring break to Panama City.
Nice.
That was certainly a time. It was a time.
One time I was
that's all you can really share about that one.
That road trip was legit, a little bit scary. I mean, you got to be careful. You get one of these guys who has the driving hubris, and he's like, "Watch how fast we can get there."
Yeah.
And then it's pouring rain in the middle of the night at 3 a.m. and he's flying, and you're like a little bit.
Oh my
scared.
gosh, was that a cop?
Put me
Oh,
back
he's
to
coming for us.
sleep.
We thought we were about to get pulled over. Did we maybe have some things in the vehicle we shouldn't have had? Yeah, absolutely. We were young and stupid. The cop car goes right by us. That was the amount of like 6 to midnight fear was insane, and then the just like release of
you can't speed with those things in your vehicle, Chuck.
Man,
you can't speed. I averaged 92 on the Great American Road Trip 4 years ago, and then the following year, and that was great. We went to the Grand Canyon. We went to Mount Shasta in Northern California, and then we camped on Pismo Beach, which is just about an hour north of Santa Barbara. And I think that's the best road trip I ever had.
That sounds fun.
That was family style with an 8-year-old. It was just, curiosity and imagination was running wild, so it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, you're making the good old days memories in that moment for sure. But I've gotten to a place now with like the car discomfort.
Oh, because of the back?
I don't think I'm doing road trips unless I know there's an ability to get horizontal in the vehicle.
Okay.
In which case I'm much more open.
Different word there.
One of my
the Hawaiian hula hoop or whatever it was that the Rock was
horizontal hula hoop.
Yeah, that's right.
Love a good horizontal.
When John Snyder and I were working together in Green Bay, he was telling me the story because he went to school in Minneapolis there, and he said they went on spring break one time. They drove from Minneapolis and they were going to South Padre Island.
Okay,
that's what they were doing. And John and them, they drove all the way down. They got down like the Texarkana area, and John's like, "Yeah, we're in Texas. We're almost there." And it was like another 9 hours.
Dude.
It was like, he says it was the worst damn trip. He goes, "God, I thought when we hit Texas, we were just right there." I'm like, "No, bro, you got
about another 4 states worth, buddy."
Yeah, you just was. He just said it in the drive home. He said, "God, we were so hungover, so long, so bad."
No, that's when you need road sodas.
Yeah.
Yeah. The driver has to stay sober. Everybody else, we're getting some hair of the dog.
Yeah, we need some roadies. Absolutely.
I tell you what, a good trip. David Hillman's fun to road trip with because we do Senior Bowl trips and stuff like that. And Hillman's always interesting to talk to because he's got these stories and stuff, and it's a lot of fun. Like the Senior Bowl trips are always cool. That's about a 9-hour trip.
It's a blast.
Yeah, those are fun.
So the top 10 best road trips from the state of Texas. Number 10, they're going Austin to Kansas City. Take a long road trip on US 69 north to Missouri.
Didn't Pat Green write a song about that?
Think he did.
Southbound 35?
Drive features interesting changes of scenery and towns along the way, and KC is a foodie paradise and features a booming art scene, vibrant neighborhood, museums, and numerous shopping opportunities. So that could be a fun one. Number 9 is Fort Worth to Albuquerque, home of Walter White. Albuquerque rarely pops up on road trip destinations. However, the city has much to offer, including picturesque natural scenery, ancient Pueblo architecture, and unlimited entertainment, a rich history, and chili-based specials.
New Mexico's epic. New Mexico's overlooked.
Yeah. If you ever, Taos, New Mexico, if you ever have to go skiing, it's really difficult. It's one of the most, I think it's the second most difficult range to ski. But man, it's got one of the best ski schools in the country. If you've never been, Taos, New Mexico, it's worth your time, worth your money. And they've got, like I say, it's one of those things, one of the best ski schools. If you've never been, they can teach you to ski.
Number 8, we go San Antonio to Gulfport, Mississippi. For a coastal experience, just take I-10 east to Gulfport, Mississippi, sitting on the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
Gulfport is a paradise for beach bums.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Travel across the southern tip of Mississippi, Alabama, and all that. That's not bad because again, that's a Senior Bowl one.
Yeah,
coming home, and making the trip through Baton Rouge and then heading north. But that I-10 run is
a couple years
really
ago,
cool.
I did that with some buddies. We drove from New Orleans. We flew into New Orleans. We drove from New Orleans to Gulf Shores.
There you go.
And then back, and then we spent a couple days hanging out on Bourbon Street.
A lot of beaches and a lot of gambling and stuff along the way.
Right.
You can
There are
stop
some
off.
beaches. Oh, absolutely.
And great food. If you love that southern cuisine stuff, great shrimp and grits, all that kind of stuff down there. Yeah.
I prefer to call it Mississippi, though.
Mississippi.
Yeah.
Mississippi. Number 7, Austin to Memphis. Drive northeast on I-30 east to
That's
Memphis.
a barbecue run right there.
You got River City, renowned for its barbecue and
There
blues.
you go. Yeah.
Go say hi to
Absolutely.
Tony Pollard's family.
Yeah, they got some good barbecue there. 6 is San Antonio to Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Which one?
San Antonio to Lake Charles.
Okay.
So you enjoy scenic views of a range of landscapes with a road trip to Lake Charles via I-10 East.
Is that through Beaumont?
It might be.
Oh.
City's famous for its unique festivals and dining scene. However, Lake Charles offers much more attractions to enjoy during your visit: parks, museums, southern delicacies, amusement parks, and historic architecture. It does look stunning from the picture.
Yeah.
Say hi to Kendrick Perkins' family in Beaumont.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Number 5.
Smelly town. I'm sorry, folks. It's a smelly place.
Does it stink?
Well, it's the refineries.
Oh,
All those
okay.
oil refineries and stuff
Makes
there in
sense.
Beaumont.
Oh, I don't want those fumes in my hair.
No, I don't want that.
Trust me,
either.
man. It's a smelly place.
Number 5, Fort Worth to Hot Springs, Arkansas, just northeast on I-30 East, all the way to Hot Springs.
I've done that drive.
I think we still have the track, like the horse track in Hot Springs. That's a good.
I've heard great things about Hot Springs. I've never gone.
Yeah, it's not-
roadie. Let's do this, boys.
Number 4, Fort Worth to Mesa Verde National Park, or Mesa Verde.
Arizona?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. You've got the national park, obviously, and this is a long drive to Colorado. Grab a bite or stay overnight in one of the towns in a city like Amarillo. You can go to Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Man, the hard part
Lot
is
to see there.
The hard part is driving across Texas.
It takes forever to get out of.
That's the hard part.
Yeah,
right
no
there.
doubt.
Yeah.
Number 3, Austin to Santa Fe, New Mexico. If
Great-
you're looking for
great
a
town.
relaxing destination, head northwest on US 87 North and US Highway 285 North to Santa Fe. It's the oldest continuously inhabited city in the country. I did not know that. Number 2, we got Austin to Oklahoma City. You might say, like, well, what the hell's there to do in
Okay,
Oklahoma
so all
City?
these things are out. We're just leaving from the capital of Texas. Is that why
We're just leaving from a city in Texas.
I haven't heard of Dallas to anywhere.
Fort Worth is the closest we've got.
Okay.
Take I-35 north to OKC. Now, look, I've been to Oklahoma City once, and it is surprisingly awesome. I had a great time in Oklahoma City. The dining's good. They got a bunch of live music, budding art scene there.
Yeah, Bennett played football there a couple of times. I didn't think the drive was all that great.
Through Oklahoma, it's not.
No.
But Oklahoma City is
I went up through
surprisingly a
Denton,
fun time.
Went up through Denton and picked it up there somewhere.
Maybe there's a different route you can take. But number 1 is San Antonio to New Orleans. I believe
Hell
this.
yes.
Anytime you go to New Orleans is a good time for me. From San Antonio, you just head east on I-10 through the scenic landscape and cities all the way to NOLA. And if you've never been to New Orleans, Brian, I know you're going to vouch for it,
Yeah.
but it is one of my favorite trips I've ever taken.
I tell you, I'm so proud of Bennett at Texas, but I wish he'd went to Tulane down there in New Orleans.
Me too.
Yeah.
Gosh, we could have been
Got
visiting
in
every
there.
weekend.
I'd love to have seen him down in Tulane, but I love Texas for him.
All righty. Thank you, Bully. Terrific stuff every afternoon. 420 is top 10. Now we have a schools out for summer hodgepodge. Chief, what kind of content we looking at?
Oh, we got all sorts of goodies here, including maybe the most egregious school decision of all time. That's next right here on The Fan.
Okay, I want to chat with you about my friends at
The Rangers and Orioles open a 3-game series tonight in Baltimore. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game begins at 5:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And this segment also is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing their part to drive America forward. Don't miss the one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Our new roads.
Thank you, Ruben, in for Lucius and Alec this week here this Friday in the G-Bag Nation. Having a good one. Time now for Chief to hit you with the schools out for summer hodgepodge.
Quick red meat raw update. We rocking and rolling here.
I would say I have like 3 or 4 fajita slices left. This is what's on my plate now. The rest is in the freezer.
Rest in the freezer. Freezer. Okay. So we got another
confident.
40 minutes or so, 35 minutes before we go off the air.
Yeah. I'm gonna get this done.
Okay. I believe in you. We have, of course, happy summertime to all the kiddos. I guess was yesterday the last day of school for most kids, or is it today? Either way.
Today, Rowlett. Yesterday, Sunnyvale. That's the kids I'm around.
Okay. Yeah. From what I understand, yesterday and today are the big schools out for the summer days, which is just an iconic
Alice Cooper song.
An iconic kid feeling. I didn't know that was Alice Cooper, for the record.
School's out for summer?
Yeah, I didn't know that was
Alice Cooper. Yeah.
I know the song though, so I'm proud of that one. It's
Alice
a great
Cooper
song.
is a hell of a golfer.
Really?
Yeah. He sets up his tour to hit golf clubs golf courses as he tours. That's his big thing. He'll go play golf in the morning or in the afternoon and then show up for his tour, and then he'll move to the next place. But he sets it up where he can play golf. He's actually a rep, like he's got sponsorship, I believe, from Callaway.
Oh, so he's got game.
Yeah, he's got real game.
He's got a lot of pro-ams and stuff.
Yeah, he's got real game. Yeah, real game.
I like that, man.
Yeah.
So
probably better than Michael Block today.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fair, dude. That's fair. Still biggest of the week, but
Michael Block I noticed yesterday had some like new sponsorship. Like he had Canes, like
For
the
him.
Canes and all that. So he had sponsorship on his shirt, and maybe that's probably for this weekend only. Maybe.
yeah, we'll see. We'll see him next year for PGA Championship. Last day of school vibes are always amazing, though. It's just that whole last week is just fun. It's parties. It really doesn't matter what grade level you're in for the most part. That final week is just a formality, really.
Unless somebody wants to fight you that you can't beat on the last day, then it's anxiety.
There's people that fight you on the last day.
Sounds like you know that from experience.
That was a thing in the 90s, late 80s. Yeah.
Oh,
I actually do remember now that you say it. I do remember a last day of school fight. In high school, maybe my junior year.
We didn't have like a carryover like they do in the National Hockey League. Like,
we'll get them back day one next year.
We'll drop the gloves when we see you next year kind of a thing.
Oh, because the alpha doesn't want to, he doesn't have the patience to fester on that all summer. He's got to get that out of his system now.
Yeah, he's just doing it for fun.
Deadlines make deals,
Man, if somebody's wanting to fight you on the last day, I hope you get your ass kicked. Not you, the person that's worried about
but
it.
The one who's doing the fighting.
Somebody else jumps in there. Come on, man. We can't be fighting on the last day of school.
No. Well, it is weird. A lot of them usually become friends afterwards, though.
That's what happened to me.
Oh, yeah. I became friends with mine.
Yeah.
You guys really fought on the last day of school?
Oh, no. I didn't fight on the last day of school, but just the fight in general.
I can't get over that
Yeah.
people do that.
Yeah, the last day of school is supposed to be for fun and games, and then just it's all the festivities involved. There's pizza parties, there's yearbook signings. There's after school half day parties. 'Cause it's like we're getting out at 12:30. Where are we going? Whose house? Where's the pool at? What's the vibe? But it's all supposed to be good vibes, except for today the USDA is now letting us know that they're contemplating banning chocolate milk in schools. It's created the, quote, Protecting School Milk Choices Act. This is a real situation. A new proposal from the U.S. Department of Agriculture could eliminate flavored milk from school cafeterias,
That
including
includes strawberry?
I believe it includes the strawberry, but the chocolate's the headliner here for obvious reasons. And the proposal states this approach would reduce exposure to added sugars and would promote the more nutrient-dense choice of unflavored milk for young children when their tastes are being formed. More specifically, the USDA suggests limiting the amount of strawberry and chocolate milk in high schools and banning it altogether in elementary and middle schools. This seems insane and egregious, dude. Are you kidding me? Banning chocolate milk? You're taking away school happiness from these kids. The chocolate milk, I've had more chocolate milk inside of a school building than I have outside of it. That was a school staple at every level from first grade on. Like, the chocolate milk has a huge place. I believe it's an integral part to the American school system. So I don't understand what they're trying to do here. I think it's shots fired at the farmers as well. Like, what are you doing? I'm making my milk. Take it, please. But I just think this is a bad way to, what a bad way to end. You're supposed to, final day of school, supposed to be good vibes, and you find when you come back here next year, might not be any chocolate milk.
That's brutal. I'm with you. It sounds like a giant waste of time, right? There's a bunch of stuff kids are not getting.
Yeah, they still got vending machines with ice creams and all sorts of Cheetos.
It's silly.
No chocolate milk?
Really
Come
a waste
on.
of time.
We got to be
How many
having
people on
chocolate
salary
milk?
on taxpayer dollars are spending time on this
The
project?
hell are we doing?
You're
This is
fired.
insane, dude.
I'm boycotting.
Yeah, I would be
I'm
as
gonna
well.
go shotgun some chocolate milk tonight just to.
Yeah, I'm going to the store and buying a pack of them.
Yeah, it's the summer of the
That's
chocolate
even
milk.
a thing. Just give me a pack
Don't
of milk.
take it away from our kids.
You know, maybe if they're athletes though, one of those muscle milk chocolate shakes would be a good idea. Those are actually kind of tasty.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad
High
after
protein.
a workout.
They fill you up, right? That's
little
big
bit.
time fill you
That's
up.
what they
Nice
say.
little
bit.
meal replacement.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, Chief. An abridged Schools Out for Summer hodgepodge here, G-Bag Nation. But we're not going to short sheet what you're drinking and what you're thinking. At 877-881-1053, we've been waiting all day for this. In 5 minutes, it's going to be your turn to tell us what's on your mind and what you're sipping on next year in the G-Bag Nation.
Always a welcome. From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation, hour number 4. It's time for a quick What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. Currently drinking some water. Got a kombucha in me. Thought it might help out my stomach health as I've been trying to gut this 16-ounce steak. My bet payoff for the day. And I'm thinking about that. I'm just wondering if this is going to settle okay. And I suppose I should know about tomorrow night, one way or the other for sure. Here's Broadus with what he's drinking and thinking.
Yeah, I'm not currently drinking anything, but what I was thinking was that I am so excited that once again we're going out to Oxnard. And now that I'm having to do stuff with our seats on the airlines and stuff like that. So
you can smell it, you can feel it.
I'm getting just excited about the fact that, 3 live mics, interviews with Jerry Jones, the fan out there, the interaction that we have with the Cowboys and stuff. So it is we'll probably get a little bit of a break here, but it is right around the corner. I'm super excited about being out there again this summer.
Wolchuk, Chiafala?
Just crushed a soda shake. And I'm pretty fired up for this Rangers series against the O's. This is going to be a fun one. As I said yesterday, it's a litness test. It's going to get lit.
Yeah.
Who's the most lit?
I think the Rangers have an opportunity here. I know the bullpen is something Mikey B was talking about. The Orioles have one of the better bullpens in all Major League Baseball. We know the Rangers situation. But offensively, I'm looking to get their starters out early, have some success here, put up all the damn runs, and maybe come away with 2 out of 3 on the road over this. I think that'd be immaculate.
Yeah, that would be huge, man. Orioles second best record in the sport, Rangers third best. This is gonna be awesome. This is going to pass the litmus test, I imagine, for just an awesome regular season series between 2 bona fide studly teams. I'm drinking some water right now, and I'm thinking about this. How about this, guys? Looks like Will Ferrell is set to play John Madden in a new movie.
Huge champion.
I'm pretty fired up about that. I think Will Ferrell's probably, I don't know, he might be the best. I want to see how he does the voice, but Will Ferrell as John Madden, that's a movie I'll be watching.
Hey, let's go into the Pimp Cup. Ruben Portillo standing by, the substitute pimp of the day. What you drinking? What you thinking?
I am drinking some water, and I'm thinking that it's going to be a great weekend, guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It will be.
Well said,
Ruben. Man, I'm
short and simple.
I'm also thinking I can't totally swallow raw steak.
What?
It's making me almost vomit every single time. So I'm having to kind of get it back there and then swish some water in there. I appreciate the compromise. I do want to appreciate my guys who have at least given me a little bit of a leeway here with how I consume this steak today. You guys are great teammates as always, and hope you have a great holiday weekend. Time now for your phone calls at 877-881-1053. We're going to start line 1 with Darren in Salina. Darren, good afternoon. How the hell are you?
Doing great. Gavin, drinking a sugar-free Red Bull, so don't get on to me. I need to be up a little bit late tonight.
Yes, sir.
And then this is what I'm thinking. So the next 3 weeks, it's not just the series against Baltimore. It's the next 3 weeks. That's a litmus test, because after this, we're going to play the Seattle, and then we're going to play the St. Louis, and then Tampa Bay. That's a litmus test.
Yeah.
You got Baltimore, and you got Tampa Bay. And if the Rangers hold true to what they've been showing on the mound, after the Tampa Bay series, we're going to be headed to the World Series, my friend. So
I love it. I'll drink
have
to
a great
that.
weekend, guys.
Thank you,
See
Darren.
later.
Hope you have a great dinner with your daughter at a time soon. A couple years ago, he called and he was drinking a sugar-free Red Bull, and I was like, wow, what are you doing now? It's like late at night drinking a Red Bull. He's like, oh, well, I'm going to a dinner date with my adult daughter. Thank you very much.
There you go.
And I was like, well, that makes sense then. Yeah.
Hey, I know what he's talking about. Bennett eats like at 9:30 at night. He's like, hey, Dad, you want to get something to eat? I'm like, what do you like? What? He goes, let's go out and get something to eat. 9:30 at night. These kids eat dinner at. Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to power through this. I got about 20 minutes to go. Tyler in Greenville on line 2. What you drinking? What you thinking, Tyler?
Well, I'm drinking Dr. Pepper right now. Just got home and opened the fridge, and I have no beer. So there's that.
Sorry, dude.
It's like a personal hazard there.
That's not fun.
I know. I should have got some on the way home.
It's a violation of a house rule where I come from. Tyler,
know, right?
What you thinking?
Man, I'm thinking about how I'm 28 years old and been crushed by the Cowboys my whole life. So I took a little break from listening and everything for a while. And then the first day I listen again, I hear Zach's hot take on Turpin yesterday.
Okay.
That was a little harsh for me to hear, being that I think me and Zach are kind of the same age, and people our age have been crying about how we want playmakers on the field and this and that, and he wants to get rid of one.
I hear you. I was disappointed myself, Tyler. Thanks for bringing that back up.
He hasn't been a playmaker on offense, though. That's the thing. Like, if they find a way to make him a playmaker on offense, I'm all for it. I'm not trying to get him out of here, but you're talking about a guy that is holding a roster spot to just be a return specialist, and I don't know that they can afford that. We'll see.
Okay, Kenneth in Alvarado is on line 3. You're in the G-Bag Nation. Kenneth, drinking and thinking?
Drinking water right now, headed back to the Casa. And what I'm thinking is that there's a history in the NHL playoffs. Team with a lot of rest, they come out a little sluggish. So I think if the Stars can find a way to get it to a game 6 or 7, then I think Florida's in a lot of trouble. What do y'all think?
I think Game 7 would be trouble considering DeBoer's history, and I think if they do bring it back to Game 6, the ebb and flow of the emotions will peak and apex in a way that would give the Stars a tremendous advantage in a Game 6.
Damn right it would.
Yeah, and then you'll catch the Panthers with that long rest, and that's going to be interesting to see how that affects them. How does it affect these Nuggets, who are going to be dealing with, I believe it's like 9 days off between the sweep of the Lakers to Game 1 of the finals. That will be interesting to see how that plays out.
Okay. Florida might be a team of destiny, though, the way that whole thing. And
no, they're playing like
how about
the
Phillies last year in the World Series, where they fire their manager, mid-season. They don't win a lot of games. They get in the playoffs, they get hot, and then you're into the championship round. This team might be a little bit of a destiny on their side.
Might take their mojo away, though.
Yeah, I think if you're the Panthers, Panthers probably wanted a little bit quicker turnaround, keep this thing rolling.
The Panthers have probably been playing playoff hockey since the end of the season.
For sure.
This little rest might actually help them.
Oh, jeez. What a downer, Krusty.
Yeah. Enjoy that steak.
I appreciate it, though, because we should not be getting our hopes up too much, and it will not be exciting until if they win tomorrow.
Right.
Then it's really exciting.
I'll worry about Florida.
Scenarios.
Let me ask you guys this. If Vegas does win, are you going to watch any games of the Stanley Cup?
Yeah, I will.
Hell no.
I don't think I'll watch him start to finish, but I'll definitely take a peek at that series.
Sometimes it's on late and the intensity is going crazy. If it's a banger game and there's nothing else on, I might have it on. Line 5 is Black and Gold, B and Red Oak. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking and thinking, Black and Gold?
What's going on, fellas? I'm driving home, so I'm a few minutes away from cracking open some Yingling Light.
Nice.
And I also got a 12-pack of 8 in my refrigerator, too. That's some pretty good beer.
Oh, the Aikman beer. Go.
Yeah, no shortcuts, no excuses.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, the last few months, I've been recommending some songs whenever I call in. And music and sports are 2 really important parts of my life, and y'all allow me to combine them, so I really appreciate that, guys.
You got it, buddy.
Cool.
And next month, it'll be 2 years since I lost my father. And all the songs I recommended is all my dad's music. But since I lost my dad, his music has become my music.
Oh, it's beautiful.
But every now and then, I still jam some heavy stuff. So with that, my song I want to recommend to the Cholos is Symphony of Destruction by Megadeth.
Shoot, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Black and Gold.
Just like the Pied Piper.
The Pied Piper.
I love that Megadeth tape. I used to just crank that driving through Southwest Washington. That was an area of the country that could stink as well because we had a paper mill in Camas.
Oh, man, in Wisconsin, we did the same thing.
The wind would start coming down the Columbia River Gorge, and it smelled like someone ripped the worst fart for hours. Yeah. Line 6 is Kenny and Quinlan. You're in the G-Bag Nation. Kenny, what you drinking? What you thinking?
What up?
What up?
Jolly Rancher cherry margarita with a shot of
rock and roll tequila.
And I want to give a shout out to my hero today, Sister Margarita.
There you go.
There you go.
Shout out to my friends who make up the G-Bag Nation, Mama and Papa Bear Brother.
Thank you, sir.
And our Tolo friend Tamara.
Thank you, buddy.
Right on.
What am I thinking? I was listening to the Texas Rangers in the early 90s, and I heard Pudge Rodriguez had a bad sprung ankle and said he would possibly be out 2 to 3 weeks. So I called my friend who's a trainer of the Texas Rangers, and he was also the water boy on my football team in high school. I said, take me to Pudge's house, and I'll have him playing in 2 to 3 days. And I told my friend I had a secret recipe to fix Pudge and have him ready to play. So I met my friend at the stadium, took me to Pudge's house. in the kitchen I went with my little bag, but I had to go to the grocery store buy some ingredients. So I walk in with my little bag, and I go in the kitchen. I won't allow anybody in there. So I cook up. I put a pot of boiling water on the stove, take my ingredients out, put it in a bowl of water, mix it up, then put it in the bowl and boil it for about 5 minutes. Let it cool down. Pudge come in, took an old towel, put it under his foot and his leg, put this potion all over his leg, his ankle, up all the way to his knee, wrapped it up, elevated it. Next day, 90% of the swelling gone. He's walking. Do it again. Third day, he's playing about 90%. So for a few years after that, when I walked in the clubhouse, people would like holler at me and laugh and cheer the players, and they started calling me the witch doctor.
There you go. There he is, the witch doctor himself, Kenny and Quinlan, checking in as always. What you drinking and what you thinking? That's pretty outstanding.
That's a great story.
Kenny was the roid. I can't imagine walking into the clubhouse and being a legend as a fan because I fixed Pudge's ankle. That's just so cool. And line 7, Polo and Garland, finish it up here on a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday, sir.
What's going on, fellas? I'm drinking some Grand Marnier and some Sprite.
There you go.
I haven't spoke to you guys in a couple weeks because I've been really kind of busy, but I listen to you guys every day. You already know that, Broadus and Gavin.
Yeah.
Follow. We'll check you out. Okay. Now, it's 3 things I'm thinking. A couple weeks ago, before the draft even happened, Broadus, you remember you were on the other show in the morning time, and I asked you, I say, how would you feel about the Cowboys drafting Overshawn? Didn't I tell you that, Broadus?
You did.
So I think I spoke that into fruition.
Nailed it.
He did.
The Dallas Mavericks as an organization are all just dumb. I'm sick of everybody talking about trading this pick. I'm sick of people talking about trading the pick for other talent. Nobody want to trade nothing to us. We're Dallas. Everybody look at ever since we killed Kennedy. Don't nobody like Dallas at all. And I mean, it's so pathetic that we can't even.
We lost you, Polo. Oh,
you back?
He's back.
Hey, we got to run, though. Your cell's breaking up, Polo and Garland. Thank you for listening every day. We look forward to hearing from you next week if you can chime in. It's time now to get ready for the Rangers pregame show, and Jared Sandler's next here on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, I want to talk about my friends at D&M Leasing, though. They've won big awards for exceeding customer expectations.
Podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
And this segment right here on The Fan is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for cars and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Thank you very much. Ruben in for Lucius, in for Alec Medford. It's time now to talk with Jared Sandler, our pre- and post-game show host. I have about 12 tiny morsels of this steak, and I'm going to get this done while we talk some baseball here with Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And good evening, Jared. How are you?
I'm great.
And what do the Rangers need to do to have success versus Baltimore this weekend?
Score more runs, I think. I don't know.
Do you have confidence in this lineup?
What's the turning point of this conversation been so far, we think?
I think your answer.
Yeah, no. I think they got to get ahead early, and I know that sounds like very simple, but Baltimore's got the second best bullpen ERA in baseball. So, not that you ever want to be behind when you go into the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. I think that, obviously there are certain bullpens that you can expose, and Baltimore's, at least so far this year, has not been one of them. Yanier Cano and Felix Bautista have been outstanding. Their starting pitching, for as good as their record is, their starting pitching is good. It's not amazing. And, I think there's opportunity for the Rangers to get out to, some early leads. And their offense this year, has been really good about, obviously, the beginning, but getting runs early.
How does John Gray match up with some of these guys in the lineup?
Yeah, he pitched well against them his first start of the year. He just was on the wrong side of a low-scoring win for Baltimore. If you guys recall, that was John's it was in that first homestand, his first start of the season, and the Rangers lost 2-0. So, John gave up 2 solo home runs. He pitched really well, and, he's been pitching really well here of late with Sandy Leon as the team's catcher, as his catcher. His last 3 starts, his ERA's been under 1.
Jared, everybody knows about Adley Rutschman and how awesome he is, but do the Rangers actually have the better catcher in this series? I know Jonah's not catching tonight, but I think to this point of the season, he's been better, no?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I think if you're asking like who you're going to take over the next however many years, you're taking Adley. But Jonah's been really good. I think Jonah's better defensively than Adley is. Adley's got a good arm. Jonah's definitely a better receiver. And then, offensively, Jonah has been better. Now, he's been scuffling a little bit of late. And, I think the double day off yesterday and again today hopefully will serve him well. But, if you were to just look apples to apples, if you took the names away, so you took all biases away,
right?
You'd have to take Jonah so far this year. But Jonah, whether it's this year or the next 5 years, Jonah is the better defensive catcher for sure.
Jared, is this the start of that stretch where you're going to kind of really – I think we understand what this baseball team is, but with some of this series and some of the others that are kind of looming in the future, is there anybody in the organization looking at this like, okay, these are the measuring stick games for us right now that, if we could get through this stretch on the positive end of it, then maybe we'll start talking about this team being a legitimate contender?
Well, it's definitely a tough stretch. This is one of those series where – you'll have people, and I try not to do this, but you'll have people play it to their advantage. So if the Rangers lose 2 of 3, then the response from some folks will be, it's just 3 games. But if they win 2 of 3, hey, look how we just stacked up against a really good team. I try not to look at it that way. I think that, regardless, it's a 3-game series. It's going to be a lot of fun. Sellouts all 3 games. Great atmospheres against 2 of the 3 best teams in baseball. But it is just 3 out of 162. And, the Rangers also, if you think about this, no Nathan Eovaldi. He's not going to pitch this series. Hopefully you get Jacob deGrom back eventually, but he's not pitching this series. So, I think that, for this series specifically, it's just 3 games. But I think in general, if you look at the upcoming stretch of games the Rangers have over the next month or so, this is going to be a tough test. And it will probably shape in some ways the way this front office views how aggressive they want to be at the trade deadline.
Well, I was thinking because of the Braves series, that being a team from the other side of the National League team. What about, is this something like maybe this is a potential playoff kind of a thing?
Yeah, no, this definitely could be a playoff matchup, no doubt about it. And, the Rangers have a few of those this over the next several series, with Seattle coming up after the Detroit series, and then you got Tampa, and I know Toronto's been scuffling, but you got Toronto. Before that, you got the Angels. You got a lot of really tough series coming your way here over the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Are you excited to see the beer funnel home run celebration in person?
I'm excited to see the splash zone that they have out in left center field. It's a section dedicated to their extra base hit celebration, and whenever the Orioles get an extra base hit, they throw water, and people show up in bathing suits. It seems like a pretty fun time. I hope they don't get activated much this weekend, but it's going to be fun to see whenever they do.
Thank you, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys. You too.
Score the runs.
We've done it. We finished the steak.
Nice work, sir.
It's an incredible feeling of accomplishment and disgust with myself at the same time.
You're going to go throw up?
I think the real payoff has just started.
We'll see. We will see. But thank you to Carter Freeman there in the Pimp Cup for coordinating this video. You'll see a montage of it over the weekend on our various social media platforms. Thanks to Ruben Portillo. I'd heard some bad things, but that was a great job producing today, sir. I'm really impressed.
You didn't mess up, and I'm upset, Ruben.
Guys, there's Wolchuk and Chiafalo and brought us until Tuesday at 2. You're going home with the nation at ease.
Blasting